Welcome back guys, like this video now for more amazing parts. Chapter 1. Tianyang City. Mowu High School. A group of boys and girls gathered in the school playground. Some of them were whispering about something, and some looked slightly nervous and somewhat expectant. I didn't expect time to fly by so fast, and the 3 years of high school have gone by in a flash. Now the school is organizing qi and blood tests, and I feel a lot of pressure. Yeah, so fast. I took a test at the beginning of my senior year of high school, but I don't know how much my blood has increased now. Many people felt uneasy and chatted with people around them to ease their mood at the moment. Today, Mowu High School organized this qi and blood test 100 days before the college entrance examination to test the students' cultivation results. If the blood value is outstanding, it may even attract the attention of the school's senior management and provide special counseling. This can be regarded as the last sprint before the college entrance examination. This is a world where martial arts is respected, martial arts is prosperous, and everyone practices martial arts. For this group of boys and girls, becoming true warriors is their biggest goal at the moment. Especially becoming a true warrior before the college entrance examination will gain extraordinary attention and will also rank among the geniuses of this generation. However, it is not something that ordinary people can do if they want to become a true warrior before the college entrance examination. After all, a true warrior's vitality value must exceed 100 points, otherwise he can only be regarded as a quasi-warrior. You know, their Mowu High School is the best key high school in Tianyang City. Even in this high school where top students gather, most of the students in their third year of high school only have a health value of over 50 points. Excellent ones can reach 70 points of vitality and blood value. A student who can be called a genius has a vitality value of only around 80 points. One can imagine. Wanting to become a true warrior before the college entrance examination is a huge obstacle for them. And becoming a true warrior is just the beginning of the journey of martial arts. When the qi and blood value exceeds 100 points, you will be in the first level body training realm, and are also called true warriors by these students. The qi and blood value is between 101 points and 300 points. After that, it is the second grade blood quenching realm, with qi and blood values ranging from 301 points to 600 points. In the third grade jade bone realm, the qi and blood value is between 601 points and 1000 points. At the fourth level of Zhang refining realm, the qi and blood value is between 1001 points and 3000 points. In the fifth grade internal organs realm, the qi and blood value is between 3001 points and 6000 points. In the sixth level of marrow cleansing realm, the qi and blood value is between 6001 points and 10,000 points. The seventh grade can be called a master, also a master realm, with a vitality value between 10,01 and 30,000 points. In the 8th grade golden body realm, the qi and blood value is between 30,01 points and 60,000 points. A 9th grade grandmaster has a vitality value between 60,01 and 100,000 points. Of course, this is only a rough division. People with excellent talents can achieve more energy and blood at the same level. For example, some peerless geniuses can even achieve double or even several times the same level. This level cannot be measured with common sense. And above the 9th level, there is still a realm. I heard that you can be crowned a king, and your strength can build a country and become a prince. But these more advanced realms are beyond the reach of students like them. It can only be heard as a legend. Suemo is also one of this group of boys and girls. But at this time, he frowned and looked absent-minded. Just when the playground was bustling with excitement. On the high platform in front of many students, a teacher stepped onto the stage. The noise at the scene quickly stopped, and everyone's eyes focused on the high platform. The teacher glanced at the students on the playground and nodded with satisfaction. Then he announced, "Everyone has already experienced today's qi and blood test several times, so there is no need to elaborate on the rules. Next, in each class, the students whose names were read came on stage to test their energy and blood. As soon as he finished speaking, several teachers pushed 20 or 30 chi and blood testing machines from the audience. The overall shape of these machines is an upright ellipsoid, just big enough for one person to stand inside. It's begun. Some students began to look a little nervous and murmured, Zhang Yuyu, Chen Huanren, Ji Xiaxia, Mei Heidao. The teacher on the stage didn't have any ink and just started calling out names. The Qi and blood test at Mowu High School officially started at this moment. The students whose names were called all walked into the Qi and blood testing machine. They exerted all their strength, and some even let out a loud roar. Diddy diddy. After that, there was a beeping sound in the Qi and blood testing machine, and a number was displayed above, rising continuously. After a while, students one after another completed their Qi and blood tests. The teacher was also loudly announcing the vitality and blood values. Zhang Yuyu 63 points, Chen Huanren 59 points, Ji Xiaxia 69 points. Some students who had finished the test had smiles on their faces, and the previous nervousness was gone. Ha 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 ha. My health value is 69, and my efforts during this period are still somewhat effective. Ji Xiaxia said happily. Someone on the side said with envy, Brother Ji is awesome. Don't you have a chance to be promoted to a first-class warrior in the last 100 days? I am only 59 points, there is still a long way to go. At this time, the teacher's announcement on the stage sounded again, Mei Heidao 79 points. Ji Xiaotian's face was full of praise. He now had 69 points of vitality and blood, and he was quite satisfied with himself. But when he heard that Mei Heidao had 79 chi and blood points, he immediately said humbly, keep a low profile, I'm still 1 point away from 70 chi and blood points. Those who really have a chance to be promoted to a first-level warrior during this period are also he is one of the top 10 geniuses in our school. Yes, that's right. I heard that the health points of the 10 geniuses in our school have exceeded 80 points. Brother Mei is not bad either. Although he is not among the top 10 in our school, he is only a little short of 80 health points. I think it is possible for him to become a first-level warrior before the college entrance examination. Many people envy Dao. At the same time, many people looked towards Suemo. Yes, Suemo is one of the top 10 geniuses. However, at this time, a classmate named Li Jia pushed up the glasses on the bridge of his nose and said, not necessarily Suemo. After hearing this, many people's expressions froze, and they seemed to have thought of something and fell silent. At this moment, Suemo's brows also frowned deeper. Suemo. At this moment, the teacher on the stage called Suemo's name. Many students around were staring at Suemo. Obviously, they all want to know what the blood value of Suemo and others will be. Suemo sighed slightly in her heart and could only walk towards the stage under the gaze of everyone. Soon, he walked into the gas and blood testing machine. The teacher next to you reminded, Suemo, use your whole body to stimulate the qi and blood in your body. Suemo nodded. With his soft drink, the machine started beeping. The numbers above are also rising. 13, 32, 41. The rumor that Brother Su went to that training center shouldn't be true, right? If it's not true, then if Suemo's health value didn't reach 90 points this time, it must be at least close to it, right? Someone looked at the rising value on the machine and predicted. However, the words just fell. The beeping sound of the blood machine stopped suddenly, and the number displayed on it stopped at 50 unexpectedly. Ah! 50 health points? Is there a mistake? When testing qi and blood before, Suemo's qi and blood value was 82 points. Are the rumors true? At this moment, many classmates were in an uproar and their eyes widened. The health value of 50 points was beyond their expectations. Suemo. 50 points. But with the announcement made by the teacher on the stage, it was undoubtedly the final word. The result was correct. Sumo's health value was really only 50 points. This kind of health value is even more mediocre than the average student of Mowu High School. A group of people were shocked and looked at Sumo on the stage in disbelief. No? Why does Brother Su only have 50 health points? Isn't Brother Su a genius? Some people don't know the truth and have questions on their faces. Someone on the side shook his head and said, "It seems that the rumors a few days ago are true." They all know that Sumo is the top 10 genius in their Mowu High School. It is almost certain that he will be able to take the college entrance examination this year with the strength of a first-grade warrior. I didn't expect that something like this would happen, and it would be such a disaster for Sumo. Really? At this time, Li Jia pushed up the glasses on the bridge of his nose again and said to himself. Then he added, "I guessed it right. Not long ago, there was a storm at the Rolong Martial Arts College Entrance Examination Training Center. The owner of the hall used potential pills to fake qi and blood pills, which greatly increased the qi and blood of many people. But in fact it is a loss of one's own potential. Many top students in other high schools suffered greatly. I had heard that Sumo had been to that martial arts college entrance examination training center before, and I guessed that he had been tricked. I didn't expect this to be the case." Chapter 2. Potential Pill. Many people's eyes widened after hearing what Li Jia said. They all know that this kind of elixir is not taken casually. Potential pill, as the name suggests, is a pill that stimulates the human body's potential. But the side effects are huge. Taking this elixir can stimulate your potential, but it will overdraw your future. Someone swallowed and said, "I know the potential pill." One person in the next class seems to have been disabled by taking the potential pill. There was a time when that man's qi and blood increased rapidly, and everyone thought he had an enlightenment. But I didn't expect to take the potential pill. Now that person's vitality and health points have plummeted from 64 points to 40 points. The college entrance examination will be abolished this time, and it will be difficult to improve again. A group of people looked at Sumo on the stage with regretful expressions. Hey, our top 10 geniuses in Mowu High School were framed by that unscrupulous gym owner. That's right. Brother Su is a genius. What should we do after this? No wonder Brother Su is not in high spirits today and hasn't said a word until now. I had heard rumors about Brother Su before, but I didn't expect that these were all true. A group of people were angry and complained about Sumo. That's not right. I remember, isn't the Rolong Martial Arts College Entrance Exam Training Center certified? It seems that our vice principal even personally recommended this training center to us. Someone thought of something and said. Many people nodded in agreement, that's right. I still remember that the registration fee for the training center was extremely expensive. 100,000 yuan a month. If I hadn't had no money, I would have signed up to go to that training center. Li Jia shrugged his shoulders, shook his head and said, "Who knows?" At that time, the vice principal said it was a rumor and he never memorized it. Anyway, the Rolong Martial Arts College Entrance Examination Training Center is still open, so it's no big deal. A group of parents can't do anything to them. I heard that the owner of that training center has a background. He even minimized the impact of this matter. When a group of people heard this, they all sighed. It's different if you have a background. Even if you hurt people, nothing will happen. Fortunately, I didn't go to that training center for training, otherwise it would be even worse than Brother Su. Someone sighed. Many people nodded their heads, deeply agreeing. They were all very happy that they had escaped disaster because they were poor and reluctant to part with money. Otherwise, the future will be really bleak. At this moment, a group of people looked at Sumo with even more sympathy and regret. Some people couldn't help but sigh, Brother Su is miserable. If this incident hadn't happened, with Brother Su's top 10 results in Mowu, he would have had the opportunity to enter the genius camp for training for a month. What a pity! The teacher on the stage also sighed slightly when he saw Suemo coming out. For a moment, the teacher didn't know what to say, so he could only console him. Suemo, please relax. There are still 100 days before the college entrance examination, and there is still a chance to regain the lost energy and blood through cultivation. Suemo looked very ugly. He had felt his blood drop before. I didn't expect it to drop so sharply. I was really fooled by that potential pill. Now that his potential has been exhausted early, how can it be so easy to make up for it? Not to mention increasing the blood value by 50 points in 100 days. It would be impossible for him to participate in this year's college entrance examination with the strength of a first-grade warrior. After testing your chi and blood, you can go home. Suemo was naturally in no mood to stay at school. He is in a very bad mood now. So, he walked off the stage and walked out of the school gate with the comfort of many people. Damn it, that hall leader Lin really deserves to die. Suemo, who was walking on the street, gritted her teeth and growled in her throat. No wonder he was so angry. Originally, it didn't matter whether he could enter the Rolong Martial Arts College entrance examination training hall based on his martial arts qualifications. But it was the vice principal of Mowu High School who convened a group of top students for a parent-teacher meeting. At the parent-teacher meeting, the vice principal strongly recommended the Rolong Martial Arts College entrance examination training center, and even guaranteed that if you enter this center for training, your college entrance examination scores will definitely improve. For his sake, Suemo's parents gritted their teeth and stamped their feet. They spent their savings and signed up for 2 months of training at the parent-teacher meeting on the spot. At first, when Suemo found out, she wanted to get the training fees back herself. It's not easy for his parents to make money, and he doesn't want to spend so much money. But I didn't expect that the Rolong Martial Arts College entrance examination training center would charge as high as 65% in liquidated damages. It was written there in black and white. Suemo had no choice but to give up and choose to train at that training center for 2 months to see if he could improve even more. In the first month, Suemo was quite satisfied because the potential pill disguised as chi and blood pill worked well. Later, he spent another 10,000 yuan to purchase the elixirs needed to continue training. If it hadn't been for the past few days, many students in the library would have frequently lost energy and blood. This matter also kept the students in the dark. When they learned that the chi blood pill was a forgery of the potential pill, Suemo's parents felt like the sky was about to fall, and they aged more than 10 years overnight. With tears in their eyes, they all said they were sorry to Suemo and regretted that they had harmed Suemo by signing up for training as a supervisor. My parents are now depressed and weak. But the owner of the Rolong Martial Arts College entrance examination training center had nothing to do with it. According to the news Suemo learned, the owner of the hall has the opportunity to break through the 3rd level Jade Bone realm and advance to the 4th level Visceral Refining realm. You know, among the 9th level martial arts, many people can only barely reach the 3rd level in their entire lives. Those who can advance to the 4th level of Zhang Refining realm are considered to be unique masters. Therefore, once the owner of the training hall really succeeds in being promoted to the 4th level Zhang Refining realm, this matter will be completely settled. Thinking of this, Suemo sighed in her heart, and hatred burst out from her heart. But there was nothing he could do about the owner. His family is just an ordinary family, with no power or influence. His parents were only 2nd-grade warriors. If you want to go against someone who is about to be promoted to the 4th level of Zhang Refining realm, you will definitely end up miserable. Is this really the end of the matter? Suemo clenched her fists, feeling too much unwillingness in her heart. At this moment, a voice appeared in his mind. Ding! God-level side effects system activated. Binding system. In this world, there are many novels. Suemo has naturally read a lot of system novels. He didn't expect that there really was a system. And it happened to him so suddenly. Ding! The God-level side effects system was successfully bound. Just when Suemo was surprised, the system had been bound to him. At the same time, a light curtain appeared in front of his eyes, with lines of text displayed on it. Host, Suemo. Realm, Quasi-Martial Artist. Chi and Blood, 50 points. Current side effects, none. Designated targets for side effects, none, currently maximum 1. Chapter 3. Suemo looked carefully at the information on the light screen in front of her. He had read a lot of novels and immediately understood what the content displayed on the system meant and what its specific function was. Are there any side effects? Suemo murmured in her heart, her eyes getting brighter. If this system only shows whether there are side effects, it really means nothing. But that last text says it all. Designated targets for side effects, none, currently maximum 1. It seems that if I practice a technique that has side effects, it doesn't have to take effect on me. Instead, I can choose others to take the responsibility for me. Suemo was excited. If his guess is correct. Whether it's exercises or elixirs. As long as there are side effects, you can choose someone else to bear them for you. It's like cheating on his potential pill. No matter how much he takes from now on, the side effects will not come back to him, but the people he chooses will suffer. The opportunity for revenge has come. Thinking of this, Suemo's eyes flashed slightly and she said secretly. It is rude to come and go without reciprocating. Now that he has awakened the system, the people who tricked him before will naturally have to bear it well. However, I still have to be cautious and try first to see if my guess is correct. Suemo suppressed the excitement in her heart and regained her senses. At this moment, Suemo felt that the world became a little brighter. He walked to a street corner and turned away. At this time, he changed his mind and did not go home. After a while, he came to the door of a medicine store and walked in. When the boss inside saw business coming to his door, he also greeted him warmly, "Brother, are you here to buy elixirs? I won't brag about anything else. I have a complete range of elixirs, so you can choose whatever you want." Suemo picked at the glass counter. Finally, I settled on a purple pill. So, he asked, "Boss, how can I sell this elixir?" When the owner of the elixir store saw the elixir that Suemo was pointing to, the smile on his face dropped slightly. He stretched out his hand, made a sign, and said, "Agility pill, 100 yuan. The agility pill is not expensive and the profit is small, so the boss is naturally not very interested." Suemo nodded, "I want one." The owner of the elixir store was a little unwilling to give up and said, "Brother, I still don't recommend this agile elixir. Although this elixir can increase your speed in a short period of time, it has serious side effects. When the medicine wears off, my legs will be sore all day long. Some gains outweigh the losses." The owner of the elixir store shook his head, then reached out and took out a red elixir and said, "This elixir is an upgraded version of the agility elixir, called Swift Elixir. Not only does it work longer than the agility pill, but it also has no side effects. It's not expensive, only 599, take it away." Suemo shook his head. What he wants is an agility pill with side effects, otherwise the experiment will not be effective. Seeing Suemo's persistence, the owner of the elixir store didn't bother to waste any more words. After he packed the elixir, he handed it to Suemo. Suemo didn't do any ink, so she paid 100 yuan and left the store, heading home. Woof woof woof. It took Suemo about 10 minutes to walk to the door of her house. As soon as I took out the key, there were dogs barking in the house. This silly dog barks whenever someone comes outside. No matter how hard you teach him, he won't understand. After Suemo whispered something, she opened the door. When I got home, it was very quiet at home, no one was there. At this time, Sue's father and Sue's mother are working part-time and have not come back. There was only a silly dog in the room wagging his tail at Suemo. The dog stopped barking when he saw it was Suemo. This is a dog raised by the Suemo family, so they named it Silly Dog casually. There's no one at home, so let's experiment with this silly dog. Suemo held the agility pill in his hand and said to himself. Of course, he didn't plan to use his parents for experiments. Otherwise it would be too filial. At this moment, Suemo looked at the silly dog maliciously with a bad smile on his face. But the silly dog didn't know what was about to happen. He stuck out his tongue and jumped on Suemo's lap very enthusiastically. Side effect targeting. Suemo's mind suddenly moved and he said in his heart. The next moment, a light curtain appeared in front of him, and the side effects target column changed. Designated target for side effects, silly dog, currently maximum 1. The next moment, Suemo swallowed the agility pill in his hand without hesitation. At the same time, the words on the light screen in front of him changed again. Host, Suemo. Realm, Quasi-Martial Artist. Chi and Blood, 50 points. Current side effects, Agile Pill. After the effect of the Agile Pill wears off, your legs will be extremely sore, lasting for 1 day. Designated target for side effects, Silly Dog, currently maximum 1. The agility pill has a faint medicinal fragrance, and it melts away by itself after sucking it in your mouth for a few times. Brush. Suemo's figure moved, and her movement skills had indeed improved a lot. However, it lasted about 3 minutes. The effect of the agility pill disappeared and his speed returned to normal again. After the effect of the medicine is over, the next step will be side effects, right? Suemo said with a smile. Sure enough, it was just as he guessed. There was no soreness in his legs. Instead, the stupid dog that had been rushing towards him instantly fell to the ground, its legs twitching from time to time, as if it had just run for a long time and was already exhausted. Chapter 4. Suemo looked at the silly dog lying on the ground and nodded with satisfaction. The silly dog is now completely out of energy, its 4 legs are twitching constantly, accompanied by whimpering. It must have been unable to figure out why its legs suddenly felt so sore for no reason. As expected. In addition to exercises, elixirs can also make the system work. It should be that as long as something has side effects, after I use it, I will be immune to the side effects and act on the target. Suemo's eyes lit up, and she didn't feel sorry for the silly dog on the ground at all. At this moment, he could not suppress the excitement in his heart, and his face showed a look of ecstasy. What does that mean? This means that he no longer has to worry about things with side effects coming back to bite him. And it can also impose side effects on others. Even if you fight with others in the future, this can be a great weapon to win. Now that the experiment went as I thought, it's time for revenge. Suemo said to himself with a cold glint in his eyes. Immediately, he walked out of the house and once again came to the elixir store where he had just bought the agility elixir. When the owner of the elixir store saw Suemo coming again, he said with a smile on his face, "Why, brother, do you regret buying this agility elixir? Want to change to the swift pill I just recommended?" Suemo shook her head and said, "I want to buy the potential pill." Potential pill? The owner of the elixir store looked a little surprised. He didn't understand what was going on with the young man in front of him. How to specifically deal with such pills with serious side effects. So, he kindly advised, "Brother, this potential pill is not like the agility pill. My legs were sore all day long after taking the agile pill. The side effects of potential pill are very serious, especially for students like you, it is best not to touch it." Suemo didn't explain, and asked directly, "Is there any potential pill? I would have changed the store." The boss was suddenly so angry that he wanted to laugh. This kid really doesn't listen to the old man's words. He also opened the door for business, so how could he refuse business? So, he said, yes, the potential pill is 500 yuan each. This potential pill is quite expensive. Mo whispered. This is not surprising. Pills are still very precious in this world. Danfang is even more precious. After all, every alchemy recipe is sorted out by an alchemist who failed tens of thousands of times. Mo was a little reluctant to give it up. The potential pill of 500 yuan was really too expensive. So he asked, "Boss, do you have any low-quality potential pills here?" When the owner of the elixir store heard this, his eyes widened and he replied, "There are low-quality potential elixirs that cost 100 yuan each. You must know that the potential pill is a pill that increases qi and blood by consuming one's own potential, but cannot stabilize qi and blood, and will cause a great loss of qi and blood over a period of time. If they plan to take it, most people will choose high-quality products. Who would die to buy a 100 yuan inferior potential pill? After all, these inferior potential pills costing 100 yuan each have greater side effects. Moreover, the time it takes to increase qi and blood is very short, and the side effects of qi and blood loss may appear within an hour or two. Generally, these low-quality potential pills costing 100 yuan each are used to feed ferocious beasts. Are you taking it yourself?" The owner of the elixir store asked again, feeling a little worried. Mo didn't care at all about the side effects of inferior potential pills and nodded directly. Anyway, the side effects will not appear on him, and someone will take care of it for him. Not only that, the greater the side effects, the more he likes it. So, he took out a thick wad of banknotes, totaling 10,000 yuan. Then, he said, "I want all the inferior potential pills." He only has these 10,000 yuan on hand now. This money was all his savings and the only money his family had available. It was forced by his parents. Therefore, the money must be used wisely, and he does not dare to spend it randomly. Don't be joking. The owner of the elixir store was really shocked when he heard this. Who is a good person who wants to take 10,000 yuan of cheap potential pills right away? Can this thing be eaten as candy? Could it be that this kid has become a demon through martial arts training? Boss, I'm not kidding, is it available? Mo confirmed. The boss looked at Mo like a monster and said, "Yes, but you have to sign a liability exemption agreement with me. I'm not responsible if something goes wrong." Okay. Mo readily agreed. Soon, the boss drew up a liability exemption agreement and Mo signed it. This is 10,000 yuan. Later, Mo handed over a wad of banknotes and paid for the elixir. After getting 100 inferior potential pills, Mo returned home. His mind moved, and the appearance of the owner of the Rolong Martial Arts College Entrance Examination Training Center appeared in his mind. Change the side effect target. The next moment, a light curtain appeared, and the words on it changed. From a silly dog, he became Lin Yangxiu. Designated target for side effects, Lin Yangxiu, currently maximum 1. This man named Lin Yangxiu is naturally the owner of the Rolong Martial Arts College Entrance Examination Training Center. Good, start taking drugs. Mo sneered. Immediately afterwards, he took out a light red potential pill and put it into his mouth without any hesitation. The medicinal fragrance of potential pill is still very strong. It's sweet in the mouth and melts in your mouth immediately. A screen of light suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, and the words on it were changing. Host, Mo. Realm, Quasi-Martial Artist. Qi and Blood, 50 points. Current side effects, inferior potential pill. After taking the potential pill, your qi and blood will plummet after a period of time. Designated target for side effects, Lin Yangxiu, currently maximum 1. At this moment, a warm current entered my stomach. Mo then felt the energy and blood boiling all over her body, and her body began to feel hot. This is a reaction to the increase in qi and blood. All the limbs and bones are being washed away by qi and blood. A numbing feeling spread throughout the body in an instant. Suemo slowly closed her eyes and felt it carefully. I have to say that the potential pill is the failed product of the Qi blood pill. If we don't mention the side effects of potential pill, its effect is really nothing to say. Suemo sighed in praise. He is not afraid of the side effects of the potential pill now, and indeed he has no burden at all. The Qi and blood are active, and the bones are rattling. And the words on the light screen in front of him also changed. The previous number of Qi and blood was 50, which increased to 53. The effect of the potential pill is really impressive. In just a few minutes, my blood level increased by 3 points. Not only did the numbers on the light screen change, he also truly felt that the energy and blood in his body had increased. He understood very well that Qi and blood cultivation was an extremely difficult task. Even for a person with good martial arts qualifications like him, 1 point of Qi and blood needs to be exercised for several hours every day, and it takes 3 or 4 days to cultivate it. Taking the potential pill increased his energy and blood by 3 points in just a few minutes. This kind of growth is terrifying. With the blessing of the system, he took advantage of it. At a very small price, you get a huge improvement in your energy and blood. Moreover, all the side effects were thrown to the owner of the Rolong Martial Arts College Entrance Examination Training Center. Chapter 5. My blood has increased by 3 points, not bad. Continue. When the potential elixir he had just taken was fully effective, the movements in his hands showed no intention of stopping. Another potential pill was thrown into his mouth, like eating jelly beans. If other people saw this scene, their eyes would probably pop out. Who can treat inferior potential pills as candy? Taking this one after another will really make people feel hairy. And Suemo had a happy face at the moment. He was excited now. Because one potential pill can increase his Qi and blood by 3 points. He has 100 potential pills in his hand. And there is still no potential for any side effects. He was quite looking forward to how much energy and blood he could increase in the future. Suemo was thinking about a bright future, and put the potential pills into her mouth one after another as if they were free. The energy and blood in his body continued to steam, and his body began to feel extremely hot. The numbing feeling spreads from the toes to the Tianling cap, making people extremely comfortable. But less than 10 minutes passed. When Suemo continued to take the potential pill, the Qi and blood in her body had stabilized. The feeling of steaming energy and blood just now became smaller and smaller until it disappeared. Hey? Why didn't you respond? Suemo woke up from her joy and frowned slightly. Immediately, his eyes looked at the light curtain in front of him. The text above is clearly visible. Host, Suemo. Realm, Quasi-Martial Artist. Qi and blood, 90 points. Current side effects, potential pill. After taking the potential pill, your Qi and blood will plummet after a period of time. Designated target for side effects, Lin Yangxiu, currently maximum 1. I have taken dozens of potential pills in total. It seems that except for the first one, which has a good effect, the improvement of the subsequent pills is not particularly obvious. But now it has allowed me to regain the energy and blood I had at my peak, and even have a little more. Suemo shook her head and sighed. From this point of view, the potential pills he took later only increased his energy and blood a little. Some even require several pills to increase Qi and blood by 1 point. Until now, there is no reaction at all after taking a potential pill, and there is no increase in Qi and blood. It seems that there is no use in continuing to take potential pills. This is really the first time I have seen someone become resistant to this inferior elixir. Suemo shook her head speechlessly. This was still quite different from the surge in energy and blood he had imagined before, and it was natural to feel a certain gap. But what is gratifying is that his current vitality has returned to its previous peak state, and has even surpassed it. People must also learn to be content. Suemo quickly relaxed. Since he can recover his strength so quickly, it also means that he can also quickly improve his strength in the future. Then he sneered and said to himself, I wonder what Hall Master Lin is like there? I have taken so many potential pills, what will be the side effects on a third-grade warrior? The other side. Rolong Martial Arts College Entrance Examination Training Center. Master. There are still a group of parents of students making trouble at the outer gate. No matter how hard I try, I can't drive him away. It's really annoying. A disciple in the hall hurried over to report. At this moment, there was a middle-aged man sitting cross-legged. He had a slender figure and was wearing a yellow martial arts uniform. He looked like a master of martial arts. This person is naturally Lin Yangxiu, the owner of the Rolong Martial Arts College Entrance Examination Training Center. Hearing this, Lin Yangxiu slowly opened his eyes and sneered. Then, he didn't take it seriously and said, it doesn't matter, when I am promoted to the 4th rank, no matter how big the trouble this group of people make, they will never think of causing any trouble in Tianyang City. Master, what should we do now? The disciple asked. Lin Yangxiu waved his hand and said calmly, let them make trouble for now, they will all regret it before long. You go down first, I am at a critical moment now, so don't disturb me at will. Yes. The disciple responded and retreated obediently. Lin Yangxiu closed his eyes again and continued to practice cross-legged. As he said himself, he has now reached the critical moment. It can be said that he has already half-stepped into the 4th level Zhang refining realm. But he has been stuck in this realm for several years. As he gets older, he can no longer wait any longer and is in urgent need of a lot of money to buy good elixirs to reach the 4th level of Zhang refining realm. So he and his friends jointly engaged in such a game. Use potential pills to forge qi and blood pills, set up training classes, and make money crazily. With the fraudulent money, he had already bought 10 Zhang refining pills, and he was determined to break through this shackles. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yangxiu waved his hand, and a bright red pill appeared in his hand. The medicinal fragrance of this elixir is fragrant, and there is still a dense aura lingering on the elixir skin, which is very extraordinary. Just this Zhang refining pill cost me 500,000. I only asked for 10 of them because of my connections. This time we must achieve a breakthrough. Lin Yangxiu felt a pain in his face. Refining Zhang pills is not only expensive, but also has a price but no market. If it doesn't matter, there is really no way to buy it even if you have money. Although elixirs are precious. But if he really succeeds in advancing to the 4th level with these 10 Zhang refining pills, then everything will be quite worth it. Lin Yangxiu didn't think any more, and a Zhang refining pill was put into his mouth. The Zhang Lian Dan melts in your mouth. The thick medicinal liquid fills the mouth, and the sweetness rushes straight to the forehead, making people feel refreshed. The next moment, the effect of the medicine began to evaporate in his body, flowing into the internal organs along the meridians. It is indeed a pill worth 500,000, it is indeed extraordinary. Lin Yangxiu felt a burst of warmth in his internal organs, and the energy and blood in his body were completely stimulated. Qi and blood were like a torrent, washing through his internal organs and helping him break through the bottleneck. He concentrated on practicing. About an hour passed. He suddenly opened his eyes, a look of joy on his face. The effect is indeed good. As long as I do it a few more times, I will definitely achieve a breakthrough. Lin Yangxiu had a big smile on his face. He still has 9 Zhang refining pills in his hand, which should be enough for him to break through to the 4th level Zhang refining realm. At this moment, Lin Yangxiu did not dare to delay, holding his breath and concentrating. Because there was another wave of energy and blood boiling, washing through his internal organs again. However, at this moment, the energy and blood in his body suddenly stagnated. That huge wave of energy and blood was inexplicably missing a large part. What's the situation? Lin Yangxiu noticed something was wrong, and his expression suddenly changed. The internal organs that were originally being warmed were suddenly interrupted and were not supplied with qi and blood. The skill was stagnant and directly backfired on him, causing his internal organs to tremble violently. Puff! Lin Yangxiu felt a stinging pain in his internal organs and spit out a large mouthful of blood. A pool of blood on the ground was bright red and smelled of blood. Chapter 6. Lin Yangxiu's face turned slightly pale as he looked at the pool of blood on the ground. He didn't understand what went wrong just now that caused the blood and energy in his body to suddenly drop sharply. And just now it is the last step to warm and nourish the internal organs. This basically made him waste a Zhang refining pill, and all his previous efforts were almost wasted. What happened just now? Lin Yangxiu was shocked and confused, with big questions in his mind. The energy and blood he just lost was nothing to him. But the terrible thing is, if he does this at the critical moment, not only will his 5 internal organs not be warmed and nourished to stimulate his qi and blood, but his 5 internal organs will be damaged. Is it a pill problem? Lin Yangxiu frowned and endured the pain in his internal organs. He took out the remaining Zhang refining pill and looked left and right. But there is nothing wrong with refining Zhang Dan. And he knew that this elixir was produced by a master, so there would be no problem of poor quality. After a while, Lin Yangxiu sighed helplessly. That's all, I can only give up practicing now and heal my injuries first. Lin Yangxiu shook his head. Fortunately, this time it didn't lead to too serious consequences. He still has a lot of Zhang pills to refine, so the problem is not too big. Moreover, the threshold between the 3rd and 4th grades has stumped countless people, so surprisingly he can accept it. Thinking of this, Lin Yangxiu stood up and planned to practice some training before continuing. Of course Sui Mo didn't know the situation on Lin Yangxiu's side. He had no intention of letting Hall Master Lin go so simply. Now he came to the elixir store again. The owner of the elixir store saw Sui Mo visiting him 3 times a day, and gradually became familiar with Sui Mo. Brother, are you here again? You've been here quite frequently today. The owner of the elixir store greeted. Sui Mo smiled, then took out the remaining inferior potential pills and said, I want to get rid of these potential pills. Now that the potential pill has no effect on him, naturally it cannot be dropped on his hand like this. The owner of the elixir store became a little embarrassed when he heard this. This low-quality potential pill has little profit. In the beginning, he made some money thanks to Sumo's large purchases. But now I have to withdraw 20 or 30 coins at a time. Then he still makes a lot of money? Sumo naturally saw the boss's embarrassment in his eyes, so he said, Don't worry, I'm not just here to withdraw potential pills, I'm also going to pick some good pills. As soon as these words came out, the owner of the elixir store's eyes suddenly lit up again. Oh, isn't this what little brother is talking about? If you come to withdraw the elixir, I have nothing to lose, so I can withdraw it naturally. The owner of the elixir store waved his hand, looking very grand. He took the remaining potential pill from Sumo and returned it to Sumo at the original price. Sumo clicked the money. After confirming that the boss had not shortchanged his money, he started shopping at the counter. I have to say that this elixir shop does have a lot of types of elixirs. There are even medicinal materials sold separately, not finished elixirs. At this time, Sumo pointed to a yellow herb and said, Boss, how do you sell this medicine? This herb exudes a gleaming brilliance, and a stream of herbal aroma is coming to your nostrils. There are still a few crystal water drops on it. It can be seen that the owner of the elixir store takes good care of and cultivates this herb every day. The boss looked in the direction Sumo was pointing and replied proudly, It's quite discerning. This is Bagsyuki, but it is the treasure of my store. Although it has a strong medicinal fragrance, it is highly poisonous. If taken by mistake, not even a 3rd-grade warrior can withstand its toxicity. It is usually added during elixir refining to neutralize the medicinal properties. Selling price, 200,000. Sumo naturally knows the medicinal properties of perxuquat. But when I heard the price, I shook my head. 200,000? These medicinal materials are ridiculously expensive. This is only one plant. If it were to be made into a medicinal elixir, one plant would not be enough. I am afraid that a dozen or even hundreds of such medicinal materials would be needed. No wonder elixirs are so expensive. Mo sighed in her heart. He originally wanted to see if there was any poison, and then directly poison the Master Lin to death without anyone noticing, and the poison was useless. But now it seems that poisonous herbs that can be effective on warriors are quite expensive. This is not surprising either. Warriors are fundamentally different from mortals. The more advanced a person is in martial arts, the more valuable the medicine that can be effective on them is. The price will naturally become more expensive. Then Mo asked about several medicinal materials. Without exception, the prices are horribly expensive. The owner of the elixir store on the side was also frightened. He didn't understand why this kid, who looked so young, asked all the questions about herbs that had serious side effects or were extremely toxic. This kid asked what the hell these things were for? Just when the boss was scratching his head, Mo pointed to the arsenic in the corner and asked, "How do you sell this arsenic, boss?" The owner of the elixir store twitched the corner of his mouth and replied, 2 yuan a pound. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Mo's lips. This thing is quite cheap. Give me 500 pounds first. Ah! The owner of the elixir store was dumbfounded. Who would buy 500 kilograms of arsenic if they have nothing to do? What does this kid want to do? Brother, what do you want with so much arsenic? The owner of the elixir store couldn't help but wonder. Mo naturally wouldn't say that he drank it and used it to poison others. He just said casually, "Oh, it's used to poison rats." Poisonous rat? How big of a rat does this have to be? It weighs 500 pounds. The owner of the elixir store had a million disbeliefs when faced with Mo's remarks. But you're a BD who doesn't make money. He didn't believe that any normal person would dare to eat arsenic. So, he directly picked up a large bag of arsenic and weighed it on the scale. 506 jins, the extra 6 jins will be given as gifts. The boss said. Mo nodded and said with a smile, "Thank you." Then he paid 1,000 yuan, walked out of the elixir store, and walked home. Not long after, Mo had returned home. The silly dog at home was still lying on the ground, its legs still hesitating, and it didn't even have the strength to bark. Mo stepped over the silly dog in one step, returned to her room, and opened the sack full of arsenic. This arsenic is in the form of white powder and has no smell. With these 500 kilograms of arsenic, Hall Master Lin, I don't believe I can't kill you. Mo smiled coldly. However, he looked at the pile of arsenic and was thinking about how to eat it. Do you want to eat it directly? Then you can't choke to death directly. So he took a big bowl and put a handful of arsenic in it. Then he poured boiling water into the bowl and added a few wolfberries. A bowl of arsenic and wolfberry health tea is now finished. Mo looked at the arsenic in the bowl with dense bubbles and it was very sticky. It was really disgusting to see. I really don't know what arsenic soaked in boiling water tastes like. Mo picked up the bowl filled with arsenic water, held her nose and took a sip. Cough. The taste is indeed sour and refreshing, and it is very pungent and bitter in the mouth. It is very throat-catching, as if a razor blade has been scratched on the throat. Not only that, the sour taste in my mouth is really unacceptable. I have to say that anyone who can drink arsenic is truly a warrior. The next moment, the sparkling light curtain appeared in front of Mo's eyes again. Host, Mo. Realm, Quasi-Martial Artist. Chi and Blood, 90 points. Current side effects, arsenic. After taking arsenic, ordinary people will experience nausea, vomiting, abdominal pain, etc., and even respiratory paralysis and death. Designated target for side effects, Lin Yangxiu, currently maximum 1. Chapter 7. Mo drank a large mouthful of arsenic and felt extremely sick. No, even though arsenic is not toxic to me, the smell is still torture. Mo shook his head. Adhering to the principle of buying everything, Mo added a lot of sugar to the arsenic, and then reluctantly drank it into his stomach. It shouldn't be enough, arsenic poison is more than enough to poison ordinary people. But if you want to poison a third-level warrior, how about a bowl? So he made a few more bowls of arsenic and wolfberry health tea in the same way, and drank a few sips of it. Mo drank several large bowls of arsenic and wolfberry health tea with a smile on her lips. After several bowls, I won't believe that you don't have any problems at all. Mo said to herself. He smiled broadly. At the same time, in the Rolong Martial Arts College entrance examination training hall, Lin Yangxiu was recovering from his recent injuries. It seems that you have to be more careful next time you attack the realm. Otherwise it will delay things too much. Lin Yangxiu whispered. Puff. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his stomach suddenly churned, and he spat out another breath of blood. This is far from over. He felt sharp pains in his stomach, as if his intestines were twisted together. There's a new situation. Lin Yangxiu immediately frowned and quickly used his skills to suppress it. At this moment, a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. Did he really think that he had made some mistake while practicing, which caused him to go crazy? Otherwise, why would these situations occur frequently? This is the second pool of blood he has vomited for no reason today. It was impossible to say that he was not panicked. Now is the critical moment for the 4th grade, and he really doesn't want any accidents. What's wrong with me? Lin Yangxiu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and recalled all the details of his cultivation. However, after a long time, he couldn't help but start to doubt life. Because he didn't realize that he had made a mistake. If you can't find the problem, these situations may happen again. Could it be that God doesn't want him to succeed in reaching the 4th level? At this moment, Lin Yangxiu was really worried. He vomited blood while practicing, and even vomited blood while recovering from injuries. What evil has happened to him? Time passes quickly, and the day flies by. Mo slept particularly soundly that night and got up early. I wonder how Master Lin spent his night. He had a smile on his face. Then I brewed a bowl of arsenic and wolfberry health tea and drank it in one gulp. After a few bowls of arsenic dry out a day, I feel so refreshed. Soon, he walked out of the room, greeted Sue's father and Sue's mother, and then went to school. Now that the college entrance examination is approaching, the school is extremely liberal with senior high school students like them and no longer takes theoretical courses. Instead, students are given sufficient time to practice on their own and improve their chi and blood. So after Mo entered the school, she went straight to the library. Pills are very precious in this world. Even pills with extreme side effects like the potential pill don't have many. Moreover, now that he has taken the potential pill, he has become resistant to it and no longer increases his energy and blood. There is no need to spend a lot of money to take potential pills, just to make gym leader Lin's energy and blood plummet. Several bowls of arsenic a day, torture slowly at first. Now that he came to the library, he not only wanted to find some suitable elixirs with serious side effects, but also wanted to find a technique and martial arts to improve his vitality and strength. The library is very large, with 8 floors in total. This first level can be borrowed by students at will. But if you want to enter the second floor, there are hard conditions. You must meet the school's requirements before you can enter. As a student who was once in the top 10 in the school and had the opportunity to participate in the Genius Training Camp, Mo had the benefit of entering the second floor of the school library to select exercises and martial arts. This benefit is quite valuable. Currently, there are only 10 people in the entire school with such qualifications. As far as Mo knows, Kung Fu and martial arts are also extremely valuable. Even first-level exercises and martial arts cost tens of thousands of yuan to buy. This is equivalent to the alternative scholarship the school gives to its top 10 students. As a century-old school, Mowu High School has accumulated quite a lot of achievements. Originally, Mo wanted to enter the library to choose after she was promoted to the first-level body training realm. But now, the system is awakened and all hang-ups are enabled. Naturally, the sooner you learn, the better. Not long after, he had already entered the first floor of the library. There are many students here, and many students are flipping through information inside. Mo didn't stop, just swiped her student ID card, checked her identity, and went to the second floor of the library. Looking around on the second floor of the library, there was no one there. But Mo didn't bother to care if there was anyone. He didn't come here to find people, but to find skills and martial arts. At this moment, a person noticed Mo in a corner on the second floor of the library. The man's name was Mei Heidao, although he was not among the top 10 in the school. But his family was rich, and his parents spent a lot of money to buy him a ticket to the second floor of the library. Mei Heidao glanced at Mo, a trace of envy flashed in his eyes, and murmured, "This Mo can enter the second floor of the library for free. But I had to spend my parents' money to get in. This is the treatment for the top 10 in the school. It would be great if I could be among the top 10 in school." However, he quickly lowered his head and no longer cared. The news about Mo's vitality and blood plummeting has already spread in the school. Mei Heidao has naturally heard about it. It is difficult for a person with a health value of 50 points to become his target. At this moment, Mo was minding his own business, selecting exercises and martial arts on the rows of bookshelves. There are indeed many books on martial arts and martial arts on the bookshelf. He had plenty of time, so he flipped through each book. This spiritual snake fist looks okay. But its characteristics are just more dexterity. Mo shook his head and put down this martial art, spirit snake fist. Hey? This blood yang kong is pretty good. It can stimulate qi and blood more thoroughly. However, the progress of this skill is too slow. It takes at least 10 years to achieve success. Mo shook her head again, not very satisfied. These exercises and martial arts are very peaceful to practice, and the progress is not fast, so they are not his goals. Now that he has a system, he naturally wants to find the kind of exercises and martial arts that will progress quickly and increase his strength. Generally speaking, such exercises and martial arts have great limitations and side effects. But he was not panicked at all. Anyway, someone helped him fight the side effects. Naturally, you want to find one that improves quickly, and just ignore the side effects. In this way, he searched along the bookshelf, shaking his head from time to time and putting down the classics. Time flies so fast, a whole morning has passed in a blink of an eye. At this time, Mo's eyes lit up and she made a smack in her mouth. It was obvious that he had found a technique that he was quite satisfied with. At this moment, he held a technique in his hand called Tianxing Sutra. This method is a method to improve qi and blood. If you practice high and deep, you can also link the power of the stars, and finally transform it into the power of qi and blood. However, the side effects are obvious. This skill can easily cause qi and blood to boil. A slight collision of qi and blood can cause meridian rupture. Without more than 10 days of cultivation, it is impossible to recover from the injury. Therefore, although this heavenly star manual is more effective than ordinary methods for improving qi and blood, but in the face of its side effects, it is really not worth the gain. Who would think that if you practice once, you might have to practice for 10 days and a half? Of course, Mo has a side effect system, and these shortcomings can naturally be completely ignored. For him, this heavenly star scripture is very suitable for him. Not bad, this is the technique I chose. Mo was in a good mood with a smile on her face. Then he began to search for suitable martial arts. After a while, Sumo's eyes flashed, and the smile on her face became thicker. 7 Injury Fist, this martial art looks good. Sumo looked through the introduction and couldn't help but nodded. According to the introduction in martial arts, he learned. This 7 Injury Fist is quite powerful. But the price is that the internal organs will be severely damaged after being used. The side effects are pretty good. Isn't Hall Master Lin currently attacking the 4th level Zhang refining realm? It's really suitable for Hall Master Lin. Now Hall Master Lin is blessed again. Sumo grinned. Then, he selected the Tianxing Sutra and 7 Injury Fist, exchanged these 2 exercises and martial arts from the library, and walked towards home. Chapter 8. Woof woof woof. Sumo came back from the school library. As soon as she arrived at the door of her house, the silly dog in the house kept barking again. You silly dog, your legs are no longer sore today and you are full of energy again. Sumo took out the key, opened the door and walked in. Now Sue's father and Sue's mother have also gone out to work. This silly dog was left alone in the house to look after the house. He was too lazy to deal with the silly dog, so he simply ignored it and got into his room. Because he has more important things to do. Now that I have chosen 2 favorite exercises and martial arts, I naturally have to practice them carefully and see the results. But not before that. He brewed another bowl of arsenic and wolfberry health tea and poured it into his stomach with a gurgle. At the same time, he whispered in his mouth, "The poison will not kill you." Then, he sat cross-legged. I meditated on the steps of the Tianxing Sutra in my mind and started practicing. His understanding is indeed good. The technique was running in his body, and qi and blood were slowly being driven up, flowing along the various meridians in his body. About half an hour passed. Sumo suddenly felt hot all over, and her blood began to surge. This feeling is even more intense than taking potential pill before. As the technique moved, qi and blood began to gather in his meridians, gradually forming a torrent. At this moment, the meridians all over his body were flushed with blood and became tense. It seems that if the qi and blood are more intense, the meridians may be directly interrupted by the surging qi and blood. However, the meridians in Sumo's body are strong and are always at a critical point of rupture, without being interrupted by qi and blood. Another half hour passed. This heavenly star manual was finally fully implemented by him. The energy and blood in his body gradually calmed down. As soon as his mind moved, a curtain of light appeared in front of his eyes. The health value above changed from 90 points to 91 points. As expected of a quick success method, the effect looks good. After just 1 complete operation, I gained 1 point of blood within an hour. If I run it twice in a row, I will definitely suffer backlash. Sumo smiled. He was not in a hurry and ran it a second time. He had to practice the martial art of 7 Injury Fist again. This martial skill was specially selected by him for Master Lin, so he naturally had to focus on practicing it. As far as he knows, the martial art of 7 Injury Fist is not a quick martial art, but Huang Zhendao martial arts. It's just that the training conditions for this martial art are extremely harsh. It requires double the energy and blood of the same realm to practice. Only in this way can we truly cultivate without getting hurt. If you don't meet the conditions and practice forcefully, your martial arts skills will still improve. But they can also injure themselves and injure their internal organs. There are naturally very few people who can meet this condition. Therefore, few people would choose this martial art to practice. But it's different for Sumo. He does not need to use double his energy and blood to practice this martial skill. Anyway, he doesn't have to bear the side effects, he can just forcefully practice. Sumo slowly closed her eyes and began to practice the 7 Injury Fist moves in her mind. Unconsciously, he stood up and waved his fists along with the martial arts moves. Brush! Sumo punched out, causing a strong wind to flow around him, with great momentum. There was a fierce force in this punch.
You must know that there are 7 kinds of strength in Kishukwan, which are either strong or fierce, or soft and strong, or soft and hard, or go out horizontally, or send it straight, or retract inward. If the enemy cannot withstand this incoming force, he will suffer serious internal injuries. This is also the origin of the name 7 Injury Fist. And he just exerted one of the 7 kinds of strength, fierce strength. I don't have any worries about self-injury. I can practice the 7 Injury Fist really quickly. Suemo looked at his fist and said happily. It had only been half a day since he had mastered it, and he was already able to blast out powerful punches. It can be considered a slight success in the 7 Injury Fist. Even the founder of 7 Injury Fist may not be as fast as him in comprehending this speed. However, Suemo knew that this was not enough. Because if the 7 Injury Fist is practiced perfectly, the effect will be even more terrifying. With one punch, 7 different powers will appear at the same time, making it even more powerful. At this moment, Suemo closed her eyes again and kept rehearsing the punching process of the 7 Injury Fist in her mind. The fist in his hand also waved out involuntarily, and the wind blew around him with great momentum. Time passed unconsciously. There were countless beads of sweat falling on Suemo's forehead. The further the 7 Injury Fist goes, the more difficult it becomes to practice. With each punch, the energy and blood in his body were consumed crazily and churned inside his body. If it is according to normal circumstances. If these punches are carried out, it will inevitably consume double the energy and blood of the same realm before they can be used. Otherwise, one's own internal organs will be greatly damaged. But Suemo doesn't have to worry at all. The side effects of damaged internal organs had already been transferred to Hall Master Lin. Naturally, he punched without any scruples and practiced the 7 Injury Fist crazily. This can be regarded as a big gift he gave to Hall Master Lin today. Suemo waved her fist without any distractions. He had just mastered the powerful force, and now he was beginning to understand the punching method of feminine force. As he became more proficient, Suemo's punches became faster and faster. Brush. At this time, he punched out, and his feminine power finally appeared. This kind of power is not loud and feels soft, but it has the potential to move 1,000 pounds. The objects on the desk were shaking. Very good. My feminine strength has also been unleashed by me. Next, start to understand the power of softness within hardness. Suemo's eyes lit up and she looked even more excited. Now I have 2 powers. Although it's not like one punch can deliver 2 powerful punches at the same time. But it also shows that his 7 Injury Fist has improved again. Continue. Try to unleash all 7 powers of the 7 Injury Fist in sequence. Suemo, who had no worries, became more and more energetic as he practiced, stirring the void around him with his fists. Boom! Boom! Suemo consumed chi and blood unscrupulously and used the 7 Injury Fist. The sweat on his body had soaked his shirt completely. Time passed and the sun set in the west. He never stopped punching for a moment, working extremely hard. Boom! That's when. He opened his eyes suddenly, his blood began to boil, and he punched suddenly. The surrounding atmosphere became extremely chaotic, and a force that was both strong and soft appeared. It's done again. Suemo looked at the room where the strong wind was blowing and the breeze was frivolous, with a smile on his face. This time, he clearly felt that his punch was both hard and soft, which was very mysterious. Just hitting it in the void without a target can create such a scene. It is conceivable that if someone were to withstand the punch Suemo just delivered, their internal organs would probably suffer considerable trauma if they were in the same state. At this moment, Suemo let out a long breath, feeling extremely excited. Although he has not yet fully comprehended all the 7 powers of the 7 Injury Fist. But it can be regarded as mastering 3 different power techniques of the 7 Injury Fist. This speed of progress is simply astonishing. Of course, in addition to Sumo's own martial arts qualifications. This is also due to the fact that all the backlash was shouldered by Na Lin Hall Master alone. Chapter 9. Sumo had a smile on her face. He was delighted that 7 Injuries Fist had made such great progress. You must know that if you really want to practice 7 Injury Fist successfully, you not only need to understand its secrets, but also need the blessing of double the energy and blood. The fact that he mastered 3 powers in such a short period of time is enough to shock people. Of course, mastering each of the 7 powers is just the beginning. The true meaning of 7 Injury Fist is to punch, and the true meaning is the amount of power contained in this punch. And now he not only masters 3 different types of meridians, but he can only play one type at a time. This level is far from enough. As far as he knew, a perfect punch of the 7 Injury Fist can stimulate 7 different powers at the same time. The power is even more terrifying. Try to practice the 7 Injury Fist and the Tianxing Sutra to the point where you are very familiar with them in the next few days. Sumo squinted her eyes and secretly made up her mind. There's a reason why he's among the top 10 in school. In addition to his good martial arts qualifications, there is also the tenacity to follow a path to the end. For normal people, the 2 exercises and martial arts selected by Sumo would take a day to practice each time. This also prevents damage to the meridians and backlash to the internal organs. Especially the 7 Injury Fist, one practice requires several days of rest. But he has no concerns about this. Just practice like crazy. His ability to practice continuously also made him master very quickly. At this time, Sumo sat cross-legged again and started to run the Tianxing Sutra again. In addition to martial arts, the growth of qi and blood cannot be left behind. He also wanted to be promoted to the first-level body training realm before the college entrance examination. Like this, for several days, Sumo was either practicing the Tianxing Sutra with his legs crossed, or shaking his fists to understand the true meaning of the 7 Injury Fist. Of course, there are also several bowls of arsenic a day, which I can drink without hesitation. This day, Sumo came to the wasteland behind his home. Solid rock is everywhere here. It's just right for him to practice, and it can also be used to test the results of his cultivation in the past few days. I think I've almost finished practicing in the past few days, and I feel like I can give it a try. Sumo walked to a rock that was as tall as one person and could not be hugged by 3 or 4 adults. He clenched his right fist and instantly took a stance. At the same time, he used the 7 Injury Fist instantly. Boom! The next moment, Sumo punched the huge rock, with several kinds of force bursting out and making a loud noise. It was as if an explosion had occurred in an instant. The huge force caused the surrounding ground to shake. And the huge rock was instantly blasted into countless fragments, shooting towards the surroundings. For a moment, smoke and dust were everywhere, and the sound of rock fragments falling to the ground was heard one after another. Wait until the smoke clears. A smile appeared on the corner of Sumo's mouth. He saw 7 large holes in the rock, almost all of which were broken. These are clearly the traces caused by the 7 powers. Perfection! I have finally perfected the 7 Injury Fist. One punch blasts out 7 different powers. This power is indeed extraordinary. Sumo grinned and was in a great mood. It's no wonder he is so happy. After all, 7 Injury Fist is a martial art with extremely strict training conditions. It is really not something that ordinary people can do to produce 7 different powers at once. As far as he knew, those who practiced 7 Injury Fist were considered to be quite good if they could blast out 3 different powers with one punch. And even a genius who practices 7 Injury Fist can only blast out 5 different powers with one punch. One can imagine. He punched out 7 different powers. How proud of such an achievement! Even if the founder of this 7 Injury Boxing comes. Seeing Sumo master the 7 Injury Fist to perfection in just a few days, my jaw will drop in shock. Not only is it fast to practice, but the quality is also high. I'm very satisfied with my practice of 7 injury fist these days. Suemo nodded. After saying that, he was not ready to rest. In addition to understanding the secrets of the 7 injury fist, he has never failed in the Tianxing Kung Fu. Because I am not afraid of the backlash of Tianxing Kung Fu. Suemo uses the Tianxing Kung Fu to improve his energy and blood almost whenever he has time. He has never encountered a situation where his blood boiled and his menstrual pulse was broken. Of course, this is not because he is gifted. However, it was not him who had his meridians broken, but Hall Master Na Lin. Presumably, due to Suemo's crazy training these days, Gym Leader Lin is having a pretty good time. At this time, Suemo was already sitting cross-legged on the spot, concentrating on the Tianxing Sutra. I have to say that apart from the side effects, Tianxing Zhenjing has all its advantages. As Suemo became more and more proficient in the operation of the Heavenly Star Sutra, he can run the Heavenly Star Sutra completely without any effort. His qi and blood continued to rise steadily. Over the next few days, his qi and blood had risen to 100 points unconsciously. Now it only takes 1 point of qi and blood to break the shackles of a quasi-warrior and be promoted to the first-level body forging realm. Suemo concentrated on running the Heavenly Star scripture. After a while, his whole body started to feel hot. The qi and blood in the body evaporate accordingly. The powerful energy of qi and blood quickly gathered in his meridians, impacting the meridians everywhere in his body like huge waves. At this moment, all the meridians in his body were swollen, as if they were about to break at any time. If according to the general situation, the meridians on his body had already been broken by the majestic power of qi and blood. But with the blessing of the side effect system, all these backlashes were endured by Hall Master Lin, who was far away. About half an hour passed. Suemo's whole body suddenly emitted a bright red light, and her energy and blood were filled to the extreme, boiling. Coming. Suemo looked stern. He knew that this was a precursor to a breakthrough. Snapped. Next moment, Suemo clearly heard something in her mind being broken by the power of blood. That is the shackles between a quasi-martial artist and the first-level body forging realm. At this moment, his body was covered in blood, and every pore on his skin was seeping with sticky black impurities. Wait until the impurities in the body are eliminated. Suemo's whole body became extremely plump, her skin was translucent, as if she was reborn. His current temperament seems to have changed unconsciously. There is an extraordinary, ethereal feeling. I didn't expect that I could break through from a quasi-martial artist to a first-level body forging state so easily. Suemo said happily with a layer of sweat on her forehead. The reason why quasi-warriors cannot be called true warriors is that they can only use part of the energy and blood in their bodies and cannot reach the ultimate level. And in the realm he has reached now, he can already use the energy and blood in his body at will. Can temper one's own physique through qi and blood. There is a huge difference between this and a quasi-martial artist. Chapter 10. Suemo felt the refreshing feeling brought by the improvement of realm. And just then, another burst of energy and blood surged crazily in his body. More. Suemo's eyes flashed and she said in surprise. It turns out that this time the level improvement is not over yet. Suemo immediately took a deep breath and once again prepared to welcome the huge wave of energy and blood. Boom, boom. The brain roared like bursts of thunder. Suemo could feel that her blood was still growing wildly. Qi and blood surged throughout his body, filling his limbs and every part of his body. He made people feel more and more fierce. Like a sharp sword that has just emerged from the body, it can cut iron like clay. I don't know how long this feeling lasted. Finally, the energy and blood in his body finally showed signs of calming down. And Suemo now feels that she has endless strength and is extremely energetic. At this time, he opened his eyes. Break! Suemo shouted loudly. He stretched out his right fist and punched the huge rock in front of him. This punch did not use the 7-injury fist, but was punched purely with one's own strength. Boom! When his fist came into contact with the boulder in front of him, he made a loud noise. The rock shattered completely, and countless fragments flew around like bullets, creating dense holes on the ground. The first-level body forging realm is indeed beyond the reach of quasi-warriors. The rocks in this wasteland now may be difficult to detect my current strength. If you really want to test my current strength, it seems that I have to go to school and test my combat strength. Suemo suppressed the excitement in her heart and thought to herself. His first punch just now was able to produce such power without the blessing of any martial arts. If there is another blessing from the 7-injury fist, I'm afraid the power is even more unimaginable. Suemo relaxed her mood, and after calming down, she said to herself, with my current strength, I am afraid that my energy and blood are more than just promoted to the first level of body training. The words just fell. His mind moved. A sparkling light curtain suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Host, Suemo. Realm, First Grade Body Forging. Chi and Blood, 150 points. Current side effects, Arsenic. After taking arsenic, ordinary people will experience nausea, vomiting, abdominal pain, etc., and even respiratory paralysis and death. Tianxing Zhenjing, excessive practice of this skill will cause the blood to boil, causing damage to the meridians and even the risk of rupture. 7-injury fist, practice it without double the energy and blood, which will cause damage to the internal organs. Designated target for side effects, Lin Yangxiu, current upper limit, 5. Suemo looked at the text on the light screen. When he saw that his energy and blood reached 150 points, his eyes lit up. Sure enough, this is no ordinary realm breakthrough. This breakthrough actually made my energy and blood surge by 50 points. Suemo said excitedly. He knew, however, that for an ordinary person to be promoted from a quasi-martial artist to a first-level body-forging person, it would be considered good to be able to increase his energy and blood by 10 points. And his blood value jumped by 50 points, reaching 150 points, officially entering the middle stage of first-level body training. This is the excellence that the Tianxing Sutra has brought to him. Because the Heavenly Star Sutra can keep people's blood boiling all the time. Therefore, ordinary people's meridians simply cannot bear such a heavy load. But he can. Not only can his meridians be under load all the time without breaking, it can also keep his blood boiling without any worries. In this state, he was promoted to a higher level today, and his health value increased by 50 points. It was natural and reasonable. Suemo has become stronger. But Hall Master Lin is about to suffer an old sin. At this moment, Suemo no longer thought about it. His eyes continued to follow the words on the light screen. When he saw that the upper limit of designated targets for side effects had increased to 5, his face became even more excited, with a smirk on his face. Master Lin deserves it, and Vice Principal Lu of Mowu High School is not much better. Suemo's eyes turned cold and she sneered in her heart. If it weren't for the vice principal, his parents wouldn't have spent most of their savings to be cheated. It won't make his blood plummet. Now that the upper limit of designated side effects has been increased, the position of vice principal cannot be missing. Suemo is also a good person who will fight to the end, so he lets the two brothers, Master Lin and Vice Principal Lu, bear his side effects together. The next moment, Vice Principal Liu's image appeared in Suemo's mind and said, "Add a side effect tolerance target." Immediately afterwards, the words on the light screen changed instantly. In the column of designated targets for side effects, in addition to Lin Yangxiu's name, there is also an additional name. Designated targets for side effects, Lin Yangxiu, Lu Dongji, currently the upper limit is 5. After doing all this, Suemo sneered again and again. When he thought about the hard training these days, Master Lin would be so happy, he felt happy in his heart. Now that a new vice principal of Mowu High School has been added,
I feel extremely happy. At the same time, in the internal medicine department of a municipal hospital in Tianyang City, a middle-aged man was wearing a yellow martial arts uniform, which looked very luxurious. According to common sense, this person should look very majestic and look like a master of martial arts. But this person is now sweating profusely, hunched over, covering his stomach with his hands, gritting his teeth and sitting in front of a doctor for consultation. If Suemo were here, he must be able to recognize who this middle-aged man is at a glance. Isn't this the training center fraudster, Lin Yangxiu? We haven't seen each other for a few days, why are you so angry? Dr. Dong, tell me, what's wrong with me? I've been having trouble with my body these days. Could it be that my blood and qi were misaligned and I went crazy? Lin Yangxiu asked with a worried look on his face, enduring the pain in his body. However, the words just fell. Ouch! Here we go again. Poof! The meridians seem to be broken again. No. That's not right. My insides seem to be shaking violently. Lin Yangxiu howled miserably and spurted out a mouthful of blood. He clearly felt that several meridians on his body had broken open without warning, and a lot of energy and blood overflowed from the meridians, rushing wildly in his body. Not only that, the trembling of his internal organs almost made the hairs on his body stand on end, and cold sweat flowed from the top of his head to his back. It was as if his soul was shaking. At this moment, his face looked painful and pale. That face was even more dead than a dead face. This week, he had a bad habit. It's like being in a purgatory all the time, being tortured. It's not just that various situations occur frequently. The blood was spitting out mouthful after mouthful. Now even cultivation and impacting the 4th level Zhang refining realm have been put on hold. This is his current situation. Not to mention practicing, even recovering from injuries has become a problem. Dr. Dong wiped the blood spots spattered by Lin Yangxiu's vomiting blood and frowned. This kind of situation has never been heard of or seen even in his many years of medical practice. But here is the professional ethics of doctors. He carefully checked Lin Yangxiu's whole body first. Chapter 11. Dr. Dong wore a pair of rubber gloves and pressed back and forth on Lin Yangxiu's body. During this period, Dr. Dong frowned and sighed, which made Lin Yangxiu's heart tremble. In the end, Dr. Dong even used instruments to take a film of Lin Yangxiu. Dr. Dong took the film and looked at it back and forth, his frown never loosening. Lin Yangxiu looked panicked from the sidelines. After a long time, Lin Yangxiu couldn't help it anymore, and asked tentatively against his pale face, Dr. Dong, how are you? Is the problem big? Are you doing well? What medicine should be taken? Dr. Dong took a deep breath when he heard this. Then, he put down the film and said strangely, no poisoning was detected in your intestines and stomach. But you act like you drink poison as tea every day. Also, the meridians were indeed ruptured, which seemed to be caused by practicing Qigong too frequently. But you also said that you have been practicing for several days and have not done any exercises. That is very strange. Dr. Dong paused for a moment and then said, in addition, your internal organs are severely damaged. Especially the 5 internal organs, judging from the film, it looks like the internal organs of a 70 or 80-year-old man, already in tatters. Lin Yangxiu's heart grew colder the more he listened. He asked in a daze, what is the cause? What is the reason for this? Dr. Dong didn't know how to answer for a while. He could see that Lin Yangxiu had already half-stepped into the 4th level Zhang refining realm. Logically speaking, a warrior at this level should have very healthy internal organs. He had been practicing medicine for many years but could not diagnose the cause. So he shook his head and said that he was powerless. Lin Yangxiu's face turned even paler when he saw Dr. Dong's movements and expressions. Dr. Dong is a famous doctor at the first hospital of Tianyang City. Even such doctors can't see the cause of the disease, which shows that his situation is really not optimistic. God! What a sin have I done? Lin Yangxiu shouted in his heart and almost burst into tears. In this current situation, let alone breakthroughs, whether he can save his own life is a bit unclear. However, Dr. Dong did not care whether Lin Yangxiu was miserable or not. As a doctor, he was used to seeing birth, aging, sickness and death, and he felt a little indifferent. In his opinion, rare cases like Lin Yangxiu have great research value. If a breakthrough can be made, there will be great achievements in the medical field. It can even benefit all warriors in the world. Thinking of this, Dr. Dong suppressed his excitement and comforted him, Mr. Lin, don't be too pessimistic yet. Your symptoms are indeed extremely rare. Why don't you go through the admission procedures first, and I'll come here to treat you specifically. Don't worry, when my research yields results, I will definitely cure you. The more Dr. Dong talked, the more excited he became, and there was even a bit of expectation in his eyes. With such a rare case, if he writes a paper, it will definitely cause a sensation in the world. And he will also leave his name in history and reach a higher level on the road of becoming a famous doctor. Lin Yangxiu saw something was wrong with Dr. Dong, calmed down a little, and asked, how rare is this disease? What disease do I have? Dr. Dong heard this, hesitated for a moment, and replied, Mr. Lin, if you don't mind, I plan to name it after Lin Yangxiu syndrome. Of course, if you mind, I'll call it Lin's syndrome. Lin Yangxiu's face turned dark immediately after hearing this. What this guy said is rare, is he the only one? When asked what the disease was, it was named after him. FK your famous doctors, they are clearly quacks. If I hadn't dared to stimulate qi and blood at will, I would have slapped you to death. Lin Yangxiu cursed and walked out of the hospital. But Dr. Dong chased him out of the hospital without mercy, shouting from behind, Mr. Lin, everything can be discussed. Your situation is not optimistic. Stay in a hospital first. I'll reimburse the hospital bills. At the same time, after Suemo had almost mastered the 7-injury fist and Tianxing Sutra, she walked towards the school. He planned to go to school to test how far his fighting power was. It didn't take long. Suemo has arrived at the school gate. Wow ow wow ow wow. As soon as he arrived at the school gate, he heard the sirens of ambulances blaring. An ambulance roared down the street and into the school. Holy crap! Did you hear that? When the vice principal just held a mobilization meeting for the college entrance examination, he suddenly vomited blood for some unknown reason and the bleeding continued. I estimate that there must be more than 3,000 cubic centimeters of blood. Maybe it's some kind of blood clot. Some students ran out to see the ambulance and Bagua said, I'm so sorry, what? The vice principal is dying. What? The vice principal was bleeding all over the floor and was carried away. Hey? The vice principal is going to die? So suddenly. One stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and the school gate suddenly became lively, and the news became more and more outrageous. Suemo naturally also heard about the vice principal vomiting blood. Of course he wasn't surprised at all. He was the one who caused the vice principal to vomit blood. Deserved it. Suemo sneered in her heart, but there was no wave in her heart. It's just vomiting some blood, but it's hard to explain the hatred in his heart. Soon, he walked through the crowd, walked directly into the campus, and came to the class. Suemo is in class 2, grade 3. There are only a few classmates in the class now. After all, during the college entrance examination, you are very free. It doesn't matter whether you go to class or not. Most students choose to practice on their own and do not come to class. Of course, there will also be students who come to class to consolidate. As long as a student comes, the class teacher will teach diligently and answer the questions the students encounter during cultivation. As soon as Suemo entered the class, several classmates inside looked at him. The eyes of those people were full of sympathy.
After all, no one can forget the blood test a few days ago. The health value of the top 10 geniuses dropped to 50 points. This is undoubtedly a direct fall from the altar. Just thinking about it makes you realize how uncomfortable it feels. Brother Su, are you okay? A classmate came closer and asked with concern. Suemo shrugged and said with a warm smile, "It's okay, what can I do?" Those classmates hesitated to speak, feeling that Suemo was just pretending to be strong. Suemo looked at the appearance of those people and did not explain, but asked, "Is the combat strength hall open today?" Those people all nodded and replied, "Okay, several classmates from our class went there today and they haven't come back yet." Although Suemo has fallen off the altar, she was still highly respected among the top 10 in the past. "Thank you." Suemo nodded and thanked with a smile. Just when Suemo was about to turn around and go to the combat strength hall to test his combat strength, Peng Junyan, the head teacher of Class 2, Grade 3, walked in from outside the classroom with a tired face. Peng Junyan saw Suemo at first glance, and his expression changed slightly, as if he was a little regretful. He looked at Suemo, waved and said, "Suemo, come out for a moment." Suemo didn't know why, but she still followed her class teacher to a corner outside the classroom. Peng Junyan looked serious, stared into Suemo's eyes, and encouraged, "Teacher still believes in your talent. Don't be discouraged, you still have a chance to be promoted to the first rank in 100 days. After speaking, Peng Junyan took out a stack of papers from his briefcase. It is clear that these papers were prepared long ago. Just to give it to Suemo when I see Suemo again. Peng Junyan handed a stack of papers to Suemo, and then said, "I have been looking for these papers for a long time. These are all ways to reactivate the potential after accidentally ingesting the potential Dan. According to the paper, taking potential pills does not really cause people to deplete their potential. There are many methods and cases here to break your limits and recover, and you can go even further. You can go back and try any of these methods. Teacher believes that with your talent, you still have the opportunity to break through the medicinal properties of the potential pill and achieve further success." Having said this, Peng Junyan took out 3 more red pills and stuffed them into Suemo's hand. These 3 elixirs have a strong medicinal fragrance. Just smelling their fragrance can make people feel like their blood is rising. Qi and blood pill. Suemo naturally recognized the elixir that the head teacher thrust into his hand. This elixir is expensive and cannot be afforded by him currently. According to the market price, 1 piece is 10,000 yuan. Judging from the appearance, the 3 qi and blood pills are all of good quality. "Teacher, this is you." Suemo was moved. In the final analysis, the head teacher is just an outsider. To be able to do this for him. They also collected papers about potential pills for him, and gave him 3 precious pills. She was really kind to him sincerely. Peng Junyan smiled, waved his hand and said, "Teacher knows that your family is in difficulty now, so he will definitely be reluctant to buy elixirs to improve your qi and blood. Just keep these 3 qi and blood pills. If you feel bad about it, you can just return it to the teacher when you are capable in the future." Faced with these words, Suemo was extremely touched in her heart. It can be said that apart from his parents, the head teacher really took great care of him. Therefore, he did not intend to hide it from Peng Junyan, and did not want Peng Junyan to worry about him anymore. Suemo suddenly stirred up blood. A powerful force of energy and blood comes from within. The surrounding air was affected, and strong winds blew, causing Suemo and Peng Junyan to fight. First grade body training realm. It seems that it is not just a level that I have just stepped into. Peng Junyan's eyes lit up and his face showed joy. Suemo nodded and collected the released energy and blood. "Ha ha ha ha. Good boy, I know you." Immediately, Peng Junyan laughed, and the fatigue on his face was wiped away. Chapter 12. Peng Junyan looked at Suemo and nodded repeatedly. Obviously, Suemo was able to return to the top and was directly promoted to the first-level body training realm, which made him extremely happy. Suemo also smiled. Suemo is very grateful to such a class teacher. After praising a few words, Peng Junyan said seriously, Suemo, the principal went to communicate with other presidents of Wuhan University. The vice principal temporarily takes his place, but his position is not correct. As soon as these words were spoken, obviously, the head teacher Peng Junyan also knew that Suemo's plummeting vitality and blood were not the only one responsible for the Rolong Martial Arts College Entrance Examination Training Center. Suemo also put away her smile at this moment and nodded slightly. Then, Peng Junyan continued, as we all know, the top 10 students in our school can enter the talent camp for training. If you fall out of the top 10, it means that there is a vacant spot. I heard that a nephew of the vice principal has good martial arts qualifications and is capable of entering the top 10. When class teacher Peng Junyan said this, he stopped talking. That's it, I understand everything. The nephew of the vice principal is capable, but he is still far behind the top 10 in the school. He cannot be among the top 10 by relying on his own strength. As for the top 10 in Mowu High School, except for Suemo and Yuanj, who is number 1 in Mowu, who were born in ordinary families, the other 8 in the top 10 all have very good family backgrounds. Yuanj is in the spotlight, but the principal is watching him personally. Who dares to do anything small? And Suemo didn't have the principal watching over him personally. If something unexpected happens, no one will get to the bottom of it, and there won't be any big waves. If Suemo falls out of the top 10, the vice principal's nephew can naturally take his place and enter the genius camp for training. It can be said that Lin, the owner of the Rolong Martial Arts College Entrance Examination Training Center, is just trying to make money. The vice principal of Mowu High School is willing to help so that his nephew can successfully enter the genius camp. The previous parent-teacher conference was most likely held specifically for Suemo's parents. Suemo squinted her eyes and said secretly in her heart, it seems that one more person will have to bear the side effects. The vice principal's nephew Suemo had an impression. To confirm, he asked, Teacher, is the vice principal's nephew named Lu Xinggui? Peng Junyan nodded, but worriedly asked, Suemo, just know about this and take precautions. Now that the college entrance examination is around the corner, it's not appropriate to create extraneous problems. He was also afraid of Suemo being impulsive. After all, Lu Xinggui is the vice principal behind him and is not easy to mess with. Suemo smiled, nodded, and said, Teacher, don't worry, I'm not an impulsive person, I'm just asking casually. You should pay more attention to that nephew in the future and don't let him trick you. As he spoke, he had quietly added Lu Xinggui to the side effects target. A light curtain appeared in front of me, and the text above changed. Designated targets for side effects, Lin Yangxiu, Lu Dongji, Lu Xinggui, currently the upper limit is 5. Suemo said it was because she was afraid of being cheated on. But in fact, he has already started to trick people, and those who are tricked are miserable. Peng Junyan smiled and shook his head, saying, You are indeed calm, and the teacher believes you are measured. You go and do your work, the teacher still has to go to class. Thank you, teacher. Suemo also had a serious look on her face and solemnly thanked her again. Then, he turned around and walked towards the direction of the combat strength hall. Peng Junyan looked at Suemo's back with expectation in his eyes. Although there are many cases that will break the potency of potential elixirs. But someone like Suemo, who can break through it in a week and advance to the next level, is absolutely unprecedented. But he didn't delve into it. There is no secret as to who one is. Since Suemo didn't want to say it, he naturally wouldn't ask. Second, genius cannot be treated with common sense. In his opinion, Suemo is a genius of that level. Suemo was walking on the way to Zanli's museum. He didn't look at the road, but looked through the paper materials compiled for him by the class teacher. Although he is no longer troubled by the potential pill. But this was the head teacher's hard work for several days, how could he let it down? Suemo studied it carefully and learned a lot of knowledge in it. Potential pill is a failure of qi and blood pill. It can stimulate qi and blood but cannot stabilize it, which leads to the user's qi and blood loss over a period of time. In the papers, many solutions are to use medicine to recuperate the body, or use special methods such as breathing postures to make up for the lost potential. These are all available. But judging from the results of the paper, the success rate is not high. After some searching by Suemo, he found a method mentioned in the paper that was very shocking. The true meaning of rising is to rise from ruin and revive from destruction. Exhausted potential is also an opportunity. It can break the shackles of limits, expand the upper limit of energy and blood, and sublimate in desperate situations. What is said in it is indeed very high level. Suemo couldn't help but said, this theory is really advanced. Only a madman thinks that exhaustion of potential is also an opportunity. He wants to be reborn. The success rate is probably even lower. What kind of perseverance does it take to achieve this? At this moment, Suemo was a little curious about who could tell this theory. He looked down. I saw that the signature at the end of the paper was Zheng Hoxiang. Zheng Hoxiang. Suemo was shocked when she saw this name. In this world, who knows the name Zheng Hoxiang? Zheng Hoxiang is the current king of martial arts. A person who is so powerful that he can be crowned a prince. He ranks among the top 3 among the human race. He is the king among all races. It is said that King Zhengwu experienced countless lives and deaths when he was young, and even his martial arts cultivation failed several times. But he still survived, achieved great military exploits, and had the blood of countless kings of thousands of races on his hands. No wonder it's so advanced. I didn't expect this to be a king-level paper. Suemo sighed with emotion. These were the words of wisdom from a generation of kings, and he had to pay attention. Now it seems that the method of rising from ruin and recovering from desolation is indeed possible. But not everyone is a martial king. Not everyone has such perseverance and qualifications to do it. Suemo finished reading the papers and kept the stack of papers carefully. He didn't think much more about it. The purpose of coming to school today is to go to the combat strength hall to test the combat prowess. He has not forgotten this matter. He quickened his pace and walked quickly towards the battle hall. Chapter 13. Mowu High School. Inside the combat hall. There are no less than 30 combat power testing machines here. The combat strength testing machine is like a boxing strength tester. The machine is very thick and long, with a half-meter diameter ring on it. There are dots of light in the middle of the ring. As long as the person hits the middle of the ring hard, the combat power value will be displayed on it. Nowadays, many students are testing themselves here, and there are already long queues in front of each machine. At the same time, there were many students communicating in the library. My current vitality is 58. I wonder what level of combat power I currently have to be considered qualified. Some students were queuing up, looking nervously at the combat power testing machine in front of them. Someone heard this and complained, "You were really sleepwalking during class. You don't even know such basic knowledge." The classmate scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "Those theoretical knowledge are so boring. The teacher makes me sleepy after just a few words. There's really nothing I can do about it." The classmate next to him shook his head helplessly and had no choice but to answer, "Generally, the ratio of energy and blood to combat power is 1:10. For example, if your current vitality and blood are 58, then your combat power measured later will be 580, which is equivalent to passing the test. On the other hand, if your combat power is below 580, it means you don't work hard enough and are useless." "I see, I hope my combat power can reach above 580. The classmate smiled bitterly. At this moment, the number 1 combat power test machine exclaimed, FK. 1003 points of combat power. Under this exclamation, many people looked towards the number 1 test machine. Who is it? He can actually hit 1003 points of combat power at once. The combat power exceeds 1000. Hey! Isn't that Mei Heidao from Class 2, Grade 3? I remember the last time his blood test at school was 79 points. To be able to exert such fighting power, is there another breakthrough in chi and blood? A group of people had envy in their eyes. Mei Heidao is the person who glanced at Suemo on the second floor of the library last week. He is a classmate of Suemo. He faced everyone's praises with an uncontrollable smile on his lips. Yes, I went to test my blood value this morning, and it has reached 82 points. Mei Heidao proudly admitted. At this time, someone thought of Suemo, who was in the same class as Mei Heidao, and said, I remember that when Brother Su's blood was at its peak, it was only 82 points. I didn't expect you, Brother Mei, to reach this level. If you calculate it this way, Brother Mei, your current vitality and combat power ratio is 112. Awesome! This bloody battle ratio is far beyond the qualified level. Some people immediately echoed, it's really awesome. In just a few days, my blood has increased by 3 points. I'm so envious of this progress. Brother Mei, your current goal is not to be among the top 10 in our school, right? There was an uproar at the scene. Some little girls even wanted to cast a starry eye at Mei Heidao. At this moment, Mei Heidao heard that many people were admiring him, and he couldn't hide the smile on his face. He bared his big teeth and smiled. Now that he heard many people comparing him to Suemo, he felt even more secretly happy. In the past, he basically lived under the glory of Suemo. In the past, Suemo was popular with many people in the school and was very high profile. The brilliance was like the blazing sun, dimming the stars. Even in the entire school, no one knows about it. Especially Mei Heidao, as Suemo's classmate, makes him seem ordinary. He originally had good qualifications. But even with Suemo's presence, his sense of presence in the class is very low. Not only that. Even his parents asked him to learn from Suemo. Let him call Brother Suemo. Humbly ask Suemo for advice. This made him feel that he had always lived in Suemo's shadow during his 3 years of high school. Because Suemo is so dazzling, there are many people who have the same idea as Mei Heidao. They all simply felt that Suemo was too awesome, too pretentious, and felt a little unbalanced in their hearts. Why is it Suemo and not them? Therefore, as soon as Mei Heidao showed his impressive fighting power, many people compared him with Suemo. Mei Heidao felt refreshed and proud of the spring breeze at this moment. Today he finally felt proud in front of his classmates. Suemo was tricked by the people in the training hall this time. He is now the top player in the second class of the third grade of high school. Even if he is among the top 10 in the school, he may still have the possibility of entering. Although Mei Heidao also sympathized with Suemo's experience. But at this moment, he was more elated and felt refreshed. Brother Mei is awesome. A bloody battle ratio of 1 to 12. I'll ask you for advice later. I also want to ask. It has been difficult for my blood to improve greatly. Brother Mei, can you give me some pointers later? Many people present came closer and got closer. Mei Heidao smiled even more happily now. In the past, this was a treatment that only Suemo could have. And now he has experienced it. This feeling. This much anticipated presence. This is the pleasure that everyone is looking for. One word. Cool. Everyone, don't worry, this is not my current limit. Mei Heidao was a little carried away and lost himself. He took a deep breath and instantly used the martial arts skill he found on the second floor of the library, the cracking fist. Ka-ka-ka. As soon as he used the collapse fist, his fist made a crackling sound. Many people noticed Mei Heidao's posture,
and their eyes shone. They all could see that Mei Heidao used martial arts this time. Let me go, Brother Mei has hidden deep enough, and he has actually mastered a martial art. With the blessing of martial arts, Brother Mei's combat power test this time has definitely improved a lot. The envy in the eyes of the group of people became even stronger. Many of them are not qualified to learn martial arts. After all, if you want to acquire martial arts skills, you either have to be among the top 10 in the school like Suemo and get rewards from the school. Or if your family has money, ask the school to buy an opportunity to enter the second floor of the library to choose martial arts. Or spend more money to buy martial arts skills at an external martial arts studio. Therefore, many people were really surprised when Mei Heidao displayed his martial arts skills this time. Boom! The next moment, Mei Heidao punched out and hit the center of the combat power testing machine. Diddy. The combat power testing machine beeped, and the values on it began to rise continuously. 980, 1000, 1038, 1149, 1216. Finally, the value on the combat power test machine stopped at 1216 points. Many people at the scene were stunned and their eyes widened slightly. 1216 points of combat power. This bloody battle ratio is already 114. As expected of my brother Mei, awesome and booming. Brother Mei, maybe you can really be among the top 10 this time. The scene was almost boiling, and more people's eyes were focused on Mei Heidao. And just then, at the entrance of the combat hall, a person walked in. This man has a slender figure and a delicate face. It seems that after not seeing each other for a few days, his temperament has changed a little. Someone noticed and said, "Brother Suo is here." As soon as this statement came out, the shouts at the scene became slightly smaller. Many people turned their heads and looked at the gate of the combat power hall. Yes, the person who came was Suemo, who came from class. A person's name, the shadow of a tree. Suemo has been shining brightly for 3 years, even though many people now think she can't do it anymore. But a group of people were still subconsciously nervous when facing him. Even Mei Heidao, who was speaking loudly just now, subconsciously softened his voice. Chapter 14. Suemo was one of the top 10 players in the past. Even now that his vitality and blood have plummeted, many students have turned around to pay attention. At this time, someone whispered, "Brother Mei, his blood value is only 50 points now. And your strength has increased greatly recently, why don't you show it off to him?" The person named him was naturally Suemo. In the past, Suemo was high profile, but there were many people who felt unbalanced. So some classmates spoke out to encourage him. It would be a good idea to take this opportunity to see how the former genius would react. The genius is an embarrassment, which is quite fun to watch. As soon as this statement came out, several people around Mei Heidao whispered in agreement. They were afraid that Suemo would hear it. Even if he knew that Suemo only had 50 points of vitality, the sense of oppression he had brought with them for 3 years was not so easy to shake off. "That's right, Brother Mei. You have 1216 points of combat power, and you're still panicking. How many times has he pretended to be in front of us in the past 3 years? Especially Brother Mei, as the second best person in our class, you have all the limelight stolen by him. Brother Mei, you must pretend this time." Several people whispered. They want to see how Suemo can maintain the calmness of the past. How can you pretend to be this cool? Mei Heidao heard the echoes of several people and felt a little embarrassed. The problem just happened not long ago, why don't I go? However, when he said this, he had already moved his legs and walked in the direction of Suemo. Mei Heidao said no, but his body was very honest. Brother Mei is gone. There's a good show to watch. This time, Brother Mei is finally getting back on his feet. Now that Brother Mei is number 1 in the class, he must show off his coolness in front of Suemo.
30 years in Hedong and 30 years in Hexi. It can be said that the situation is changing. The eyes of several close friends behind Mei Heidao lit up and they laughed secretly. Many people's eyes are focused on Mo and Mei Heidao. They are all looking forward to it. What kind of sparks will there be between the former top 10 in the school and the current number 1 in the class? Mei Heidao is now like the protagonist who suppressed first and then rose up. He had been aggrieved for 3 years and finally had the chance to pretend. Brother Su, are you here too? Mei Heidao walked up to Mo and blurted out these words like a conditioned reflex. Several close friends behind Mei Heidao were really shocked when they heard the word Su-ji. They felt a little weak when facing Mo, so they just called out to Brother Su. Brother Mei, you are now number 1 in the second class of the 3rd year of high school. Why are you called Brother Su? This girl hasn't even started pretending yet, so why is her frame falling down? Just want to show off Mo's face? Just call me brother at the beginning, and half of your cards and momentum have been lost. It was really in vain that they looked forward to it. I gave it a chance, but I didn't expect it to be so useless. At this moment, Mei Heidao also knew that he was a little nervous facing Mo, and he started talking. Now he wanted to slap himself twice in the mouth. Nah! I'm so unlucky. Mei Heidao cursed himself secretly. However, there is a reason why he calls him Brother Su. During these 3 years of high school, his parents strongly urged him to call Mo his brother, and he must do so at all times. 3 years. He also got used to shouting. This mouth is full of Brother Su, so I can't blame him entirely. When Mo saw Mei Heidao coming to say hello, he nodded casually and said, well, let's test our combat power. Mei Heidao felt slightly unhappy when he saw Mo's neither salty nor bland appearance. This guy's blood has plummeted to 50 points, why is he still looking so high and mighty? At this moment, he was even more determined to show off in front of Mo. So he immediately returned to his normal expression and smiled in a neither humble nor condescending manner. Mo, come here, I will give you my machine. There are a lot of people testing their combat prowess here. If you queue up, I'm afraid it won't be your turn until this afternoon. Thank you very much. Mo nodded and did not refuse. He didn't want to waste time queuing, so he happily accepted. 12-16 Combat Points Bloody Battle Ratio 1-14. Mo came to the number 1 combat power test machine and saw the value displayed above at a glance. Mei Heidao was secretly proud when he saw Mo seeing the fighting power he had just exerted. However, he still tried his best to remain calm and said, oh, I have regressed. I used to be able to hit a higher blood ratio with 1 punch. Today I can only hit so much. I have been really lazy these days. Starting from today, I must practice collapse fist harder to improve my combat power. Mei Heidao's words sounded like he was showing off, like he was in Versailles. He also inadvertently showed off his martial arts skills and some minor achievements. After he said these words, he felt very happy. It's like eating ice cubes in the dog days of summer, and my whole body feels very refreshed. The whole person becomes transparent. The few best friends behind Mei Heidao also felt so happy. Once second in class, now surpassed Mo. Presumably, if Mo was a little thin-skinned, she would be so embarrassed that she would be so embarrassed, right? Several people winked at each other, looking forward to how Mo would respond next. Did he leave without any immediate combat power? Or is it that everyone in the audience has a dark face and goes to test their combat power? No matter which one it is, they all want to see it. However, there are also many people in the combat strength hall who feel contempt for the actions of Mei Heidao and others. This really feels like a tiger being bullied by a dog, adding insult to injury. Mo also narrowed her eyes at this moment. He understands now too. This Mei Heidao was just showing off in front of him. Mei Heidao smiled faintly and asked proactively, Mo, you are among the top 10 in our school.
What do you think of the combat power of my punch? Well enough. Suemo replied calmly. Puff. Mei Heidao was so happy at this moment that he couldn't help laughing. In a certain situation of tough talk, if the boy's words are okay, then he is quite awesome. Obviously, he treated Suemo as a dead duck. But, what he didn't know was, Suemo is very honest. What he said was okay, just okay. It seems that those in the top 10 have really high standards. My 1216 points of combat power are just okay compared to the top 10 in the school. Mei Heidao had a smile on his lips. Although he is promoting Suemo. But behind the scenes, he was still pretending to be Versailles. Suemo looked at Mei Heidao's useless appearance and was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He came to the combat power testing machine and punched out casually. Boom! The combat power testing machine vibrated twice. Then there was a beeping sound. The values above the machine are also constantly rising. 1299, 1737. The numbers on the machine went up quickly. But in the blink of an eye, it has quickly surpassed the previous combat power of Mei Heidao. Exceeded. I'll go. What's going on? A group of people stared, 100 of them couldn't believe it. Mei Heidao's hair stood on end again and again, his eyes fixed on the numbers on the combat power testing machine. Diddy. However, the numbers on the machine had no intention of stopping and were still making noises like crazy. The numbers above are also climbing steadily. 1933, 2289, 2511. Finally, as the beeping sound of the combat power test machine suddenly stopped, the number above stopped at 2511 points. Suemo glanced flatly at this moment. This punch was just thrown out casually, and it didn't have any real fighting power. However, the scene was already silent. Many students looked at the 2511 points of combat power in a daze, and they were all stunned in place. After a long while, everyone finally reacted. The scene was completely boiling, and many people couldn't help but exclaimed with their mouths open. Nah! 2511 points of combat power. Didn't it mean that Brother Su's energy and blood plummeted? Play me! Holy crap! This combat power is twice that of Mei Heidao's peak punch. I just saw Brother Su punching very casually, I'm afraid he didn't hit with all his strength. You didn't use all your strength? Then how terrifying is Brother Su's combat power when he strikes with all his strength? The scene was filled with excitement. A group of people seemed to have seen a miracle and were extremely excited. Mei Heidao, on the other hand, swallowed his saliva and looked at the numbers displayed on the machine as if he was in a daze. He couldn't fart for a long time. Chapter 15. There are 2 rows of digital displays on the combat power test machine. One bowel movement is worth 2511 points of combat power. The other row has 110 health points. Of course, the chi and blood values above are only roughly detected by the instrument and can be used to roughly calculate the blood ratio. The above chi and blood values are not as accurate as measured by a machine specifically designed to test chi and blood. Chi and blood 110 points. At this moment, many people also noticed the health value above the combat power value, with a big question mark on their faces. After a long while, someone finally reacted and asked with wide eyes, Brother Su, your energy and blood have recovered. As soon as these words came out, many people came to their senses and reminded, get the point straight. Brother Su is not as simple as recovering his energy and blood. 110 points of chi and blood means Suemo has made a breakthrough. He is already a first-grade warrior. There was an uproar at the scene. The successive shocks made their heads dizzy. Suemo, whose vitality and blood plummeted to 50 points not long ago, has now been directly promoted to the first-level body forging realm. This kind of thing is no less than a fantasy to them. I'll go. Is this one of the top 10 martial arts qualifications in our school?
Why does cultivating qi and blood seem like a joke? Did you improve so quickly? Oh my god, it's so annoying to compare people to each other. Is this the difference between me and a genius? I heard that after being promoted to the first level body forging realm, your energy and blood will also increase dramatically. I'm so damn envious. A group of people were not only shocked, but now even more envious. As before, they once again cast envious glances at Suemo. Facing the gazes of a group of people, Suemo nodded calmly and said, I have been practicing for a week. Normally, my energy and blood will recover after I practice for a while. Then inexplicably, he broke through to the first level. There is no special feeling. If you ask me, the troubles of potential pill are nothing more than this. Suemo spoke calmly. But many students present could feel that the strong smell was about to overflow the screen. Many people couldn't help but swallow a few mouthfuls of saliva. How could the potential pill be solved so easily? They knew that in addition to Suemo being cheated, there were also several geniuses from other high schools who were cheated. I heard that those geniuses were not doing well at all recently. He went from being a highly anticipated genius to becoming the most popular person in the school. Until now, it has not returned to its original peak state. And Suemo rested for a week as if nothing happened. What is this concept? A concept they would never dream of doing. And according to Suemo, breaking through this level of physical training is really as easy as drinking water. Something that seems extremely difficult to them. Suemo was stunned and completed it casually. This is called pretentiousness. What was Mei Dao pretending to be just now? That was such a failure in pretending. Or a failure among failures. Suemo glanced at Mei Dao and laughed in her heart, you are still trying to show off in front of me at this level. Then, Suemo looked at the values on the combat power testing machine in front of him and shook his head. He looked extremely dissatisfied. Tisk, tisk, my condition is not good today, I can only produce a mere 2,511 points of combat power. It's true that he didn't perform well. Suemo shook her head, as if blaming herself. When Mei Dao heard this, his face turned completely dark. Why does this sentence sound so familiar to him? It seems like he said something similar just now, exactly the same. Today he was completely slapped in the face. In the past, he was extremely low-key in front of Suemo. Now that I have made a high-profile appearance this time, I have fallen into a big trap. This combat power of more than 2,500 points is still not used well? Then his combat power of more than 1,000 points is comparable to rubbish? For a moment, Mei Dao really wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. It's so embarrassing. And it was in front of so many classmates. He used to be second in the class, but now he has completely become a clown. Mei Dao secretly glared at several people. They were the ones who encouraged me to show off just now, but now they were slapped in the face. When those people saw Mei Dao's gaze, they dodged their eyes and felt that they couldn't stay here any longer, so they left angrily. Many people in the combat hall were just watching Suemo's jokes and were afraid of being resented by Suemo. They also found various excuses and hurriedly left the combat hall. For a time, there were only a few people left in the originally crowded combat hall. Some were obviously shocked by Suemo. They still chose to test their combat power another day, so don't be embarrassed today. Mei Dao naturally called out Brother Su respectfully and ran out quickly. Among all the people, he is the one who is the most shameless to continue to stay here. Suemo looked at the battle strength hall that was almost cleared and didn't pay attention. He randomly found a combat power testing machine in a corner and planned to test it carefully. Okay, now let's try hitting with all my strength to see how much my combat power has reached. Suemo herself is also looking forward to this. After all, the improvement was so big, he believed that the result this time would satisfy him quite a bit. At this moment, he made a fist with his right hand, raised his arm, and let out a soft drink. Boom! Mo punched out with all his strength, and there was a muffled sound, and the machine buzzed. Diddy diddy! Next moment, the machine was buzzing wildly, and the values on it were climbing crazily. 2632, 2935, 3622, 3973. In the end, the number on the combat power test machine stopped at 3973 points. Mo nodded and said to himself, "It's not bad, I didn't use martial arts, my strength alone is close to 4000 points of combat power. Calculated in this way, the bloody battle ratio is about 126. Then, he took another deep breath and whispered, "Then use the 7 injury fist and see how much the combat power can be improved." The words just fell. Mo instantly performed the 7 injury fist. A stream of blood came out of his fist, and the atmosphere around him became chaotic. Then, he stepped back, immediately raised his fist, and hit the combat power testing machine. With this punch, 7 different powers appeared together, and the surrounding wind was hunting. Boom! This time the momentum was even greater, the sound was like thunder, and the surrounding ground trembled. The combat power testing machines seemed to be showing signs of instability and were about to collapse. Diddy diddy! The combat capability test machine buzzed wildly. The numbers above are like a mess of numbers, rising at an extremely fast speed. 4323, 5733, 7211, 8021. Finally, the soaring numbers stopped at 8021 points. 8021 points of combat power. Mo couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this string of numbers. This martial skill doubled his combat power. His bloody battle ratio soared to 153. A qualified bloody battle ratio is only 1 to 10. He is way beyond the qualification level. I really underestimated the power of this 7 injury fist before. Mo's eyes flashed slightly and she said secretly in her heart. He knew that 7 injury fist was only a first-grade martial skill. But after completing the 7 injury fist, it can actually double his combat power. This is much stronger than the increase of some second-grade martial arts. He believed that the 7 injury fist would not be inferior even to some of the top second-grade martial arts. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but said happily, "Sure enough, things with serious side effects are quite powerful." Chapter 16. However, although the 7 injury fist is powerful, it still feels a little less interesting. His senses are sharp. Although he was quite satisfied with the power of the 7 injury fist. But I always feel that this boxing technique has more meaning than it can fulfill. It's just that he has obviously practiced this set of 7 injury fist to perfection. But he always felt that the 7 injury fist was not perfect yet. Maybe it's my imagination. Mo didn't think much and shook her head. Why should he bother himself when he couldn't figure out the answer to something like this? Soon, he buried the trace of doubt in his heart just now. The smile returned to his face. After all, with one full blow, he could achieve more than 8,000 combat power points, which already made him extremely satisfied. As far as he knows, even some second-grade blood-tempering realm warriors may not be able to produce more than 8,000 combat power points. Therefore, he is still very confident to deal with the next selection of Mowu's top 10. This is Mowu's top 10 selection. As the name suggests, it is a school-wide martial arts debate held every half-semester at Mowu High School. This was also founded by the school to encourage all students in the school to actively practice martial arts. The nature of the selection was similar to the midterm exams held every 2 to 3 months in his previous life. First, it is to facilitate the school to find out the strength of the students. Secondly, it allows schools to discover better seedlings for key training. The third purpose is to increase competition and make the top 10 even stronger. Since the school started a whole school martial arts debate, the enthusiasm of students to practice martial arts is indeed much higher than before. Promoted healthy competition between students.
You know, the honor of being in the top 10 of the school must be highly anticipated. Students with this mentality will definitely practice hard and want to join this ranks. This also makes the school ranked among the top 10, with better resources to improve martial arts. At this time, Suemo thought to himself, according to time calculation, the next school-wide martial arts debate will be in 10 days. Now that we have a system, no matter what, we have to come back first in the school this time. Otherwise, I'm so sorry for the failure of my car. If Suemo does not have an awakening system this time, with his vitality plummeting, he will definitely be eliminated from the top 10 in the school this time. Naturally, he will not be able to enjoy the benefits that are among the top 10 in the school. But it's different now. When the system is awakened, the vision will naturally be higher. His current goal is to be number 1 in the school. And he has to win the first place in the school with a crushing attitude. Doesn't the vice principal want to see him fall from the top 10? He wanted to show him how he climbed to the top of the school step by step. It would be best if I could meet the vice principal's nephew in this school-wide martial arts debate. Until then, he will not be merciful. Thinking of this, Suemo's heart agitated. He is ready to show off his talents in the school-wide martial arts debate. Boom! The next moment, he clenched his fist again, and the 7-injury fist was instantly unleashed, hitting the combat power testing machine in front of him. With one punch, all 7 powers, including strength and femininity, come out at the same time. The place was suddenly swept by a gust of fist wind, like a hurricane blowing, and a loud noise broke out. Diddy. The combat power test machine made loud noises and the entire fuselage shook. It can be seen how terrifying the power of Suemo's punch is. The numbers above the machine rose like crazy, as if they were about to surpass the combat power Suemo had just played. 7,324, 8,002, 8098. With this punch, Suemo's combat power hit a new high. Although the increase is not very large, when one is excited and has a fighting spirit, it can indeed increase one's combat power. Fighting spirit is indeed very important. If only I could control my fighting spirit. Maybe my combat power will be maintained at its peak state all the time. Suemo looked at the numerical value above the combat power testing machine and thought to himself. Hey! Incredible, more than 8,000 points of combat power. Little baby, it's not easy. Suddenly, an old voice sounded from behind Suemo. Suemo looked back. Standing behind him was an old man. This old man was dressed simply, with a ridged face, and always had a kind smile. Look further down. The joints of this old man's fists were covered with calluses, and he looked like he had gone through a lot of training. Mr. Huang, you've thanked me very much. Suemo naturally knew the old man behind him. The old man's name is Huang Jiexing. He had heard a lot about Mr. Huang's past deeds in school. It is said that Mr. Huang was a veteran of the human race decades ago. At that time, Huang Lao's era was not as peaceful as it is now. At that time, there were sudden riots in various caves in the human realm, and the scene was extremely terrifying. Many powerful men from all races came to the human realm in person, and swarms of alien races were like locusts crossing the border, threatening to sweep everything away. This also resulted in wars raging everywhere in the human realm. Warriors who were slightly weak in strength were trampled by the strong men of all races. The human realm is extremely unstable, and one may die in battle at any time. That war lasted for several years. In the end, King Wu rises and kills the 10 kings of the heavens in one battle. At that moment, the blood of the king spread all over the world, shocking all races. This allowed the great catacombs to be closed and the human realm to be at peace. Suemo heard it from her parents. At that time, Tianyang City was reduced to ruins by all races, and countless warriors resolutely participated in the war. Today's Tianyang City is built on ruins. The warriors who participated in that battle are now old. Some of them are reluctant to leave this homeland.
Therefore, I arranged to retire in major universities. Huang Laobian is one of them. Suemo knows these past events, so he has great respect for veterans like Huang Lao. Without their sacrifice of life and blood, Tianyang City would not be as prosperous as it is today. Behind the prosperity, it is all watered by the blood shed by our ancestors. Mr. Huang narrowed his eyes and said kindly, "Little baby, I didn't win any prizes. Your combat power of more than 8,000 points is inferior to that of many second-level blood-tempering warriors. However, old man, I think the punch you just punched is quite familiar." Huang Lao paused in his words, and a glimmer of light actually flashed in his somewhat cloudy eyes. He continued, "Could that punch of yours be the 7-injury fist?" Chapter 17. Huang Lao could tell at a glance that the martial arts Suemo had just performed was the 7-injury fist. This made Suemo look slightly stunned. He practices the 7-injury fist and is naturally very clear about it. Because of its huge side effects, the conditions for practicing 7-injury fist are also extremely harsh. As a result, the martial art of 7-injury fist is very unpopular. No one would specifically choose 7-injury fist to practice. After all, who would ask for trouble and injure their own internal organs for the sake of great power? This also makes many people have never even seen what this martial art looks like when used, and what its power is. As a result, naturally few people could tell at a glance that the martial arts he performed was the 7-injury fist. When Suemo faced Mr. Wang's question, he didn't hide anything. He admitted it directly and nodded. Then, he asked again, "Mr. Huang, do you also know the 7 injuries boxing?" When Mr. Huang heard this, he frowned slightly and his eyes became a little distracted, as if he was recalling something long ago. After a long while, Mr. Huang finally said, "Little baby, things are not the same now as they were then. In the past, the cave passages in various places in our human world were suddenly broken open by powerful men from various races. It makes the realm of all races approach our human realm. Time waits for no one. We humans rushed to respond. If one step is too late, the entire Tianyang city will be destroyed." At this point, Mr. Huang sighed slightly and continued, "My old brothers and I are not talented enough in martial arts. As a last resort, he learned this quick martial art of exchanging injuries for strength. At that time, I only wanted to kill the enemy, just to repel the invasion of all races, and I didn't care whether I hurt my body or not. But now, there are many Zhongzheng Heping martial arts in this Mowu High School that you don't want to learn. Are you a little too hasty to learn such a quick martial art that can damage your body? Do you know the side effects of this martial art?" Suemo smiled slightly and nodded gently. He knows. Old man Huang was not blaming him. Rather, he was afraid that because of his eagerness for success and the sudden increase in strength, he would learn the 7-injury boxing and embark on an extreme path. Suemo then replied, "I know the side effects of this martial art. For those who do not have double qi and blood, if they practice forcefully, their internal organs will be almost rotten and it will be difficult to store qi and blood. At the very least, if the path to martial arts is cut off, it will be difficult to go further. In severe cases, it will damage the source of life and inevitably lead to death. You know this, so why did you choose this martial art?" Mr. Huang has been here for a long time. He is very aware of the horror of the side effects of 7-injury fist. Only then did I choose to advise. He had no choice at that time. Now that there is peace in the world, these boys who control the future no longer need to be so extreme. Suemo smiled slightly and explained, "It is precisely because I know how terrifying this martial art is that I practice it." What Mr. Huang said is indeed true. Ordinary people who practice cultivation are seeking death and destroying their foundation. But I am not. Suemo didn't say anything more. He directly stimulated his own energy and blood. In an instant, a force of energy and blood rose up in his body. The surrounding atmosphere was disturbed, as if a huge wave was about to erupt from Mo's body. This momentum was astonishing, and the gurgling energy and blood swept through the place. Then he pumped his fist. As soon as the fierce force comes out, the sound is loud and powerful, and the wind is everywhere. But the next moment, Mo's punching speed slowed down, as if he punched lightly into the void, but there was a sound explosion in the void, with the potential to move 1,000 pounds. Then he combined hardness and softness, stirring up the wind and clouds here, forming a vortex, and the punch was strangely powerful. Mo sometimes strikes out like a spear, with magnificent momentum. Sometimes it is like a sword with a hidden edge, With this complete set of 7 injury boxing, Mo moved smoothly and without any sluggishness. Mo's punches were unpredictable, and a gleam appeared in Huang Lao's eyes. Your 7 injury fist. Mr. Huang couldn't help but be surprised. As someone who has experienced it, he naturally knows that it is extremely easy to suffer backlash when using the 7 injury fist. Therefore, even those who have perfected the 7 injury fist will experience some stagnation when using the 7 injury fist. This is the consequence of the injuries caused by the 7 injury fist backfired on itself. But he saw that the young man in front of him did not stop at all because of the backlash of the 7 injury fist. Then there is only one possibility. It shows that the young man in front of me really agrees with the training conditions of 7 injury fist. This young man has energy far beyond his peers. He is a rare genius. Old man, in all my life, this is the first time I have seen someone who can use the 7 injury fist so smoothly. Little doll, what is your name? Huang Lao narrowed his eyes and asked. Mo. Mo replied. At this time, Mr. Huang nodded and said, okay. I didn't expect that I was wrong. I haven't seen the true master of 7 injury fist for many years, how about letting the old man learn a lesson? Huang Lao's body trembled slightly. I can tell. When he saw Mo's set of 7 injury punches, he started to get excited. It's no wonder. When thousands of tribes invaded, he and his old brothers used this martial arts to defend Tianyang City. Now that I see someone who can perform it so smoothly, I naturally recall the past, recalling the hardships and remembering the sweetness. Good. Mo heard Huang Lao's request and readily agreed. In addition to respecting this old-timer, he also knew that Mr. Huang had a profound understanding of the 7 injury fist. He exchanged the 7 injury fist with Mr. Huang, and maybe he could learn something from it. This is also Mo's inherent advantage. He will not be complacent just because the 7 injury fist has been perfected. I even feel that beyond perfection, there is still a way to go and to understand. Later, Mo followed Huang Lao out of the combat hall and came to a competition room in the school. This competition room is large, and the floor is painted red, smooth, and hard. Today, there are only Mo and Huang Lao in the competition room. Come. Let me see how far you have practiced the 7 injury fist. Huang Lao had no ink marks and waved his palm directly towards Mo. Mo nodded. He was not polite. After all, Mr. Huang is a veteran of the war. Compared with combat experience, Huang Lao is naturally rich. Moreover, his martial arts level is lower than that of Huang Lao, so he is naturally not afraid of hurting Huang Lao. Mo was just about to take action. But he saw Mr. Huang laughing, and in a flash, he actually launched the offensive before him. Boy Su, pay attention. Huang Lao's slightly hunched body had appeared on Mo's side, and he suddenly punched Mo. For a moment, Mo's ears were filled with strong wind. He could clearly feel that Huang Lao's punch contained 6 kinds of power. Mo's eyes flashed slightly, and his reaction was very quick. At this moment, he tilted his body slightly and unleashed the 7 injury fist without reservation. 7 kinds of energy were instantly punched out by Mo. An astonishing sonic boom erupted in the void. Boom! The 2 fists collided, their edges clashed, and a deafening collision echoed in the competition room. At this moment, Huang Lao's expression changed, and he was very surprised and said, "One punch, 7 injuries. You have actually cultivated to such an extent." As an old man who has practiced 7-injury boxing for decades, he knew quite well how difficult it was to injure 7 people with one punch. Even though he has been practicing the 7-injury fist for so many years, he has only been able to activate 6 different powers with one punch. At this moment, there was no time to think too much. The powerful force actually knocked Mr. Huang back a step. However, Su Mo's momentum remained unabated and never took a step back. Chapter 18. Huang Lao was taken a step back by Su Mo's tyrannical force. Su Mo was not polite and said with a smile, "Mr. Huang, how do you do?" He knew that there was no need to compete with such a veteran. What it is what it is. On the contrary, it shows more respect for the other party. As expected. Mr. Huang laughed loudly, nodded and said, "Not bad. So Boy Su, what do you think of the old man's skills?" Mr. Huang seemed to be more interested. He suddenly struck again. It can be seen that the veterans who have experienced the war are not very particular about martial arts spirit and aboveboardness. Huang Lao suddenly punched out. Su Mo did not use the 7-injury fist to fight against him this time. He didn't use any of his 7 powers, but used his fist to catch Huang Lao's sudden punch. Hey? Only one kind of energy. Su Mo was a little surprised. He originally thought that Mr. Huang was going to show him something different. Just when Su Mo was surprised, 6 different characteristics suddenly burst out from the force of Huang Lao's punch. This is completely different from him punching out with 7 different powers. The usage of this 7-injury fist is really different. Su Mo was surprised. He has now perfected the 7-injury fist. According to martial arts, hitting 7 different powers with one punch is already the limit. But Huang Lao's punch merged 6 energies into one, and one strength caused 6 injuries. This seems to be the same thing. But Su Mo has a good understanding. He could understand that there was a huge difference between the punch he and Huang Lao had punched. Because Huang Lao can definitely punch 6 times with one punch. And these 6 energies burst out with 6 different characteristics at the same time, which is 36 injuries. This is a full 6 times greater than the ordinary 6 strength punch. After Su Mo received Huang Lao's punch, he kept thinking in his mind. And he noticed. After Huang Lao just punched out, his face became a little pale. This shows that this punch has a greater backlash than the ordinary 6-power punch. At this time, Huang Lao retracted his fist, coughed slightly, shook his head and said, okay, let's stop here. My body can't bear such a torment." However, Su Mo's eyes were burning at the moment. How could he still be willing to give up easily after seeing this different 7-injury fist? So, he asked, "Huang Lao, after I practiced the 7-injury fist to perfection, I always felt that I still had not finished it. I always feel that my 7-injury fist is not very good. It must be exactly the same as the situation you just displayed." There was a look of approval in Mr. Wang's eyes. He nodded and said with a smile, "You can actively feel that your 7-injury fist is just a little bit off, which shows that your understanding is indeed amazing. I can also see that your attainment of the 7-injury fist has reached its peak." Huang Lao's voice paused. Then, he slowly said, "Yes, the 7-injury fist actually has the final killing intention." When Su Mo heard this, her eyes were shining. He didn't expect to come to school today to test his combat power and gain such a huge harvest. Su Mo did not disturb Mr. Huang and allowed him to continue talking. The true meaning of this final killing move is called 7 kills. That is the true killing style of this martial art. This style reverses the yin and yang of the human body, turning injuries into death at the cost of burning all the internal organs. It can be said that killing the enemy kills oneself even more. It's just that this killing technique is too brutal after being used. Even a person who is a true disciple of the 7 killing fist with deep chi and blood will definitely be seriously injured after using it. This is an era of peace. Therefore, I waited for these old men to deliberately hide the last killing move of the 7 injury fist so that it would not be practiced by the younger generations. After hearing this, Suemo was shocked. But despite being shocked, he was also grateful. Huang Lao had just been able to use the final killing move of the 7 injury fist to give him a feeling, so he must have taken a huge risk. So, he asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Huang Lao shook his head and said, "I just used it a little bit, but I didn't use my full strength. Although I am old, I am not that fragile yet." Suemo nodded and felt relieved after hearing this. At the same time, the shock in his heart did not dissipate for a long time. He knows that martial arts that can be used to deduce the ultimate killing style are definitely the top martial arts. At the same level of martial arts, the price of martial arts with killing skills is 10 times that of ordinary martial arts. Judging from the market price alone, we can already see the importance and power of the final killing move of 7 injury fist. Suemo was slightly happy. He didn't expect that the martial arts skills he picked up on the second floor of the school library would be so good. His luck is really quite good. Not only that, Suemo is smart. He knew that if Mr. Huang didn't want to teach him the killing style of 7 injury fist, he would never show it to him. So, Suemo looked forward to it and said, "Thank you, Mr. Huang, for teaching me martial arts." Upon hearing this, Mr. Huang laughed and scolded, "Boy Su, I didn't expect that you are not shallow-skinned either. I haven't said I'll teach it to you yet. You should climb up the pole first." Later, Mr. Wang's face showed a look of relief, and he said lightly, "Old man, I don't have many more years to live." The old friends who practiced this martial art together all died and left. Although this martial art has great consequences, it is indeed a good thing. We relied on this martial art to kill many enemies back then. I can say that the 7 injury fist plus the last 7 kills will definitely not be inferior to 3rd grade martial arts. Suemo listened patiently. This time is a big opportunity. He was looking forward to the last 7 kills of the 7 injury fist. This 7 kill move is not only extremely powerful, but its side effects are also doubled, which is exactly what he needs. Don't say anything else. With the blessing of the side effects system, the side effects of the 7 kills of the 7 injury fist alone are enough to kill his opponent without anyone noticing. At this time, Mr. Huang took out a roll of leather paper from his arms. The paper was yellowed and looked like it had seen a lot of time. But the writing on it is clear. There are also paintings of human body effects and move dismantling. It can be seen that this roll of leather paper is a very precious thing to Mr. Huang. He keeps it very carefully and never leaves it. At the same time, Mr. Wang's voice sounded again, "We will get injured when we practice the 7 injury fist. To put it bluntly, our martial arts qualifications are not good enough. Good things should not be buried, and they should not stop in the hands of old people like us. I'll give it to you, it's an advantage for you, kid." Sumo's eyes lit up, and she thanked her very seriously, "Thank you, Mr. Huang, I will never let such a good thing be lost." Before Huang Lao officially handed the piece of paper into Sumo's hands, he told him again, "Young man Su, practice hard. Remember, 7 kills is the final killing move of 7 injury fist. Do not use it unless absolutely necessary." After saying all this, Huang Lao handed the paper directly to Sumo's hands. Then he waved his hand again and started chasing people away. Chapter 19. Suemo took the yellow paper from Huang Lao's hand, her eyes shining brightly. Driven by Huang Lao, he also walked out of the competition room and said goodbye to Huang Lao. Suemo couldn't wait. He had just left the door of the competition room. He had unfolded the yellow paper and read the contents while walking. It's better not to look at it. For a time, he was addicted to it and couldn't extricate himself. The final killing move of the 7 injury fist only has 1 page. but it contains all the changes of the 7 shangs. Now Suemo has understood that one punch can stimulate 7 different powers, and it can also cause 7 injuries to the opponent. And 7 kills is a step further based on this. The 7 energies merged into one and turned into one kill. If you can understand the content inside. When the time comes, he punches 7 times. And every strength comes with 7 injuries. If calculated, it can reach 7,749 injuries. This increases the power of his 7 injury fist 7 times more than the current level. It's really scary. Suemo looked at the contents on the yellow paper and couldn't help but sigh. As he continued to look, the light in his eyes became brighter. Because when the 7 kills technique is performed, the side effects are quite terrifying. As long as it is used, the 5 internal organs will be like burning. The devastation of this side effect on the body can only be described as horrific. These 7 kills are at the expense of improving martial arts strength and turning injuries into kills. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably have been scared off by the backlash described by the 7 kills style. But for Suemo, it is undoubtedly a blessing. The 7 kills technique not only increased his 7 injury fist 7-fold. This backlash effect can also be applied to enemies by him. Don't be too happy, okay? Thinking of this, Suemo couldn't help but grin. When he first practiced 7 injury fist, he felt that although the side effects of this martial art were good, it was always a little incomplete and still lacked the meaning. But now, as long as he understands the killing style of 7 kills, the 7 injury fist will be perfect in his eyes. Suemo couldn't help but think about it. If he fights with others in the future, as long as he uses the 7 injury fist and uses this hand to increase his own strength, he can also inflict severe damage to the opponent's internal organs without anyone noticing. This is simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone, the best of both worlds. Are you going to have a fight with him from the other side in the future? Just stand there and wait to die. Hey, Master Lin, Vice Principal Lu, and Lu Xinggui, you 3 are in great luck again. Suemo felt happy thinking about these 3 people at this moment. Next, Suemo was not willing to waste any more time. He must fully learn the last killing style of 7 injury fist, 7 kills, as soon as possible. So, Suemo put away the yellow paper and left the school without stopping. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the first hospital of Tianyang City, Dr. Dong was sitting in the clinic drinking tea calmly. However, he was thinking about one thing in his mind and whispered, "I wonder how Mr. Lin is doing? What a great research opportunity! I came here to reimburse the hospitalization expenses and didn't want to stay, ugh." However, he just finished speaking. There were noisy voices outside the door. Dr. Dong! Dr. Dong! Help! Dr. Dong looked out the door. He saw 3 people, bent over, running towards his clinic. One of them was wearing a yellow martial arts uniform and was sweating profusely. There was another person with a pale face, and in his arms was a handsome young man who had fainted. Dr. Dong's eyes lit up when he saw the 3 of them. Exactly. He was so excited when he saw the man in yellow martial arts uniform. There is no other reason. The man in the yellow martial arts uniform was none other than the Mr. Lin he was talking about just now, Lin Yangxiu. Dr. Dong! Study it! Study it! I will research it for you, as long as it can be cured. Lin Yangxiu was breaking out in a cold sweat at this moment. He now feels cramps in his internal organs, and he has recently vomited blood, leaving no trace of color on his face. Doctor, what's wrong with me? Recently I have been vomiting blood, my internal organs are throbbing, and the intestines in my stomach seem to be mingled together. The same goes for my nephew. Now he is depleted of energy and blood, vomiting blood, has a stomachache, and is now fainting. Our symptoms and those of Brother Lin seem to be similar. Puff. The man next to Lin Yangxiu was tall, but he had shrunk into a ball. He had lost his usual might and even vomited a mouthful of blood on the spot. The young man in his arms rolled his eyes, foamed at the mouth, and there was a lot of blood on the corners of his mouth that had not been wiped off. Who else could be the person next to Lin Yangxiu or the boy in that person's arms? Of course they are Lu Dongji, the vice principal of Mowu High School, and his nephew Lu Xinggui. The faces of the three of them were as pale as paper, and they all looked like dead faces. The situation looked extremely bad. Especially the nephew, who was almost in a state of flickering in front of the king of hell. Dr. Dong is indeed a famous doctor and very professional. He immediately stood up and took Lu Xinggui from Lu Dongji's arms, handed it to the nearest nurse and said, "Send this patient to the ICU quickly." "Okay. Okay," the nurse hurriedly took Lu Xinggui's hand and replied. Afterwards, Dr. Dong quickly examined Lin Yangxiu and Lu Dongji together. As time passed, Dr. Dong's brows furrowed even tighter, but a look of surprise appeared on his face. "It's really strange, the symptoms of you two and that boy are surprisingly consistent. And your symptoms are actually getting worse. It's indeed worth studying." Dr. Dong frowned and pinched his chin. "Dr. Dong, I was impulsive before, I should have stayed in the hospital. What should I do next?" Lin Yangxiu asked with a pale face. Lu Dongji on the side also nodded, he also desperately wanted to get rid of this torture. Dr. Dong thought for a moment and replied, "Since you first came to me for consultation, I have been thinking about how to solve it. If you two were not third-grade warriors, the current situation would be enough to kill you. As for the young man you just brought over, his martial arts strength is not enough to withstand such damage, so he must be rescued." Lin Yangxiu and Lu Dongji became more and more frightened as they listened. Cold sweat broke out from behind, and I couldn't stop complaining. It can be said that the three of them were miserable during this time. Lin Yangxiu naturally doesn't need to say more. Naturally, the matter of being promoted to the 4th level of Zhang refining came to nothing. Since the vice principal came back from the hospital after vomiting blood during the meeting that day, he thought that he would be fine after recuperating. Unexpectedly, his current martial arts cultivation has dropped to the 2nd level directly because of this strange disease. As for his good nephew, he almost died and is now being rescued in the ICU. To this day, his life and death are still uncertain, and he doesn't know if he can be rescued. What evil had the three of them done? The three of them couldn't figure it out and wished they could hit each other to death. This strange disease is so torturous. Chapter 20. Dr. Dong, the patient who just entered the ICU, has been rescued. After a lot of trouble, a nurse pushed Lu Xinggui into the clinic. At this moment, Lu Xinggui's face was pale, he was sitting in a wheelchair, and his body was still weak. Lu Dongji finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Zai's nephew had been rescued without any trouble. Then, he looked at Dr. Dong and asked anxiously, "Dr. Dong, you have been examining us for so long. How should we treat this disease?" Now he is worried about nothing but his own health. He was also worried about his nephew's school-wide martial arts competition in 10 days. After all, he and Lin Yangxiu took the risk to pave the way for his nephew. It is unimaginable that such a situation would suddenly occur now. Is it possible that all previous efforts are really going to be wasted? Lu Xinggui also looked nervous. He is still so young. I really don't want to be a short-lived ghost. Lin Yangxiu's expression on the side was still ugly. He has been here once. I know that my disease is rare and cannot be cured in a short time. So I didn't hold out hope that my problems could be completely eradicated soon. However, after Dr. Dong pondered for a while, he said, "Although the disease you three have is rare, it is not incurable." As soon as this statement came out, Lin Yangxiu, Lu Dongji, and Lu Xinggui had light shining in their eyes. With these words from the doctor, that shows that everything is not without improvement. They have a chance to cure this disease. Lin Yangxiu had been suffering from the illness for the longest time, so he was naturally the one who was most excited. He asked eagerly,
Dr. Dong, please tell me, how to treat this disease. Dr. Dong also had no ink, so he immediately said, the disease you three have would have been considered a terminal illness in the past. But now there are all kinds of natural treasures, magical elixirs and magical medicines. Although I can't find the cause yet. But your 5 internal organs, meridians, and intestines and stomach are mainly damaged. So using the 5 internal organs nourishing elixir is enough to solve it. 5 internal organs nourishing elixir. When the 3 of them heard the name of this elixir, their eyes widened. Have they heard of the name of this elixir? That is an elixir that is truly suitable for cultivation by 4th grade Zhang refining realm warriors. According to the market price, 1 pill would cost 3 million. 3 million is not a small amount for the 3 of them. Or if each of them had to pay 3 million to buy one, it would be enough for all 3 of them to drain their wealth. Not only that. They don't know whether a 5-organ nourishing pill can completely cure their rare disease. This is nothing short of a bottomless pit. The faces of the 3 of them, which had looked expectant just now, darkened again. Lin Yangxiu had just spent 5 million to buy 10 Zhang refining pills not long ago, and his family fortune was basically wiped out. So, with a serious face, he asked, Dr. Dong, is there any other way? Lu Dongji and Lu Xinggui also nodded and looked at Dr. Dong. Obviously, the price of Wu Zhang Yang Yang pill also scared them away. Dr. Dong shook his head and said, not at the moment. I have been practicing medicine for many years, but I can't find the cause of your illness. Your onset of illness seems to be somewhat regular, but in fact this pattern is not systematic. However, in the final analysis, the damage to the 5 internal organs is the most serious, and the other problems are not fatal. So using the 5 internal organs nourishing elixir is enough to solve it. When the 3 of them heard this, they all hesitated. There were only 2 paths before them now. Or be tortured to death by this rare disease. Or spend a lot of money to buy the 5 internal organs nourishing pill. Dr. Dong also saw the hesitation of the 3 people and continued, the 5 internal organs nourishing pill has a long-lasting effect in nourishing the 5 internal organs. The 5 internal organs damaged by the 3 of you during this period will all be healed. There is nothing more suitable for you than this elixir now. And you should also be more open-minded. Everything has 2 sides. Having this disease is not entirely a bad thing. If your 5 internal organs are repeatedly damaged and healed repeatedly, over time, the 5 internal organs seem to be tempered. As long as they are healed, they will become stronger. Especially for would-be warriors, it is equivalent to building a deep foundation. When Dr. Dong said this, his meaning became clearer. If they don't buy the 5 internal organs nourishing elixir, they will be tortured by this disease until they become human beings and ghosts. He could even commit suicide if he couldn't bear the torture. A person with low martial arts training like Lu Xinggui would probably be unable to withstand the disease and die suddenly before committing suicide. And if you buy the 5 internal organs nourishing pill and swallow it, they rely on the effect of this elixir to heal their 5 internal organs and will no longer suffer such severe torture. Lu Xinggui can even improve his own strength through the 5 internal organs nourishing elixir. Oh, then just listen to Dr. Dong and buy Wu Zhang Yun Yang Dan to save your life. Lu Dongji finally decided. Lin Yangxiu also nodded, turned around and asked, Dr. Dong, do you have the 5 internal organs nourishing elixir here? Dr. Dong smiled and said, of course. Then, Dr. Dong turned around and took out 3 brown pills from the safe. These 3 elixirs have a mellow fragrance, and there is a faint smell of blood when you smell them carefully. It seems that some organ was used to make the medicine. Not only that, this elixir is full of blood and emits red mist from time to time. 3 people, cash or card? Dr. Dong asked. Lu Xinggui was sitting in a wheelchair at the moment, with a confused look on his face. 3 million yuan, how can I, a student, have so much money? Then, he looked at his uncle. Lu Dongji also had muscle twitches on his face.
He won't be able to come up with 3 million for a while. Not to mention another 3 million to help my nephew. For a moment, it seemed that the three of them could only look at the 3 million pills. There was no way I could raise 3 million to buy it. Dr. Dong seemed to notice the dilemma of the three of them, waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter." Immediately afterwards, he walked up to Lu Xinggui and asked, "Young man, are you an adult?" Lu Xinggui nodded honestly and said, "I'm an adult, just what happened in the past 2 or 3 days. Dr. Dong smiled when he heard this and said, "That's just right. Our hospital has medical loan services. As long as you are an adult, you can apply." Lin Yangxiu, Lu Dongji and Lu Xinggui looked at each other. In the end, the three of them accepted their fate and took out loans to buy the Wuzang Yunyang Dan. They don't want to endure the torture of this kind of illness any longer. But the price is also heavy. The three of them bore a blood debt at this moment. Especially Lu Xinggui, who has a huge debt of 3 million at a young age, is far ahead of his peers. "Okay, the three of you go to the ward to take medicine and recover. If there are no adverse reactions, you can be discharged today. But you must remember to come to me regularly for check UPS." Dr. Dong smiled and put away the loan contracts of the three people, and gave instructions very responsibly. Lin Yangxiu, Lu Dongji and Lu Xinggui all held a 5-organ nourishing elixir in their palms, feeling their hearts bleed. 3 million pieces of 4th-grade elixir. I have never taken such expensive pills in my life. The three of them sighed inwardly and walked out of Dr. Dong's clinic together to a ward. Chapter 21. Lin Yangxiu, Lu Dongji and Lu Xinggui are all in the ward at the moment. They all swallowed the 5 internal organs nourishing pills in their hands without any hesitation. As the effect of the elixir spreads in the body, a trace of color finally appeared on the pale faces of the three people. A long time passed. The three of them slowly opened their eyes. Lin Yangxiu showed a hint of joy on his face and said, "It is indeed a 4th-grade elixir, and it is indeed very effective. My 5 internal organs seem to feel no pain, as if they are always being nourished by a force of medicine." Dr. Dong is right. Every time the 5 internal organs are damaged, it is equivalent to a tempering of the 5 internal organs. After this damage and healing, it really inspired a lot of energy and blood. I feel like it won't take me a few days, maybe I can break through to the 1st-level body training realm in one fell swoop. Lu Xinggui's complexion recovered a lot at this moment. After he discovered that after taking the Wuzang Yunyang pill, his energy and blood had greatly improved, and his face actually showed a touch of excitement. It's no wonder. After suffering such an illness, he unexpectedly got the opportunity to be promoted to the 1st-level body training realm. It is impossible to say that I am unhappy. Although there is a debt of 3 million. But as long as I become stronger in the future, it's not like you can't pay off the debt on your own. However, Vice Principal Lu Dongji on the side was still frowning. He said in a deep voice, "This 5-organ nourishing pill is only effective for about 10 days. If a cure cannot be found during this period, then I'm afraid it would cost 9 million every month to buy the 5 internal organs nourishing pills to maintain it." When Lu Xinggui was reminded, his excited expression immediately disappeared without a trace. Instead, he felt as uncomfortable as if his parents were dead. 9 million to supply every month? Wouldn't this be a complete waste of his life? Lu Xinggui looked sad, his good mood completely gone. This day, 3 people are in the hospital. Because it is necessary to observe whether there will be any adverse reactions after taking Wuzang Yunyang Dan, and it is also for review. I have to say that although the 4th-grade elixir is expensive, the effect is really amazing. It's expensive for a reason. The complexion on the faces of Lin Yangxiu and Lu Dongji recovered a lot. The two of them looked just a little paler than usual. Not only that, their internal organs no longer hurt and their condition was relieved. Now I can move my qi and blood as before without any problems. However, Lu Dongji fell to the 2nd level due to illness, and it was not so easy to recover.
To say that the one who has made the most progress has to be the young Lu Xinggui. Because he was stimulated by repeated treatment with the 5 internal organs nourishing pill, he has now successfully been promoted to the first-level body training realm. This can be regarded as a blessing in disguise. Before the whole school martial arts competition, there was a huge improvement. Uncle, this time the whole school competes in martial arts, I will definitely be among the top 10. During this period, my uncle can rest assured to find a cure, and his nephew will do the rest. Lu Xinggui said confidently. Well, I will also attend the school-wide martial arts competition. It will then depend on your own performance. Lu Dongji nodded happily. At this moment, a young man came to the door of the Three People's Ward. This young man has a slender figure and a handsome and fair face. His crisp white sleeves make him look even better. It seems to be spotless, with a rare aura of purity. Not only that, although this young man has a suppressed aura, he can still feel the extremely strong power of qi and blood. At first glance, he looks very human, with the kind of temperament only a top genius can have. This person is the number 1 in Mowu High School Yuanj. Yuanj came here to visit Vice Principal Lu Dongji. Since Principal Mowu left, the Vice Principal has been waiting for him temporarily. Vice Principal Lu Dongji took great care of Nji. As long as the resources and benefits the school can provide, they are all available to Mowu High School's number 1 student. Even other top 10 resources were secretly transferred by the Vice Principal and given to Yuanj. Vice Principal Lu Dongji is not worried about what will happen if the principal finds out. After all, what the principal values most is Yuanj. Therefore, in order to train Yuanj, it is understandable and harmless for him to provide more resources. This way, the vice principal took good care of Nji during this period, even better than the previous principal did. Yuanj naturally understood in his heart. He learned that Vice President Lu Dongji was ill, so he came to visit. Vice Principal Lu Dongji saw Yuanj arriving. He immediately sat upright. The demeanor of the school president must still be maintained. At the same time, with a smile on his face, he greeted with greetings, Nji, why did you come here all the time? Sudden. Vice Principal Lu Dongji felt a difference in the energy and blood in Yuanji's body, and the smile on his face became thicker, and he asked again, another breakthrough. Yuanj did not deny it and nodded. Vice Principal Lu Dongji was overjoyed when he saw this and said with a smile, I was indeed right. Judging from the current situation, you have a great chance of entering the genius camp for training at the 2nd grade blood tempering realm. Yuanj was neither happy nor worried when faced with the praise, and responded calmly, this is also inseparable from the principal's recent support for me. Vice Principal Lu Dongji nodded happily with a smile on his face. Now the principal is in Beijing for exchanges. But he heard the news. The principal of Mowu High School is said to be promoted. In this way, he will have a chance to become the principal of Mowu High School. Wait until he becomes the principal of Mowu High School. This is only 3 million in 10 days, he can still afford it with gritted teeth. He won't be reduced to taking out loans to buy elixirs now. Therefore, during this period of time, he would spare no effort to win over Yuanj, who was number 1 in Mowu High School. Various resources and benefits are taken care of. It can be said that he is better than his own nephew. Even if what he does will cause dissatisfaction among the other top 10, he doesn't care. After all, he knew that Yuanj was the real genius. The kind that can rival the geniuses of those big cities. In his eyes, Yuanj alone is better than the other 9. So he invested heavily in Anj. Only Yuanj enters the genius camp and becomes famous in the college entrance examination. Then he will definitely gain both fame and fortune. Nji, sit down and don't stand. Vice Principal Lu Dongji greeted. When Lu Xinggui saw Yuanji's arrival, he enthusiastically shouted, Brother Yu! Are you okay? Yuanj expressed slight concern. Lu Xinggui grinned and said, It's nothing serious. This time it was a blessing in disguise. Now I have been promoted to the first level body training realm. Brethren, don't worry about me. Yuan nodded and replied, that's fine. Chapter 22. Lu Xinggui and Yuan chatted for a while again. The relationship between the two seems to be good. But Yuan only regarded Lu Xinggui as his follower. As for treating Lu Xinggui as his friend? Although the vice principal took care of him a lot during this time. But he still felt that Lu Xinggui was not qualified to be his friend. This is not because he is arrogant. He is confident that with his talent, he is definitely not inferior to those geniuses in big cities. It's just that his background is not good. It's such a step away from nature. That's why he accepted the help from the vice principal. Of course, Lu Xinggui is not qualified to be his friend. But he is not a forgetful person either. If he can become famous in the college entrance examination in the future. Naturally, I will also mention the vice principal, and it may not be impossible to take more care of Lu Xinggui. Vice Principal Lu Dongji naturally didn't know what Yuan was thinking. He only saw the two young people chatting so much, and he felt deeply relieved. Yuanji's future is limitless. As long as his nephew hugs this thigh tightly, the future will not be too bad. At this time, Yuan suddenly said, Principal, there is a martial arts skill on the top floor of the library, I am very interested in it. Vice Principal Lu Dongji's eyes flashed slightly when he heard this. You know, the top-level exercises and martial arts in the library are the school's most secret. There are many third-grade exercises and martial arts in it. Even the top 10 in the school are not qualified to enter. Only those who have made great contributions to the school are qualified to choose exercises and martial arts. But there are too few such people. Since the school opened, only 7 or 8 students have entered it. Vice Principal Lu Dongji didn't think about it, just smiled and said, Small problem, this is my card, you can just swipe it in and read it when the time comes. As he spoke, he took out a black card from his pocket. It has Lu Dongji's photo, name, and school position. Thank you, Principal. Yuan finally had a smile on his lips and thanked him. Although the principal valued him before. But it has not yet reached the point where it is so responsive. Now the vice principal is quite easy to talk to. He just said a word and got what he wanted. Afterwards, Yuan saw that the vice principal seemed to be fine, so he stood up and left. He was going to go to the library immediately and get that martial skill. Vice Principal Lu Dongji looked at Yuanji's leaving figure, turned around and warned, Wei, this sun is definitely not a thing in the pond, he will turn into a dragon when encountering a storm in the future. During this time, I do not hesitate to use power for personal gain to support him, because I value his potential. As long as he becomes famous in the future, no one will mention these little things anymore. Outsiders will only think that I, Lu, am a person who loves and cherishes talents. You must keep close to it. With his care, you will be able to ascend to heaven in the future. Lu Xinggui nodded seriously and replied, Uncle, I will remember it. Thank you, Uncle, for doing all this for me. Lu Dongji waved his hand and said, My sister died early, and I am only a nephew like you. You and I don't need to say these scenes. Lu Xinggui smiled knowingly. Several days passed in a flash. In the past few days, Suemo has been meditating on the wasteland behind his house to comprehend the final killing style of the 7-injury fist, 7 kills. I feel like I'm getting more and more proficient these days. Suemo squinted her eyes, looked at her fist, and said happily. At this time, his fist shook suddenly and he punched at an extremely fast speed. The 7-injury fist was fully unleashed by him at this moment. Boom! The next moment, there was a loud noise in the air. His punch suddenly stimulated Qi Jin. But this is far from over. After these 7 powers left his fist, each of them turned into 7 injuries. All of a sudden, 49 wounds came out and shot out in the void. Boom!
These 49 wounds hit very far. Smoke and dust were everywhere at the scene, and countless rocks were blasted into pieces, flying around like bullets. And Mo could feel that his internal organs seemed to be slightly shaken just now. Wait until the smoke clears. All the rocks on the wasteland in front of him were turned into powder and flattened. It's done. It's only been 3 days, and I've mastered the powerful killing move of 7 kills. Mo grinned, extremely excited. After a few seconds, he calmed down and looked inside himself. Since his martial arts realm reached the first level of body training, he has been able to look inside the body. It is more convenient to observe your own chi, blood, and internal organs and meridians. Under the inner view, he had just scored 7 kills, and his internal organs were indeed extremely hot. Fortunately, this terrible backlash is not on me. The side effects of burning the 5 internal organs are indeed terrifying. Mo could feel that the great potential in her body was being stimulated at this moment. In this case, according to common sense, his internal organs should have been extremely seriously damaged. But he found out. His 5 internal organs disappeared out of thin air the moment they were damaged. Obviously, some of the bad costs have been shifted by the side effects system. And his 5 internal organs returned to their original state after this moment. This is equivalent to being healed after the 5 internal organs were damaged. This makes his 5 internal organs even more powerful now. Not only that, he could also clearly see that his chi and blood were becoming more condensed. Obviously, the crazy training these days has even tempered his energy and blood. If that's the case, then my Heavenly Star Sutra should also have the same effect. Mo said to herself. As expected. He then looked inside to observe the meridians throughout his body, and indeed they were repeatedly tempered and became broader. If the previous meridians were compared to a small intestinal passage, then his current meridians are already on a broad road. Before, the energy and blood hit the meridians little by little, but I didn't even notice it. How much time has passed now? When Muran took another look, it was indeed quite obvious. In this way, his body's meridians will be able to hold more energy and blood, far exceeding that of warriors of the same realm. What a good thing! After practicing the 7 kills again, my energy and blood also surged. Mo's thoughts moved at this moment, and a light curtain appeared in front of her eyes. Host, Mo. Realm, First Grade Body Forging. Chi and Blood, 317 points. Current side effects, Arsenic. After taking arsenic, ordinary people will experience nausea, vomiting, abdominal pain, etc., and even respiratory paralysis and death. Tianxing Zhenjing, excessive practice of this skill will cause the blood to boil, causing damage to the meridians and even the risk of rupture. 7 Injury Fist, execute 7 kills, all internal organs will be burned. Designated targets for side effects, Lin Yangxiu, Lu Dongji, Lu Xinggui, currently the upper limit is 5. Chapter 23. Oh! The blood level is already over 300 points. However, why am I still in the middle stage of the first level body training realm? Mo looked at the words on the light screen with a hint of surprise in her eyes. He could clearly feel the increase in his energy and blood. But the realm is still lingering in the middle stage of physical training. According to the general division of chi and blood, he should have just reached the peak of the first level body training. This is already the limit for ordinary first grade warriors. Ordinary first level warriors have to be promoted to second level warriors when they reach this stage. Otherwise, it would be difficult for chi and blood to increase, but for him, it seems that he has not yet reached the limit of the first level body training realm. But he soon understood. After his 5 internal organs and meridians have been repeatedly tempered and strengthened, he clearly felt that the chi and blood he could hold in the middle stage of training was no longer a mere 300 points, but could actually hold more chi and blood. Obviously his ceiling has been raised. Perhaps when he breaks through to the second-grade blood-tempering realm in the future, his energy and blood will be multiples of the same level. In short, now, he can achieve an invincible existence in the same realm. However, Suemo is a little surprised now. As he was able to hold more energy and blood at the same level, the side effects of his 7-injury fist disappeared. Obviously, he has reached the cultivation conditions of the 7-injury fist with double the energy and blood of the same realm, and has reached the point where he can use the 7-injury fist without being injured. I didn't expect that the strength would increase so much that the side effects of the 7-injury fist would disappear. But fortunately, the 7 kills of the 7-injury fist still have such great side effects. And it's even more powerful. That's acceptable. Suemo nodded secretly. I didn't pay much attention to it. After all, the side effects of using the 7-injury fist normally are not very big. Now he doesn't like it either. As long as the side effects of 7 kills are still there won't be much difference. Okay, now that the 7 kills have been learned, it's time to go home. My parents are on vacation today and have cooked a table of meals, waiting for me. Suemo turned around and walked towards home. His mouth couldn't help but secrete saliva. Suemo's cooking skills are outstanding. Suemo grew up eating food and never got tired of it. Soon, Suemo came to the door of the house, took out the key and opened the door. Suddenly, bursts of appetizing aroma of vegetables hit the nostrils. Suemo is back? Go wash your hands, the food will be ready soon. Lao Chen, go take the dishes out, don't stand here, it's in the way. The voice of Zhang Muwen, Suemo's mother, came from the kitchen. Oh okay, I know. At the same time, the voice of Suemo's father Su Chen also sounded. At this time, Su Chen sat on the dish with both hands and said with a smile, Suemo, your mother made excellent ferocious beast meat and elixirs for replenishing qi and blood today. We've been too busy recently, so we'll catch you up today. Su Chen had a smile on his face, but there was hidden fatigue between his brows. Suemo washed her hands and looked at the sumptuous meal on the table, feeling a little uncomfortable in her heart. The food on this table is not cheap. I don't know how long I will have to work to make money back. These days, he knew that his parents had been regretting it and felt that they had harmed him. Mom and Dad. Suemo called. What's wrong? Hearing Suemo's call, Su Chen looked up, and Zhang Muwen also walked out of the kitchen with a spatula. Suemo grinned and said, don't worry about me. As he spoke, he slightly encouraged his blood. A powerful energy and blood came from within, and the aura even shocked Su's father and Su's mother. Suemo, are you in the 1st grade? Su Chen and Zhang Muwen were surprised at first, and then felt that this moment was so unreal. The next moment, they felt like they were enveloped in great happiness. Yes, I have made a breakthrough. Suemo smiled. Su Chen and Zhang Muwen had tears in their eyes with excitement, and their bodies were trembling slightly. Okay, okay. I knew my son wouldn't fall easily. As the backbone of the family, Su Chen usually wouldn't shed tears easily, but now 2 tears streaked down his cheeks. It'll be good as soon as it recovers, it'll be good as soon as it recovers. Zhang Muwen shed tears. These are happy tears. Soon, Suemo's family was enjoying themselves, sitting at the dining table and eating delicious food together. Today's food seems to be more delicious than before. Zhang Muwen looked at Suemo and whispered. Suemo was relieved at this moment. He has finally solved his parents' worries. There is only 1 week left before the whole school martial arts debate. Suemo should also prepare well in the last period of time. Someone is trying to take my place in the top 10. Then I will tell him with practical actions. No one else can take my things away. And you have to pay a heavy price. Suemo sneered in her heart. A week passed in a flash. Suemo got up early. Because today is the day for the whole school to discuss martial arts. After Suemo had a simple breakfast, she went out and walked towards the school. It takes about 10 minutes. He has arrived at the school gate. Today's Mowu High School is not like before. Many students choose to practice on their own and do not come to school, so there are not many people. Now many students are returning to campus, and the crowds are surging. Some students are here to win the ranking in this martial arts competition. Some of them also come to watch geniuses fight. Suemo followed the crowd and soon arrived at the school playground. There are many students on the playground, and they are crowded and crowded. Today, a wide competition stage has been temporarily built in the center of the school playground. In the middle of the competition stage, there was a teacher standing in it. Suemo is very familiar with this teacher. It was Peng Junyan, the head teacher of his second class in the third year of high school. The reason why Peng Junyan was able to take charge of this school-wide martial arts debate was because the principal personally arranged it. Because the principal trusts his character very much. After all, the school-wide martial arts debate is in a sense the most important promotion channel for all students in the school. If someone with selfish motives takes responsibility, there will be endless troubles. Therefore, if such an important matter is entrusted to him, not even Vice Principal Lu Dongji can get involved. At this moment, it is extremely lively. Many students around the competition stage were having heated discussions. Someone said, "Have you heard? Lu Xinggui has recently been promoted to the first-level body training realm. A few days ago, he even threatened to enter the top 10. That tone made me feel like I was destined to win." Someone next to me echoed, "I've heard about it a long time ago. You are not well informed enough. Lu Xinggui has been practicing with Yuanj, the top player in our Mowu High School, in the past few days. I heard that Lu Xinggui benefited a lot and received a lot of guidance from Yuanj." As soon as these words came out, everyone around him was attracted, their eyes full of envy. "I'm envious. Lu Xinggui is really popular if he ranks among the top 10 in school this time. Not only was he promoted to the first rank, he also received guidance from Yuanj. Isn't that right? Yuanj has been ranked first in our school for the past 3 years. He has already become the legend of our Mowu. Just like the blazing sun, when he appears, everyone eclipses him. It would be great if I could get Yuanji's guidance." There was once a classmate of Yuanj who received guidance from Yuanj. That man has made great progress since then. And Lu Xinggui and Yuanj have been practicing together for so long, so their improvement must be terrifying. A group of people gossiped. His face was full of envy. Chapter 24. The playground was bustling with activity. The hot topic of discussion among many people is Yuanj. Lu Xinggui, who has recently been rumored to have been practicing with Yuanj, has naturally gained a lot of fame and become a hot topic. At this time, someone said, "I also heard that Lu Xinggui had already followed Yuanj in advance." As soon as these words came out, the scene was filled with excitement. The look of envy in the eyes of many people is getting stronger and stronger. Well, Lu Xinggui is lucky, not only is his uncle the vice principal of our school. You can also get Yuanji's favor and follow him in advance. Some people said with envy. Many people nodded in agreement. Because everyone knows it. Yuanj has always performed extraordinary. Future achievements are absolutely limitless. If you can follow in advance now, the benefits will definitely be indispensable in the future. At this time, someone sighed, "Let's not even think about it. Even if we are determined to follow, others may not take it seriously." These words undoubtedly poured cold water on everyone. But what he said is indeed true. Not good enough. Not even a chance to be Yuanji's follower. So they really shouldn't be too wild. Soon, many people's enthusiasm was extinguished. A lot of people calmed down a little bit. Someone was talking about the personnel changes in the top 10. So, Lu Xinggui is very likely to be among the top 10 in this martial arts competition.
then someone from the top 10 will definitely fall off. I don't know who it could be? Some students asked curiously. The next moment, someone blurted out, "You don't know this yet? Of course it's Suemo from class 2. Before, the whole school tested his chi and blood. Didn't his chi and blood plummet? With only 50 points of health, he is definitely the softest persimmon now." As soon as this statement came out, someone immediately retorted, "Where are you, brother Dang Dong? I heard from their second class not long ago that Sumo's blood and energy have recovered. And he has gone a step further and has already been promoted to the first level body forging realm. Even promoted earlier than Lu Xinggui." When many people heard the news, they were shocked and their eyes widened. "I'm going? Is this Suemo so fierce? His blood has dropped so much, and he can still improve it in such a short time. This martial arts qualification is also top-notch, right?" Some people couldn't help but sigh. However, some people analyzed, "I feel that Suemo is still hanging. Lu Xinggui is the nephew of the vice principal, and he has received abundant resources. Now I have Yuanji's guidance again. Even Suemo, who is also in the first level body training realm, may find it difficult to defend his position in the top 10. Among the many students, many nodded in agreement. After all, just getting Yuanji's guidance alone gave them a head start. In their eyes, Yuanji is a bit of a myth. While many students were having heated discussions, Vice President Lu Dongji stepped onto the competition stage. "Classmates, be quiet." Lu Dongji straightened his body and said. Next moment, the students at the scene all fell silent, and there was total silence. Vice Principal Lu Dongji said something about the scene with a smile on his face. "Students, the much anticipated martial arts competition across the school is about to begin again. I believe that the students are all aware of the rules of this martial arts competition. I won't elaborate too much here. As the principal, I would like to wish our whole school martial arts competition in Mowu High School a complete success. I also wish all capable students to successfully compete for the top 10. Next, I will give full responsibility to Teacher Peng. Today, I will be cheering for the students." Vice Principal Lu Dongji just finished speaking. The salute behind him was lit. Bang! 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 The salute exploded in the air, blooming with brilliant brilliance. Vice Principal Lu Dongji also returned the seat in the center of the competition stage to Peng Junyan and walked off. At this time, some students looked at the Vice Principal's face and whispered, "Why does the Vice Principal's face look a little pale?" Someone booed and gossiped in a low voice, "I heard that the Vice Principal's martial arts cultivation fell to the second level due to some illness, and his energy and blood have not fully recovered until now. So miserable." While several people were at Vice Principal Cricket, 10 people arrived from the competition stage. Each of these 10 people has handsome appearance, tall figure, and extraordinary abilities. The top 10 are all here. Someone's eyes lit up and he exclaimed. Many people looked at the 10 people above. Suemo is naturally among them. He sneered in his heart and glanced at the vice principal imperceptibly. I didn't expect that these days of crazy training, if I didn't train the vice principal and that nephew to death, they would be really lucky. Suemo squinted her eyes and thought secretly in her heart. Yuanj. A little girl yelled like crazy as if chasing stars. As expected of Yuanj, he attracted everyone's attention as soon as he appeared. It is like a golden sun that dims the stars. Even the presence of the other 9 top 10 that just appeared has been reduced to a minimum. Several geniuses among the top 10 frowned slightly. But the other party was Yuanj, so even if he felt unhappy, he could only swallow it. Yuanj attracted much attention. He was dressed in a light red martial arts uniform, showing his elegance. Facing the pursuit of many students, his expression did not change at all. As if all this had nothing to do with him, he was extremely calm. This kind of mind is indeed beyond the reach of human beings.
At this time, he walked straight to the side of Vice Principal Lu Dongji and said confidently, "Principal, with my guidance these days, Xinggui is more than enough to deal with Suemo." "Ah, very good." With Yuanji's guarantee and confidence in his strength, Lu Dongji seemed to have received a reassurance at this moment. Then he turned to his nephew and said, "Xinggui, Suemo can return to the top after taking the potential pill, and even be promoted to the first level of physical training. It is indeed extraordinary. You should strike harder then, don't give him a chance." Lu Xinggui nodded and responded, "Don't worry, uncle, there will be a whole school martial arts competition before entering the genius camp training. In order to avoid long nights and many dreams. This time I will definitely attack with all my strength. This time Suemo will be seriously injured." At this time, teacher Peng Junyan, who was still presiding over the competition stage, spoke. "Okay, now that the principal has congratulated the whole school on the success of the martial arts competition, then the whole school martial arts competition officially begins now. Does anyone want to challenge for the top 10? Peng Junyan glanced at everyone and asked. For a moment, there was silence. No one dared to answer. Many people are quite self-aware of how much they weigh. It would be great to succeed in challenging the top 10. The rewards you can get are also quite generous. But if it fails, it will definitely not end well. After all, you are already trying to steal other people's top 10 treatment, so why do you still expect others to treat you gently? Martial arts must compete. It would be polite not to beat you up. Therefore, no one who is not completely sure will foolishly challenge the top 10. What's more, the college entrance examination is approaching. If you are seriously injured here and delay your college entrance examination, it will be too much. Everyone looks at me and I look at you, they are all quite honest." At this moment, a voice rang out from the crowd, "I'm coming." This sound broke the silence of the scene. Everyone's eyes were looking in the direction of the voice. Lu Xinggui stepped forward confidently in the spotlight. At this moment, he has reached the highlight of his life, and all eyes are focused on him. Chapter 25. Lu Xinggui took a step forward, his face full of confidence. Peng Junyan frowned slightly at this moment, and then asked, "Who do you want to challenge?" Lu Xinggui blurted out without thinking, "Suemo." His eyes were staring at Suemo, and there was even a hint of provocation in them. Peng Junyan couldn't help but sneered in his heart when he heard Suemo's name popping out of Lu Xinggui's mouth. Really? His previous guess was correct. The vice principal and his nephew are indeed targeting Suemo. The discussion at the scene was also continuous. As expected. In order to firmly enter the top 10 in the school, Lu Xinggui wants to pinch Suemo. None of the other top 10 players have experienced such a plummeting of vitality as Suemo. Challenge Suemo and naturally have the best chance. Many people looked at Suemo and Lu Xinggui. They are all looking forward to the battle between the two. Because they are not sure who will win between Suemo and Lu Xinggui in this competition. Although Suemo's energy and blood plummeted after taking the potential pill by mistake, it is said that she has fully recovered, and she even broke through to the first level body forging realm in one fell swoop. Such martial arts qualifications are really amazing. And Lu Xinggui was also promoted to the first level body forging realm. During this period, he also received the guidance of Yuanji, the number 1 in Mowu. He must have made extraordinary progress. So the fight between the two is indeed very interesting to watch. At this time, Peng Junyan glanced at Suemo, nodded and said, "Since Lu Xinggui wants to challenge Suemo, who is among the top 10, then you two will go on stage to compete. There is only one rule. After the competition begins, until one party voluntarily admits defeat, the competition ends." After saying that, Peng Junyan stepped down from the competition stage to make room for Suemo and Lu Xinggui to compete. "I know, I won't admit defeat anyway. Lu Xinggui was so confident at this moment that he stepped on one foot and jumped onto the competition stage. Sue Mo also sneered in her heart. He had already formed a grudge with Lu Xinggui. Now that the other party came to his door, he naturally wanted to entertain him well. Sue Mo is very bland. He walked slowly onto the competition stage, looking quite calm and collected. Soon, the two stood face to face on the competition stage. The eyes of many students in the audience gleamed, and they couldn't help but become nervous and excited. At this time, Lu Xinggui sneered and said, "Sue Mo, starting from today, your title among the top 10 in Mowu will become history. Because I will personally end your honor." He is crazy. Because he is very confident. He was a blessing in disguise some time ago. The illness allowed him to temper his internal organs and advance to the first-level body training realm. And Yuan gave personal guidance. At this time, his strength was improving rapidly and he did not take Sue Mo seriously. Ah! Sue Mo just laughed when he heard this. There was a trace of contempt in his eyes, looking at the other person as if he were a clown. "Why are you laughing?" Lu Xinggui saw a trace of contempt in Sue Mo's eyes and couldn't help but get angry. His eyes became colder and colder. Then a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and his fists clenched loudly. These days, he was tortured to the point of death due to that rare disease, and he was extremely angry. He just needed to vent at this moment. And Sue Mo happens to be a good target. Therefore, even if the vice principal Lu Dongji didn't give the instructions just now, he would take a heavy blow. He will not let Sue Mo go easily. Of course, he didn't want to do anything too extreme at the beginning. Originally I was just hesitating to cripple Sue Mo's hands. But the other party's appearance was obviously looking down on and mocking him. Don't blame him for being cruel. It was Sue Mo who was looking for death. Let's see if you can still laugh later. Lu Xinggui burst into anger. He took the lead, sprinting forward, raising one leg and whipping it out like a whip. At this moment, Lu Xinggui's energy and blood surged. His whip-like legs glowed with light. On the competition ground, the situation was suddenly stirred up. Many students present were shocked. They all felt the powerful energy and blood burst out from Lu Xinggui, and they felt a good sense of oppression. Not only that, Lu Xinggui's instant sidekick was also very loud. It's martial arts. Lu Xinggui used martial arts as soon as he came up. You don't even bother to test it. Someone exclaimed. Many people around him nodded. Some students also recognized the martial arts skills used by Lu Xinggui and were surprised. This looks like a whip kick. This martial skill can make Lu Xinggui's legs extremely tough. If this was kicked, the bones would probably be shattered. This martial arts is not bad. It is a martial arts specifically for leg training. Its power ranks among the first-level martial arts. Someone stared slightly and said. When Sue Mo saw Lu Xinggui rushing towards him, he didn't sit still and wait for death. His figure also moved instantly, and he rushed directly towards Lu Xinggui. Everyone at the scene was also a little surprised. They didn't expect that Sue Mo not only didn't dodge Lu Xinggui's whip legs, but actually faced them. And just when Lu Xinggui's right leg was about to hit Sue Mo, a sinister smile appeared at the corner of Lu Xinggui's mouth. His whip-like legs retracted without warning. And his palms turned into sharp claws, attacking Sue Mo's neck. Sue Mo's eyes flashed slightly. He instantly moved his body to the side and avoided Lu Xinggui's blow on his neck. Can you react so quickly? Hehe, but can you keep hiding? When Lu Xinggui saw Sue Mo dodge his blow, he was not angry, but smiled. But everyone at the scene was sweating coldly. Because it was too dangerous just now. They originally thought that Lu Xinggui would directly use his whip legs to fight. But I didn't expect it to be so insidious that he used other martial arts to attack in an instant. If they were to face this, I'm afraid that this move may have resulted in serious injuries or even death. Lu Xinggui actually mastered 2 martial arts skills. And that move just now was too sinister. This is simply to kill the other person. Yes. The 2 martial arts can be switched so quickly. Yuanji's guidance must be of great help. It's just that the move was a bit too harsh. Many people felt scared and shuddered. Peng Junyan frowned when he saw the scene just now. He immediately scolded, "Martial arts is not a life and death duel. Such a vicious attack." However, Peng Junyan was not done yet. Vice Principal Lu Dongji on the side stopped him and said, "Teacher Peng, the college entrance examination is approaching, and the opportunity is only 1 or 2. We should give more opportunities to students who want to be among the top 10. Results are what matters. As for the process, don't worry about it." As a deputy, Peng Junyan was angry. But Vice Principal Lu Dongji interrupted again, "Teacher Peng, is it possible that you want to directly intervene in the competition between 2 students? This doesn't follow the rules, does it? Are the rules you just mentioned no longer count so quickly?" When Lu Xinggui saw his uncle speaking, the grin on his face grew thicker and he became more unscrupulous. His methods are even more sinister. The move just now was dodged by Su Mo. But this time, he must destroy Su Mo's arm with one move. Chapter 26. When the vice president spoke to support Lu Xinggui, Lu Xinggui's smile was thick. But what they didn't find was, after Su Mo heard what Vice Principal Lu Dongji said, he laughed even more heartily. Since the Vice Principal said this, he has nothing to worry about. At this time, Lu Xinggui turned into a claw with one hand and grabbed Su Mo's neck again. As expected. Just when Lu Xinggui's sharp claws were about to catch Su Mo's neck, his body shape changed and one of his legs jerked out. "Let's destroy one of your arms first," Lu Xinggui shouted. Su Mo had a smile on her face. He didn't even bother to use his martial arts skills when facing Lu Xinggui. After all, the gap between the two of them is too big. Su Mo instantly raised her hand and grabbed Lu Xinggui's ankle. The legs that were almost out of shape were caught by Su Mo's hands so hard. Ka. Before Lu Xinggui was shocked and realized what was going on, Lu Xinggui's leg made a bone-cracking sound that made everyone shiver. Su Mo just broke it off slightly, and Lu Xinggui's right leg was bent in half. Ah! The severe pain made Lu Xinggui scream and grimace. But this is far from over. Boom! Su Mo raised her fist and hit Lu Xinggui's chest again, making a muffled sound. The next moment, Lu Xinggui flew out like a kite with its string broken. Su Mo sneered, his figure flashed, and in an instant he was beside Lu Xinggui again. Bang! Su Mo raised her foot again and kicked Lu Xinggui hard to the ground. Forehead. Lu Xinggui was in a daze at the moment, coughing out blood in large mouthfuls. There was panic in his eyes, looking at Su Mo who was condescending. However, in his pupils, Su Mo's feet were getting bigger and bigger. "I have no plans to let him go yet." Ka. At this moment, Su Mo stepped on Lu Xinggui's arm again, and the sound of bone fractures filled the entire audience. Now Lu Xinggui's leg is broken and his arm is almost shattered, like a puddle of flesh and blood. Lu Xinggui was afraid. But the severe pain that came one after another left him without a chance to beg for mercy and admit defeat. Vice Principal Lu Dongji, who was in the audience, was furious when he saw this scene. "Boy! Stop it! The Vice Principal can no longer control so much." He planned to step directly onto the competition stage and rescue his nephew. Otherwise, if this continues, his nephew will be disabled for life even if he doesn't die. "Hey! Vice Principal, the principal of the school's martial arts competition has given me full responsibility. Even you are not allowed to interfere." Peng Junyan's blood surged instantly and he stood in front of Vice Principal Lu Dongji. "You!" The Vice Principal frowned. But now that he had fallen to the second level, facing Peng Junyan's powerful qi and blood,
he had no choice but to stop his movements. At this moment, the students present were already stunned. Good guy, with this combination of punches, Lu Xinggui didn't even have a chance to fight back. They didn't expect Lu Xinggui to lose so miserably. It can be seen how big the gap is between Lu Xinggui and Suemo. But I have to say that Suemo was really ruthless. Lu Xinggui probably doesn't have a few intact bones in his body now. Many people swallowed their saliva and were speechless. But at this moment, no one felt how cruel Suemo was. After all, the other party started with a deadly attack. If Suemo shows mercy, it's not even called a good temper. That's called cowardice. At this moment, Lu Xinggui was lying on the ground, groaning in pain. It all ended too quickly. Even he himself has not yet fully recovered. Yuanj, who was under the competition stage, took a look and whispered, "Trash." In the past few days, he has been trying his best to guide Lu Xinggui. But I didn't expect to lose so quickly and so miserably. He really lost face. I want. Lu Xinggui finally woke up from the violent kicks just now. His eyes were horrified, and he was about to say the word surrender. But Suemo sneered and didn't give him a chance to say it at all. The next moment, Suemo raised his leg and kicked him again. Bang! With a muffled sound, Lu Xinggui's chest was dented by Suemo's kick. Puff! The huge force made Lu Xinggui vomit blood, which was too horrible to watch. Vice Principal Lu Dongji was completely anxious at this moment. He hurriedly shouted, "Hurry up and admit defeat." But Lu Xinggui didn't know how to admit defeat. But did the other party ever give him a chance to admit defeat? The thick blood almost blocked his throat. He tried to shout out words, but couldn't. Suemo felt happy at the moment. He raised one foot and stepped towards Lu Xinggui's head. Ka-ka-ka. The sound of bones breaking was loud. Lu Xinggui's mandible was completely shattered. He was completely speechless now. Suemo's feet touched his face, and his blood gradually increased. The strength on the feet also increased little by little. To Lu Xinggui, such an action was like a mountain bearing down on him, and his whole head was about to explode. He was in excruciating pain. "Stop! I told you to stop!" Vice Principal Lu Dongji raised his eyebrows and shouted loudly. Suemo looked up and said with a faint smile, "Lu Xinggui is worthy of being the Vice Principal's nephew. He has inherited the Vice Principal's strong character and still refuses to admit defeat." He didn't say admit defeat, so naturally I couldn't stop. Otherwise, if I stop and I am judged to have lost, I will suffer a big loss. As he spoke, the smile on Suemo's face became thicker, her eyes met the Vice Principal's eyes, and she continued, "Don't worry, Vice Principal, as long as he says the word admit defeat, I will stop immediately. But if he doesn't say it, then I can't blame him." Vice Principal Lu Dongji was extremely angry at this moment. He, the dignified president of the school, would be so provoked by a student. He said angrily, "I declare in the name of the Vice Principal that you have won, stop it." As soon as he said this, Suemo didn't stop moving and said, "In the name of Vice Principal? I don't dare to take it. It was recommended to me to go to the Rolong Martial Arts College Entrance Examination Training Center for training, and I have always kept it in mind." Having said all that, Suemo's feet exerted force again. "Ah!" The nephew let out a miserable howl from his throat, like a slaughtered pig. When everyone present heard what Suemo said, they couldn't help but started talking in low voices. "I'll go." Suemo's blood plummeted. "It's really related to the Vice Principal." There were rumors at the beginning that the Vice Principal deliberately recommended Suemo to go to that deceptive training center in order to get Lu Xinggui into the top 10. From this point of view, it is no wonder that Suemo was so cruel. There was a lot of discussion in the audience, and many students glanced in the direction of Vice Principal Lu Dongji. The Vice Principal saw that he and Suemo couldn't make sense. He turned around and said, Teacher Peng, this is a student in your class, please tell him to stop. When Peng Junyan heard this, he said calmly, I have indeed not heard Lu Xinggui admit defeat. The competition continues. Everyone swallowed their saliva. How is this a competition? This is clearly a one-sided abuse. Chapter 27. Okay. When Vice Principal Lu Dongji saw his teacher Peng Junyan wearing the same pants as Su Mo on the stage, his lungs almost exploded. Teacher Peng, if something goes wrong in this competition, will you take the responsibility? Too soft. Vice Principal Lu can only be tough. He used consequences to pressure Peng Junyan, forcing him to order Su Mo to stop now. However, Peng Junyan was unmoved and said calmly, the principal asked me to preside over this martial arts competition. If something happens, I will be responsible. Don't bother the vice principal to worry about it. Vice Principal Lu Dongji saw that Peng Junyan was like a stubborn stone, refusing to take hard or soft measures, and even had the intention to kill. If it weren't for the illness he suffered a few days ago, which caused his cultivation to plummet, he must use force to suppress everything at this moment. Ah! Forehead! At this moment, Lu Xinggui howled miserably under Su Mo's torture, and his voice became hoarse. And just then, a voice sounded from the crowd, Su Mo, stop it, just give me face. The sound was not loud, but it spread throughout the whole place and was full of magnetism. When everyone heard this familiar voice, the whole place fell silent. Yuanj has stepped forward, someone exclaimed in shock. Yes, the person who just asked Su Mo to stop was none other than Mowu no One Yuanj. As a legend that shines like a blazing sun for 3 years, dimming the stars. As soon as he opened his mouth, everyone immediately turned their attention to him. Yuanji's expression was dull, and he looked at Lu Xinggui as if he were looking at a loser. Lu Xinggui had been tutored by him personally for so many days, but he was not even Su Mo's enemy. It's simply trash to the extreme. But the news that Lu Xinggui followed him has long been known to everyone. And he was under the care of the vice principal during this time. So he couldn't just watch Lu Xinggui being beaten wildly and remain indifferent. If this is the case, then he seems too callous. It is not conducive to his future development and recruitment of followers. Who would follow a boss who doesn't stand up for his younger brother? Who would try their best to cultivate a ruthless person? At this time, Yuanj took a step forward slightly and repeated as calmly as water, stop, just give me face. The matter was revealed just like that. I promise, no one will bother you about this in the future. He always sticks to his word. In Mowu High School, no one dared not listen to what he said. Even the principal must listen to his opinions. He was confident, and now he took the initiative and spoke. Then Su Mo should stop and end this farce. Vice Principal Lu Dongji breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Yuanj also spoke. What if Su Mo refuses to listen to her kind words? That would inevitably force Yuanj to take action. There will be no problem in saving his nephew when the time comes. Yuanji's action and his action were of completely different natures. His action was tantamount to breaking the school's martial arts rules. This teacher Peng is bound to stop him. But Yuanj is different. Yuanj is a student. When he takes action, teacher Peng has no reason to stop him. This is equivalent to Yuanj taking the initiative to challenge Su Mo, which is in line with the rules. At this moment, Su Mo heard Yuanji's words and looked at him, playfully, face? Yuanj is so proud. But do I, Su Mo, need you to give me face? As soon as these words came out, many people in the audience took a breath of cold air. At this moment, they even thought that their ears had heard wrongly, and they were shocked. Yuanj is the best in Mowu. Even Mowu number 2 would not dare not listen to what Mowu number 1 said. This Su Mo is too arrogant. Ah! Just when everyone was surprised, Lu Xinggui's heart-rending screams were heard again from the competition stage.
Obviously. Not only did Suemo not take Yuan Ge seriously, he even provoked him directly. This is not giving any face to Yuan Ge. Torturing his followers in front of Yuan is tantamount to slapping Yuan in the face in public. Enough. Yuan finally frowned. Facing Suemo's naked provocation, he felt a little angry. However, Suemo seemed to turn a deaf ear and continued to increase the strength on her feet. Ah! Losing Gui's painful howl spread throughout the audience. Yuan Ge's face darkened, and he said with a commanding tone, Suemo, I've said enough, didn't you hear me? As soon as he finished speaking the last word, the terrifying power of blood suddenly burst out. The scene was filled with turmoil, and the power of energy and blood filled the entire place in an instant. The atmosphere here is mind-blowing. Some students even trembled and began to feel frightened. Yuan Ge's energy and blood surged, making everyone around him feel suffocated. So strong. Many people stepped back. They were really afraid of being accidentally injured by this terrifying aura. Is this the strength of our number one Mowu? This is just a slight leak of qi and blood. Yuan seems to be really angry. The hearts of many people at the scene were beating wildly. They all felt that Yuan Ge's blood pressure made them unable to breathe, as if they were suffocating, which made people feel terrible. Suemo is really crazy. He actually dares to make Yuan Ge angry. I'm afraid this matter really won't end so easily. Some people felt chills in their bodies. While being horrified by Yuan Ge's strength, they felt that Suemo had hit an iron plate this time. Among Suemo's classmates, Mei Heidao and the others were watching all this with their eyes wide open. Damn it, Brother Su is too tough, isn't he? That's right. There's no way Brother Su doesn't know what Yuan Ge's strength is. Is Brother Su really confident that he can compete with Yuan Ge? Suemo's classmates swallowed their saliva. They couldn't imagine how much courage it took to challenge Yuan Ge. At the same time, Mei Heidao felt hot all over and looked at Suemo with extremely hot eyes. He thought Suemo was so handsome that he dared to fight even if he was the best in Mowu. He is worthy of being the man he is willing to call brother. Let's not talk about whether we can beat him or not. This kind of momentum and style is no longer something ordinary people can achieve. Qi and blood rose, and Yuan Ge's terrifying power of qi and blood rushed towards Suemo like a giant wave. But Suemo's expression remained unchanged. He stretched out his index finger, hooked it towards Yuan Ge, and said, "Don't just thunder and not rain. Stop talking nonsense. If you want to stand up for him, just get out of here. Let me see if you are qualified to meddle in your own business." Chapter 28. Hiss. My mom, she's so handsome and so arrogant, okay. Damn it, Suemo is so awesome, you dare to say anything. He even took the initiative to invite Yuan Ge to fight. Completely crazy. Suemo is crazy. Everyone took a deep breath as they watched Suemo hook her fingers and continue to provoke Yuan Ge. As soon as Suemo said this, it wasn't just the many students watching the show who were shocked. Even the geniuses among the top 10 couldn't help but change their expressions, and looked at Suemo in confusion. Ordinary students may just know that Yuan Ge is the best in Mowu and is very powerful. But they, the top 10 geniuses, understand the horror of Yuan Ge even more. You know, in the first year of enrolling at Mowu High School, he directly challenged the top 10 of Mowu High School. Moreover, Yuan Ge's record at that time was 10 wins in 10 games, and he had never suffered a defeat. Not only that, Yuan Ge challenged Mowu's top 10, and he always won with a crushing appearance. In the past 3 years, there have been countless students who want to challenge Yuan Ge. But they all failed miserably. Yuan Ge has never been defeated in a battle, and has never been defeated. After only 2 years of high school, he has already ranked first in Mowu as an absolute strong man. By my senior year of high school, Yuan Ge's strength has far surpassed everyone. Even within this year, no one dared to challenge him again. Even the second Mowu is not Yuanji's enemy. So Yuanji is not only a myth in the minds of ordinary students. It is also an invincible existence in the hearts of the top 10 people in Mowu. Mei Heidao and a group of classmates opened their mouths. Now they really don't know how to describe it except that they think Suemo is awesome. The scene was filled with shock. Many of them were not only surprised, but also extremely excited. Because Yuanji has not made a move for a year. If he is really angry this time, his attack will definitely be shocking. And Suemo must be regarded as the object of Yuanji's prestige. Suemo is so provocative, Yuanji will definitely take action. We're in for a treat. Some people are looking forward to it, and their eyes are shining. Yuanji was indeed touched by Suemo. He laughed angrily and began to move towards the competition stage. Okay. Very good. No one has dared to talk to me like this for a long time since I came to Mowu first. You, Suemo, are the first. Since you are looking for abuse, I will help you. Yuanji restrained his anger and seemed to look as calm as usual. His footsteps did not stop and he walked towards the steps of the competition platform. When he took the stage, Vice Principal Lu Dongji said angrily, "Nji, don't hold back. If anything happens, I will be responsible." Yuanji only has Suemo in his eyes at the moment. He did not respond to the Vice-Chancellor's words. At this moment, Yuanji's breath was very thick. Everyone felt this aura and couldn't help but feel heavy in their hearts. They all involuntarily made way for Yuanji. Because Yuanji was so majestic now and his energy and blood were so powerful, they really couldn't stand being too close. Under the gaze of everyone, Yuanji slowly climbed up the steps of the competition stage. Just a few breaths. Yuanji was already standing in the corner of the competition stage. His temperament was extraordinary, as if he was born from nature. When Suemo saw Yuanji on stage, he smiled and said, "Your followers will be returned to you." Bang! After Suemo finished speaking, he kicked Lu Xinggui in the stomach, making a muffled sound. And Lu Xinggui flew towards Yuanji's direction. In the face of provocation, Yuanji's expression remained unchanged. He took Lu Xinggui and put it on the ground. "Quick! Quick! Pull him down for treatment." Vice Principal Lu Dongji in the audience hurriedly gave instructions. The next moment, several classmates carried Lu Xinggui off the competition stage and took him for treatment. "It's our turn," Suemo said with a smile still on her face. Yuanji's eyes became colder at this moment, and he replied, "Don't worry, I won't let you have the chance to admit defeat." The words just fell. Yuanji took action directly. His figure flashed instantly, and the speed reached an extreme level. Even before many people could react, Yuanji took action. Someone immediately recognized the martial arts skills performed by Yuanji and exclaimed, "This movement technique is the silk step." Unexpectedly, Yuanji's move was the famous body and martial arts of our Mowu High School. "I'm going so fast. I guess Yuanji's silk winding skills are quite impressive." Someone stared and echoed. In just a moment, Yuanji had already arrived in front of Suemo from the corner of the competition stage. This body technique. The expressions of several geniuses in the top 10 also changed slightly. Don't talk about other people. Even just now, they only captured some after-images of Yuanji in the void. This is if they are in the middle of a battle. It must be impossible to see clearly. He might be defeated in one move. Zhang Chuan, who is the second in Mowu, looked at Yuanji's move and could only sigh with joy. Is this the gap? He also practiced the silk step. But it's just a small success. He could tell that at this speed, Yuanji's silk step had definitely reached the level of perfection. Really? Even between geniuses, there is a gap. But this gap is really too big. It was as if there was a natural chasm between him and Yuanji. Bang! Before everyone could see what was going on. In the center of the competition stage, a shocking sound erupted. That was a collision between fists. That's right. Just now, Yuan suddenly entered the body. Suemo had already reacted, and punched Yuan at the same time. Blocked. At this moment, someone finally saw the battle clearly and exclaimed. Suemo is so awesome. Faced with such extreme speed, he was able to block Yuanji's blow. I'm going, it's a bit unexpected. I thought it was Yuanji who crushed me, but it seems a bit interesting. Many people reacted and lost their voices. After all, Yuanji's strength has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Being able to block Yuanji's blow was enough to shock everyone. Yuanji was also slightly surprised at this moment. His expression turned cold, and his moves were faster than before. At this moment, fists intertwined with each other. Yuanji punched several times in an instant, blasting out fist shadows one after another in the void. However, Suemo blocked all Yuanji's fists as if he was just strolling around. For Suemo, Yuanji's punching speed is indeed impressive. But as for the strength of the fist, it is still slightly inferior. When everyone saw this scene, their eyes were full of surprise. My great Cao? Did you block them all? Many people's eyes popped out and they swallowed their saliva. They thought that Suemo could block Yuanji's blow, which was already quite impressive. But who would have thought that the current scene is that Suemo seems to be quite comfortable with Yuanji's offensive? What's the situation? Is it really true to that sentence, the world is still uncertain, anyone can be a cow or a horse? Chapter 29. Mowu is the best, does his skill stop here? Suemo blocked Yuanji's fists one by one, with a sarcastic smile on her lips. Yuanji's eyes were cold and he continued to speed up his punches. He didn't believe that with the blessing of Silk Step, the opponent could really block all his fists. Boring. Suemo shook his head. When he saw that Yuanji still planned to use a physical technique to defeat him, he suddenly felt bored. At this moment, he was no longer just resisting. He used the 7-injury fist and hit Yuanji's fist with a random punch. Suemo's punch suddenly had 3 kinds of strength, fierceness, femininity, strength, and softness all coming out at the same time. The power of the 3 kinds of strength is also quite impressive. Boom! A loud noise erupted on the competition stage, like thunder. Suemo and Yuanji collided with each other. Suddenly, Yuanji's expression changed. He knew that the opponent used martial arts with this punch. He was instantly punched several meters away before he could stabilize his body. At this moment, there were 3 kinds of powerful forces rushing around in his body, and his 5 internal organs were shocked to varying degrees. Puff! The next moment, Yuanji couldn't bear it any longer, and his 5 internal organs were shaking, causing him to spit out a mouthful of bright red blood. Ah! This scene once again stunned everyone at the scene. Some of them took a deep breath, and some of them almost stared out of their eyes. Yuanji was knocked back by a punch, and a mouthful of blood was directly sprayed out. This scene was really incredible. Why is it different from what you imagined? Did Yuanji suffer under Suemo's hands? Oh my god! What the hell did Suemo do with that punch just now? It made Yuanji vomit blood. How powerful was Suemo's punch? Many students present looked at Suemo with a big change in their eyes. Some people began to waver in their hearts. I even think that Suemo might win this competition and become a dark horse. After all, judging from the scene of the battle just now, Suemo is already much better than Yuanji. Although Yuanji punches at an amazing speed, but it has no effect on Suemo. It's like hitting your chest with a small fist. And Suemo just took the initiative to punch. Directly give Jianfei to Yuanji, Jian vomits blood. Yuanji's face also darkened at this moment. He was also shocked by Suemo's strength. The 3 kinds of strength in his body could not dissipate for a long time, which surprised him. Immediately, the qi and blood in his body rose,
and the strong power of qi and blood finally suppressed the three kinds of forces running around in his body. Yuanj took a deep breath with an ugly expression. At first he didn't take Mo seriously at all. He planned to suppress it with thunder and establish his authority in public. But he never thought that his fists would be blocked by Mo one by one. And he felt in Mo's punch that it contained a variety of powers, which was extremely strange. Without taking precautions, I actually suffered a loss. Pooh! Yuanji's energy and blood suppressed those three powers. Finally, with a mouth full of blood spit out, the damage caused by the previous punch finally completely dissipated and no longer lasted. Although he was not seriously injured. But in the eyes of others it is completely different. In the eyes of everyone, Mo punched him until he vomited blood. After this battle, even if he wins, his reputation will definitely plummet. Think of this. Anger arose in Yuanji's heart, and he sneered, "Very good. If you have such strength, no wonder you dare to bark in front of me." However, that's it. The words just fell. The energy and blood in Yuanji's body surged. The power of qi and blood gushes out like a volcano erupting. At this moment, streams of blood emanated from Yuanji's body like smoke. Everyone present also noticed the changes in Yuanji at this moment. They felt that Yuanji's aura had become different again. The terrifying pressure was like a huge mountain pressing down on their heads. The blood is flowing out now. This is clearly a sign that half of the foot has entered the blood-tempering realm. At this time, someone exclaimed, noticing the blood that was escaping from Yuanji's body. "It's scary. I haven't seen Yuanji take action in a year. I didn't expect that his martial arts realm has reached this level. How terrifying. If this continues, Yuanji will really enter the genius camp training as a second-grade blood-tempering realm." Everyone looked at the blood around Yuanji like smoke and mist, and their hearts were shaking. They all know that essence and blood are one of the origins of qi and blood. The second-level blood-tempering realm in the martial arts realm is to temper the blood essence all over the body. Once the essence and blood all over the body are successfully tempered, the warrior's qi and blood will be more condensed, and the qi and blood will naturally increase sharply. Therefore, for warriors who are about to enter the second-level blood-tempering realm, if they stir up their qi and blood, their blood will surge to the sky and overflow unconsciously. This is a sign that half of the foot has entered the second-grade blood-tempering realm. And if the blood energy can be freely retracted and released, it will be truly promoted to the second-grade blood-quenching realm. These are common sense taught in schools, so everyone knows it. At this moment, Yuanji's whole body was filled with blood. A powerful pressure of energy and blood enveloped the entire competition stage. Many people outside the competition stage retreated and retreated, unable to help but stay away from this powerful pressure of energy and blood. He is now at the pinnacle of the first-level body-forging realm. Half step into the blood-tempering realm. This power is really overwhelming. Zhang Chuan, Mowu's second best, murmured. The other geniuses among the top 10 felt this terrifying aura and couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Although they are called geniuses, they are in the same league as Yuanji. But many of them are just at the first-level body training realm. The gap between this and Yuanji's second-grade blood-quenching realm is really huge. Now is the time to get real. Vice Principal Lu Dongji sneered in his heart. As the Vice Principal, he can naturally see that. In the preliminary battle between Yuanji and Mo, although Yuanji vomited blood. But from the perspective of his third-grade warrior, after vomiting blood, it was nothing. Basically, Nge was not seriously injured. Thinking of this, the sneer on Vice Principal Lu Dongji's face became even thicker. If you dare to anger Yuanji like this, you are really looking for death. Yuanji has this fighting spirit, and his performance will be extraordinary. The Vice Principal thought to himself. Half a foot is about to enter the second-grade blood-tempering realm. Peng Junyan couldn't help but frown at this moment, with a worried look on his face.
But he immediately put away his worries. Because based on his understanding of Suemo, when Suemo is not sure, he will not challenge rashly. Since Suemo chose to challenge in GE, even if he loses, he should not be seriously injured today. Bring it on. Yuanji's whole temperament at this moment was deep, and there was also a hint of anger. He stared at Suemo. It seemed as if the opponent could no longer defeat him. Chapter 30. Suemo watched Yuanji's blood rising, but his expression remained calm as usual. Half-step to the blood-quenching realm. For him, it is only 300 points of blood at most. And although he is still in the middle stage of first-grade body training, but due to the increase in his upper limit, at the same level, the meridians can hold more energy and blood. At present, his health value is more than 300 points. Coupled with the powerful martial skill of 7 Injury Fist. Even if the real second-grade blood tempering comes, he will not panic at all. He has the confidence to cross boundaries and challenge. Very good, you can still show your composure in front of me. You are qualified for me to take you a little seriously. Yuanj said calmly, with blood all over his body. At this moment, he really looked at Suemo. Consider Suemo an opponent worthy of his full strength. Moreover, just now he was injured and vomited blood because he underestimated the enemy. This time he must establish his authority with a more violent and brutal offensive. Otherwise, Swexi's defeat just now would not be able to restore everyone's impression of him. I want to see how you can resist this move. Yuanj turned his palm with one hand. His palms began to turn yellow. The red blood is intertwined with the jade-like palm. Everyone saw that Yuanji's right palm was continuously hardening, as if it had turned into a piece of steel like topaz, extremely hard. Hey! Yuanji's palms are like topaz, like gold and steel. Could this be the Vajra palm? At this moment, someone recognized the martial arts skills performed by Yuanj, and a look of shock appeared on their face. As soon as these words came out, it was like setting off a wave. Many people had a look of fanaticism in their eyes, and they were also extremely shocked. Vajra palm. I've heard of it. That's the third-level martial skill of our Mowu High School. Even in the entire Tianyang city, it is an extremely famous martial art. I heard it is stored on the top floor of the library. Without people who have made great contributions to the school, it would be impossible to have the opportunity to practice. This kind of top-level third-grade martial arts, the addition to his combat power is probably terrifying. It is rumored that the Vajra palm has been cultivated to such a high level that it is not only indestructible but also incredibly powerful. One palm strike can split rocks. A group of people exclaimed, they couldn't imagine how amazing Yuanji's next blow would be. Zhang Chuan, who was second in Mowu, also sighed and concluded, it seems that this competition is about to end, Suemo is in danger. The other top 10 people also nodded slightly, with solemn looks on their faces. As Yuanj showed more strength, they became more and more aware of how big the gap was between themselves and Yuanj. The teacher Peng Junyan, who was under the competition stage, frowned when he saw the Vajra palm used by Yuanj. He turned around and asked, how can Yuanj know the Vajra palm? Vice Principal Lu Dongji just sneered and did not answer. I am using my power for personal gain, and in order to win over Yuanj, I took out school secrets at will. Peng Junyan was angry in his heart. However, no matter how angry Peng Junyan was, he could not change the result of Yuanji's cultivation of Vajra palm. Yuanj is indeed a genius. In just 10 days, he had already mastered the martial art of Vajra palm to a very advanced level. After all, you can tell from the color of his palms. Now that he is showing off his power, he will definitely be shocked. Yuanj turned his right palm in the air, as if he was exercising his energy. The color of his topaz-like palm is getting darker and darker, and the palm of his hand is getting harder and harder, like a piece of black iron, unstoppable. The situation here is stirred up. Countless strong winds blew up and swept around. Suemo narrowed her eyes slightly at this moment, nodded, and said in her heart, "This is a bit like Mowu's no one." That's when Yuan used Silk Step to move instantly. His figure was extremely fast, leaving several afterimages in the void. At the same time, his right palm struck out and hit Suemo's chest. Seeing this, Suemo took a deep breath and instantly used the 7-injury fist. He punched out suddenly, facing Yuanji's right palm. Suemo hurt 7 times with one punch this time. 7 different kinds of strength burst out in this punch. Boom! The fists and palms collided, a terrifying sound erupted, and the aftermath of power spread towards the surroundings. The arena was even shaking. Between the two of them, there was a big hole in the ground of the competition platform. Forward! The collision of powerful forces caused smoke and dust to rise everywhere. And at the next moment, a person flew upside down like a kite with its string broken, and blood drew an arc in the air. Yuanj flew away again. When everyone saw this scene, they were like clay and wood sculptures, stunned in place, and the whole place fell into a dead silence. They all watched helplessly as Yuanj flew backwards and vomited blood. This scene is so incredible. It was as if the entire air had condensed at this moment. Many people present had their eyes widened. They looked at Suemo as if they were seeing a miracle. But Suemo on the competition stage was slightly disappointed. He originally thought that Yuanj, who was number 1 in Mowu, would give him a sense of crisis. But who would have thought that he couldn't even block his 7-injury punch with all his strength? And he has not yet used the 7 kills fist's most powerful killing technique, 7 kills. Judging from the current situation, I'm afraid he only needs 1 kill to kill Yuanj. Not to mention performing a big killing move like 7 kills. Bang! Bang! The next moment, Yuanj fell heavily to the ground. The bones in his right arm had been broken into countless pieces. The excruciating pain made him sweat profusely. At the same time, he was also horrified by Suemo's punch just now. He could feel 7 kinds of power rushing through his internal organs. Even if I use qi and blood to suppress it, I can't suppress it. Suemo looked at him and said, "Mowu is the best, but that's just it." As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was shocked. Many people took a breath. Who would have dared to say that Yuanj was nothing more than this before? That will definitely arouse people's ridicule. It's simply unbelievable how high the sky is and how high it is. But they watched helplessly as Yuanj used the 3rd-level martial art Vajra Palm, but was defeated by Suemo with 1 punch. Suemo is indeed qualified to say such things. Suemo is too strong. Unexpectedly, Suemo is the strongest dark horse. Yes. Yuanj has 2 well-known martial arts skills, Silk Step and Vajra Palm, but he is still no match for Suemo. I can't believe what level Suemo's strength has reached. Many students were amazed. It seems that Yuanji's undefeated myth in the past 3 years will completely become history today. Chapter 31. Yuanji's face was full of unwillingness. He felt even more uncomfortable when he heard Suemo's evaluation of him. This comment far outweighed the pain caused to him by the broken bone in his right arm. As the number 1 in Mowu, he still has some arrogance. The next moment, he struggled to stand up, his face ashen. He also couldn't believe that he would fail miserably. But at this moment, he still refused to admit defeat, and did not say the word admit defeat from his mouth. Suemo narrowed her eyes and walked slowly towards Yuanj. He had no intention of holding back. Although martial arts cannot kill people. But if the opponent is seriously injured, who can say anything? In a martial arts competition, who can survive without some injuries? Martial arts is the way to kill. Yuanj frowned slightly when he saw Suemo walking towards him. He responded immediately. Vajra Palm was used again. His left hand began to turn yellow again, and a power was slowly rising again. Suemo sneered in her heart,
it's good not to admit defeat. The next moment, Mo suddenly accelerated, raised his right fist again, and performed the 7-injury fist. As soon as the fist comes out, all kinds of strength burst out. Bang! Ka. In an instant, all kinds of force hit Anji's left arm. The powerful force caused all of Anji's left arms to fracture, making a horrifying sound of bone cracking. And Anj was punched out by Mo again. Puff! In the air, blood was vomiting from his mouth, and 7 kinds of power were running wildly in his body, which could no longer be suppressed. Everyone at the scene was stunned. Their eyes followed the direction in which Anj flew out. Many people felt chills in their hearts. That is the undefeated myth in their hearts. The former number 1 Mowu was randomly blown away by Mo like a ball in front of their eyes. This scene is really shocking. Many people swallowed their saliva and murmured, if this continues, Anji's ending may be the same as losing Gui's. Even more tragic. After all, when Mo dealt with losing Gui before, she had never used martial arts and only used physical strength to violently abuse him. But Mo beat Anji violently, obviously using some powerful martial arts. So one can imagine Anji's fate. Vice Principal Lu Dongji looked extremely ugly at the moment. He never thought that Anj would lose. It won't work if this goes on. Vice Principal Lu Dongji whispered. He watched Anj vomit blood one after another under Mo's offensive, and he couldn't sit still at all. Because Anj is related to his political achievements. What if Anj was seriously injured or even disabled here, delaying the college entrance examination? Then everything he has done before will be in vain. He also wanted to rely on Anj to become famous in the college entrance examination, and he would naturally take the position of principal. But look at it now. Not only is there no chance of running for the position of principal, maybe he will be liquidated by his superiors for using his power for personal gain. Thinking of this, Vice Principal Lu Dongji could no longer sit still. He yelled, "A-hole!" Before he finished speaking, he was about to take steps and rush towards the competition stage. Peng Junyan's expression changed slightly when he saw Vice Principal Lu Dongji's actions. He knew that the Vice Principal was desperate and seemed to want to go up and attack Mo himself. "Vice Principal, what are you going to do?" Peng Junyan flashed and immediately stood in front of Lu Dongji. "Roll!" Vice Principal Lu Dongji looked cold and punched Peng Junyan directly. Peng Junyan was shocked and crossed his arms, preparing to block Lu Dongji's punch. Boom! However, with a muffled sound, Peng Junyan was directly pushed back more than 10 meters. But Vice Principal Lu Dongji's face was flushed at the moment, with blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. Obviously. This time, Vice Principal Lu Dongji had to push Peng Junyan away even though he was suffering from internal injuries, and went to the stage to suppress Mo. At this moment, Vice Principal Lu Dongji turned back and glanced coldly at Peng Junyan who was 10 meters away, and sneered, "For a second-grade blood-tempered person, even if I fall from the third-grade Jade Bone Realm, you are not qualified to stop me." After saying that, he took a few big steps and climbed directly onto the competition stage. Vice Principal Lu Dongji came to Anj, helped him up, and said solemnly, "If you are so ruthless, you should be deprived of your student status and cut off from the college entrance examination. This student Mo will be dealt with personally by the principal today." The words have not yet finished. Vice Principal Lu Dongji's body moved instantly. He formed a palm and smacked it directly towards Mo. Holy shit! What happened? The vice principal actually took action against Mo himself. My mom, this has never happened before. The principal of a school would actually take action against a student. Do you really not care about anything? When many students saw this scene, they exclaimed and turned pale with shock. No one thought things would happen like this. The vice principal was so disregarding his face and identity that he started flipping the table.
Many people have chills in their hearts and their hairs stand on end. They all know that the vice principal is a third-grade Jade Bone Realm warrior. Although he fell to the second level, he seemed to be seriously injured. But the vice principal's knowledge and combat experience are far beyond what an ordinary second-grade man can compare with. Just now Peng Junyan was blown away by the palm of vice principal Lu Dongji. This is an example. Suppression. At this moment, vice principal Lu Dongji shouted loudly. His palm was extremely fast. At the same time, unparalleled palm winds erupted from all directions. The wind from the palm swept across the entire place. Ah! Forward! For a moment, the powerful palm wind knocked back a group of students beside the competition stage, and they let out screams. Even students who were far apart felt suffocated and had difficulty breathing. This is just the palm wind, but it can cause so much damage. It can be seen how much force Suemo will have to endure when she is about to bear the palm of Vice Principal Lu Dongji. This is far beyond the scene that Yuanj just showed. After all, Yuanj is only in the first level body training realm, no matter how you say it. As for Vice Principal Lu Dongji, no matter how bad his current condition is, he still has the strength of the second-grade blood tempering realm. The level gap between the two is huge. You're really crazy. Peng Junyan's eyes were splitting when he saw the vice principal rushing towards Suemo. Regardless of the pain in his arm, he immediately flew forward to stop it. But Vice President Lu Dongji did not give Peng Junyan a chance to rescue him. Because just after he pushed back Peng Junyan, he immediately attacked Suemo. Even if Peng Junyan came back, it would be too late. Chapter 32. The vice principal's palm was like a big star shooting out. The strong wind swept wildly around. Suemo faced this palm with a sneer on his face. He really didn't expect that the vice principal would jump over the wall and attack him in public. Immediately, his right fist clenched instantly, and the 7-injury fist followed the trend. All 7 powers are unleashed in one punch. At this moment, his fist posture changed, and 7 injuries turned into 7 kills. The final killing move of the 7-injury fist, 7 kills, came out with a bang. 1 punch, 7 punches. 1 effort and 7 injuries. Turn your wounds into death. This punch has 49 killing powers. Incredibly powerful. At this moment, Suemo felt his internal organs tremble slightly. This was the backlash caused by his 7 kills. It's just that these backlashes were transferred to others in an instant. In an instant, Vice Principal Lu Dongji suddenly felt as if his internal organs were all burned to pieces. His internal organs were in great pain, as if they were being burned by fire. What happened? Vice Principal Lu Dongji's expression changed in the air, he broke into a cold sweat and his hair stood on end. He had been feeling much better these past few days because of taking the 5 Zhang Yun Yang Dan. Even after the effects of the 5 internal organs nourishing elixir wore off, the symptoms had not recurred in the past day or two. He thought that all his illnesses were cured. But I didn't expect that the disease would suddenly occur at this time. All his internal organs were burned, causing qi and blood all over his body to stagnate. The power of his sharp palm plummeted. However, there was still a sinister smile on his face at this moment. He muttered to himself, even so, it's enough to destroy this little beast like you. Vice Principal Lu Dongji's palm continued to strike forcefully, and collided with Suemo's punch. Boom! Smoke and dust rose everywhere, and a loud noise resounded throughout the world. The floor of the competition arena was full of cracks, and it seemed like it was about to collapse. At this moment, Suemo's 49 killing powers exploded, directly invading Vice Principal Lu Dongji's body. Ah! Vice Principal Lu Dongji let out a short scream, like a lightning strike. He flew out directly, vomiting blood wildly, as if blood rained in a small area. Immediately afterwards, Suemo sneered. He had no intention of letting it go so easily. Brush! Suemo flashed, stepped on one foot, and came directly to the side of Vice Principal Lu Dongji, who was still flying upside down. Bang! Bang! Suemo used the 7-injury fist and kept waving her fists, hitting the body of Vice Principal Lu Dongji like a drum. Ka. Vice Principal Lu Dongji's body kept hearing the sound of bones breaking, like firecrackers. On the competition stage, Vice Principal Lu Dongji's groaning and cracking bones intertwined, seeming to form a beautiful melody, playing rhythmically. Boom! Finally, Suemo stepped in the air and directly planted Vice Principal Lu Dongji on the ground. His foot stepped on the face of Vice Principal Lu Dongji, his eyes cold. Lu Dongji, even if I give you a chance to do it in person, you can't do it. Suemo looked at the disbelieving look in Vice Principal Lu Dongji's eyes and sneered. Bang! The next moment, before Suemo could wait for Vice Principal Lu Dongji to react, he stepped on him. Poof! Vice Principal Lu Dongji groaned, spit out a mouthful of blood, and fell to the ground in confusion. Chang Hao, this revenge is comfortable. Suemo was in a good mood. He raised his leg and kicked violently at Vice Principal Lu Dongji, who was like a dead pig. Bang! Vice Principal Lu Dongji was kicked away as if Suemo was kicking garbage. The Vice Principal had been beaten to death by him. He just needs to go back and practice 7 kills a few more times. The side effects of 7 kills would definitely kill him suddenly. So there is no need to kill the Vice Principal in public and cause trouble. Get rid of it without anyone noticing, so you don't have to worry about anything later. Boom! The next moment, Vice Principal Lu Dongji fell off the competition stage. When many people saw the Vice Principal fall, they backed away as if they were seeing a god of plague. Who dares to rescue the Vice Principal now? Even some students who had received favors from the Vice Principal did not dare to approach. After all, if Suemo is regarded as an enemy, it's not going to be easy for them in the future. The whole place fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at Suemo as if they were looking at a god and demon. This guy is so evil. Not only did he knock down Mowu No. 1. Even the principal of the first school was tortured to the point where he didn't know whether he was alive or dead. No one thought that the vice principal would lose so miserably against Suemo. It took quite a while. Many students present finally came to their senses. They looked at Suemo with great enthusiasm. This is so FG awesome. He is the first to be abused below, and the principal is the top boss. This kind of thing is truly unprecedented and unprecedented. They also witnessed the birth of the new god with their own eyes. Dear me, even the vice principal fainted from being fed by Suemo. Who else has this strength? Awesome! I thought Yuanji's previous record was already very impressive. Unexpectedly, Suemo's battle directly refreshed our understanding. A group of people shouted that it was awesome and kept sighing. Suemo's classmate Mei Heidao looked admiring, as if he had realized something, and murmured, "It turns out that this is the true meaning of pretending, and this is how a man pretends to be." This battle made their blood boil. Some people even directly regard Suemo as their idol. There's nothing I can do, it's so awesome, I can't help but accept it. Teacher Peng Junyan only reacted at this moment, his eyes full of shock. But he still hurriedly stepped forward and asked with concern, "Suemo, are you okay?" In addition to being shocked, he also felt guilty. If Suemo hadn't been so strong, the consequences of this battle would have been unimaginable. He failed to stop Lu Dongji, which was his dereliction of duty. Suemo smiled, shook her head and comforted, "Teacher Peng, what can happen to me? I have plenty of blood and energy." Then, Suemo smiled and said, "But teacher, you shouldn't come up. Because the competition is not over yet." Peng Junyan was stunned for a moment when he heard this. He couldn't help but glance at Yuanj on the competition stage. Only then did he realize that Yuanj had not given up yet, and the competition was still going on. Yuanji's face was pale at this moment, and both arms were broken, like two strips of cloth, fluttering in the wind. Peng Junyan also smiled, then left the competition stage and announced, "The competition continues." Suemo also had no ink marks, and he walked in the direction of Yuanj. Chapter 33. Yuanj watched Suemo walking step by step. His face became paler and paler, and his whole body couldn't help but tremble slightly. This was the first time in his life that he felt a sense of fear. Just now, the vice principal was treated as a punching bag by Suemo. He is at the peak of the first-grade body forging, even if he is already halfway to the second-grade blood-tempering realm, so what? The fear quickly spread throughout his body. In his eyes, Suemo at this moment is a god and demon, which makes people fearful. Especially watching Suemo slowly approach. The defense in his heart was rapidly collapsing. Don't want. Yuanj staggered and backed away a little, his pupils trembling. At this moment, his mentality was close to collapse. It was so torturous for Suemo to approach him step by step. It would be better to knock him out with one punch. This is undoubtedly a torture for him. Beaten again and again. Now I am dizzy and unable to get out. If he wants to end it all, he has to take the initiative to admit defeat. He was arrogant and thought that even if he was beaten to death, he would still lose standing. Although this failed, at least it wouldn't be too ugly. At this moment, Yuanj could no longer resist the fear of Suemo and immediately shouted, "Suemo, I give up. I surrender. You can't do it again." Yuanj surrendered quickly. Even Suemo didn't react. "You're surrendering now?" Everyone was also surprised. The former number 1 in Mowu, the legend of Mowu High School, actually surrendered. At this moment, the sound of shattering mirrors sounded in the hearts of countless people. Yuanji's undefeated legend and various glorious images in the past have been completely shattered. It turns out that an arrogant genius like Yuanj would take the initiative to surrender. They thought that Yuanj was still proud of being the number 1 in Mowu. Even if you face a certain defeat, you will fight to the end. Even though he was defeated like this, he still had some grace, which was admirable. But taking the initiative to admit defeat is really disappointing. Damn it! Yuanj used to be arrogant, but now he can beg for mercy. I used to have filters. I always felt that Yuanj was personable and had the arrogance unique to a genius. Now it seems that he is no different from us ordinary people. Many classmates who used to regard Yuanj as their idol couldn't help but spit. All kinds of discussions and ridicules were heard at this moment. Yuanji's previous filter was shattered, and his image also plummeted. Now that his status in everyone's hearts was so high before, now he has fallen so hard. Yuanji's face looked ugly at the moment. After he saw himself admitting defeat, Suemo stopped moving forward and felt completely relieved. At this moment, he no longer cares about his image in the hearts of everyone. He has to think about his future and take a long-term view. After all, even Vice Principal Lu Dongji was beaten like a dog by Suemo. If he didn't admit defeat, not only would he have to endure the psychological torture, but his whole body might also be crippled by Suemo. He has already seen Suemo's methods. The attack was indeed ruthless, almost leaving only a breath of air. After understanding this, he didn't want to die again. Vice Principal Lu Dongji only gave him some resources during this period. He also gave careful guidance to his nephew Lu Xinggui, and even took the initiative to stand up for Lu Xinggui, which was an act of kindness and justice. Even if he can't beat Suemo now, he still has a bright future. He is still among the geniuses and can enter the genius camp for training. So if you die for the vice principal now, you would be really stupid. His family is ordinary. The whole family relies on him to get ahead and live a good life. Everything is worthless in front of his future. Suemo was a little surprised when she saw Nge admit defeat so quickly. He also didn't expect Nge to be so aware of current affairs and know how to advance and retreat. But even so, This battle also cost Yuanj a great price. With 2 broken arms, it would take a long time just to recover from the injuries. However, Suemo only paused for a moment and walked towards Yuanj again. Yuanj just breathed a sigh of relief and suddenly raised it again. You, I have already given up, you can't do it again. Yuanj didn't even dare to look directly into Suemo's eyes at this moment. He only dared to stare at Suemo's footsteps and said in a panic. Suemo smiled when he heard this. He abides by the rules and has no intention of doing anything again. Instead, he smiled and asked, "Let me ask you, who will be the number 1 in Mowu from now on?" When Yuanj heard this, his face became extremely ugly. He held the title of number 1 in Mowu for 3 full years. Now for him, the former number 1 in Mowu, to say that Suemo is number 1 in Mowu, is simply more uncomfortable than killing him. But he didn't dare not say it. Because in his eyes, Suemo is truly a lunatic. Suemo is someone who even the vice principal dares to attack. To be honest, he doesn't follow the rules. What can he do to the other party? So, he gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Of course it's you." "Who?" I didn't hear clearly. Suemo continued to ask. "It's you. Suemo. You are the real number 1 in Mowu." Yuanj took a deep breath, his expression was the same as that of S. Liao Ma, and he spoke loudly. "Yes, not bad." Suemo nodded with satisfaction. He has never been low-key and humble. If a young man is not frivolous, wouldn't he be walking at night in brocade clothes? Yuanji's words spread throughout the audience. Everyone present saw Yuanji's appearance. Their previous filter for NGE was even more broken. There is really no trace of grace left. The former number 1 in Mowu completely stepped down from the altar at this moment. Teacher Peng Junyan also stepped onto the competition stage after seeing NGE admit defeat. He announced loudly, "Suemo successfully defended against Lu Xinggui. Suemo vs Ange, Suemo wins. Now, Suemo is the number 1 in Mowu." Then, Peng Junyan glanced at everyone and said, "Is there anyone who wants to continue to challenge the top 10 and is confident of entering the top 10? As soon as these words came out, the crowd was silent. "Challenge? Who dares now?" After a while, Peng Junyan saw no one answered and continued to announce, "Since there is no answer, let's move on to the next step of the whole school martial arts competition. Suemo currently ranks first in Mowu. Is there anyone among the top 10 students who wants to challenge?" The words just fell. A group of people all looked at Zhang Chuan, who was the second in Mowu. Holy shit! Zhang Chuan noticed everyone's gaze and was instantly startled. He immediately waved his hands, cursing in his heart, and said anxiously, "Don't look at me in particular. Who dares? I am quite comfortable in the second position of Mowu." Several other geniuses among the top 10 also lowered their heads. At this moment, they all seemed to have become a little transparent, and no one dared to challenge Suemo's number 1 position. Peng Junyan also expected this to be the case. However, the process still needs to be followed. Finally, he announced, "I announce. In this whole school martial arts competition of Mowu High School, Suemo is ranked first in Mowu." Chapter 34. The whole school martial arts competition ended with several battles between Suemo. After Suemo became the new number 1 in Mowu, she naturally had more benefits. The scholarship money for Mowu number 1 alone is worth millions. This is undoubtedly a huge sum of money for students from ordinary families. Congratulations, Suemo. With a smile on his face, Peng Junyan took out a card with 1 million in it and handed it into Suemo's hand. Suemo nodded and thanked, "Thank you, teacher. You earned this all by yourself." Peng Junyan shook his head and said. Then, he continued, "In addition to this million, there are 5 extremely high-quality qi and blood pills here that are also rewards for being the best in Mowu." With that said, Peng Junyan took out 5 qi and blood pills from his arms. These 5 qi and blood pills are red in color and filled with blood. It can be seen from the appearance alone that it is a top-grade qi and blood pill with excellent quality. It is beyond the comparison of ordinary qi and blood pills. If calculated according to the market price, one such qi and blood pill would only cost 10,000 yuan. But outside, the price of 20,000 to 30,000 yuan is enough to make people scratch their heads. It's enough to see how good the quality of the qi and blood pill was as Mowu's first reward. Sui Mo smiled slightly and said secretly in her heart, as expected of Mowu number 1, the treatment is indeed much better than mine before. But after Sui Mo became the number 1 in Mowu, there were more than just these material rewards. Peng Junyan continued, Sui Mo, now you have an exclusive training room in the school. This is something that only Mowu number 1 is qualified to possess. There are also Kung Fu books and martial arts books in the library, except those in the highest level, you can read them at will. Su Mo's eyes flashed slightly. He had long heard that there was a blood pool in the exclusive training room of number 1 Mowu, which could assist in improving qi and blood. At that time, he must go and see how effective it is. He is also very interested in the martial arts and martial arts in the library. Because on the second floor of the library, there are top-notch second-grade exercises and martial arts. If he can find exercises and martial arts that are more suitable for him, it will indeed make his strength even further. At this time, Peng Junyan continued to announce Su Mo's next benefits. In addition to these, there is the most important thing. Sui Mo, you are already qualified to enter the talent camp selection. The students present were filled with envy when they heard that, and their eyes almost popped out of their heads. The benefits of Mowu number 1 are really great. There are millions of rewards, free reading of the martial arts and martial arts in the library, and qi and blood pills, exclusive to the training room. Now you are directly qualified to enter the talent camp selection. Many students said, excuse me, what position should I use when sleeping to dream of these? Especially being directly qualified to enter the talent camp selection, everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. Don't think of it as just a selection qualification. But countless high school students throughout Tianyang City find it difficult to reach the threshold. Moreover, it is not difficult for number 1 to pass the talent camp selection. So selection is basically just a process. This also means that Sui Mo is basically confirmed to enter the genius camp. Peng Junyan attaches great importance to Sui Mo, the number 1 in martial arts. Because Sui Mo defeated Yuanj and even brutalized the vice principal. Such an achievement is naturally much higher than that of Yuanj. And Sui Mo is a student in his class. But he taught it in 3 years of high school. If the students he teaches are promising, his face will naturally shine. It can be said that Sui Mo is also his achievement. So, Peng Junyan said cheerfully, Sui Mo, these are the benefits of being the best in Mowu. But the teacher is also happy. If you need anything else, you can ask. Sui Mo thought for a while, then smiled and said, there is nothing else, I just want to be more high profile. These certificates, and bonuses were sent directly to my parents. Su Mo's parents were defrauded of most of their savings because of the Rolong Martial Arts College Entrance Examination Training Center. Now his parents are working hard to make money because of this matter, and they are tired almost every day. Although he has solved the knot for his parents. But Sui Mo knew that his parents still felt that they owed him something. This also caused his parents to work harder to make money and work harder. Sometimes I even stay up all night working overtime. Sui Mo was also very distressed. At first, he also told Su's father and mother that there was no need to work so hard, as the body was the capital. But Su's father and Su's mother agreed with a smile. But still working hard to make money as always. He had also visited the place where his parents worked before. He had only been there for a short time when he heard many colleagues pointing fingers at his parents and making idle remarks. But his parents just laughed it off and comforted Suemo by telling them to let them gossip for a few days and they wouldn't mention it again. Thinking of this, Suemo sighed slightly, and then a smile appeared on his face. Because he is now the number one in Mowu. The bonus he received was enough to stop his parents from working so hard. These honors are enough to shut up those colleagues who are foul-mouthed. Peng Junyan understands Suemo's family's situation. He immediately understood what Suemo meant and said with a smile, "Don't worry. Leave this matter to the teacher, and I will definitely make your parents look bad." "Thank you, teacher." Suemo politely thanked her. Peng Junyan was very kind to him, and he always kept it in his heart. Tianyang City. In an assembly line factory that produces elixir gift boxes. Suemo's parents, Su Chen and Zhang Muwen, were folding and wrapping gift boxes. The young couple is the logistics manager of this factory. But factory orders have increased recently. So in order to earn more money, the young couple not only took care of the transportation of gift boxes, but also asked the factory boss to work on the assembly line. It is equivalent to 2 people working 2 jobs a day, which is a lot of hard work. At this time, a colleague sitting in the office came to take a look at the assembly line. He saw Su Chen and Zhang Muwen folding and wrapping gift boxes and said in shock, "Su Chen and Zhang Muwen haven't gone back yet? Are they working overtime until now?" Several assembly line workers on the side nodded. Yes, they have worked overtime for 2 nights in a row, and they also manage logistics during the day. Even a warrior can't stand it if this continues. Someone said. A group of people also sighed. Yes, these 2 couples were defrauded of most of their savings for their son, and now they are really trying their best to get some of their losses back. Who can blame this? His son was originally in the top 10 of Mowu High School, so why should he sign up for some training class without being satisfied? Is it okay now? Not only did his son's vitality plummet, but a lot of money was also spent on it. This is called self-inflicted evil. Yes, I almost ruined my child's future, so of course I have to work hard to make up for it. Hey! This couple is so pitiful. You guys should be more virtuous. A group of workers murmured. Some sympathize, while others sneer and gloat. After all, Suemo was also extremely dazzling in Mowu's top 10. Su Chen and Zhang Muwen used to often show off how outstanding their sons were at work, and some people were jealous and couldn't stand it. Now that this has happened, some people will naturally take pleasure in the misfortune. Of course, there are also people who are born bad and cannot see others being good. If others are worse off than him, he will have a sense of superiority in his heart. When Su Chen and Zhang Muwen heard these gossips, they just smiled bitterly in their hearts and did not say anything. After all, this matter is indeed their fault. Even though they now know that Suemo has recovered and is not affected by the potential pill. But they still regretted it. Because without this matter, Suemo would only be better and more outstanding than it is now. Clang! Dong dong dong! At this moment, the sound of gongs and drums suddenly came from downstairs, which was extremely lively. It seemed like there was a big happy event. This also made everyone stop what they were doing and look out the window. They were also curious, whose family was organizing the wedding. Chapter 35. Dong, dong, dong. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of gongs and drums in the distance is getting closer. There was a lot of people downstairs and it seemed very lively. Why does this sound of gongs and drums seem to have stopped downstairs in our unit? Someone heard the bustle at the outer door coming from far away. Then it kept making noises downstairs in their unit. At this moment, a pot-bellied leader walked out of the workshop with a frown. His name is Ji Changlin, and he is the director of the entire factory. Why is it so busy all of a sudden? This is getting a bit noisy. Everyone goes back to their workstations and continues working. Our factory has a lot of orders this time, so how can we have time to watch the excitement? Shall I go down and see what's going on? Director Ji frowned slightly and maintained order in the workshop. There are packed gift boxes flowing down the assembly line all the time. If you stop for a short while, stock up a lot. Even the gift box may be damaged. He didn't want to bear such a loss. After explaining everything, he hurried downstairs to check the situation downstairs. When everyone heard Director Ji's words, they had no choice but to suppress their curiosity and return to their workstations to continue the work at hand. Here, Su Chen and Zhang Muwen were the only two people who never left their workstations. The couple didn't pay attention to the noise outside, and the movements in their hands never stopped. After all, these gift boxes are packaged in pieces, so the more work you do, the more you get. In order to make more money, they have no time to join in the fun. At this time, Aunt Su, who had previously been ungrateful and sarcastic towards Su's parents and Su's mother, returned to her workstation and said with a very excited expression, "Everyone! I just saw the school badge of Mowu High School from a distance outside the window." As soon as this statement came out, everyone became interested. After all, people here are basically married, and some of their children are studying at Mowu High School. When they heard that the excitement at the outer gate was related to Mowu High School, they were naturally quite interested. Someone said, "Sister Su, did you read that correctly?" Aunt Su waved her hand and said, "How could I be wrong? I guess the excitement outside should be due to the fact that some students from Mowu High School have made significant progress. So this is for early recognition. Anyway, I heard my son mention that Mowu High School has such a tradition." Hearing this, many people's eyes lit up. Someone couldn't help but ask, "So if Mowu High School is here, maybe someone's child in our campus will be commended?" Aunt Su nodded excitedly, her eyes seemed full of expectation. She showed off somewhat, "That should be it. My son received verbal praise from the teacher at school some time ago. It is said that my son has made great progress in this test. You think, could it be that my son who is beating the gongs and drums is going to be commended by the school?" Aunt Su became more and more excited as she spoke. However, someone retorted at this time, "Sister Su, are you thinking too much?" Listening to the excitement at the outer gate, this formation is comparable to winning the first prize. Your son just made significant progress. When did the school get such a big fanfare? After hearing this, Sister Su showed a trace of displeasure on her face. She was unconvinced and said, "That's hard to say. My son's teachers all say that his progress is rare. They even said that my son has the hope of taking the college entrance examination in 3 months' time with the first-level physical training realm. Although there is still a slight gap between my son and the top 10 in Mowu High School. But I think it's not too far off." Then, Sister Su seemed to have thought of something again and asked, "Muwen, did your Sumo have such a scene when she entered the top 10 in the school?" Zhang Muwen kept moving her hands, recalled for a moment, and said calmly, "In his freshman year of high school, Xiao Mo just entered the top 10 of the school, and some school leaders came to announce the good news. But it's not such a big pomp." "Oh," Aunt Su said in a neutral tone. Her excited heart also calmed down. At this moment she also knew that she was overthinking. After all, it was not such a grand event for Sumo to be among the top 10 in school at that time. No matter how much progress her son makes, he can't just soar into the sky and enter the top 10 in school. Therefore, the sound of gongs and drums at the outer door and the festive bustle were not at her home. Although she understood that the excitement below had nothing to do with her. But she still felt inexplicably unwilling. How great would it be if this was a battle caused by her son? From then on, she will be the mother of geniuses, and her face will be even more shining. Before, Su Chen and Zhang Muwen showed off how outstanding their sons were whenever they had nothing to do. What kind of ranking is it in the top 10? What kind of benefits does the school award? It is impossible not to be envious or jealous. She also wanted to brag to her colleagues at work about how great her son was. Everyone praised her son and cast envious glances at her. What a treat indeed! But I can only think about it. But when she looked at Su Chen and Zhang Muwen who never stopped moving, she suddenly felt relieved. Because even if the following happy event has little to do with her, but obviously it has nothing to do with Su Chen and his wife. At least her son is now much better than the sons of Su Chen and his wife. Being able to compare with Su Chen and his wife, she still felt a bit superior in her heart. There is indeed a lot of xiaojiju in Aunt Su's heart. But just when she thought of this, Director Ji suddenly hurried into the workshop. Director Ji's face was filled with surprise and he shouted, "Su Chen! Zhang Muwen! What a happy event! Your Su Mo is so impressive. Su Mo defeated Yuanj, who ranked first in Mowu in this martial arts competition. Now Su Mo is number 1 in Mowu." The school leaders and teachers of Mowu came to announce the good news in person. As soon as these words came out, many people stared and took a breath of cold air. Especially Aunt Su, her scalp suddenly felt numb, her mouth opened, and she froze on the spot. Mowu High School is the number 1 martial arts high school in Tianyang City. And Yuanji's name is well known even to these parents. I don't know how many people are teaching their children every day to learn from NGE. But they actually heard the news that Su Mo defeated Yuanj. This is incredible. Su Chen and Zhang Muwen were also stunned again, and the movements of their hands stopped. They even wonder if they heard it wrong. Su Chen was excited and his body was trembling. He ran up and asked repeatedly, "Director Ji, did I hear you correctly? My Xiao Mo defeated Yuanj and became the number 1 in Mowu?" Zhang Muwen was also so excited that her eyes became moist. She also wanted to confirm the authenticity of the news. Director Ji smiled with a smile on his face and nodded affirmatively, "You heard me right. Your Su Mo is now the number 1 in Mowu." Su Chen and Zhang Muwen cried with joy when they heard the affirmative answer. The two hugged each other, with tears in their eyes but smiles on their faces. "My Xiaomo, try your best," Su Chen and Zhang Muwen said excitedly. Chapter 36. Su Mo's parents cried with joy. The two hugged each other tightly. Su Mo is so impressive. Their hard work these days has been well worth it. At this moment, even the tired look on his face disappeared. Director Ji also affirmed again, "This kid Su Mo, how can he be so ambitious? This is Guangzhou Niezu." Director Ji now recalled the scene he just saw downstairs. He described vividly, "You haven't seen how big the scene below our unit is. The queue to announce the good news alone was 20 or 30 meters long. There are 8 lions dancing in front. The beating of gongs and drums from behind made my chest buzz. There was someone holding a plaque next to me, so I took a quick look and found that there were at least 5 or 6 of them. This is clearly the treatment of the number 1 scholar." Director Ji described and drew with his hand. From Director Ji's description, everyone imagined how huge the team was to help him this time. "I remember that when Yuanj was first, there was no such scene." Director Ji became more and more excited as he talked, gasping for air. It was even said that he was more excited than Su Chen and Zhang Muwen. The eyes are shining. Because now his unit has a Kailanzi born. He is also proud of it. Maybe relying on Su Mo, I can achieve certain political achievements in it. And as long as this kind of genius doesn't die young, he will definitely be a big shot with real power in the future. There is nothing wrong with having a good relationship with such a genius and his parents. Xiao Mo is number 1. Yes, our son is promising. Zhang Muwen and Su Chen were trembling with excitement. At this moment, they seemed to be wrapped in a huge ball of happiness. Many people present also came to their senses. They also thought that Su Mo would be very promising in the future, and they all cast envious glances at the young couple. And if we can build a good relationship with Su Chen and his wife, maybe their lives will get better. Not only that. If Su Mo can help their children, they will really follow Su Mo's family to heaven. After all, they were working together with Su Chen and his wife. If they speak shamelessly, they might actually get some help. At this time, many people left their workstations and came to Su Chen and Zhang Muwen to congratulate them. Brother Su, congratulations! This is really a great thing. You two have finally made it through. No need to work so hard overtime anymore. A group of people were smiling, as if Su Mo had become the best in Mowu. They were happier and more excited than their parents. And just then, Director Ji couldn't help but frown when he heard someone mention working overtime. He immediately asked, "Working overtime? What's going on?" A group of people rushed to explain to Su Chen and Zhang Muwen. "Director, you don't know something. Some time ago, Brother Su and Sister Zhang were tricked by a martial arts training center for Su Mo." "That's right. Brother Su and Sister Zhang spent most of their savings and lost everything. That unscrupulous martial arts training center, bah! It made Brother Su and Sister Zhang work day and night. What a poor man! But now it's better, Su Mo is successful, and she won't have to work so hard in the future." A group of people told the story. After Director Ji heard this, he immediately held Su Chen's hand. Then he said earnestly, "Brother, as someone who has been here, nothing is as important as your body. Now that Xiao Mo is so promising, if you get tired and sick, your children will also worry about you, which is not good. Brothers and sisters, I can see your hard work over the years. Last month, the director of the logistics workshop, Lao Mo, retired. I'm just wondering who would fit this spot. In my opinion, brother, you are quite suitable." Su Chen couldn't believe it at this moment. Because Su Mo won the first place in Mowu, he also got promoted inexplicably. You know, given his situation, it would be quite good for him to be a team leader after Lao Mo retires. But now he has become the director directly. This is a jump of several levels in a row. Congratulations to Lao Su. This is the third level promotion in a row. This is really a double blessing. If you have a banquet then, don't forget to call me." The clever person immediately congratulated him. The eyes of a group of people were full of envy. This is the best explanation of how one person can achieve enlightenment. Chickens and dogs ascend to heaven, right? Everyone envied Su Chen for giving birth to such a good son. It really saved this young couple decades of detours. The workshop was filled with joy. Many people continued to praise and congratulate him. But among this group of people, there was another person who didn't look very good. That is Aunt Su. It's really hard for her to accept this change now. Didn't Su Mo become worse than her son after taking the potential pill? So he suddenly became the number one in Mowu? It was so uncomfortable in her heart. Su Mo's span is too big. At this moment, Aunt Su finally couldn't bear it any longer and asked, "How is this possible? Muwen, didn't your Xiao Mo's qi and blood plummet to only 50 points because he mistakenly took the potential pill before? This is what my son saw with his own eyes and told me when he came back." Zhang Muwen already disliked Aunt Su. During this time, Aunt Su often stepped on her to show off her son. He even sneered at her even though it was nothing. When she heard Aunt Su's question, she just responded coldly, "My Xiao Mo has actually recovered a long time ago. And he was promoted to the first rank early." As soon as this statement came out, it attracted another exclamation. As expected of Xiao Mo, there is a reason why he was among the top 10 in the school before. He could still improve so quickly after taking the potential pill by mistake. If he wasn't the best in Mowu, who else could be? That's right, Xiao Mo, this kid, looks unusual to me. No, now it is enough to see that my vision is correct. How can a mere potential pill hinder a genius? No wonder Xiao Mo can become the number one in Mowu. Isn't it a matter of time? All of a sudden, all kinds of rainbow farts were flying all over the sky. And Aunt Su's face suddenly turned green and white. She didn't dare to say anything more now. calm down the unbalanced mood. She changed her face again, and after a long time she started to have a relationship with Zhang Muwen again. Mei Wan, don't take what happened before to heart. I am just angry that you were deceived and feel unfair for you. Look, your Xiao Mo and my son are schoolmates. Can you talk to Xiao Mo and ask him to take more care of my son? Ansu said with a flattering smile. However, Zhang Muwen ignored her at all, as if Ansu didn't exist. Not to mention Su Chen, he never even looked at Ansu. You. When Ansu saw this situation, she stamped her feet in anger. But I can only feel miserable on my own. Chapter 37. Okay. Brother, sister-in-law, don't be in the workshop. Don't waste any more time. The leaders of Mowu High School are still waiting for you two below. Director Ji said with a smile. He told Su Chen and Zhang Muwen to stop busy with work in the workshop and follow him down to receive this happy event. Later, he saw that everyone in the workshop was quite curious, so he waved his hand and said with a smile, "It is natural to celebrate such a big happy event together. The whole factory has a half-day holiday today. Everyone go down and rejoice." Good. Let's go. Let's enjoy the happiness of Brother Su and his wife. The crowd cheered. At this time, someone said, "Director, if this batch of goods is piled here, it may be crushed." Director Ji curled his lips, waved his hands and said, "What does such a small amount of goods mean? It's important that Mowu is the number one in our unit. You need to understand the size of the matter first. Let's all go down together. Let's celebrate Mo together." The crowd cheered. After all, no one has ever seen such a scene. There are also many people who really believe that they can benefit from Mo's happiness and make their children stand out. Everyone ran downstairs in a swarm, fearing that they would be slower than others and lose some joy. Soon, everyone came downstairs. Dong, dong, dong. Clang, clang, clang. Gongs and drums were beaten downstairs, and colorful and joyful lion dances danced to the beat of the drums. There were several large red plaques on the side, held high. Everyone saw the words on the red plaque at a glance. Congratulations to Mo for taking the lead in this Mowu School martial arts competition and winning first place. Warmly celebrate Mo's promotion to the first level of physical training. Becoming the best student of Mowu High School. Congratulations to Mo for being directly qualified to enter the talent camp selection. Hereby rewards, 5 Qi and blood pills. Hereby rewards, 1 million yuan. One red plaque after another. It lists the honors and awards Mo has received, which is overwhelming. Director Peng. You are here too. Su Chen and Zhang Muwen came downstairs surrounded by everyone. The couple saw Peng Junyan at a glance and shouted together. Both of them knew that Peng Junyan took great care of Xiao Mo. Therefore, the couple also respects and appreciates Peng Junyan very much. Peng Junyan saw Su Chen and his wife and said with a smile, "Although I am the school director, I am also Su Mo's homeroom teacher. From now on you can just call me Teacher Peng, there is no need to be so polite. This time I come to bring good news to you. Su Mo ranked first in Mowu this time." The word Su Mo was ranked first in Mowu had a completely different feeling than those spoken by Director Ji just now. This is equivalent to Mowu High School taking the initiative to congratulate them and telling them the good news in person. The meaning is naturally completely different from what Director Ji told them. Peng Junyan continued with a smile, "The way you educate Su Mo is worth learning." Su Chen and Zhang Muwen were laughing from ear to ear at this moment. As expected of a teacher, what he says sounds nice. At this time, Peng Junyan waved. The next moment, a big red plaque was held up. It is clearly written on it that a reward of 1 million yuan is hereby given. Su Chen and Zhang Muwen's eyes became a little straight. Even if they have worked hard for half their lives, they have never seen so much money. Peng Junyan took out a black card and said, 1 million is stored in it, you keep it. Well. Zhang Muwen responded blankly as she saw the black card. This card is very light though. But now she was holding it in her hand and it felt heavy. A stream of hot tears couldn't help but burst out and flowed down from his eyes. The envious expressions in the eyes of everyone around were so happy that they couldn't hide it, almost overflowing the screen. 1 million. Oh my god, this reward is so rich. The people around him swallowed their saliva, not knowing how to describe their current mood. 1 million. For ordinary workers like them, this is a huge sum of money. Many people may not be able to save money in their lifetime. And now, Su Chen and Zhang Muwen have directly received a 1 million reward for their outstanding son. It's hard not to be envious. Aunt Su is also among them. She looked straight at the zeros on the big red plaque and couldn't help but count, 1 0, 2 zeros, 6 zeros. Oh my god! What a million! Aunt Su couldn't help pinching her pee at this moment. She is so envious and jealous now. Why is my son not so mo? Why can't I give birth to such an excellent son? When will my son also earn a million for his mother? At this time, Peng Junyan continued, this is Su Mo's scholarship. If Su Mo can keep it, there will be every martial arts competition in the school. Someone heard this and couldn't help but ask, Teacher Peng, in other words, if Su Mo is still first next time, can she be rewarded with another 1 million? Yes. Peng Junyan replied with a smile. Oh my god! This is such a huge profit. When did my daughter become so ambitious? Brother Su, your Xiao Mo hasn't fallen in love yet, right? How is my daughter? Although the child is older, it doesn't affect the decision to have a baby kiss. Our family doesn't want betrothal gifts. Having such a son really saves parents decades of debtors. How enviable! Every time he discusses martial arts, he has 1 million, which makes a group of people even more envious. Some people even take a different approach and think about getting their daughter to marry Su Mo. Some people even hate me, why is my daughter not a daughter? They couldn't give birth to such a good son, but it would be nice to have such a good son-in-law. Peng Junyan looked at Su Chen and Zhang Muwen who were so excited that they didn't know what to say. He smiled and suggested, Su Mo's father, Su Mo's mother, how about we take a photo together to freeze this moment and keep it in our memory? As a memorial. Okay, okay. Su Chen and Zhang Muwen had this intention and nodded in agreement. Later, the teacher who was responsible for taking photos stepped forward and took a photo of Su Chen and his wife, Peng Junyan and other school leaders. In the photo, Su Chen and Zhang Muwen were holding a black card with the word 1 million yuan written on it in red, smiling happily. A group of people were very jealous when they saw the group photo. Because for ordinary migrant workers like them, the leaders of Mowu High School are already considered big shots in Tianyang City. Being able to take a photo with such a person will give you a lot of bragging rights when you take the photo together in the future. Even factory director Ji was very excited to see it. Su Chen's head lit up at this moment and he suggested, how about we all take a group photo together and have fun together? Brother Su, what a great idea! Director Ji nodded repeatedly and gave a thumbs up. Peng Junyan and a group of school leaders also nodded and did not refuse. I'll stand behind Brother Su. Then I'll stand behind Sister Zhang. A group of people saw that they could take photos together, and they all acted like children, wanting to stand in a more conspicuous position. Even Aunt Su was rushing to take a group photo. But she didn't know when she was squeezed out by the crowd. Hey! I didn't get it. I didn't get it yet. Aunt Su shouted with a blushing face and a thick neck. Soon, everyone was smiling as they got the developed photos and admired them happily. Finally, Su Chen had a rare moment of magnanimity and suggested that he treat himself to dinner and invited a group of colleagues to the hotel to celebrate Su Mo. Chapter 38. Inside Mowu High School. Su Mo did not leave school. Led by a teacher named Xiang, he came to the principal's building. The principal's building is very big. There are a total of 25 floors. After entering, you will see a large flat floor. Spotless tiles line the floor. On the surrounding walls are photos and biographies of past principals. The photo and introduction of the current principal of Mowu High School are also included. Suemo, come with me. Teacher Xiang said. Suemo didn't have time to take a closer look, so he followed Teacher Xiang to the 25th floor. The 25th floor has good lighting, warm sunlight shines on the corridor, and the view is clear. Soon, Teacher Xiang led Suemo through several doors with password locks and arrived at the door of a room. Here we are, he said to the teacher with a smile. Suemo nodded. Diddy, bang. Then, Teacher Xiang pressed the code lock a few times, and the door to the room was opened. Suemo's eyes flashed slightly as she looked at the layout in the room. This room is about 100 square meters. The soft lighting makes the room look extremely warm. There are various classics on the shelves beside the wall. Below is an oversized leather sofa. An exquisite small table lamp is next to the sofa. Not only that, various martial arts training facilities are extremely complete. There is even a combat power testing machine and a blood gas testing machine. Such room facilities can be called a warrior's dream house. As soon as Suemo stepped into the room, he immediately felt a strong energy of heaven and earth rushing towards him. Hey! He felt his energy and blood rising involuntarily, and was a little surprised. Then, he asked, Teacher Xiang, is this the exclusive training room of number 1 Mowu? Teacher Xiang smiled and said, yes, this is a room specially equipped for me, Mowu no 1. I believe you felt a strong vitality of heaven and earth as soon as you stepped into the room, right? Suemo nodded. Teacher Xiang pointed to the ground in the middle of the room and said, this rich vitality of heaven and earth comes from an energy stone here. Suemo looked in the direction pointed by the teacher's finger. Indeed, a bright red floor with a diameter of 1 meter was found on the ground, sparkling under the light. The red floor is round in shape, with honeycomb-shaped crystals of the same size on it. The surface is as smooth as a mirror, like a small pool of water. This place is about an inch higher than other places, and it looks like a place specially used for meditation and exercise. Is this the rumored blood pool? Suemo thought of something and whispered. Teacher Xiang smiled and explained, this is indeed the pool of blood in your mouth. But it is actually made of many energy stones. Energy stone, Suemo learned it in school. It is said that the energy stone contains very pure vitality of heaven and earth. It can be absorbed by warriors and eventually converted into one's own energy and blood. But energy stones are only produced in major caves or some realms of the heavens and worlds. If you want to bring the energy stone back to the human world, then the warrior must transport it back from the cave. But there are all kinds of people in the world hidden in the cave, which is very dangerous. It is extremely difficult to transport the energy stone back. Therefore, energy stones are extremely expensive and rare in the human world. I have only heard of energy stones before, but have never seen them with my own eyes. I didn't expect to see so many here. Suemo's eyes glowed and she nodded. Teacher Xiang continued to introduce him. In order to build this primary training room, the principal spent tens of millions on this piece of energy stone. As for other facilities in the room, they only cost a small amount of money. Suemo was a little surprised. In other words, this house is truly expensive. He knew that this energy stone was expensive. But I never expected that such a place could cost so much money. The benefits of Mowu number 1 are really full. Teacher Xiang looked at Suemo and said, Suemo, as the number 1 in Mowu, you can come here to practice for 3 hours every day. I am the teacher in charge of the principal building. If you need anything, you can come to me directly. Suemo nodded and responded, understood. Finally, he reminded the teacher, by the way, this is your first time to practice in such a place with strong heaven and earth energy. It is best to take qi and blood pills and practice together with energy stones. Because if the body feels the strong vitality of heaven and earth for the first time, the effect of cultivation will be amazing, so this opportunity cannot be wasted. Thank you for reminding me, teacher. Suemo thanked him. Okay, that's all I have to explain. You should have memorized the password to the room just now. I'll leave first. You practice well. I'll come back to you in 3 hours. He nodded slightly to the teacher, turned and left. Suemo closed the door, and the room was extremely silent. He had little interest in anything else in the room at the moment. The only thing that interested him deeply was the blood pool made of energy stones. This is something worth tens of millions. Let me try it. What's the effect? Suemo was slightly excited and said to herself. He took several long strides and sat up with his legs crossed. As soon as he sat on it, the rich vitality of heaven and earth poured into his body continuously. A numbing feeling suddenly spread throughout his body. Qi and blood are also driven along, slowly rising in the body. Suemo did not dare to delay and began to try to absorb this rich vitality of heaven and earth. It doesn't take a while. He could feel the vitality of heaven and earth intertwined with his blood. As the vitality of heaven and earth surges through the meridians, it begins to slowly transform into qi and blood. The effect is really amazing. I just sat on it for a while, and I felt my energy and blood improved significantly. Suemo opened her eyes suddenly and said excitedly. He made a rough estimate. An hour of practicing here is equivalent to a day of hard training outside. This is a full 24 times difference. Calculated based on 3 hours a day. That's a 72-fold difference. Practicing here for 3 hours every day is equivalent to practicing hard outside for 3 days. This effect can no longer be described as amazing. It's terrifying. No wonder Yuanji's qi and blood improved so rapidly before. He is only half a step away from the second-grade blood tempering realm. Suemo squinted her eyes and whispered. You know, even if most students are about to graduate, their energy and blood may not reach 80 points. There are even fewer people who can graduate from the first-level body training realm. Suemo, who understood all this, was extremely satisfied. If he could, he wished he could stay in this room all day and night. It is said that this is just an elementary training room. I heard that there are more advanced training rooms in the genius camp. The cultivation there to improve qi and blood must be even more terrifying. Suemo, who has tasted the sweetness, is now looking forward to the genius camp even more. Okay, don't think about it anymore. 3 hours is still a short time. Let's start practicing. Suemo said to herself. Then, he took out a qi and blood pill from his pocket and ate it. At the same time, the heavenly star scripture was also circulated. Chapter 39. The heavenly stars are in motion. The gurgling energy and blood boiled instantly, and soon formed a huge wave in Suemo's body, impacting his meridians. The meridians throughout his body were swollen to the limit by the impact of qi and blood, as if they would burst at any time. Not only that, the qi and blood pill he had just eaten also melted in his body, and a lot of qi and blood suddenly gathered in his body. And underneath him, this piece of energy stone shimmered with bright red light, and the rich vitality of heaven and earth also penetrated into his body, converging with the strong qi and blood. I have to say, Teacher Xiang said it well. This is the first time I come into contact with the rich vitality of heaven and earth. If paired with qi and blood pills, the effect is indeed very good. At this moment, Suemo felt that her blood was boiling to an extreme, as if she was burning in a fire. Before I knew it, nearly 3 hours had passed. Suemo slowly opened her eyes again. At this moment, his whole body was full of energy and blood, and powerful power gathered in his body. This energy and blood has indeed improved a lot. Suemo's eyes flashed, and a thick smile appeared on her face. Obviously, he has improved tremendously in these 3 hours. Suemo stood up, but he did not go to the qi and blood testing machine in the room to test the qi and blood. After all, he only needs to think about it, and the specific data will appear in front of him. The next moment, a sparkling light curtain appeared. Host, Suemo. Realm, First Grade Body Forging. Qi and Blood, 331 points. Current side effects, Tianxing Zhenjing, excessive practice of this skill will cause the blood to boil, causing damage to the meridians and even the risk of rupture. 7 Injury Fist, execute 7 kills, all internal organs will be burned. Designated targets for side effects, Lin Yangxiu, Lu Dongji, Lu Xinggui, currently the upper limit is 5. Directly increased the vitality and blood by 10 points. Before Suemo came to participate in the whole school martial arts competition today, she checked her energy and blood, which was 321 points. In other words, in just 3 hours, his energy and blood surged by 10 points. At this moment, even Suemo himself was surprised. However, he also thought of what teacher Xiang said before. This was the first time he had come into contact with such a strong source of heaven and earth energy, and that was why he had such a big improvement. If you practice again later, you will definitely not have such amazing effects. But practicing here is definitely far better than practicing hard outside. Dong dong dong. At this time, there was a knock on Suemo's door. He knew that 3 hours had passed and teacher Xiang was chasing people away. What a great place! Suemo looked back at the room and walked out of the door with some reluctance. Finally, he said goodbye to his teacher and walked back home. It's getting late now, and it's time to go home. When Suemo arrived home, Su Chen smiled drunkenly at Suemo, extremely happy. Zhang Muwen took care of him and helped him sober up. At the same time, she also prepared a sumptuous dinner for Suemo. The family of 3 sat together and talked a lot. This is a rare and heartwarming moment during this time. The next day, Suemo got up early. Because he has to go to school today and is busy with something. In addition to going to the school's exclusive training room to practice for 3 hours. He also wanted to visit the higher levels of the library. After all, on the 2nd floor of the library, I heard that there are top 2nd grade techniques. After about 10 minutes journey, Suemo arrived at the school library. After yesterday's whole school martial arts competition ended, the school returned to its usual calm. But many students in the library looked at Suemo with admiration. But they didn't dare to get close to Suemo. After all, the battle yesterday was still vivid in my mind. Suemo acted too cruelly. The vice principal is probably still lying in the hospital unable to move, not knowing whether he is alive or dead. With such a ruthless person, no one can be sure that he will be able to make friends with him. Suemo didn't stop either. He swiped his student ID card and went directly to the 3rd floor of the library. Now he is the number 1 in Mowu. Except for the 8th floor of the library, which he cannot enter, he can pass through the other floors unobstructed and at will. Soon, Suemo wandered back and forth in the library. It has to be said that there are many more exercises and martial arts on the 2nd floor of the library than what he saw when he was on the 2nd floor. The quality is also extremely good. These exercises and martial arts all start at the top level of the 1st level, and there are also many 2nd level exercises and martial arts. Suemo even discovered several quasi-3rd level exercises and martial arts inside. This morning, Suemo has been spending time in the library. He went back and forth among several floors to find the exercises and martial arts that suited him. Hey! I saw another quasi-3rd grade martial art. Xian Tian pointed out that this technique can actually use qi and blood to shoot out a burst of blood. But it is extremely difficult to practice, and there are many people who only achieve success in 10 years. The most important thing is that the technique has no backlash at all, which is not suitable for me. Suemo shook his head and put down this martial skill. After a while, Suemo also found the martial art of silk step. He had seen Yuan perform it before, and it was really fast. However, it was not a particularly quick movement or martial arts technique, and it had no side effects at all. Suemo was not interested in it. Well, this well-known movement and martial arts skill is indeed good. Forget it, let's wait and see if there's nothing else more suitable. If not, choose this body and martial arts practice to try. Suemo said to himself. Unknowingly, more than half of the time has passed. Suemo has gone through almost all the martial arts techniques on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th levels. These exercises and martial arts are indeed very good. But it's a pity that it's so good. After practicing, there was no backlash at all. Kung Fu and martial arts that have no side effects and quick results are not in line with his goals. But it's understandable if you think about it. These high-level exercises and martial arts must have been appraised by the school. All are orthodox exercises. Otherwise the grade would not be so high. Like the 7-injury fist, if you really talk about the power, even without the 7 kills style, it will not be worse than the 2nd-grade martial arts. But precisely because the side effects were too great, it could only be rated as a first-class martial arts skill. In other words, the evaluation of martial arts level takes into account many factors. The power of the 1st grade is not necessarily worse than that of the 3rd grade. But the corresponding price paid for such martial arts is absolutely terrifying. So all in all, skills like 7-injury fist are only of the 1st level. At this moment, Suemo can only use stupid methods to search patiently. Maybe you are lucky and can find some hidden gems. As the sky grew dark, Suemo could only leave the library and go to the exclusive training room to practice for 3 hours before returning home. In this way, Suemo ran back and forth between 3 places: home, library, and exclusive training room. Finally, on the 3rd day, he finally found 3 martial arts that fit his goals. Facts also proved Suemo's speculation. These 3 martial arts are only at the 1st level, but there is also a top level. It's not easy. All the hard work pays off, and I finally found some. Suemo held the 3 martial arts in his hands and sighed. Each of these 3 martial arts is a defensive martial skill called Reversal of 9 Shields. This defensive technique has 9 levels in total. It requires the 9 bones of the body to be trained to turn the stone into steel to obtain great defense. But the cost is also huge. The bones that turn into stone and become steel will also lose most of their active energy and blood. And it is irreversible, and the opportunity to be promoted to the 3rd level jade bone in the future will be lost. The other one is a physical and martial skill called change of chi movement. According to Suemo's understanding, this martial art is as fast as the silk winding step. The Qi Xing Yi transformation is a body technique that uses one's own qi and blood to stimulate the strength of the legs, allowing the body to move quickly. But what's very annoying is that the lifting time is extremely short, only a few seconds. Moreover, after using it, it will cause qi and blood to flow backwards, ranging from hemorrhage in the legs to complete shattering of the meridians in the legs and paralysis of the lower body. But correspondingly, the speed is also really fast. The last martial skill is a pupil technique called Kong Ming Ju. When cast, it improves dynamic vision. But the price is that too much use can lead to blindness. Chapter 40. Suemo was in a pretty good mood with 3 martial arts skills in her hands. Although these 3 martial arts performed well after being immune to side effects. The most important thing is that these 3 martial arts are all the kind that can be achieved quickly regardless of the cost. But it is a pity that the level of the 3 martial arts is too low after all, and can only be compared to the top level of the 2nd level and the 3rd level, which is already their upper limit. I don't know how the martial arts are at the genius camp. When I go there, it will give me some surprises, right? Suemo murmured. But then, he stopped thinking about it. Forget it, let's talk about the rest later. Now go back and practice these 3 martial arts first. After saying that, Suemo was about to get up and leave the library. Ding ding ding. And that's when the phone in his pocket rang. Teacher Peng's phone number. Suemo took out her cell phone from her pocket and took a look. Then he answered the phone. Hello, Teacher Peng. Peng Junyan on the other end of the phone said with a smile, Suemo, there's something good going on. When Suemo heard this, he immediately became interested and said, Teacher, please tell me. The principal just received news. You ranked first in Mowu this time, and the principal is also paying attention. He said, you are allowed to enter the highest level of the library. Peng Junyan said. Sumo's eyes lit up. This is indeed a good thing for him. This time, Mowu number 1 changed hands, and the vice principal was in the hospital again, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Such a big thing happened in the school. As the principal of Mowu, no matter how busy you are, you still have to take time to pay attention to the school. Everything the principal knew came naturally from Peng Junyan's mouth. Suemo defeated Yuanj with 1 punch. Yuanj voluntarily admitted defeat in public. Vice Principal Lu Dongji was directly beaten to death by Suemo. Of course, the Vice Principal Lu Dongji took the initiative to attack the students, so the principal naturally had nothing good to say about the Vice Principal and was too lazy to pay attention. As for Yuanji, although Yuanji's 2 arms were shattered and fractured, but those who have injured their muscles and bones can still recover with the aid of elixirs. As long as Yuanj is not deposed, there will be no problem. For Suemo to have such a record, the principal naturally praised Suemo very much. In the end, in view of the fact that Vice President Lu Dongji used power for personal gain, Yuanj was allowed to enter the top level of the library. Before that, Mowu was treated the best. The current number 1 in Mowu is naturally indispensable. So the principal immediately decided to give Suemo a chance to enter the top level of the library. Thank you, teacher, for informing me. Suemo thanked him. Peng Junyan on the other end of the phone waved his hand and said, it doesn't matter. You can just go to the top of the library and make a good selection. After Suemo answered, the call was hung up. I happen to be in the library, so let's go take a look first. Suemo whispered. He walked to the elevator and went to the 8th floor, the highest floor of the library. Ding! As the elevator reached the 8th floor, the elevator door slowly opened. What comes into view is a heavy door. There is a teacher waiting next to the gate. This teacher is naturally the administrator on the 8th floor of the library. Student Suemo, the principal has told me that when you come, the door will be opened for you, so you can read inside as you like. With that said, the teacher took out an administrator card and opened the door. Thank you, teacher. Suemo nodded and walked in without politeness. There are not many martial arts books and martial arts on the 8th floor of the library. There are only about a dozen large bookshelves. But Suemo knows. These are the most exquisite martial arts techniques in the school. Among them, the lowest grade is also the quasi 3rd grade. There are quite a few of them even among the top 3rd grade ones. Although there are not as many exercises and martial arts here as on other floors, they are all the best among the best. It saves a lot of time searching and sifting through. Suemo nodded. He came to the first row of bookshelves and began to rummage through them one by one. It has to be said that when Suemo looked at the exercises and martial arts on the 8th floor of the library, he couldn't help but nod in praise. Sure enough, it is not comparable to the martial arts and martial arts on other floors. This ginseng's claws are very powerful, it can break mountains and rocks, it's no problem. Suemo sighed in praise. But he still put down the martial arts skills in his hands. This naturally does not meet the requirements in his heart. These exercises and martial arts require a long time to practice and cannot be achieved quickly. And there are no side effects. Of course it was not his choice. After a while, Suemo found the Vajrapam on the bookshelf in the 4th row. Vajrapam is a very famous martial skill in Tianyang City. Mo saw Yuanj perform it a few days ago. However, Yuanj has not been practicing this martial art for a long time. It's not that the terrifying power of this martial art has been fully unleashed. Mo flipped through the Vajra palm in her hand. Soon, he learned. The Vajra palm is indeed very powerful. When used, the palm of the hand looks as if it is made of gold. It can be said to be an excellent technique for both offense and defense. Moreover, the difficulty of getting started with Vajra palm is not high, and you can see certain results after practicing it for a period of time. But it's just that if you want to succeed, it will be extremely difficult. It takes a long time to polish. Seeing this, Mo shook his head slightly. Even with this famous martial art, he was still not satisfied. If you really want to talk about it, this Vajra palm is not as powerful as the 7 kills of the 7 injury fist. The defense was not as good as the 9 reversal shields he had just obtained. Therefore, his martial arts are excellent in the eyes of others. In Mo's eyes, it seemed mediocre. It feels like it's a pity to abandon it and it's boring to practice. Forget it, let's look for it again. There's a lot more to come that I haven't read yet. Mo put down his Vajra palm and said to himself. Afterwards, he continued to search. Time passed little by little. Finally he got something on the rack in the 9th row. Reverse the 8 Doors Sutra. Mo looked at this martial arts and was deeply attracted by the content introduced in the martial arts. The smile on his face grew bigger and bigger. After a long time, Mo's eyes flashed and she decided, that's it. As mentioned in martial arts, this sutra of opening the 8 gates in reverse is a martial skill that opens the 8 gates in reverse. As introduced in martial arts, the human body is mysterious and contains strange things. Kimen can lock the potential of chi and blood and shield against evil obstacles. And these 8 gates are the opening gate, the resting gate, the life gate, the injury gate, the do gate, the jing gate, the shocking gate, and the death gate. Mentioned in martial arts. As long as the 8 gates are tightly closed, chi and blood can be kept strong and strong. However, the 8 gates are always hidden and no trace is shown. It is even difficult for ordinary warriors to perceive the existence of the 8 gates. And most of the time, even if warriors don't know the 8 gates of the body, they instinctively close the 8 gates. Therefore, the 8 doors are always locked. It is common for them not to open for life. Only talented people can feel the position of the 8 gates in the body on their own. And this martial art does exactly the opposite. Aren't the 8 gates always closed, allowing chi and blood to remain strong and unabated? Reversing the 8 Doors Sutra will open the 8 doors in reverse. Every time a door is opened, the strange door of the human body will unlock the energy, blood, and potential blocked in the door. It can directly greatly improve the energy and blood, the power of martial arts and one's own combat power. Chapter 41. This martial arts is really good. Mo squinted her eyes and continued reading. He learned it from martial arts. After the first door of the 8 gates of reversal opening is opened, it is equivalent to unlocking the human body's instinctive protection of the body, allowing him to have 100% control over his body. This ability is comparable to the state of harmony between chi and mind of a 7th grade master. It can overload his energy and blood potential and greatly increase his attack speed. His vitality, combat power, and martial arts amplification can reach multiple levels. But the price is also extremely heavy. Just opening one of the strange doors is enough to cause hidden injuries all over his body, loss of energy and blood, and exhaustion of his potential. And it must be practiced for a week, during which no chi and blood can be used. This is equivalent to being no different from ordinary people during this week. This is indeed good. The side effects are indeed good. The smile on Mo's lips grew thicker and thicker, and he felt more and more that this technique was very suitable for him. This is the increased strength and the backlash caused by just opening a door. From what he learned, every time you open a door in the future, the power will be stronger. Likewise, the price you need to pay is even more terrifying. Especially the last door of death. It is the ultimate killing style among the 8 sects. The 8 gates are opened to form a strange formation of the human body, and the power is increased exponentially. But once the door of death is opened, the caster will definitely die. However, Suemo, who was suffering from side effects, had his eyes shining brightly. He doesn't have to worry about the side effects. This 8 reversed gate sutra was simply tailor-made for him. Not only can it greatly improve his strength, the side effects are simply terrifying. If it were used on an enemy, it would definitely be quite satisfying, right? Suemo continued to scroll down. The smile on his face diminished slightly. Because he discovered that the 8 Gates Reversed Sutra was not a complete martial arts, but just a fragment. The side effects are so severe that they can even reach the 3rd grade level. Suemo said secretly in his heart. In the past, the level of martial arts or techniques that were extremely costly like this was not very high. However, this reverse opening of the 8 Gates Sutra had extremely serious side effects, but it was still rated as a 3rd level martial arts skill by the school. It can be seen from this. How powerful is the martial art of reversing the 8 Gates Sutra? Afterwards, Suemo immediately turned off his martial arts skills and started searching on the bookshelf on this floor. He wanted to see if he could find the remaining fragments of the 8 Gates Sutra. However, he turned over the entire 8th floor and found nothing. Such a good martial art is just a fragment. Suemo was unwilling to give up. So he walked out, found the administrator on the 8th floor of the library, and asked, "Teacher, are there any complete martial arts skills?" A flash of surprise flashed in the administrator's eyes when he saw the 8 reversed sutra in Suemo's hand. He naturally knows something about this martial art. It is extremely powerful, but the side effects should not be underestimated. It is equivalent to a martial skill that kills 1,000 enemies and damages oneself 800 times. Suemo, why don't you choose other martial arts? The side effects of this martial art are very unsuitable for people to practice. This was what Principal Jing had redeemed from the genius camp when he participated in it. The administrator said. Suemo naturally understood what the administrator meant. There are only fragments of this sutra of reversing the 8 gates, not a complete version. The Principal Jing mentioned by the administrator was the principal of the previous Mowu High School and had already been promoted. He was not discouraged when he learned that there were only fragments of the reversing 8 gates sutra. Instead, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, and a look of anticipation appeared on his face. It doesn't matter if it's not complete here. The most important thing is that he already has a rough idea in his mind where the 8 Gates Sutra may exist. From this point of view, Genius Camp may have more remnants of the 8 reversed sutras. There might even be a complete version of the 8 Gates Sutra. Thank you, teacher, for reminding me. Suemo doesn't plan to continue spending time in the library. He has now found a lot of martial arts that suit him, and it can be said that he returns with a full load. So, after saying goodbye to his teacher, he returned home. At this moment, Suemo is on a wasteland behind his house. This place has not been developed by developers and has been abandoned for several years. I have obtained a total of 4 martial arts skills this time. I wonder how long it will take to practice. Suemo said to himself. Immediately, he began to understand the 4 martial arts skills of reversing the 9 shields, changing the movement of Qi, Kongmingju, and the reverse opening of the 8 Gate Sutra one by one in his mind. Suemo's blood was rising all over her body. After a while, the body that was just sitting cross-legged started to move as the meditation deepened. Reversing the 9 shields, first the 2 hand bones were turned from stone to steel, then the 2 arm bones, the 2 leg bones, the 2 spines, and finally the entire skull. After all the bones in these 9 places are hardened, the reversal of the 9 shields will be complete. It is much easier once the Qi movement changes. As long as you master the trick and pour Qi and blood into your legs, you can achieve extremely fast speeds.
Kongming-ju is also carefully selected by Mo. It can be done quickly and has significant side effects. It is also easy to practice without worrying about side effects. Finally, by opening the 8 meridians in reverse, Mo kept looking inside according to the meridians and acupoints marked in the martial arts to find the location of his own strange door. In this way, Mo practiced martial arts in the wasteland, ate at home, and studied martial arts almost day and night. Unknowingly, a month passed in a flash. On this day, the sun was shining brightly, and Mo stood alone on a wasteland. A month has passed by so fast. I feel that I have achieved success in all 4 martial arts, so today I can test them one by one. Mo said to herself. After saying that, his blood surged all over his body, and he instantly displayed the 9 reversal shields. At this moment, Mo's hand bones, arm bones, leg bones, spine, and 9 bones in the skull began to turn to stone and steel. Not only that, when viewed from the inside, these 9 bones of his exuded slight fluorescence, forming a shadow-like tattoo of a giant shield on Mo's skin, which flashed past for the last time. This is obviously the refining of the 9 shields of reversal to perfection. Mo didn't stop, he pumped up his energy and blood again, and the energy and blood poured into his legs like huge waves. Brush! He only moved slightly, leaving a faint shadow in the void, but he had already reached the other side of the wasteland. Extremely fast. Mo smiled slightly. Very good, the chi movement has changed and it has reached a state of perfection. The next moment, the pupils in Mo's eyes began to lighten from brown, flashing with a trace of white light. This is exactly the effect brought about by his use of Kongming-ju. It would be nice if he could feel his dynamic vision at this moment. When he moved quickly using the Kongming-ju, it seemed as if everything in his eyes became extremely slow. Then Mo stopped performing the Kongming-ju, the white light in his eyes dissipated, and his pupils returned to their normal brown color. If an ordinary person performs the Kongming-ju, the color of his eyes and pupils may become lighter as the number of uses increases, until they turn completely white, and he will also become blind. But obviously, all the side effects of Mo's martial arts were transferred, and nothing happened. In addition to these 3 martial arts, Mo also has a great understanding of the 8 Gates Sutra. He can already feel where the 8 gates are at this moment. Chapter 42. During the month when Mo was crazy about martial arts and practicing martial arts, Lin Yangxiu, Lu Dongji, Lu Xinggui, and others can be said to have experienced a death purgatory. In the first hospital of Tianyang City, a nurse exclaimed, "Dr. Dong! It's not good." Another person died suddenly of a sudden illness. As soon as he finished speaking, another nurse shouted, "Mr. Lin, Mr. Lu," and others seemed to be dying too. Dr. Dong was shocked when he heard these cries. He quickly ran towards the ward. How could this happen? Even the 5 internal organs nourishing pills can't suppress these symptoms. Dr. Dong thought to himself as he jogged. When he came to Lin Yangxiu, Lu Dongji, and Lu Xinggui, the pupils of these 3 people have turned white and their whole bodies are twitching. Dr. Dong checked it immediately. Soon, a look of shock appeared on his face and he said, "It's strange, before these people only had damage to their 5 internal organs and damaged meridians. Why has the disease not only not decreased over the past month, but more symptoms have appeared?" At this moment, Dr. Dong discovered that these people had other conditions than what he said. The activity of blood and energy in the bones throughout their bodies had completely disappeared. Even several people's legs were red and swollen, bleeding, and their meridians were severed. Moreover, their pupils were abnormally white and they were completely blind. Immediately transfer to ICU to continue rescue. Dr. Dong decided immediately. However, the words did not fall. The ECG monitors beside several people's beds have all turned into horizontal lines. It was obvious that these people's hearts had stopped beating and they died in endless torture.
Vice Principals Lu Dongji, Lu Xinggui, Lin Yangxiu, and 2 of his close associates from the Rolong Martial Arts Training Center all died violently one after another. Dr. Dong sighed and said, "There is no need to go to the ICU for rescue. Let's inform the families of these patients and let them sign for the bodies." The nurses and doctors around me looked horrified. They are also quite nervous. After all, they are afraid that this is some new infectious disease. If they are also infected, it will be really torture. But they don't know it is. These are all the results of Sumo's martial arts skills, such as the 7 killing fist and the reversal of the 8 gates sutra. At the same time, Sumo has arrived at the school now, entered the principal's building, and is in Mowu No 1's exclusive training room. Under the interview, Sumo found that her bones recovered after being repeatedly steeled. "My bones have become translucent and bright, with a jade color." This discovery surprised him. You know, jade bone is a 3rd grade characteristic. Have I started to turn into jade bones now? If this is the case, then my accumulation of promotion to the 3rd rank in the future will be extremely terrifying. Sumo was both surprised and excited. Recently, he has been tempered by the side effects of various martial arts. In particular, the martial art of reversing the 8 gates meridian repeatedly released qi, blood, and potential without causing him any side effects. This also caused his blood to surge. With a sudden thought, he opened the data panel. A sparkling light curtain appeared in front of his eyes. Host, Sumo. Realm, 1st grade body forging. Qi and blood, 591 points. Current side effects, Tianxing Zhenjing, excessive practice of this skill will cause the blood to boil, causing damage to the meridians and even the risk of rupture. 7 injury fist, execute 7 kills, all internal organs will be burned. Reversal of the 9 shields, after being used, the bones turned into stone and steel will lose most of their active energy and blood, which is irreversible. The flow of qi changes, after being used, it will cause qi and blood to flow backwards, ranging from hemorrhage in the legs to complete shattering of the meridians in the legs and paralysis of the lower body. Reverse opening of the 8-door meridian, after the first door is opened, the whole body will be secretly injured, qi and blood will be lost, and the potential will be exhausted. You cannot use any qi and blood within a week. Designated targets for side effects: Lin Yangxiu, death; Lu Dongji, death; Lu Xinggui, death; Shen Hanyu, death; Xie Qingyu, severely injured and dying. Current limit is 5. Not bad, my blood has increased by nearly 300 points in the past month. I have also reached the peak of 1st level physical training. It seems that the limit of my 1st level realm is almost 600 points of blood. It won't be long before I can be promoted to the 2nd level of blood quenching realm. Sumo nodded with satisfaction. There were no side effects that came back to bite him, and he was able to practice these martial arts like a fish in water. In addition to the improvement in strength, his energy and blood were also tempered, and he received many benefits. I wonder how the combat strength is. At this time, Sumo came to the combat power testing machine in the room. He clenched his fists, did not use any martial arts, and only used his pure energy and blood combat power to blast towards the combat power testing machine. A punch burst out, stirring up the storm here. Boom! With a loud bang, the combat power testing machine made a beeping sound. The numbers above are also soaring crazily. 8,326, 10023. Breaking 10,000. Sumo squinted. The values on the combat power test machine are still rising crazily. 11,322, 12382, 14021, 16892. Finally, the combat power test machine's numbers stopped at 16,892 points. Nearly 20,000 points of combat power. Calculated in this way, my bloody battle ratio without using martial arts has reached about 127. Before, my blood-to-blood combat ratio of pure Qi blood combat power was 126. There has been some progress. Mo nodded with satisfaction. Next, let's see how the combat power will be improved if I use the 8 gates of reversal sutra that I recently learned. Mo whispered. The first step in performing the reversal of the 8 gates sutra requires sensing where the 8 gates are in the body. Even with his talent in martial arts, it took him several days to feel it according to the guidance in the martial arts. Okay. We have found the location of the 8 gates, now we have to use our energy and blood to break the locks. Mo started to try. As long as he can succeed this time, the opening and closing of the Kimen in the future will be just a matter of his thoughts. At this moment, Qi and blood found the door and began to attack with Qi and blood. Open the door, open it. The majestic energy and blood surged through the body. His body couldn't help but tremble, as if a stormy sea had set off. With Mo's loud shout, he suddenly felt that his control over his body had reached an extreme. Even Qi and blood can be controlled down to the smallest detail. He can even control how much energy and blood each acupuncture point uses, with perfect accuracy. In this way, the consumption of Qi and blood can be greatly reduced. And this change will also allow him to master martial arts to the extreme. The power of martial arts will naturally increase accordingly. Mo suddenly opened her eyes. His temperament seems to be completely different now, his energy and blood are full of energy and blood, extremely boiling. Is this the state where Qi and Yi unite? Mo said to herself. He is precisely controlling every Qi and blood in his body. This feels really amazing, come and try it. After saying that, Mo mobilized her energy and blood again, and used pure energy and blood fighting power to blast towards the combat power testing machine in front of her. A punch was thrown out, the wind was fierce, and the momentum was greater than before. Boom! The 7 powers came out together and bombarded the combat power testing machine, and the void seemed to be trembling. Diddy! The combat power test machine buzzed wildly, and the values climbed crazily. 39,222, 48321, 50,000. However, at this moment, the combat capability test aircraft began to sound an alarm. The value no longer soars and remains stuck at 50,000. But the machine was still beeping wildly. This shows that the punch he just punched has exceeded the limit of this combat power testing machine. Has the combat power testing machine been blown up? Mo looked at the combat power value he just played and said to himself. This is not surprising either. The combat power testing machines here are all primary testing machines, specially used by quasi-warriors and first-grade blood-quenching realm warriors. Who would have thought that someone could knock out a combat power testing machine with one punch? Immediately, he made a rough calculation. Although it is not accurate, my blood battle ratio should be at least about 155. It is indeed terrifying to be able to achieve such combat power without using martial arts. At this moment, Mo couldn't help but be surprised. You know, this is just a punch that he punched while controlling his energy and blood unchanged. If he was included in the 7 killing fist, opening the door would bring about a surge in energy and blood. He doesn't even know how terrifying that fighting power is. Chapter 43. This reverse opening of the 8 Gates Sutra is indeed a rare and good martial skill. Such a blessing effect is beyond words. Mo was amazed. At this moment, his door is open, and his energy and blood are steaming, making people feel powerful. Then, he used the reversal 9 shields. The next moment, all 9 bones in his body turned into steel. And there is a red tattoo on his body that looks like a giant shield. This is formed by the condensation of Qi and blood. It's even more obvious than before. There is no doubt that with the blessing of the 8 Reversal Gates Sutra, the defensive effect of the reversal 9 shields is even more amazing. Is this the effect after the door is opened? Not only the combat power has been improved, but the defense has also been improved horribly. In this way,
My other martial arts skills must have been greatly improved in this state. Sumo's face was excited. Thinking of this, he instantly performed a chi movement change. Brush. Shadows appeared in the training room, like a translucent shadow in the void. But in a moment, his figure had reached the other end of the room. Sumo is extremely fast. If he hadn't learned the pupil technique of Kong Mingju, the speed at which his figure flashed just now was difficult for even him to see clearly. That's right. The Kong Mingju combined with upper body martial arts can make me more skillful in this state. Sumo nodded with satisfaction. Afterwards, he stopped the exercise, the changes in his body disappeared, and his energy and blood were restrained, making it impossible to tell the depth. At this time, Sumo turned on the TV, intending to continue practicing and see if there was any new progress on the front line. According to the news from our reporter, there are a large number of ferocious beasts in the southeastern region of our human world. Among them, the armored gorilla, white spirit spider, blood-eyed monkey, etc. are the most rampant. Now there are warriors going to hunt. For frontline news, our reporters will continue to report for you. The news is constantly reported on TV. This is also a habit of Sumo. He pays attention to important events on the front line and understands the situation in the human world. Now not only are all the races in the world eyeing my human race, but the ferocious beasts are also rampant. Sumo whispered. Then, he looked at the light curtain in front of him. Looking down, I was surprised to find that there was such a text on it. Designated targets for side effects: Lin Yangxiu, death; Lu Dongji, death; Lu Xinggui, death; Shen Hanyu, death; Xia Qingyu, death. Current limit is 5. Oh! I've been training like crazy this month, and I've trained all these people to death. Sumo grinned. When these people die, he will naturally be happy. Presumably these people suffered a lot of pain before they died, right? Although this method of revenge will not make others appear holy, it is still quite satisfying to inflict extreme torture on the enemy. Since he's dead, he has to bear the side effects instead. Sumo murmured. He now knows the system extremely well. As long as he has a specific image in his mind, he can choose the target to bear the side effects. But now he has no one to take revenge on. Who to choose is a question. You can't find someone irrelevant to bear it, right? He is a good person, and his conscience cannot be forgiven. At this time, Sumo noticed the ferocious beast on the TV. Since there is no other target, let's choose these ferocious beasts as targets. If you encounter any enemies, then just change. Immediately, Sumo's mind randomly selected the appearance of several ferocious beasts that appeared on TV. Change the side effect tolerance target. He whispered. The next moment, the text on the light screen in front of me changed. Specified targets for side effects: crack armored gorilla, white spirit spider, blood-eyed monkey, currently maximum 5. Done. This can be regarded as my contribution to the front line of the human world, right? Sumo chuckled. After finishing everything, Sumo stopped delaying and planned to practice some practice first. After all, you can only stay in Mowu no 1's exclusive training room for 3 hours. Time is precious and cannot be wasted. Dong dong dong. And just then, Sumo's door rang. The time has not come yet. Sumo frowned slightly when she was suddenly disturbed. But he walked to the door anyway and opened it. Sumo, I knew you would be here. The person who came was none other than Sumo's teacher, Peng Junyan. Teacher Peng, why are you here? Sumo smiled and replied. Peng Junyan said seriously, the selection for the genius camp starts tomorrow. You have to prepare to pack your luggage, say goodbye to your parents, and set off tomorrow. Sumo nodded. He had already learned about the genius camp's advance. It is said that the front line of the human world has begun to be turbulent again. The major caves in the human world also began to become restless. Therefore, the selection time for talent camp has doubled this year. This also led to the early selection of the talent camp. And he got news that the selection for the talent camp this time would be more difficult and strict. Not only that. This time the talent camp selection includes more talents. Almost all the geniuses from Langxia province will participate. If it were left in the past, the maximum number of geniuses selected to participate in a genius camp is only geniuses from a dozen cities gathered together. This time, geniuses from all cities in the province were gathered together for selection. One can imagine the intensity of this scale. It even issued actual combat and death indicators. Suemo, before you leave, you have to go to the playground with me. Because the genius camp is ahead of schedule, the school discussed and decided to hold the next school-wide martial arts competition in advance for the sake of fairness. Peng Junyan said. Suemo nodded and had to give up the idea of continuing to practice. Anyway, you just go to the playground to show off, and you can get rewards from the school, so why not? As expected. When Suemo came to the school playground, she simply showed her face. Suemo's battle a few days ago is still vivid in my mind. Who among the students in the school dares to challenge Suemo's number 1 position? The whole school martial arts competition ended soon. Suemo once again received 1 million and other rewards. After a quick cut scene, Suemo returned to the practice room again. He murmured, in that case, let's break through the second-grade blood-quenching realm today and participate in the selection of the genius camp as a second-grade one. Suemo sat cross-legged in the room, feeling the rich vitality of heaven and earth brought by the energy stone. He didn't delay. Directly displayed the 8 Doors Sutra of reverse opening. But in an instant, Suemo's door opened, and a feeling of energy and harmony came over again. Suemo took 3 chi and blood pills in a row and circulated the Heavenly Star Sutra, intending to break through to the second-level blood-tempering realm in one fell swoop and break the shackles of the realm. Chi and blood were steaming, like a vast ocean roaring in Suemo's body. In this state of harmony between chi and intention, he has a thorough understanding of his body and has extremely strong control over it. Breaking through the realm is naturally easy. I didn't expect that it would have such an effect when the door is opened. Suemo whispered and continued to close her eyes to increase her energy and blood and break through the realm. Chapter 44. Time flies. More than an hour passed in a flash. Suemo still sat cross-legged on the floor, motionless. And just then, Suemo opened her eyes suddenly. His whole body began to be filled with blood, like blood mist rising. That tingling feeling spread throughout the whole body. At this moment, Suemo's temperament seems to be different. The energy and blood feel extremely sharp, like a sword that has just been unsheathed. The next moment, Suemo trembled slightly. All the blood that was permeating his body just now was restrained within his body. The blood is permeating the air, yet it can be freely retracted and released. This is clearly the state of being successfully promoted to the second-grade blood-tempering realm. Breakthrough. Suemo whispered and smiled with satisfaction. It seems that practicing the 8 Doors Reversing Sutra is of great benefit. When Qi and Yi are in harmony, you can hardly feel the existence of any bottleneck. It seems that in the future, you can practice martial arts and breakthroughs with the door open. This efficiency can also be greatly improved. Suemo said to himself. It really surprised him that reverse opening the 8 Gates Sutra could have such a good effect. Then, he called out the light curtain and took a look. With the breakthrough in realm, his chi and blood also grew wildly. From the previous 591 points, it rose directly to 805 points. Suemo grinned and said, "Very good. A breakthrough actually increased my blood by more than 200 points." As he looked down, a text on the light screen attracted his attention. Designated targets for side effects: cracked orangutan,
white spirit spider, blood-eyed monkey, currently upper limit of 10. After my level has improved, the upper limit of designated targets for side effects has also reached 10. Good. It seems that as the realm improves in the future, the upper limit of the designated side effects can be increased a lot. Suemo nodded with satisfaction. After finishing all this, he also walked out of the training room. After all, the sky is getting dark now. You still need to talk to your parents about early selection for the genius camp. I'll take some clothes with me and we'll set off tomorrow. Suemo walked out of the campus and returned home soon. When Sue's father and Sue's mother learned that Suemo was leaving tomorrow, their eyes were full of reluctance. Suemo could only smile and reassure her that she would be back as soon as possible. The family finally had a hearty dinner as a farewell to Suemo. The next day, Suemo got up early, said goodbye to her parents, and went to the station to rush to Fengchuan City, the capital city of Longxia Province. At the same time, the 9 geniuses in the top 10 of Mowu also went to Fengchuan City with the teacher's blessing. However, compared to Suemo, he can directly participate in the camp selection. And they must also compete with geniuses from other universities to compete for selection qualifications. Yuanj walked into the station at this moment, with a stern look on his face, and secretly said in his heart, "This time, I, Yuanj, must find my own honor." Toyokawa City is where the genius camp is located. Geniuses from various cities in Longxia Province will gather here today. According to the address given by Teacher Peng, Suemo has arrived at the selection address of the genius camp in the center of Fengchuan City. The place is crowded and lively. Many talented parents came to see their children off in person. Suemo looked around. It has to be said that it is indeed a place where geniuses gather. With a casual glance, you can see several young people with profound energy and extraordinary abilities. Suemo didn't delay and strode in. There are dedicated instructors guarding the door. One is to maintain order on site. The second is to verify identity and test selection qualifications. Not long after, it was Suemo's turn. He took his ID card and handed it to the instructor in front of him. Suemo, from Mowu High School in Tianyang City. Well, your identity is correct, you can go in. The instructor looked calm. After swiping Suemo's ID card on the computer, he gave Suemo an energy stone and let Suemo in. Suemo didn't ask any questions, put away her ID card, took the energy stone, and walked into the genius camp selection place. This is just a huge open space, empty inside, not even decorations like flowers, plants, and trees. There are many geniuses in various cities. Some of them seemed to be familiar with each other, and they gathered together in 2s and 3s and chatted for a few words. Suemo stood there and waited patiently. The wait didn't take long. A tall instructor wearing a blue martial arts uniform walked in from outside. "Everyone! Quiet!" The instructor's voice was as loud as a bell. Everyone's chests were shaking. This roar made many geniuses quiet down and stop talking. There was silence. Everyone looked at the tall instructor. When everyone's eyes were on him, the instructor continued, "My name is Li Yuki, just call me Instructor Li. I'm going to announce something next, so listen carefully. Obviously, this instructor has seen many geniuses. Even those gathered here are geniuses from all over the province. But he was not polite at all. It was as if they were treating everyone as a group of new recruits. Then Instructor Li continued in a deep voice, "For this genius camp entrance examination, you need to enter the Spirit Snake realm. This Spirit Snake realm is the realm of the Spirit Snake clan of all races in the past. Back then, this clan dared to cause chaos in our human world because of their disobedience to the heavenly power of our human clan. The clan has been exterminated by King Wu. The Spirit Snake realm was also destroyed because of this. Afterwards, King Wu refined its essence into a small realm specially used for assessment.
And they also released many ferocious beasts to test the students. Suemo was shocked when she heard this. He also studied King Wu's thesis at that time. As expected of King Wu, he is truly an awesome and ruthless man. He will destroy his clan at will. Suemo admired in his heart. At this time, Instructor Li continued to announce, and your next assessment task is that no matter what method you use, you only need to pass through the ferocious beast gathering area and reach the camp in the center of the realm within 3 days. Those who fail to arrive after 3 days will be directly deemed to have failed the camp entrance assessment. After Instructor Li finished speaking, he made a move. Immediately, more than a dozen instructors came in and handed out wristwatches to many geniuses. While handing out the watches, Instructor Li continued, "This watch must be suitable for you to wear. It will record your combat data and images. There is a map inside the watch. The map will show some special areas with treasure rewards such as martial arts and martial arts. But correspondingly, where there are rewards, it is naturally more dangerous." As he spoke, Instructor Li chuckled and continued, "Hey, if you want to be rewarded or avoid danger, it depends on how you choose." At the same time, there is a distress button in the watch. As long as you hold it down, it will send a distress signal to our instructors, and we will naturally come to rescue you. But it will also be regarded as a failure to enter the camp. Having said this, Instructor Li glanced at everyone. Many geniuses nodded. Afterwards, Instructor Li smiled and said, "I would like to remind you that the deeper you go into the spirit snake realm, the stronger the level of ferocious beasts and the greater their number. Among them, first and second grade ferocious beasts are everywhere. There are even quasi-third grade and true third grade ferocious beasts. Our wait for rescue was not timely. If you are afraid, you can choose not to go in now, and you still have a chance to regret it. If you choose to enter on your watch. Then you can take out the energy stone that was given out when you came in and activate the realm channel." The scene was completely silent, no one chose not to enter the spirit snake realm. They are all the top geniuses in each city. Being able to qualify for camp selection is naturally something special. Still quite confident. After hearing all this, Suemo chose to enter the realm of spiritual snakes on her watch. He took out the energy stone from his pocket and injected a stream of energy and blood into it. The next moment, a crack in space appeared in front of him. However, this space crack is not violent, but very stable. It can be seen that there is a strong person who deliberately stabilized this space. At the same time, many space cracks around were opened, and many people jumped in. Suemo is naturally no exception. Chapter 45. In a square. The space cracks are connected one after another. At the other end of the space rift, there is another realm, the spirit snake realm. Many people jumped and entered the spirit snake realm. Many of them are randomly distributed in different places in the spirit snake realm by space cracks. Suemo didn't delay either. He stepped on one foot, jumped up, and entered the space crack without hesitation. It was pitch black inside. Like a corridor, the space is very solid. Suemo walked in the space crack for about 5 or 6 minutes, and finally a light appeared in front of her eyes. He quickened his pace and walked toward the light. Soon, Suemo felt her eyes light up, and pieces of towering ancient trees came into view. Surrounded by thorns and vegetation, it is a scene full of life. But everyone who comes here knows it. This area looks peaceful and peaceful. But behind the lush vegetation, there may be ferocious beasts watching. Danger lurks in the shadows. If you are not careful, you may lose your life. Suemo stepped on the soft grass. As soon as he arrived here, he immediately felt the strong vitality of heaven and earth. The vitality of heaven and earth here can't help but penetrate into Suemo's body. It made the blood all over his body couldn't help but rise, and he felt extremely comfortable. Spirit Snake Realm is really a good place.
The vitality of heaven and earth here is even stronger than the vitality of heaven and earth in my exclusive training room. There should be greater progress in cultivation here. Sumo's eyes lit up and she sighed. At this time, he raised his wrist and glanced at the map in his watch. He is now at the edge of the spiritual snake realm. The map shows that in the center of the spirit snake realm, the vitality of heaven and earth is even more intense. But in this central area, there are red exclamation marks all over the map. Obviously, it is extremely dangerous there, with hordes of powerful beasts. I'm afraid there are quasi-third-grade ferocious beasts there. After Suemo determined his current location, he lowered his arm. He whispered, I heard that the earlier you reach the camp in the central area, the higher your ranking, and the greater the reward. I'm quite interested in this. And just then, several more space cracks opened around Suemo, and several figures walked out of them. Obviously, this was the same as him, randomly transmitted here through the space crack. There were men and women in this group, 5 in total. 2 girls and 3 boys. The 2 girls had slender figures with curvy figures, white necks, and slender legs. It's just that their expressions are a bit cold, like 2 icebergs. There are also 3 young men, all of whom indeed have extraordinary temperaments and handsome faces. At first glance, he looks like a popular figure in his respective school, the kind of genius boy. Several people met each other and introduced each other. One of the boys, a somewhat familiar boy, was the first to speak. You are all geniuses in your respective schools, so I won't put on any airs. I am from Shinwu University, my name is Su Hongwen. When another young man heard about Shinwu High School, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said, Are you from Shinwu High School? I've heard of that school, it's very famous throughout Longxia province. It is considered among the top 30 universities in the province. My name is Mu Ruizi, from Chinnan High School. When Su Hongwen heard the young man's introduction, his eyes lit up and he smiled and said, Your Chinnan High School is also quite famous. In terms of overall strength, I'm afraid it's still above our Shinwu University. I have heard of Brother Mu's name. Alright. Let's stop bragging to each other. Before coming in, the instructor didn't say that we couldn't form a team. It's fate that we met. How about forming a team? Mu Ruizi nodded and said, Since Brother Su said it, I naturally have no objection. The other boy also nodded in agreement. The 2 girls also snorted lightly. Although still cold. But they all agreed to form a team. After all, those who are qualified to participate in this camp selection are geniuses from various cities. They act as a team and can definitely enter the camp in the central area faster than some self-righteous lone rangers. At this time, Su Hongwen saw that Suemo had been silent and took the initiative to step forward. He also saw that Suemo had a refined temperament and seemed to have good strength. I also want to join in to form a team and act together. Brother, which school are you from? Su Hongwen asked with a smile. Suemo observed the nearby terrain and replied, Mowu High School. Su Hongwen smiled awkwardly and said, Oh, it turns out to be Mowu. Of course I have heard about it, it seems to be a good college, right? Are you interested in forming a team? Suemo saw Su Hongwen's appearance and could tell at a glance that this person had never heard of Mowu High School. This is not surprising. Because Mowu High School was built on ruins. Very famous in Tianyang City. But in the entire province, it can only be regarded as ordinary. It's normal if I haven't heard of it. When Suemo faced Su Hongwen's invitation, she just shook her head lightly. He had no interest in forming a team. At first, he didn't know the situation of the 5 people on the other side. Secondly, he is quite confident in his own strength. If you can go through it alone, why bother forming a team? Su Hongwen shook his head when he saw Suemo. He was also relieved in his heart. After all, he didn't want to bring a team member who had never heard of the school. Because there is a high probability that it will hold the team back. Although we are all geniuses. But there is also a gap between genius and genius. According to common sense, a genius who comes out of a famous school in the province is naturally much better than a genius who comes out of an unknown high school. That's such a shame. Let's meet again by chance. Su Hongwen said a few words and began to organize the newly formed team with himself as the backbone. At this moment, Su Hongwen and the other 5 were very excited. They can't wait to start the selection. Mu Ruizi was eager to try. Let's move forward. Let me see how this ferocious beast in the spirit snake realm is like. The 5 people were gearing up and gathered together to explore forward. Ouch! That's when a wolf howled not far away. But in an instant, the roar approached. The next moment, a giant wolf jumped out from the bushes nearby. This giant wolf is 2 meters long, with silver hair standing on its back like silver needles. Ouch! The giant wolf stared at everyone with its green eyes, roared again, and opened its bloody mouth, full of fangs. Silverback. At this time, all 5 people recognized the giant wolf in front of them. I didn't expect to meet a top-notch silverback wolf as soon as I came up. Our luck is really good. It seems that teaming up is really the right thing to do. Someone's face changed slightly and he whispered. They all know very well that ferocious beasts like the silverback wolf have a reputation for being ferocious even among first-class ferocious beasts. It is difficult for ordinary first-grade warriors to deal with it. Our school caught a silverback wolf for us once before. Be sure to watch out for the silvery hair on their backs. There were several geniuses in our school back then, but they were all injured by that thing. Someone reminded. Everyone nodded after hearing this. The 2 girls had ugly expressions on their faces. Because both of them have just been promoted to the first-level body training realm. Now we have to face this top-level ferocious beast, and we really have no confidence. Chapter 46. Among the 5 Su Hongwen people, 2 girls looked unhappy when they saw this top-grade silverback wolf. The cold faces of the 2 of them before changed at this moment. Fortunately, we are in a team. Otherwise, if you meet alone. For them, it was simply a bloody battle. At this moment, Mu Ruizi laughed loudly and said, I have long wanted to fight a top-notch ferocious beast. This time it's time to test my strength. The words have not yet fallen. Mu Ruizi rushed directly towards the silverback wolf. One of the girls saw Mu Ruizi's heroic appearance and couldn't help but ask, who is he? That was a top-grade silverback wolf, how could he be so arrogant? Su Hongwen smiled and replied, Brother Mu is the number 1 student in Hainingshan High School. He is extremely powerful, even in my school, many people have heard of his name. I heard that Brother Mu has maintained the number 1 position for 3 years in high school, and no one can shake him. So smart. A girl murmured. Ouch. At this time, a loud roar from the silverback wolf drew everyone's attention back. The silverback wolf jumped up, opened its mouth, and headed straight for Mu Ruizi's head. Mu Ruizi dodged and escaped the bite. Not only that, his qi and blood instantly rose, and his whole body was filled with blood, which was very similar to Yuanji's previous state. Obviously, his realm has reached half-step to the 2nd level. The next moment, Mu Ruizi punched the silverback wolf in the stomach. Bang! There was a muffled sound, and the silverback wolf was pushed back several meters by Mu Ruizi's punch. At this time, the silverback wolf no longer ran rampant, but kept a distance from Mu Ruizi and bared his teeth. Don't you dare to pounce? Hey, I'll beat you up. Mu Ruizi raised his chin and chuckled. However, the words were not spoken yet. Woo! Woo! As the silverback wolf roared twice. The silver hair on its back stood up forward, aiming at Mu Ruizi. Swish! 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 The next moment, the silver-backed wolf's energy and blood surged. After being injected with energy and blood, the silver hair became extremely tough and shot out like a steel needle. No!
This is the silverback wolf's unique attack method, someone exclaimed. Dozens of silver hairs like steel needles shot instantly in front of Mu Ruizi. Mu Ruizi's eyes narrowed. But then he waved his body, and his blood boiled in an instant. His palms were full of energy and blood, and he quickly blocked all the dozens of silver hairs. So fast! Su Hongwen couldn't help but admire. Then, he recognized the martial arts skills performed by Mu Ruizi and said, "This is the Thunder Hand. I heard that this is Brother Mu's famous stunt. He is famous for his speed. That's all." At this time, Mu Ruizi's body flashed, and his hand moved faster, turning into a palm and slashing towards the silverback wolf's head. The blow was so fast that the silverback wolf on the opposite side had not yet reacted. He is even in a position to prepare for the next attack. Puff! Mu Ruizi slashed with his palm, directly smashing the head of the silverbacked wolf into pieces. The huge body of the silverback wolf also collapsed, and blood flowed all over the ground. It's quiet again here. Several people around him had shock in their eyes. They didn't expect that a top-level silverback wolf would be eliminated so quickly. We formed the right team this time. The number 1 in Chunnan High School is really strong. A girl's face showed a hint of joy. Several people nodded again and again. Even though they were all considered geniuses in their respective schools, they couldn't help but sigh, they are indeed very strong. Su Hongwen also nodded slightly and said, "Sure enough, with his strength, this silverback wolf cannot resist it. One head is not enough." Mu Ruizi looked at the body of the silverback wolf in front of him and shouted. "Ouch! Seriously, that's what you said." As soon as Mu Ruizi finished speaking, another silverback wolf came running from the jungle on the side. The silver hair on the back of this silverback wolf is even more luxuriant. It looks about a circle bigger than the one just now. Seeing this, Mu Ruizi laughed and said, "So what if there's another one? Just in time for me to warm up my hands." After saying that, Mu Ruizi rushed towards the silverback wolf with great confidence. He's very fast. But I didn't expect that the silverback wolf that rushed out this time was also quite fast. Facing Mu Ruizi's impact, it opened its front paws and swung forward. The powerful force caused a strong wind to blow around. Bang! The front paws of the silverback wolf touched Mu Ruizi's palm. But what I didn't expect was, Mu Ruizi's palm and arm were directly deformed by a claw. And he flew out like a kite with its string cut off. Puff! The powerful impact made Mu Ruizi vomit blood and fell heavily far away. His eyes narrowed, he struggled to get up, and looked intently at the silverback wolf. This sight made him scold his mother directly, "Hey! This is a second-grade silverback wolf. You know, silverback wolves are written in textbooks as first-class ferocious beasts." Therefore, Mu Ruizi made the first impression, and the silverback wolf that charged this time was at best a first-class strength. But he forgot. This is the spirit snake realm. The vitality of heaven and earth is strong here. It is not surprising that the silverback wolves here can break through their own limits and reach the second-grade level. Ouch! The silverback roared with power, like a wolf king asserting its authority and claiming its territory. The chi and blood in its body exploded, and the pressure of chi and blood spread around it. Everyone felt the pressure of this energy and blood, and their faces turned pale. One of the girl's lips trembled and she said solemnly, "It's really a second-grade silverback wolf. We have just entered the spirit snake realm, and we can meet someone at the second level?" The other girl also had a very ugly face and felt great pressure. This time the talent camp selection is really too difficult. Like every talent camp selection in previous years, such second-grade ferocious beasts can only be encountered in the final level assessment. But now the selection has just begun, and they meet. At this time, Su Hongwen also said in a deep voice, "The school has already vaccinated us geniuses who participated in the genius camp. It is said that the deeper you go, the higher the level of the beast. As soon as we arrived,
we encountered a second-grade ferocious beast. It seems that the ferocious beast behind will only be more terrifying. Maybe it's a quasi third-grade level. Even, a real third-grade ferocious beast. As soon as these words came out, several people's faces became even uglier. The two girls couldn't help but retreat. At this moment, everyone finally understood what the instructor said before coming in. No wonder I told them it's still too late to regret. Even if they are geniuses from universities in various cities. Faced with such a difficult selection, it is really not surprising that even if he abstains from voting, he will be eliminated. Mu Ruizi staggered and stabilized his body. Reluctance appeared on his face and he said, "So what about the second grade level?" However, the words just fell. The second grade silverback wolf rushed towards him again. Silverbacks are very fast. It didn't even use the needle-like silver hair on its back, and directly swung its claws at Mu Ruizi. Bang! Mu Ruizi just stabilized his figure and flew out again. His clothes were torn, and his chest was covered with deep scars. His entire chest was almost torn, and blood was dripping down. The severe pain almost made him grin and his face turned pale. But at this moment, the silverback wolf moved again and ran towards him again. FK. Mu Ruizi was shocked when he saw this, and he got scared. Drop. The next moment, he immediately pressed the distress button on his watch, and a blue shield appeared in front of him. Bang! There was a loud noise, and the silverback wolf's claws hit the shield heavily. However, even the shield was unable to withstand this blow. A claw mark appeared on Mu Ruizi's handsome face, and blood overflowed. Mu Ruizi also took advantage of the situation and quickly retreated to a safe distance, looking like he was surviving the disaster. But the next second, his face fell instantly. Because he pressed the help button, it was equivalent to being eliminated. A group of people looked panicked. They didn't expect a silverback wolf to appear, and the first company of Chunnan High School didn't have a chance to fight back. He even pressed the help button directly and was eliminated. It all happened so fast. Several other people felt chills in their hearts. Could it be that their camp selection will stop here? They were even more frightened when they saw the claw marks on Mu Ruizi's face. If Mu Ruizi had pressed the distress button a little later, his whole head might have been blown off. Chapter 47. The remaining 4 people were completely scared. They know it in their hearts. The second-grade silverback wolf is not something they can deal with. Even if they join forces, a lot of them will probably be eliminated. No one is willing to sacrifice for someone they have only met once. Ouch! The silverback roared again and ran towards the remaining people. Run! At this moment, without any hesitation, the first reaction of several people was to run away. Everyone fled in panic and ran in all directions. The team that had just been united was instantly shattered. But here, only one person remains unmoved. That person is naturally Suemo. He stood on the spot, looking towards the silverback wolf opposite. When the 2 girls saw this, they were horrified and shouted, "Classmate! Why don't you run away?" A young man was also frightened and reminded, "Hurry up! Didn't you see that the number 1 student in Chunnan High School looked like paper in front of this second-grade silverback wolf? With this lesson learned, are you still thinking about it? Not learning a lesson?" Su Hongwen watched the silverback wolf leap high and pounce towards Suemo. He couldn't help but swallowed his saliva and said in his heart, "This person is too reckless." Fortunately, he didn't join the team. Otherwise, with this character, even if there is no second-grade silverback wolf encountered here, I'm afraid that if we act together in the future, we will be trapped. Second grade. The silverback wolf in Sumo's eyes grew bigger and bigger. He stirred up his energy and blood instantly, and a powerful energy and blood was suddenly stimulated. Immediately afterwards, he raised his right fist and struck directly at the head of the silverback wolf that rushed towards him. Boom! The scene was filled with blood mist, and there was a muffled sound of broken bones. Everyone looked again and saw that the head of the second-grade silverback wolf had turned into a piece of blood mist and flesh. The headless wolf corpse fell heavily to the ground in mid-air. Suemo wiped the blood on her fist and said calmly, "Although he is a second-grade person, his strength and energy and blood are average. This evaluation is actually very pertinent. After all, the punch he just punched was just a punch made with pure energy and blood. Not even any martial arts skills were used. There was no need for Suemo to take such a ferocious beast seriously." Finally, Suemo looked at the wolf corpse on the ground and sighed, "This second-grade flesh and blood with a snowflake pattern would weigh several thousand pounds more outside. I have never had such good meat." After saying that, he didn't look back and disappeared from everyone's sight in a flash. Everyone listened to what Suemo said to himself, and they all stood still. A second-grade silverback wolf with average strength? Chi and blood are also normal? Hiss. Suemo had been gone for a long time before everyone finally came back to their senses and took a deep breath. They recalled the scene where Suemo punched the wolf's head off. The scene was truly shocking. Even some of them feel unreal. If it weren't for the corpse of the second-grade silverback wolf not far away, which still exudes a strong ferocious power, making people tremble in their hearts. They probably all thought it was an illusion just now. The danger was over, and everyone's nervousness relaxed a little. Someone stared and opened his mouth and said, "Who was that person just now? Why is he so fierce? I'll drop a turtle and kill the second-grade silverback wolf with one punch." A young girl also nodded stupidly and echoed, "How can such an understatement of his punch be so powerful? Is the gap between our geniuses too big?" Everyone couldn't help but start to doubt themselves. If they are called geniuses, so what was that person called just now? At this moment, they were all a little ashamed of calling themselves geniuses. Su Hongwen was also in a daze for a while. He couldn't calm down at the moment, and he regretted it endlessly. Damn, is this person so strong? If he had known this, even if he didn't want to lose face as a genius, he would still ask his father to tell his grandma to ask this great god to form a team with him. Su Hongwen only felt stupid. I was actually lucky that that person didn't team up with them just now. If they hook up, I'm afraid they'll be taken away easily during this talent camp selection. At this time, a girl asked, "Do any of you know which city's college genius that person just now is?" The girl's eyes were flowing, and she seemed to be very interested in Suemo. Su Hongwen replied, "From Mowu High School." Mowu. Both girls looked confused. It was obvious that they had never heard of Mowu High School. Naturally, I don't know which city Mowu is in. At this time, a young man in the team said excitedly, "Mowu. My hometown is Tianyang City. In my freshman year of high school, I studied at Mowu High School for half a semester. I do know some things about Mowu High School. Mowu High School was built on the ruins. The school was founded only about 20 years ago. In every talent camp selection, only Mowu's top scorer can reluctantly enter the genius camp. That school would be considered good if one or two entered the genius camp in previous years. Even entering is nothing in the genius camp. They are simply not as good as the geniuses from other universities. It was also because of this that my parents transferred me to another school. Come to the big city to attend high school." After Su Hongwen and others listened, their faces became even more confused. Nowadays, such a small place with little foundation can produce such a level of genius? Is it possible to raise a real dragon in shallow water? Su Hongwen and others felt regretful. If only they could keep that guy. If you encounter a second-grade ferocious beast later, there is no need to panic. Forget it, let's all be careful. Anyway, the instructor's requirement is to reach the camp in the central area within 3 days. It did not say how many ferocious beasts would be killed. We avoid some and sneak all the way, even if we take a long detour, we can no longer be targeted by the ferocious beasts here. Su Hongwen sighed. Several people nodded in agreement. After experiencing a life and death, this team seems to be more cohesive. In the end, Su Hongwen and others still had a strong team spirit to protect Mu Ruizi and waited for the instructor's rescue to arrive before they continued to set off. The other side. Su Mo has come a long way. Did he? At this time, there was a beeping sound from his watch. Su Mo looked at the watch. I found a text displayed on the watch. Kill the second-grade silverback wolf, recorded, and get 20 points. Current total points, 20. Hey? Do you still get points for killing ferocious beasts? Su Mo let out a sigh. Although he still doesn't know what the points are used for. But since it is displayed on the watch, it must be of great use. At this time, Su Mo couldn't help but slow down his pace to the central area. He whispered, according to the selection information on the watch, the sooner you enter the camp in the central area, the higher the evaluation will be. But now it seems that not only do you have to be fast to compete for ranking, but you also have to kill more ferocious beasts. Is that so? Having said this, a smile appeared on his face. Open the 8 sutras in reverse. Open the first door, open it. Su Mo drank lightly. Immediately, his energy and blood rose, and in an instant he used his energy and blood to open the door and perform the 8 doors reversal sutra. At this moment, his temperament suddenly changed, becoming otherworldly and shocking. This is the state of harmony between chi and mind that only a 7th grade master possesses. Su Mo is like a master from this world. This was far from over. Su Mo shouted softly again, Kong Mingju. Open. His eyes gradually turned from brown to lighter, and he used the Kong Mingju instantly. In this state, his dynamic vision was fully stretched, and he captured every slight movement of the surrounding vegetation. Reverse the 9 shields. Get up. Subsequently, the reversal of the 9 shields also started one after another. The 9 bones were instantly transformed into steel, and the defense was astonishing. A huge red shield tattoo appeared all over his skin. The energy changes. Brush. The next moment, Su Mo's figure flashed, his energy movement changed instantaneously, the energy and blood in his legs steamed, leaving several afterimages in the void. Not only that. Su Mo raised his fist slightly and shouted, 7 kills. His fists were ready to go, and the final killing move of the 7 injury fist, the 7 kills, was ready to be unleashed at any time. 49 kinds of killing power are included, and the momentum is impressive. At this moment, a smile appeared on his face and he said, then let's start speedrunning. Chapter 48. Various martial arts, after they are displayed. In this state of full strength, even Su Mo himself felt a little scary. He has a fierce momentum and extraordinary temperament, just like a banished immortal coming to the world, without any trace of fireworks. Blood energy permeates the whole body, rising continuously. In the realm where chi and intention are in harmony, you can relax and release freely. I wonder how strong I can be in actual combat now. Su Mo murmured. The question mark in his heart immediately turned into a smile on his face. It doesn't matter if I don't know now. Because he can verify it right away. Brush. Su Mo's body moved instantly again, reaching an extreme speed. Afterimages appeared in the void one after another, as if teleporting. Afterimages flashed by, and the strong wind he brought up swept up the fallen leaves. The dead leaves are flying here, like a hurricane roaring past. And Su Mo tapped her toes on the fallen leaves that were swept up in mid-air. He was like an arrow leaving the string, leaping forward again. This level of movement and martial arts is enough to make people marvel. Ordinary warriors can only see the flying dead leaves in mid-air and cannot capture Su Mo's figure. If anyone sees this scene at this moment, they will definitely be shocked and look shocked. Because the fallen leaves are flying into the sky, tap the fallen leaves and your body will move quickly. This kind of state can never be achieved by someone who has not cultivated body and martial arts to the extreme and controlled qi and blood to the extreme. But now this operation is just a basic operation for Suemo when the door is open. In a moment, Suemo has moved very far. At this time, a white pupil ring appeared in Li Mo's eyes after performing the Kong Ming Ju. He noticed a dozen ferocious beasts on the ground. These ferocious beasts look like turtles. They have dark green heads with a horn on their heads, but their tortoise shells are red, which is quite gorgeous like the red glow at sunset. The horned green cloud turtle. Suemo muttered to herself. Now that his dynamic field of vision is full, he can easily find the ferocious beasts lurking on the ground even when moving at high speed. This green horned turtle is a first-class ferocious beast. But its defensive power can be said to be extremely outstanding among first-class ferocious beasts. If you want to break through their tortoise-shell defense, it will be difficult for a first-level or even half-step second-level warrior to do so. Therefore, the geniuses who come here for the assessment will not choose to provoke such a ferocious beast with strong defense. It's hard to impress even if you hit him, let alone kill him. To deal with this kind of horned green turtle, you simply have too much strength and can't use it. Suemo had no intention of letting it go. He doesn't just want to speedrun. Also, on the road, if you see any ferocious beast, you must kill it instantly. Brush. The next moment, he tapped the fallen leaves again with his toes. His body was as light as a swallow, and he stopped at the touch. It is quite graceful and graceful, like a swimming dragon. Immediately, Suemo's body swooped down again, heading straight for the 11 horned green turtles. Roar! Roar! The horned green cloud turtle also noticed the unfamiliar aura at this moment, raised its head and roared wildly. But the next moment, they felt Suemo's powerful aura, and seemed to know that the person rushing towards them was not easy to mess with, so they retracted their heads directly into the turtle shell. The senses of ferocious beasts are extremely sharp. If they sense that the other party is not easy to mess with, they will almost always run away or launch their own defense. Suemo narrowed her eyes slightly. He was too lazy to tangle too much with these green horned turtles. If it weren't for these points earned from killing ferocious beasts, they wouldn't be missed. He didn't even have the interest to stop. At this moment, his legs were pressing down. When he fell from above, he felt as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. Boom! With one kick, the powerful force surged out like a huge wave. A loud noise erupted here, and smoke and dust flew everywhere. As for the group of horned green turtles, their extremely confident defense was as brittle as paper under Suemo's foot. Countless pieces of turtle shell were shot around like bullets, with the fuzzy flesh and blood inside. A group of green horned turtles all turned into blood mist in an instant, blooming like blood flowers. Only pools of blood and flesh were left on the ground, proving that they had existed before. For such a first-grade ferocious beast, in his current state, even a casual kick from him would be enough to kill him. It's all neat and tidy, without any sloppiness. He didn't even bother to use the 7-injury fist that was ready to go. Did he? At this time, Suemo's watch beeped. Kill the first-grade greenhorn turtle, recorded, and gain 10 points. Kill the first-grade greenhorn turtle, recorded, and gain 10 points. Current total points, 130. This speed should be pretty good. Suemo didn't stop, the energy and blood in her legs were steaming, she tapped her toes, her body flashed, and she left this place. In this way, he moved forward rapidly. On the way, I encountered many various ferocious beasts. Boom! Boom! Along the route of his rapid advance, several loud noises were heard from time to time. After the loud noise, he left blooming blood flowers one after another behind him. What this blood flower represents is naturally groups of vicious beasts that were blasted to pieces. The watch on Suemo's wrist keeps making noise. There seems to be no end to the kill prompts above. Kill the first grade giant-toothed tiger, recorded, and get 10 points. Kill the first grade giant-toothed tiger, recorded, and get 10 points. Killed the quasi-second grade double-headed viper, recorded, and gained 15 points. Current total points, 525. This selection has just begun. Mowu has scored more than 500 points. If other students saw all this, their jaws would probably drop in shock. Because the goal of most of them is just to reach the camp in the central area within 3 days. Who would take the initiative to find a vicious beast to kill? It is even said that many people cannot hide. When encountering a place with many ferocious beasts, one would rather take a long way around than provoke them. But Mowu is different. The more ferocious beasts there are, the more excited he gets. Of course, this is also the crushing of strength to be so unscrupulous. At this moment, Mowu was already far away from the edge of the spirit snake realm. He came to a vast grassland. It is endless as far as the eye can see, like a green ocean. The map shows that this is a wilderness area, and there are raging bulls. Mowu glanced at the map and whispered. On the map, this wilderness is dotted with red exclamation marks. Obviously, there are not only first-grade or nearly second-grade abominations here. There are even second-grade ferocious beasts gathered together. It can be said that when most students come to this area, they will choose to bypass the grassland and will not break in easily. But Mowu put down his arm and entered the wilderness in a flash. Well, Mowu had just entered here, and a black creature appeared in front of him. This black cow is as strong as a hill and has very long horns on its head. As expected, it is a raging bull, a second-grade ferocious beast. Mowu narrowed her eyes and said. This second-grade ferocious bull was so powerful that its rich energy and blood burst out with its roar. This is completely different from the second-grade silverback wolf he encountered before. I don't know how much stronger it is than the second-grade silver wolf. But Mowu nodded repeatedly in his heart. Because you only get 10 points if you kill a first-grade ferocious beast. A quasi-second-grade ferocious beast is only worth 15 points. But the second-grade ferocious beast has 20 points. If all he encounters in the future are second-grade ferocious beasts, the efficiency of obtaining points will naturally be greatly improved. Moo. Moo. At this moment, 2 more wild bulls stood up from the grass. There are 2 more ends, so my luck is pretty good. Mowu smiled slightly. If it were in previous years, such a second-grade raging bull would only appear as part of the final assessment of the genius camp. When he came to this area, he met 3 heads. Needless to say, luck is indeed good. Well. Moo. 14. The 3 raging bulls are fierce and powerful, and their energy and blood are gurgling. Their roars were so loud that the entire void trembled. Especially the violent bull at the head is the strongest among them. Mowu could tell that this violent bull had already reached the peak of the second level. This second-grade peak violent bull roared wildly, and waves of ripples appeared, and the surrounding grass was lifted up. This is the natal martial skill of Raging Bull Barbarian Bull Roar. In the human world, there are also powerful warriors who have created similar martial arts based on the natal martial arts of Raging Bull. This martial art attacks with sound waves and has a wide range. People who are attacked by this kind of sound wave will have their heads swollen and their orifices bleeding. When this happens, the Raging Bull will charge with tyrannical physical force, and few students can resist it. It can be said that the Raging Bull is a second-level ferocious beast with extremely high attack and defense. Mowu frowned slightly in the face of these yells. Not that he felt like he was being attacked by the roar of a bull. But it felt a little noisy. After all, he is now using all 9 reverse shields, and this attack is not even worthy of being scratched. You guys are a little noisy. Mowu raised his fist in an instant, and the 7-injury fist came out, punching towards the violent bull at the head. Boom! The 7 energies burst out instantly, with astonishing power. With a muffled sound, the body of the leading second-grade peak violent bull was directly pierced by Sumo's punch. The blood splattered like a blood fountain. Moo! The unparalleled killing power shattered all the internal organs of the violent bull, and after roaring, it fell heavily to the ground. Finally, the mountain-like body twitched twice and was completely lifeless. At this moment, the scene was silent. The sounds of the two wild bulls that had been roaring crazily just now suddenly stopped. A ferocious beast of this level has begun to prepare its intelligence. Obviously, Sumo's punch just now scared them. Roar! Why don't you roar? Sumo looked at the last two wild bulls and said softly. Raging bull. These two wild bulls were actually retreating a little bit. They looked into Sumo's eyes as if they were looking at something terrifying, and their bodies kept trembling. The two bodies, which were like hills, were shaking incessantly, and their legs were like sieves of chaff. This painting. The noodles are indeed somewhat gratifying. It's like two burly men, but they turned out to be sissy. At this moment, these two raging bulls were no longer violent, and even their own energy and blood had plummeted. The wild and ferocious eyes they had just looked at now looked much clearer. But Sumo doesn't accept this trick. In his eyes, these ferocious beasts are all points, no one can be let go. The next moment, Sumo dodged, raised his fist again, and smashed towards the two wild bulls. Boom! Boom! Sumo was so fast that the two wild Ping could not see clearly. Only two loud bangs were heard. The heads of the two wild bulls were smashed directly, and the sticky brains and blood splattered wildly. Diddy! The watch on Sumo's wrist also sounded immediately. Kill the second-grade violent bull, recorded, and get 20 points. Kill the second-grade violent bull, recorded, and get 20 points. Kill the second-grade violent bull, recorded, and get 20 points. Current total points, 585. Sumo looked at the corpses of the three violent bulls and couldn't help but sigh. Can't even the ferocious beasts at the peak of the second level now block my punch in this state? As we all know, the second level peak ferocious beast corresponds to the second level peak warrior. In the realm of martial arts, ferocious beasts of the same level have stronger energy and defense than warriors. And all the ferocious beasts possess their own martial arts. Therefore, in the same realm, ferocious beasts are slightly stronger than warriors. In other words, when he faced a second-grade warrior now, even if he was at the peak of the second grade, he could kill him with one punch. Thinking of this, Sumo shook his head and said, "We have to go deeper. The ferocious beasts at the second level are no longer enough to test my strength. It seems like we have to find the right third-grade ferocious beast or a real third-grade ferocious beast to try." Chapter 49. In the vast grassland, the breeze blows, causing ripples, just like microwaves in a green sea. At this moment, Sumo raised her wrist and glanced at the map on her watch. It's not far from the first special area marked on the map. Sumo has chosen a target in her mind. He hunted ferocious beasts along the way. Naturally, we also have to explore the special areas on the map. After all, the instructor had already said it before coming in. These special areas not only have many ferocious beasts, but also contain treasures such as martial arts and martial arts. You can get points by killing more ferocious beasts. You can also find treasures. This is nothing short of a pretty good choice. But Sumo did not immediately head to the special area marked on the map. He came to Toyokawa City to participate in the camp selection, but he only had breakfast. It's almost noon now, and I'm already feeling a little hungry. He looked at the flesh and blood of 3 wild bulls on the ground and swallowed. These flesh and blood lines are clear, shaped like snowflakes, alternately fat and thin, very attractive. Then he smiled and decided, there's no rush. I haven't had lunch yet, so I'll have a meal here first. He has never tasted the flesh and blood of a second-grade ferocious beast. Now that it's available for free, I naturally have to give it a try. As he spoke, he took out a small dagger, a lighter, and salt and other seasonings from his arms. He had prepared all these things in advance. After all, I heard before I came that I would fight ferocious beasts during the camp selection. He was thinking about more than just fighting at that time. There are also some good flesh and blood of ferocious beasts that you can taste. This dagger is naturally used to cut the flesh and blood of ferocious beasts. A lighter is used to make fire. Suemo pulled a lot of dead grass from the side and picked up a few dead trees. Dig. Light the lighter. A bonfire was lit, and white smoke rose up. 460. At this time, he walked to the side of the second-grade peak violent bull and cut out a large piece of flesh and blood. Suemo smeared salt and some spices on the surface of the flesh, then casually put it on a wooden stick and started grilling it. After a while, the surface of the flesh and blood became golden and crispy, and tempting fat emerged from the inside. A smell of meat wafted out from inside. It is indeed the flesh and blood of a second-grade ferocious beast. It can be so fragrant even if it is simply roasted. Suemo suddenly moved her index finger. Wait until roast beef is thoroughly cooked. He didn't care about the image and just started chewing it. I have to say, this fat and thin snowflake beef is really good. It melts in your mouth, just like ice cream. It melts in your mouth as soon as you take a sip, and the meaty aroma fills your entire mouth. Suemo took a few bites and swallowed a large piece of flesh and blood. Delicious. Suemo couldn't help but admired. And just then, his blood began to boil. This is the effect that comes from eating the best flesh and blood. The flesh and blood of this second-grade violent bull can be regarded as a great supplement. Outside, the flesh and blood of such a second-grade peak violent bull would probably be sold for a high price of 4,000 to 5,000 1 kilogram. Even when Suemo was at home, the most extravagant experience at home was just buying 2,000 yuan of first-class beasts. Compare this. Between the second grade and the first grade, whether it is taste or the increase in qi and blood, they are not on the same level at all. It's not painful at all. Suemo still felt unsatisfied at this moment. Then he cut off a large piece of the violent bull's flesh and roasted it. If anyone were passing by here right now and seeing this scene, their jaws would probably drop. This is not just Suemo's ability to kill 3 second-level violent bulls in a row. Also because this is during the assessment period. Arrive at the camp in the central area within 3 days. For most people, time is extremely tight. Many people bring their own dry food to save time on meals. Even geniuses who are confident in their own strength will choose to race against time and gain kill points in order to compete for rankings, and are not willing to waste time on eating. And Suemo is not only sitting cross-legged and tasting delicious food at this moment. They also come prepared with a knife, a lighter, and even spices for seasoning. Isn't it surprising to see this? Suemo is probably the only one in the entire spirit snake realm who can spend time on eating and drinking. Soon, another roast beef was ready, sizzling with golden fat. In the eating and drinking room, Suemo opened the system information and took a look. Host, Suemo. Realm, second grade blood tempering. Qi and blood, 806 points. Current side effects, Tianxing Zhenjing. Excessive practice of this skill will cause the blood to boil, causing damage to the meridians and even the risk of rupture. 7 Injury Fist, execute 7 kills, all internal organs will be burned. Reversal of the 9 shields, after cast, the bones turned into stone and steel will lose most of their active energy and blood, which is irreversible. A change in the flow of qi, after being used, it will cause the reverse flow of qi and blood, ranging from hemorrhage in the legs to complete shattering of the meridians in the legs and paralysis of the lower body. Reverse opening of the 8 door meridians, after the first door is opened, the whole body will be secretly injured, qi and blood will be lost, and the potential will be exhausted. You cannot use any qi and blood within a week. Designated targets for side effects, crack armored gorilla, death, crack armored gorilla, serious injury, white spirit spider, death, white spirit spider, serious injury, blood-eyed monkey, serious injury, current upper limit of 10. At this time, Mo noticed that 2 of the 5 side effect-bearing targets he had previously selected were dead, and 3 others were seriously injured. Compared to warriors, the ferocious beast is obviously more resistant to torture. This is also the benefit of choosing a ferocious beast. If some low-level warriors were chosen, the side effects of Mo's martial arts skills would be enough to kill people in just one day. It doesn't matter if they are dead or injured. There are a lot of ferocious beasts here anyway, so you can just change them at will. Mo murmured. Having said this, he suddenly had an idea. Hey? Can I bear the side effects of my respective martial arts separately? Or, in other words, designate a target to bear all side effects? Or maybe you can choose the target as an alternative. Mo said in his heart. Immediately, he didn't think much and planned to try it directly. He immediately finished the roast beef in his hand in 2 bites, stood up, and went to look for the ferocious beast here as an experimental target. There are indeed many ferocious beasts here. Mo found 3 second-grade violent bulls in just a moment. Replace the side effects and specify the target to bear. As Mo's mind moved, the text on the light screen changed. Designated targets for side effects: rampant bull, rampant bull, rampant bull. Currently the upper limit is 10. Well, this one is specially designed to withstand the side effects of 7 kills. This one will try to withstand all the side effects. There is also a temporary backup that will not bear any side effects. Mo murmured in her mouth and moved in her heart, distributing the side effects. Moo. Moo. Well. And the 3 wild bulls in front of him roared like a demonstration. But Mo didn't bother to answer. His figure flashed, and his energy changes were immediately displayed. Open the 8 doors in reverse. Open the first door. Open. Reverse 9 shields. The art of empty contemplation. 7 kills. Mo's martial arts skills were all displayed in an instant. The wind and clouds here were stirring, strong winds were blowing, and the surrounding turf was lifted up. The huge red shield tattoo appeared on his body, and his pupils became pale, giving birth to white pupil rings, which looked like strange pupils. The door is wide open, chi and intention are in harmony, and Mo's chi and blood rise crazily. At this time, a punch was punched in the void. 49 kinds of killing power exploded together, and the void trembled. 14. At this moment, the roar of 3 wild bulls suddenly stopped. Although Mo's martial arts were not used against them. But this powerful momentum and sense of oppression made them feel extremely frightened. The 3 wild bulls retreated slowly, wanting to leave and accept them. But the next moment, a violent bull with all its internal organs shattered and red blood flowing out of its mouth was directly hit and fell to the ground. Obviously, the side effects of 7 kills were directly added to it at this moment. On the other hand, the other violent bull had grey eyes, blurry vision, and blood overflowing from its 4 legs. Its energy and blood stagnated at this moment, and the fierce power it had just now was gone. With a wail, under the influence of all the side effects, this violent bull fell heavily to the ground and died. And there was a trace of panic and confusion in the eyes of the last violent bull. It didn't know why its companion fell down so suddenly. Obviously the person in front of them did not attack them. At this time, the watch on Limo's wrist made a beeping sound for 3 weeks. Kill the second-grade violent bull, recorded, and get 20 points. Current total points, 605. That's right. The raging bull who just suffered all the side effects of Mo's martial arts died directly from the side effects. The next moment, the violent one who had not suffered any side effects had all his internal organs burned, his pupils turned white, and his 4 legs were bleeding out. Under the backlash of various side effects, the last violent bull fell to the ground. When Suemo saw this scene, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Sure enough. I can let a target suffer the side effects of 7 kills, or other side effects. You can also designate a target to bear all side effects. Not only that, it can also prevent a target from suffering any side effects until the target dies, and then inherit the side effects. He whispered with a smile on his face. Because in this way, it can be distributed reasonably. Before there is no special bearing target. It can make the target suffer side effects for a longer period of time. 0. Instead of letting all targets bear all the side effects like before, the target losses are quite large. As for the living king of hell, it has to be Suemo. Now he not only refuses to give these ferocious beasts a good time. I still want to last longer and torture slowly. In this case, wouldn't it be equivalent to having a spare blood pack and blue pack? Suemo chuckled. Immediately, he experimented for a while. Surprisingly, he discovered that he could also pre-select hundreds of targets as alternatives. In other words, even if all the 10 targets designated for his side effects die, 10 new targets can be immediately replaced. This is a great discovery. This side effects system has not been thoroughly studied before. Suemo grinned, quite happy. Because of this, it is equivalent to that as long as he has selected hundreds of ferocious beasts as designated targets for side effects, he does not have to take the initiative to kill these ferocious beasts. When he uses martial arts, sooner or later the side effects will slowly bite him and he will die. Thus, his efficiency in obtaining points will also be greatly improved. Suemo was in a good mood after discovering these wonderful functions of the side effects system. He had eaten and drank enough at this moment, so he said, "Okay, it's time to explore the special area on the map." Suemo's figure flashed, planning to cross the grassland. He didn't care about the 2 wild bulls that were dying. After all, if he didn't take action, the 2 violent beasts would die suddenly due to his side effects. Suemo moved forward quickly. He quickly crossed the wilderness and came to the mountains. This is different from the endless grassland just now. The mountains here are steep. And between several mountains, there is a long and narrow valley. This valley is the special area shown on the map, Lizard Valley. Looking around, the Lizard Valley is dark and damp. The low sound of dripping water makes the valley extremely quiet and gloomy. The mountains block the sun. This long Lizard Valley never sees sunlight all year round. The rock walls are covered with moss. The yin energy here is really strong. Suemo whispered. He had already launched the Kongming Ju. At this moment, a white pupil ring appeared in his brown pupils, like a heterochromatic pupil. Even though it was deep and dark in Lizard Valley, he looked like it was daytime. Suemo didn't hesitate and stepped directly into the Lizard Valley. When he stepped forward, he discovered that there were light sources the size of fists appearing behind many rocks. With the blessing of Kongming Ju, he has naturally seen it clearly. These fist-sized light sources are all hidden beasts. Good guy, at least he must have hundreds of eyes. Suemo glanced at it and made a rough estimate. Hundreds of eyes. This means that there are at least 50 ferocious beasts in this Lizard Valley. And Suemo could feel that each of these ferocious beasts had good energy and blood, exuding a strong sense of power. This place is much better than that wilderness. Every head here is at the 2nd grade level. 4.3 Even the worst one is quasi-2nd grade. There are still so many. At this moment, Suemo instantly understood that the special area marked H on the map was a nest. This camp selection is really deceiving. He actually hid the good things directly in the beast's nest. Suemo said to himself. The words have not yet fallen. The watch on his wrist buzzed. Suemo raised her wrist and looked. Amethyst lizard lives in Lizard Valley all year round. Amethyst lizards are extremely ferocious and are ferocious beasts that live in groups. There is a lot of information about the amethyst lizard on the watch. Suemo glanced roughly. He learned from this that it would be easy to deal with a lone amethyst lizard. But once you break into the gregarious lair of the amethyst lizard, it's no less than facing a small tide of beasts. This level of danger is comparable to that of a real third-grade ferocious beast. This is an area that can really cause death to students. A red text also flashed on the watch. If you break into a group of amethyst lizards, it is recommended to escape immediately or press the rescue button without any hesitation. Suemo simply ignored this dangerous reminder. He continued to look down. After a while, Suemo said, "Here is a clear introduction to a habit of the amethyst lizard. As long as the leader of the amethyst lizard can be secretly assassinated, the group of ministers who are hostile to the crystal lizard will fall into constant panic and chaos." Obviously, the person responsible for designing the Lizard Valley did not intend for the students to face more than 50 amethyst lizards. Instead, we hope that students can use the habits of the amethyst lizards to outwit and assassinate the leaders, thereby obtaining the treasures guarded by the amethyst lizards. This extremely tests the students' judgment of opportunities and their ability to kill with one strike. Equivalently, if you want to get the benefits inside, self-confidence, wisdom and strength are all indispensable. Chapter 50. The people who designed this Lizard Valley really put a lot of effort into it. Those who can complete what is required can definitely be called geniuses among geniuses. Suemo said to himself after understanding everything about Lizard Valley. Doer. Hiss. Roar. Around Suemo, there were constant low roars. Obviously, these hissing sounds are the amethyst lizard spitting and growling. The group of amethyst lizards in the Lizard Valley have discovered the outsider Suemo. Amethyst lizards like to eat raw, bite and listen to the cries of their prey. They feel no fear and are extremely cold-blooded. As long as outsiders break in, they will never let go of their prey. At this time, a dozen amethyst lizards had quietly crawled out from behind rocks everywhere, surrounded Suemo, and were approaching. This group of amethyst lizards are about 3 meters long and huge. The purple scales on the back are crystal clear. It is said that there are many weapons made of its scales. Def. A group of amethyst lizards slowly approached, spitting letters and cold eyes as they slowly approached. When Suemo saw this scene, not only was she not afraid, but she smiled. If anyone else encounters this situation, then he must either run away like crazy, or make a long-term plan to outwit him and secretly assassinate the leader of the amethyst lizard. But it was a pity that he met me. I can't think of scrapping that thing and trying to outwit it. If I kill you all, wouldn't it be over in one fell swoop? Obviously, the design that the designer put a lot of thought into is just a decoration in front of Suemo. He wanted to kill it simply and crudely, and finally get the treasure inside. Isn't there a good saying? As long as all targets are killed, it will be the perfect lurking. Life is so short, killing them all is the perfect assassination. If the designers of Lizard Valley knew what Suemo was thinking at this moment, they would probably be scolding her. Was he originally designed to kill everyone? Then what's the point of designing the Lizard Valley and arranging for a vicious beast like the amethyst lizard? Dauf. Suemo's figure was completely exposed in front of many amethyst lizards. After they climbed into their attack range, they launched an attack on Suemo without hesitation. Amethyst lizards opened their huge mouths, exposed their sharp teeth, and jumped up. Some of them went towards Suemo's head, while others rushed to bite Suemo's limbs. Suemo also took action instantly. He has always maintained a state of harmony between chi and intention. Whether it's reversing 9 shields, 7 kills, etc., it's all in its prime. Boom! The war is about to break out. Suemo performed 7 kills without reservation. The 49 killing blows came out in unison, causing the surrounding rocks to tremble. With a loud noise, 2 or 3 amethyst lizards were smashed into pulp by Suemo's punch, and blood spattered on the surrounding rock walls. However, the number of amethyst lizards biting together was indeed very large. No matter how fast Suemo punches, it is impossible to kill them all instantly. Kaka. Next moment, 2 amethyst lizards bit his legs. However, Suemo reversed the situation and opened all 9 shields, and the giant shield tattoo on the skin, which was generated by chi and blood, suddenly rose. Those 2 amethyst lizards couldn't even break through his defense. It was as if the amethyst lizard's big mouth had bitten on a piece of fine steel and remained motionless. Suemo smiled and said with satisfaction, "Not bad. With my 9 reversal shields fully open, even the 2nd level amethyst lizard can't break through my defense. The amethyst lizards in Lizard Valley are of no help to me at all. From this point of view, I will probably be able to defend against attacks aimed at 3rd grade or even real 3rd grade ferocious beasts." A group of amethyst lizards attacked and bitten wildly. But even if a row of teeth were chipped, it would be difficult to leave any teeth marks on Suemo's body. But Suemo can kill several amethyst lizards with one punch. This is simply a one-sided hunt. For a moment, even the amethyst lizard was not sure who was the prey. Boom! Suemo moved his fist instantly and used 7 kills again. Dex. Several more amethyst lizard heads exploded and turned into a puddle of flesh. The watch on Suemo's wrist kept ringing. Kill the 2nd grade amethyst lizard, recorded, and gain 20 points. Kill the 2nd grade amethyst lizard, recorded, and gain 20 points. Within a moment, blood flowed backwards in this canyon, and broken corpses could be seen everywhere, and the concentration reached an extreme. The layer of moss on the rocks was almost dyed bright red. If any outsiders see the scene here, I'm afraid they may mistakenly think they have entered hell, which is frightening. Suemo continued walking towards the depths of Lizard Valley like a leisurely stroll. Finally, he saw an amethyst. This amethyst is larger than the previous lizard. Is this the leader of the amethyst lizard? Suemo whispered. DAF. Even though the leader of the amethyst lizard saw the corpses of his companions all over the ground, he still bit directly at Suemo. The purple scales on its body shined and stood upright. Obviously this is about to activate its unique martial arts. But Suemo didn't even bother to look. With a flash of his body, he was on top of the amethyst lizard leader, raised one leg and slammed into it. Bang! Blood splashed everywhere, and the crystal scales on the back of the amethyst lizard leader were all shattered. Those fragments directly penetrated its entire body, riddled with holes, and blood flowed out gurglingly. Before its martial arts could even be used, it was kicked to pieces by Suemo. Immediately, Suemo's watch beeped, and the kill prompt came again. Kill the 2nd grade amethyst lizard, recorded, and gain 20 points. Current total points, 1,685. Suemo looked at the Lizard Valley that had returned to calm, and said to herself, "Where is the baby? Where can I hide it?" He began to search in Lizard Valley. Finally, he discovered an extremely conspicuous brass-colored treasure chest in a lair. It's really turned into a treasure chest. The person who designed this place is definitely a gamer. Suemo walked forward and complained. But complaints are complaints. The treasure chest needs to be opened. He opened the treasure chest and found that there was only one book inside. The cover of this book is dark red, with 3 big characters written on it: Blood Refining Technique. Blood Refining Technique. Suemo's eyes flashed slightly, and she suddenly became interested. He picked up the blood refining technique and began to study it seriously. After a while, Suemo finally raised her eyes and commented, "The door technique is pretty good." It turns out that the blood refining technique is a technique that specifically refines blood essence and then consumes the refined blood. As everyone knows, essence and blood are one of the origins of chi and blood. After a warrior enters the 2nd grade blood tempering realm, he must temper the blood essence and blood throughout his body, remove impurities, and smelt the essence. This will make your own blood more active. This will produce more energy and blood. Except for the role of some natural treasures. There are only 2 ways for ordinary warriors to temper their chi and blood.
One is to use the movement technique to absorb the vitality of heaven and earth to temper the chi and blood. The victory of this method lies in the righteousness and peace. But results have been slow. Another option is to take the essence and blood of ferocious beasts or aliens. The essence and blood of ferocious beasts and alien races contain great energy and blood power. After a warrior swallows it, it can stimulate the tempering of his own essence and blood. However, the essence and blood of ferocious beasts and alien races contain their impurities and will to a greater or lesser extent. Warriors are needed to refine it. If you take unrefined blood essence, there will be consequences. There are rumors that some warriors directly swallowed the essence and blood of ferocious beasts alive. In the end, the last trace of reason in his heart disappeared and he became a monster who only knew how to kill. This blood refining art is exactly the solution to this problem. Suemo learned from the exercises. There are two types of blood refining techniques, refining and refining. Refining is to condense the whole body blood of ferocious beasts or aliens into blood essence. Refining involves swallowing the blood essence and using special methods to refine it. There are two refining methods recorded in the exercises. The first refining method can preserve the essence and blood essence to the greatest extent. The progress of blood quenching will be significantly improved. But the side effects are huge. The essence and blood refined in this way may cause people to lose their rationality and show their bestiality when stimulating their chi and blood. In serious cases, you may even go crazy. The second type is refining. Refining can refine blood essence into pure vitality. Although a lot of the power of chi and blood in the essence and blood will be lost, and it will also take a lot of refining time. But it is still many times faster than a warrior to absorb the vitality of heaven and earth. The best thing about refining is that there are no side effects and there is no fear of backlash from being refined. But for Suemo, this refining is not as good as the first refining method. After Suemo introduced the exercises, he couldn't help but sigh, it is indeed a selection from the genius camp. This blood refining technique alone is a quasi-third grade technique. Compared with martial arts, special skills like blood refining art are even more precious. It can be said that blood refining is definitely rarer than some third-grade martial arts. If it were placed outside, it would definitely be the most popular technique in major universities. Like the Vajrapam of Mowu High School, it is only available to those who have made great contributions. But here, as long as you have the strength, you can get it directly. Having said this, Li Mo couldn't help but look forward to the treasures in other special areas. If he had enough time, he really wanted to explore all the special areas. Forget it, don't think about it now. First understand this blood refining thoroughly. Suemo looked at the two refining methods. He smiled and naturally chose the first method of refining blood essence without hesitation. After all, he is immune to future troubles and can absorb blood essence more efficiently. For example, under the same conditions, he used the first essence and blood refining method. Others use the second essence and blood refining method. He refines 1 drop of blood essence, which is equivalent to 2 drops of blood essence refined by others. The speed is naturally faster. Immediately, Suemo sat cross-legged and began to comprehend the blood refining art. The blood refining technique is not a method of cultivation. It only needs to master the know-how, and the energy and blood can be exerted. Suemo remembers the methods of refining blood essence and refining little by little. How to release chi and blood to coagulate blood, etc. As you practice more deeply, Suemo became more and more enlightened. His hand couldn't help but move, and traces of blood began to flow between his fingers, like red silk threads. His martial arts qualifications are impressive. Therefore, the blood refining technique is not difficult for him. Chapter 51. It's not difficult. At this time, Suemo suddenly opened her eyes. Obviously, he has mastered the method of performing the blood refining art. Okay, now it's time to test the effectiveness of the blood refining technique. His eyes flashed and he said secretly,
A group of amethyst lizards have just been killed here, which can be used by him. Immediately afterwards, Suemo came to the body of an amethyst lizard. 12. With Suemo's soft drink, several red threads transformed from chi and blood emerged from his fingers. Red threads burst out, directly entangled the body of an amethyst lizard, and rose into the sky. Then, as if the red thread had taken root and sprouted, it penetrated into the body of the amethyst lizard and began to draw out the blood. Within a moment, the body of the amethyst lizard shriveled up at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into a mummy without a trace of moisture. Suemo shook her arm and controlled the thread between her fingers. The threads danced, and a bloody season was suspended in the air. He then slowly moved closer with his two palms. The blood mist that filled the air gradually gathered under Suemo's control. When the time was right, Suemo clenched his fist. The blood mist in the sky completely gathered together. A drop of crystal clear, bright red blood essence was extracted. Suemo moved his hand gently, and the drop of blood came to his palm. Yes, it is indeed a technique from the genius camp. The blood essence and blood extracted in this way have almost no loss. He looked at the essence and blood in his palms, nodded in admiration. This is the first time I swallowed blood essence. I wonder how it will work. After saying this, he swallowed the essence and blood without hesitation. As soon as the essence and blood hit his stomach, the rich power of chi and blood contained in it began to pulse through his meridians. Suemo immediately used the refining method of the blood refining art to refine it. At this moment, the power of chi and blood in the unrefined essence and blood does not yet belong to him. Only by refining it can the power of chi and blood inside be absorbed by him. Suemo immediately stirred up her energy and blood and began to try to merge and refine it with the essence and blood of that seat. When his chi and blood touch the power of chi and blood of that drop of essence and blood, he can indeed feel the impurities and wool contained in it. However, with the operation of the refining method, Suemo gradually began to suppress it. After a while, the power of chi and blood contained in that drop of essence and blood calmed down. Obviously, Suemo has refined this drop of blood essence. But he used the first refining method, and a strange feeling rushed straight to his forehead. But the strange feeling disappeared completely in the next moment. That should be the side effect of my first blood essence refining method. But it was transferred in an instant, and the backlash couldn't bite me. Suemo felt that her energy and blood had improved and said with a smile. At this moment, he clearly felt that the blood in his body was more condensed. The impurities in the essence and blood were removed, leaving only the thick power of chi and blood for him to absorb. At this time, his mind moved, and a curtain of light unfolded in front of his eyes. Then he saw the specific value of his chi and blood increase. Chi and blood, 811 points. Not bad. One drop of blood essence increased my blood energy by 5 points. Suemo said happily. But what pleased him even more was not the improvement in chi and blood. But the most important thing for him now in the blood quenching realm, the progress of blood quenching. He felt it carefully. After he completely absorbed the refined blood essence and blood just now, the degree of condensation of his own essence and blood is equivalent to the achievement of 4 or 5 days of blood quenching. The harvest this time is really quite good. This blood essence can not only improve my chi and blood. And one drop of blood essence is worth several days of blood tempering hard work. Suemo sighed. Then, he thought of the past again. His parents had also thought about buying him blood essence before. But the price was too expensive, so I had to give up the idea. It can be said that those who can regularly take blood essence for cultivation will definitely have a rich family fortune. Thinking of this, Suemo said excitedly, no wonder blood essence is sold so expensive. Basically, they are sold in units of 10,000 yuan, drop by drop. Today I finally understand the value of it. Suemo's eyes were shining when she looked at the corpses of amethyst lizards all over the ground. To him, these are all money, extremely expensive blood essence. Having tasted the sweetness of essence and blood, he now has no desire to waste the essence and blood of this place. Continue refining and refining. Suemo grinned and just did it. Take the refined blood essence so frequently. This would definitely be unbearable for other people who practice the blood refining art. Not only does it take a lot of time. If the impurities and willpower in the essence and blood are not completely removed, it will be fatal. But all this has no impact on Suemo. Anyway, the side effects are not on him, he can just refine it like crazy. At this moment, Suemo moved her fingers, stimulating red threads and began to refine blood essence one by one. For a moment, the blood mist filled the lizard valley, and then it condensed together and turned into a drop of bright red blood. Suemo didn't hesitate, just swallowing the refined blood like a jelly bean. And his hands didn't stop. While the essence and blood were being refined in the body, another drop of essence and blood was extracted from an amethyst lizard. As the cycle continued, Suemo consumed more and more blood and essence. And his techniques are becoming more and more proficient. Until later, it was even possible to refine 2 or even multiple amethyst clear blood essences at a time. Without exception, no matter how much essence and blood he has, he will swallow several drops of essence and blood at once without any hesitation. Time flies. Today's lizard valley is full of shriveled corpses of amethyst lizards. And Suemo also walked out of the lizard valley at this moment. At this moment, his chi and blood are overwhelming, and the blood chi is filling the air, if it can cover the sky. This shocking scene is enough to shock others. Call. After Suemo took a deep breath, she restrained her breath and kept it within her body. If you don't look carefully, you really can't see anything special about him. But his temperament seems to have changed. Every move you make can always make people feel an inexplicable power. At this time, Suemo's heart moved, and a light curtain appeared in front of his eyes. His eyes were above the blood level. Chi and blood, 1063 points. The chi and blood have exceeded 1,000. Suemo squinted her eyes and smiled. If only an ordinary warrior had this level of energy and blood. It is already at the peak of the 3rd level, and even has just entered the 4th level. But because he has already laid the foundation for double the blood. Having chi and blood of over 1,000 is far from the limit of his 2nd level. Suemo felt it for a moment and whispered, in terms of realm, I should be in the late 2nd stage now. Although his current realm is only 2nd level. But in terms of vitality and true strength, he is completely capable of fighting across domains and realms. This is also the benefit of doubling chi and blood. Can kill opponents across realms. His foundation is also more solid than that of ordinary warriors. After checking everything, Suemo nodded with satisfaction and said, the harvest this time is huge. It is indeed a genius camp. Even though I'm still just in the camp selection, I've already received great benefits from being here. He was looking forward to the day he entered the genius camp. At the same time, he is also extremely looking forward to exploring the next special area on the map. At this time, he raised his arm and glanced at the map on his watch. This special area is closest to me, so go over there and have a look. Suemo selected the location and direction and said to herself. Then he flashed and left the Lizard Valley area. Suemo ran all the way. He has the blood refining technique, and naturally he cannot let go of the ferocious beasts he encounters along the way. After all, killing ferocious beasts not only earns points, but also provides blood and essence that can be used. To him, the ferocious beasts that other people avoid are like mobile treasure troves. Along the route Suemo moved, blood flowers bloomed one after another. Along the way, there were piles and piles of mummies of ferocious beasts, which was an astonishing scene. Those who knew thought Suemo was participating in the camp selection. For those who don't know, they might think that Suemo is trying to make money under the guise of being selected for the camp. At this moment, Limo was not too far away from another special area. At this moment, he had to admit that his ordinary family background did seem a bit small. For the sake of essence, blood, and points, I even took a long detour to find more ferocious beasts. Suemo held her forehead and shook her head. But there's nothing we can do about it. Children from poor families become parents early. He really couldn't bear to see the walking money, so he didn't take it for himself. Besides, he was quite greedy. Whenever he encounters a ferocious beast that looks good enough to be eaten, he has to grill it to taste it. Anyway, he has now been promoted to the second level, and now has a huge appetite. If you don't eat these free flesh and blood, it will be in vain. Now it seems. Others seem to have come to participate in the camp selection seriously. Suemo, on the other hand, seems to be here to enjoy life. At this moment, Suemo finished eating the last piece of ferocious beast flesh and blood in his mouth, wiped some oil on his mouth, frowned and said, "You are so young, your pattern is really young. It won't be the same next time, we are still in the process of selection, so we still have to be more serious." After this period of repeated refining and refining, it also gave him a better understanding of the use of blood refining techniques. The chi and blood of a first-grade ferocious beast are too low. It is difficult for all the blood in his body to condense a drop of blood essence. And a second-grade ferocious beast is pretty good. The whole body's blood can be condensed into just one drop of blood essence. But if the same kind of ferocious beast refines too much essence and blood, the effect on him will also be reduced. However, as long as you change to a different type of ferocious beast, or a higher level ferocious beast, the effect will still not be compromised. So it's not a big problem. Just like that, Suemo set off again. There were many battles with vicious beasts along the way. But his spirit, chi, and blood-quenching progress are still steadily improving. For other warriors, this is something unimaginable. Although he took detours from time to time along the way to look for ferocious beasts. Sometimes we even stopped to taste the ferocious beasts. But he was still going very fast. Now in less than half a day, we have walked more than half the distance. His current position is extremely deep into the central area. Of course, as he goes deeper and deeper, the level of sin he encounters becomes higher and higher. At present, the ferocious beasts at the peak of the second level are everywhere. And quasi-third-grade ferocious beasts that far surpass second-grade ferocious beasts also appear from time to time. Ouch! Chi! At this time, Suemo heard a roar not far away that was far more powerful than a second-grade ferocious beast. This made his eyes light up. The essence and blood of a second-grade ferocious beast is just like that. We really need a higher level. Suemo whispered. Immediately, his figure flashed and disappeared. Chapter 52. Ouch! Suemo rushed towards the roar that far surpassed that of a second-grade ferocious beast. On the way, he looked at the map and found that the roar was consistent with the route of the special area marked on the map. He estimated in his heart that the ferocious beast far beyond the second level was already in that special area. Along the way, he actually saw a few people who had arrived in the same area as him. Obviously, those who can appear in this area at this time are naturally geniuses. At this time, he secretly thought, you still can't underestimate the speed of others. Now I have to be more serious and stop eating and drinking. Otherwise, I won't be able to get any ranking when I reach the camp in the central area. Thinking of this, Suemo entered the speed running state again. Brush! His movement was elegant, his body flashed on the spot, and his speed was extremely fast. The dead leaves here were carried along and flew all over the sky with Suemo. Not only that. Suemo immediately shouted. Open the 8 doors in reverse, and open the first one, craftsman. A change of energy. Reverse 9 shields. 7 kills. The art of empty contemplation. At this moment, all his martial arts skills were fully activated, and he was powerful. When Suemo passed through a jungle, there were 4 or 5 students below who were struggling to make their way. Suemo whizzed past, with countless dead leaves flying like a rapidly advancing hurricane. The 4 or 5 people noticed the situation above, their eyes shrank, and they suddenly became nervous, thinking that some ferocious beast was attacking. However, just when everyone was looking nervously at the sky, the hurricane that swept through the dead leaves did not stop, but passed quickly over everyone's heads. But in the blink of an eye, the hurricane had disappeared from everyone's sight. At full speed, Suemo is extremely fast. In just a moment, he surpassed many people. Under Suemo's keen insight, no matter how concealed those people were, Suemo could clearly see their figures. He also noticed, during this period, some people were acting in teams. There are also people like him who act alone and come here. Obviously, among the geniuses selected for this camp, there are still quite a few capable ones. On the way, any ferocious beast that stood in front of him was killed by him with one punch. At this moment, he tapped the dead leaves with one foot and stopped steadily. Yes, he has arrived at the edge of a special area he marked before. Finally reached. In front of Suemo is a towering forest. It's dark here. The towering branches are lush and leafy, blocking out most of the sunlight. Suemo's Kongmingju has been running, and there is a white pupil ring in his pupils. He looked towards the woods and found that there seemed to be a human-shaped shadow squatting on the ground, his head shaking, 477 shaking. Go in and take a look. I wonder what treasures are waiting for me in this special area. He didn't hesitate, stepped forward, and walked in. When he got closer, he finally saw the human figure clearly in the woods. Black Flame Ape. Suemo recognized it immediately. That is not a person, but a buying area beast. The Black Flame Ape is covered in black hair and has very developed muscles. Not only that, its whole body exudes frightening ferocity. This is a nearly 3rd grade Black Flame Ape. Ka. At this moment, the Black Flame Orangutan was squatting on the ground, seeming to be chewing something in his mouth. Look again. Suddenly, he discovered that the body of a giant python was lying on the ground. That was a peak-level 2nd grade mountain-breaking python. This ferocious beast has extremely strong defense. It is said that its scales are so hard that it can break through rocks at will without being damaged. But now, the phosphorus armor of the broken mountain python, which was extremely defensive, was torn open by the Black Flame Ape, as if it were made of paper. It gnawed at the flesh and blood of the giant python, and its mouth was filled with bright red blood. The bones of the giant python were chewed in the mouth of the black gorilla, making a crackling sound. Not far from the Black Flame Ape, there were 4 or 5 corpses of ferocious beasts, all of which were peak 2nd level ferocious beasts. Obviously, these ferocious beasts that still exude a strong aura after death are now being hunted and killed by this black gorilla as prey. One can imagine how terrifying this black gorilla is. A quasi 3rd grade ferocious beast is only one step away from a true 3rd grade beast, compared to the jade bone realm of a warrior. Therefore, the skeleton of this level of ferocious beast has begun to undergo qualitative changes, and its defense is even more terrifying. Its ferociousness far exceeds that of a 2nd grade beast. Now this scene is the best proof. Diddy. At this time, the watch on Suemo's wrist sounded again. Several pieces of information are displayed above. The Black Flame Ape is the most powerful beast among the nearly 3rd grade beasts in this camp selection. If your strength is not up to standard, please retreat from this area quickly, or press the rescue button and wait for rescue. After Suemo glanced at it, he whispered, the most powerful beast among the quasi 3rd grade level? According to this statement, the strength of this Black Flame Ape is probably inferior to that of a real 3rd grade ferocious beast. It's normal to hide the treasure chest here. The sound of Suemo's watch also alerted the Black Flame Orangutan who was chewing flesh and blood. Ouch! The Black Flame Ape turned around and roared violently. The blood on his face made him look extremely ferocious. Sumajian, Beeg, is used to blood and has no trouble with this. After all, he killed countless ferocious beasts along the way. Now there are only the corpses of a few ferocious beasts, which really pale into insignificance. Moreover, for him who wants to speed through now, there is no difference between the ferocious beasts that are near the third level and those he encountered before. Especially since he swallowed a lot of blood essence during this period, his strength naturally increased a lot. Brush. Suemo took action instantly. He came in the air. But in an instant, his figure had reached the top of the black flame ape's head. Ouch! Hei Yan also stood up immediately, his blood boiling all over his body. It raised its head and roared, wanting to fight back. But the movements of the black flame ape were too slow for Suemo. Before the black flame orangutan's roar could completely subside, Suemo had already tapped the top of its head with her toes. Bang! At this moment, 7 kills were launched, and 49 killing power surged out like an overwhelming mountain. A muffled sound appeared. The head of the black flame ape exploded like a firework, with brains and broken skulls splashing everywhere, creating a gorgeous scene. Endless blood fell, and the body of the black flame orangutan also collapsed. Diddy! The watch on Sumo's wrist immediately sounded. Killed the quasi second grade black flame ape, recorded, and gained 25 points. The strength has indeed improved a lot recently. Even the strongest quasi third grade ferocious beast cannot withstand my 7 kills move. Suemo fought all the way. His understanding of the 7 kills has taken another step forward. Now, he opens the door wide and performs 7 kills in a state where chi and intention are in harmony. He is no longer limited to using only his fists to perform 7 kills. Even using legs, feet, or even one finger is enough to perform the killing style of 7 kills. Suemo didn't delay. He was running the blood refining technique, and the red threads formed by strands of chi and blood directly wrapped around the body of the black flame orangutan. After a moment, the body of the black flame ape shriveled up, and a drop of blood essence was extracted. After Suemo took the essence and blood, he began to search nearby for the treasure chest hidden in this special area. Finally, Suemo found the treasure chest under a towering tree. The treasure chest was buried under a big tree, with a red flag on it as a mark. It's as if the designers were afraid that students wouldn't be able to find them. Dia! With a crisp sound, the treasure chest was opened. Suemo saw a grass inside. This grass is red all over, crystal clear, and sparkles brightly from time to time, as if it is made of a kind of ruby. Blood spirit grass. Sumo's eyes lit up at this moment and she recognized the grass. I learned it in the theoretical class at school before. After taking the blood spirit grass, the warrior's blood quenching efficiency can be greatly improved. This is equivalent to opening a double blood tempering buff. Warriors can take it when they are quenching their blood for the best effect. This is a good thing too. Suemo accepted it happily. This kind of precious medicine is something that has a price but no market outside. Some blood spirit grasses cost $500,000 to $600,000 per plant. In a certain area of the spirit snake realm. Boom! There is smoke and dust everywhere, and there seems to be a fight. In the smoke. There are 4 shadows here. 3 of them seem to be working together to deal with a ferocious beast. And wait until the smoke dissipates slightly. Only then did the 4 shadows appear. It turns out that there are 3 geniuses fighting against a huge crocodile covered in blue scales. Those 3 people are all of extraordinary appearance, with slender figures and handsome faces. If anyone saw the faces of those 3 people, they would be shocked. Because these 3 people are all famous, and they all came from top-ranked universities. And they are all number 1 or number 2 in colleges and universities. Among them, the one wearing white clothes and thick eyebrows is called Li Yuezh. He is the number 1 student at Xianvio College, which is ranked 14th in Longhe province. Now his strength has entered the second level. Few can compare with it. The other person, wearing purple clothes and fair face, was named Chu Junja. The high school he attends is not bad, it is Chuanduk High School, ranked 12th in the entire Longxia province. And he is the second in Chuande High School, with good strength. He once challenged the number 1 in their school, but missed the number 1 spot by just one move. The last person is named Gu Ruwen. He is the number 1 student at Jinyun High School. Jinyun University is also ranked 15th in the entire Longxia province. The three of them are all geniuses and very polite. At the same time, they are also extremely confident. Geniuses like them all believe in themselves and will not form a team easily. And the reason why we formed a team this time was to hunt a real third-grade ferocious beast together. Because hunting a real third-grade ferocious beast is the final test. If you can kill and hunt successfully, you will definitely get a lot of points. But at this moment, the three of them realized how wrong they were. Now, just facing a ferocious beast that is close to the third level, they have the experience that they are infinitely close to death. Looking at it now, it only seems that the goals they set before are so ridiculous and so ignorant. None of them looked very good at the moment, and their expressions were bitter. Ouch! At this moment, Big Crocodile roared loudly. Its blood was steaming, and its whole body was filled with boiling heat. Obviously, it has displayed its natal martial skill at this moment, Bayan. At this moment, the Bayan crocodile, which was displaying the green rock, was extremely hot, with gurgling hot smoke filling the air and its scales shining brightly. Not only that, its whole body is as hard as a rock. Boom! The big crocodile attacks with unstoppable momentum and power. It slapped it down with one claw. The three geniuses frowned and could only join forces to resist. With a loud bang, the three of them took a few steps back. And their palms all had burn marks of varying degrees. Gu Ruwen, the top student in Jinyun High School, stabilized his figure, smiled bitterly and said, "This Bigo crocodile's natural martial arts is really powerful. Even if we use low-level martial arts, our palms are still burned." The second Chu Junja of Chuande High School also nodded solemnly and said, "Its martial arts skills make the blood boil and the heat increase sharply. Even if we hit it on the body, we ourselves are at risk of being burned. I heard that the martial arts derived from its natal martial arts are also quasi-third-level martial arts, limited to Xing Huang." The only one with a better look, Li Yuj, nodded slightly and said, "This is not the strongest quasi-third-grade black flame orang. This big crocodile is only in the middle of the rankings among the quasi-third-grade ferocious beasts selected for this camp." The other two had wry smiles on their faces. So, are they lucky? The mid-level quasi-third level makes them difficult to resist. Then if you encounter the strongest quasi-third-grade black flame ape, wouldn't you just wait for death on the spot? Ouch! When the three of them were amazed, Big Crocodile charged forward again. With this claw, the heat is steaming, and the surrounding temperature suddenly rises. When the three of them saw this, their expressions became stern, and they all used their martial arts skills to resist. Li Yuzh's figure flashed, his energy and blood concentrated in his right leg, preparing to give him a hard blow. Chu Junja also struck with one palm, his skin turned red, and his martial arts skills were quite impressive. A blue light appeared in Gu Ruwen's eyes, and there were looming scales on his arms, like vicious beast-like scales. Bang! A shocking loud noise erupted. Even if the three of them used martial arts, they were all knocked upside down by the claw of the Bigo crocodile. Too powerful! Gu Ruwen coughed up a mouthful of blood. The scales on his arms faded, and they seemed to be broken. Chu Junja and Li Yuj were not in good shape either. Both of them were bleeding from the corners of their mouths and had dark burn marks on their bodies. If this continues, we will all run the risk of being eliminated. Chu Junja frowned, feeling too much unwillingness in his heart. Li Yuj could only smile bitterly at this moment and said,
let's all use killing techniques to try to force it back and escape from here. It's really not possible, I can only press the help button. The other two geniuses were extremely embarrassed. They were forced into a desperate situation. I didn't expect that geniuses of their level would have to press the help button. Ouch! Big Crocodile seemed to be completely crazy at this moment. Seeing that the three of them had not fallen down, it roared wildly and charged towards them again. This time, let's fight! Li Yuge shouted sternly and said immediately. The other two people nodded, with a ruthless look in their eyes. The energy and blood of the three people rose up, and the blood energy filled the whole body. Their respective wood-killing styles are contained in them. The big crocodile was also steaming with heat. He took a step forward, opened his fangs, and was about to strike hard. But that's it. Big Crocodile's offensive suddenly stopped. It stopped its running body and looked into the distance with a pair of animal eyes. Ouch! At this time, it burst out with a roar, and there was a look of fear in its eyes. It seems to feel some terrible threat at this moment. Before the three of them could react, the big crocodile actually turned around and ran away without looking back. Ah! What's the situation? The three people's energy and blood stagnated, and their expressions were stunned. They also subconsciously looked in the direction that big crocodile looked just now. Suddenly a black shadow appeared in that direction and rushed towards him. But in the blink of an eye, that galloping knight has arrived in an instant. So fast! Li Yuge's eyes narrowed. Only now did the three of them see clearly that the speeding black shadow was a human figure. And the figure caught up with the big crocodile in a moment and came to the top of its head. The figure's foot lightly stepped on big crocodile's head. Bang! There was a loud bang. Under the disbelieving gazes of the three people, big crocodile's head exploded like a firework. Countless blood splattered everywhere, as if it was blood. There was silence. There was only the sound of big crocodile's body falling heavily to the ground. Chapter 53. There was silence. Now there is only one mummy of the ancient crocodile still exuding a strong ferocious power lying on the ground, which is chilling. Li Yuge, Chu Junjia, and Gu Ruwen looked at the scene in front of them, their mouths wide open, stunned. The three of them all looked in disbelief, and everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. The head of this quasi-third-grade Bigo crocodile was crushed with a kick? Is this still the powerful beast that makes them feel infinitely close to death? The three of them could not calm down for a long time. The look in Sumo's eyes was like looking at a miracle. This quasi-third-grade Bigo crocodile is not as strong as the ones we encountered before those ones. But he was quite smart and knew how to escape. None of the quasi-third-grade ferocious beasts I encountered before were so smart. At this time, a voice sounded here. The owner of this voice is naturally Sumo. Sumo didn't pay attention to the three people not far away. After all, he was the one who killed the big crocodile. All the essence and blood in his body naturally belongs to him. In this way, Sumo began to run the blood refining technique as if no one was watching, trying to squeeze out the last bit of value from this giant crocodile. His hand shook slightly. Suddenly, red threads burst out from the fingertips, wrapping around the body of the big crocodile. But the blink of an eye, the body of the green crocodile quickly shriveled up, and the blood all over the sky condensed into a drop of blood. The essence and blood of the quasi-third-grade ferocious beast is quite replenishing. Sumo swallows it directly, and the essence and blood are refined and absorbed in the body. After a smooth set of moves, Sumo had no intention of staying here. His figure flashed, and his movement was extremely elegant, as if he was a banished immortal descending to earth, and he disappeared in a flash under the shocked eyes of Li Yuge and the others. It took a long time after Sumo left. Deaf. The three of them took a deep breath before they recovered from the shock. Li Yuge looked at the mummified Bigo crocodile, his eyes still a little dull. He swallowed and said, "Are they also students participating in the selection? Damn it!
Could it be that some instructor was mixed in? Is there any mistake? One step and it explodes. Is this a human being? Chu Junja and Guru Wen trembled all over, feeling goosebumps all over their bodies. They recalled the scene just now and couldn't say a word for a long time. If it weren't for the fact that the man was about the same age as them. They really felt that just as Li Yuj said, the instructor was the instructor who sneaked in. Guru Wen's hair stood on end, and finally a sentence came out of his mouth, "Gigi, this is too outrageous." No wonder the nearly third-grade Bigo crocodile ran away like a sprint. If I were Big Crocodile, I would run too. Chu Junja took a deep breath and said, "Didn't you notice what that person said just now? He said that other quasi-third-grade X-beasts are not as smart as the Bigo crocodile. What does this mean? This really shows that that guy killed more than one quasi-third-grade ferocious beast." As soon as these words came out, the three of them gasped. The quasi-third-grade Bigo crocodile, which was invincible in their eyes, made them so embarrassed, almost forcing the three of them out. And that person seemed to only regard quasi-third-grade ferocious beasts as ordinary prey. What is the gap? Only then did they understand that this is what is called a gap. I thought our strength was already at the top of the list when we entered the camp. I didn't expect there would be someone so outrageous. Li Yuj sighed as Su Mo's appearance appeared in his mind. Chu Junja also nodded repeatedly and agreed, "Yes, that guy's strength is really terrifying. I can't imagine how we would be tortured if we fought against him." Don't. It's better to stay as far away from such a terrifying guy as possible. Not to mention that we met each other individually, even if we join forces to deal with it together, there is no chance of winning. Guru Wen shook his head repeatedly. He knew very well how difficult it was for that guy to crush a giant crocodile with his kick just now. And in retrospect, that guy moved his hands quite easily. It's like I just passed by here and killed a ferocious beast that was almost a third-grade beast. The other two people also nodded in agreement. Yes, fortunately we bumped into each other here and saw the man's face clearly. From now on, stay away and don't provoke me. If someone doesn't have the foresight to provoke him later, he will definitely deserve misfortune. The three people were shocked and could not dissipate for a long time. I didn't even dare to think about how terrifying that person was just now. Otherwise, the more they think about it, the more they will feel inferior. People who can make geniuses like them feel inferior. Today is the first time. A long time passed. Li Yuj finally calmed down his mind. He hurriedly said, "You two, let's hurry to the camp in the central area to get the ranking." The other two people nodded as if they were pounding garlic. The three of them were in perfect agreement at this moment and never mentioned their original goal of hunting down the real third-level ferocious beast. Now that I think about it, my previous plan to hunt down a real third-grade ferocious beast was simply overestimating my capabilities. Yes. Hurry up. There isn't much time left on this first day. Yet. You get less points for killing ferocious beasts, it's okay if you don't even get them. Your ranking entering the camp is the most important. Chu Junja and Guru Wen both echoed. Speak the truth. Ever since the three of them saw Su Mo's kick that destroyed the big crocodile, all three of them had their Taoist hearts collapsed. They simply could not bring up the thought of hunting ferocious beasts again. Now they just want to reach the camp in the central area quickly and get a good ranking. Soon, the three of them became taciturn for a while, and they all continued to move forward with their heads down. At the same time, Su Mo moved forward quickly and was not far from the central area. He slowed down slightly and glanced at the map on his watch. There are many special areas marked on the map. Su Mo felt a slight pain in her body. At the beginning, he planned to explore all these special areas and collect everything that needed to be collected. But when I thought about how many people were moving forward at a slow pace, I had no choice but to give up. Moreover, the special areas marked on the map are not close together and require a long detour. Furthermore, the closer you are to the ranking of entering the camp, the more generous the rewards will be. So compare it like this. Now if he goes to a special area that is far away, the price/performance ratio is not high. Forget it, let's go straight to the camp. Suemo shook her head and simply chose to go straight to the camp in the central area. Now I can only hope that the rewards received from the camp will not disappoint him at all. Brush. Suemo, who had already determined his target, flashed and quickened his pace again, heading towards the camp in the central area. Soon, Suemo arrived at the outskirts of the camp according to the guidance on the map. He looked far away. It was found that hundreds of high mountains are surrounded by mountains, and the mountains are steep and steep. The location of the camp is among the mountains, surrounded by mountains. At this time, the watch on his wrist beeped. Suemo raised her wrist and looked up. Congratulations, you have arrived at the outskirts of the camp. If you want to enter the camp, you have two options. Type 1, pass directly through the cave under the mountain peak opposite the camp, and you can directly enter the tube site. Second type, climb the mountain and reach the camp. After Suemo saw all this, he whispered, why bother thinking about it? If you can go directly, why bother to climb those mountains? Without thinking, he directly chose the first way to reach the camp. Then, based on the location of the cave marked on the map, he found the cave that led directly to the camp. Outside the cave entrance, there are thorns everywhere. The cave is pitch black and stretches for several kilometers. Even if Suemo uses Kong Ming Ju, he can't see all the situations in the cave. Suemo didn't bother to write ink and stepped directly into the cave. However, he is not stupid. The places he can reach directly are naturally much more dangerous and difficult than climbing several mountains. This shortcut probably only gives an advantage in time on the surface. Suemo had just entered the cave not long ago. A voice rang from inside the cave, it took 7 hours, 11 minutes, and 23 seconds. Not bad, you are the first one to come to the camp in this batch. Even if we look at other batches, this result is enough to dazzle everyone. I guess there are only a few 2 or 3 people who can compare with you. Not bad. You are very good. The voice was rich and full of praise for Suemo. But what would he think if he knew that Suemo had been walking all the way for at least the first 6 hours, either looking for ferocious beasts to hunt or barbecue? Can the few 2 or 3 people he mentioned still be comparable to Suemo? Suemo looked towards the voice. Not far in front of him, he found a middle-aged man with a beard and wearing an instructor's uniform. 0.00. Without even thinking about it, he was naturally the instructor selected for this camp. Suemo could feel that this instructor had a good aura, and he was obviously a third-grade warrior. At this moment, the instructor was looking at Suemo with admiration. What do you call this instructor? Suemo took a few steps forward and greeted. The instructor smiled and said, just call me Instructor Wang. It's useless for you to try to have a relationship with me here. There are only 2 ways into the camp. The first is to climb the mountain honestly, and the second is to take this cave directly to the camp. Instructor Wang's words stopped abruptly at this point. He stared at Suemo with a half-smile. Suemo smiled slightly and said, normal people know that climbing mountains will take a lot of time and take a long way. Presumably, the road to the cave is not easy, right? Not bad. Instructor Wang nodded and continued, if you want to take the cave route, you must pass this final assessment. It only took you 7 hours, 11 minutes, and 23 seconds to get here. But this is just the beginning. It does not represent your final score. Then, his voice paused and he asked seriously, so, I have to ask again, are you sure you want to take the current path? Naturally. Suemo didn't hesitate. Instructor Wang also had no ink marks, so he immediately waved his hand and said, okay. Come with me. Subsequently, Suemo, led by Instructor Wang, went deeper into the cave. Roar! At this time, deep in the cave, a shocking roar erupted, causing even the rock walls of the cave to tremble. Not only that, Suemo also felt a majestic pressure of qi and blood from deep inside. This pressure of energy and blood is definitely not comparable to that of the black flame AP encountered before. It's here. The coercion of qi and blood is like a kind of blood suppression. Compared with the black flame ape, it is the difference between father and son. That's a golden meteoric rhinoceros, a truly third-grade ferocious beast. Instructor Wang said with a smile. Golden meteorite seat. Sumo's eyes narrowed. He had heard the names of these third-level ferocious beasts in school classes. It is said that the body of the golden meteor rhinoceros is as big as a hill. Rough skin and thick flesh, strong defense. Even a full blow from a third-grade warrior can be withstood. But defense is not the scariest thing about Jinyongzi. It has a rhinoceros horn, which is golden in color and can naturally release electric current. Even third-grade warriors dare not easily resist the power of this electric current. If you are not careful, your whole body may be electrocuted into coke. This kind of natural martial arts with extraordinary characteristics is difficult to fully deduce in the human world. Unless the horns of the golden meteor rhinoceros are made into weapons, it will be possible to initially grasp some thunder and lightning history. But the horn of a golden rhinoceros is precious and extremely expensive. Thinking of this, Suemo couldn't help but feel a little excited. Finally encountered a real third-grade ferocious beast. Suemo secretly thought, and was so excited that she couldn't help but clenched her fist. Instructor Wang saw all Sumo's movements. He noticed Sumo's small movements of clenching her fists. Then, Instructor Wang showed a playful smile. This is a true third-grade ferocious beast. It can be said to be an assessment that truly goes beyond the previous routine. He just liked to see the shocked expressions on these geniuses' faces when they faced things far beyond the norm. Or maybe it was that forced composure. Make him feel interesting. How? I ask again. Are you still going this way? Instructor Wang asked, waiting for Sumo's answer. Suemo smiled, of course. Instructor Wang also smiled at this moment. This little guy has a pretty tough mouth. I guess this kid has killed almost third-grade ferocious beasts before. But quasi-third-grade and real third-grade are not the same concept. Since you don't know how high the sky is, let him go there and taste the pain. Instructor Wang thought to himself. Then, he said, the rules are very simple. If you can persist for 72 seconds under Jinyongzi's offensive, you will be deemed to have completed the assessment. If it is less than 72 seconds, each second less will be punished by 1 additional hour. 72 seconds corresponds to exactly 3 days. In other words, if you are instantly killed in a face-to-face encounter, it will be directly deemed a failure. And it's a failure to enter the camp. You don't need to participate anymore. If you only hold on for 10 seconds, you will be punished for 62 hours. After Suemo understood the rules, she nodded to buy the calendar. Chapter 54. Instructor Wang finished explaining the rules. Then he suddenly asked, why do you think it is necessary to have a third-level instructor to supervise your final assessment? With that said, Instructor Wang waved his hand and said without waiting for Suemo to answer, you don't need to answer, think about it yourself. Suemo also understood what Instructor Wang meant. When a student faces a real third-grade ferocious beast, the built-in defense in the watch is no longer enough to withstand the attack of a third-grade ferocious beast. So for safety, a third-grade instructor is needed to take charge in person. The purpose is not for supervision, but for the safety of students. It can be seen from this that the real third-grade ferocious beast is truly terrifying and terrifying. There must be an instructor in person. Otherwise, even the best among geniuses will have their lives in danger. And at this moment, Instructor Wang is also frantically hinting to Suemo, don't choose this path, it is a dead end. At this time, Instructor Wang asked again, there are only 3 things that can happen. Let me ask you one last time, do you still choose this path? Suemo nodded in response, consistent with the previous answer. Instructor Wang shook his head. The admiration on his face faded a little. The two of them continued to go deeper, getting closer and closer to the real third-grade ferocious beast. That pressure of energy and blood is indeed powerful, making everyone around him look oppressive. At this moment, Suemo seemed to have thought of something and took the initiative to ask, Instructor Wang, if I kill the golden meteor rhinoceros 140, will there be a time reduction reward? This is not because Suemo is greedy. Although he is the number 1 in this batch according to Instructor Wang. But there was no one who could have taken advantage of him to deal with the golden meteor rhinoceros, climbed over the mountain, and entered the camp before him. Just to be on the safe side, I asked this question. Ah! But Instructor Wang was obviously made to laugh by Suemo's question. He smiled and said, Boy, you are very arrogant. I have been an instructor for 20 years and have supervised the selection of large-scale talent camps dozens of times. Do you want to kill a third-level ferocious beast? I have heard that other instructors have had the opportunity to see students kill third-level ferocious beasts once or twice. Haha, but I have little experience and have never seen it once. If you kid is capable, let me gain some knowledge too. Later, he took Suemo to a large cave. Go. Let me gain some knowledge too. Instructor Wang smiled playfully. Roar. In the cave, the huge body of the golden meteor rhinoceros turned around. When it saw someone coming in, it burst out with a shocking roar. This third-grade golden meteor rhinoceros looks really terrifying. Just seeing the photos in a book can't compare to the pressure of seeing it with your own eyes. It is shaped like a hill, with a grey body, and a huge rock standing in the middle of the cave. Especially the golden rhinoceros horn on the nose, which is half a meter long and flashes with electricity from time to time. If compared to humans, just in terms of size, humans would appear to be very small. As expected of a third-grade golden meteor rhinoceros. Suemo's eyes lit up and she couldn't help but praise. This golden rhinoceros is fierce and powerful, and its whole body is filled with violent energy. Finally encountered a real third-grade ferocious beast. A ferocious beast of this level should be able to verify how strong he is now, right? At this moment, this is what Suemo is thinking in her heart. He had no fear, no panic. On the contrary, I am excited from the bottom of my heart. Open 8 doors in reverse, open the first one, open. Reverse 9 shields. A change of energy. The art of empty contemplation. 7 kills. Suemo shouted loudly, displaying all kinds of martial arts. At this moment, his blood was full of energy, his energy and blood were overwhelming, and his momentum was unstoppable. The energy and blood were stimulated to the extreme. The state of harmony between Qi and Yi caused his temperament to change, which was shocking. Not far away, Instructor Wang's eyes suddenly jumped. The kid was obviously standing there. But for some reason it made him extremely uneasy. Damn, the third-grade golden meteor rhinoceros won't really let this kid die, right? Instructor Wang couldn't help but murmur in his heart. But he immediately retorted in his mind, how is that possible? Don't be fooled by this guy's pretentious words. You'd better be careful, don't let this kid get electrocuted or trampled to death by Jin Yongzi. Roar. At this moment, the golden meteor rhinoceros burst out with a loud roar. Its huge body began to move and rushed directly towards Limo. Boom. 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 The golden meteor rhinoceros moved like a small mountain, and the entire cave trembled, as if an earthquake had occurred. At the same time, its golden rhinoceros horn flashed with electric arcs. Obviously, when faced with the enemy, it did not hold back, and directly launched its own martial arts, intending to strike hard and kill it. At the same time,
Suemo performed a chi movement change, and chi and blood poured into his legs crazily, extremely fast. He also moved towards Jin Yongzi in an instant. Not only that, 7 kills was ready to go, with his fist slightly raised. Roar! The golden rhinoceros horn of the golden meteor rhinoceros discharges a large amount of electricity and remains silent. To others, this current may be extremely fast. But for Suemo, who had used Kong Ming Ju, it was extremely slow. The white pupils in his eyes flashed slightly, and he dodged the attack of the golden meteor rhinoceros with just a slight movement of his body. Immediately, Suemo did not hold back and came directly to the head of Jin Yongzi. 7 kills. Suemo shouted loudly and punched Jin Yongzi on the head. Boom! As soon as the 7 kills came out, the 49 killing attacks were launched in unison, with a terrifying momentum. The entire cave erupted with a shocking sound, and the echo resounded throughout the cave and would not dissipate for a long time. Puff! The next moment, with a muffled sound, the huge head of the golden meteor rhinoceros was directly blasted to pieces. Its internal organs were crushed into a pulp by various powerful forces. Suddenly blood splattered here, and blood flowers bloomed. On the cave wall, a large amount of blood flowed from top to bottom, and finally gathered into a blood river. Instructor Wang, who was not far away, opened his mouth wide and looked at the scene in front of him. My eyes almost popped out. WTF? 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 Instructor Wang's screams became louder and louder. His mind felt blank. What on earth did he just see? The 3rd grade golden meteor rhinoceros was really killed by this kid. And it kills him instantly with 1 punch. No? He was just joking to increase his knowledge. How did it really make him gain knowledge? This guy is too scary. At this moment he finally understood. The uneasiness he felt before was not an illusion. But what kind of terrifying martial arts skills did this kid perform? Only then did his warrior intuition feel strong uneasiness. A 2nd grade warrior actually made a 3rd grade warrior like him feel such a crisis. Outrageous! It's simply off the mark. Instructor Wang looked in disbelief and looked at Suemo not far away in bewilderment. The look in his eyes was like seeing a ghost. Although this golden meteor rhinoceros is only at the early stage of 3rd grade, this type of ferocious beast is more powerful than other ferocious beasts of the same level. To be honest, even a 3rd level warrior like him would have to spend a lot of effort to deal with this golden meteor rhinoceros. He can't even beat this golden rhinoceros with 1 punch like this kid. Damn! It's broken, this kid really did it. Instructor Wang was tricked by Suemo and felt a little depressed. 0. This makes him seem blind and unable to see where the real dragon is. He was a dignified instructor, but he was so completely pretentious by a student. Failure. At this moment, Suemo was not excited about killing Jin Yongzi with 1 punch. Instead, he frowned. Instructor Wang stared and saw Suemo's frown. He couldn't help but shout in his heart, "You killed a 3rd grade ferocious beast and still have this expression? Haven't you pretended enough? You're almost done." But Suemo wasn't pretending. He had just thought that a real 3rd grade ferocious beast would satisfy him to the fullest. But he didn't expect that even a real 3rd grade ferocious beast could not block his punch. Doesn't this mean that he still hasn't tested his own strength? The ferocious beasts at the early stage of the 3rd grade are indeed not strong enough to measure up to my abilities. I wonder if a stronger 3rd level would work. Suemo said in his heart. Then, he couldn't help but look at Instructor Wang, who had not put away his chin not far away. Instructor Wang, who was not far away, suddenly felt his spine numb. An extremely terrifying danger is approaching him. This is the intuition from a warrior. As expected. He looked into Suemo's eyes and found that the boy was still looking at him with an unfinished expression. One thing to say. Now that Suemo is staring at him like this, he feels really panicked.
This kid doesn't want to hit him, does he? I go. I saw the punch Suemo just fired. He faced Suemo, who was only at the second level, and he didn't have much confidence that he could defeat him. At this moment, Li Mo's eyes were full of seriousness. He passed directly over Jin Yongzi's body and walked slowly towards Instructor Wang. What Instructor Wang was thinking was right. Now a third-grade golden meteor rhinoceros cannot test his strength. Instructor Wang, who is obviously stronger, must be able to give him a try, right? Anyway, the rules don't say you can't attack the instructor. Even if he takes action, there should be no trouble. At this time, Instructor Wang felt the growing intensity of Suemo's gaze, and immediately shouted, "Hey! If you hit the instructor, you will be directly disqualified from entering the camp." After shouting this sentence, Instructor Wang's face was completely darkened. Now his dignity as an instructor is completely gone. Hearing this, Suemo had no choice but to stop moving forward, gave up her thoughts, and had a look of dismay on her face. "See here." Instructor Wang's face turned even darker. "Really? This kid just wanted to hit me. Damn it! How come this camp selection is so abnormal?" Seeing that Suemo couldn't take action, he could only suppress the desire to explore his strength in his heart and said with a smile, "Old Wang, how are you? Have you learned a lot just now? I can't control anything else. But what other instructors haven't seen, I must let you see today." Instructor Wang had a dark face at the moment and didn't want to pay attention to Li Mo at all. When this kid first met, he politely called him Instructor Wang. "Are you calling me Lao Wang now? Oh shit! What this kid said was so cool. It's like he's afraid that others won't know how awesome he is." At this moment, Instructor Wang couldn't stand Suemo at all. He immediately announced quickly, "You passed. Because you killed the third-grade golden meteor rhinoceros instantly. Therefore, the time you entered the camp is 7 hours, 11 minutes, and 23 seconds. Hurry into the camp." Instructor Wang drove people away with a dark face. He doesn't want to see Suemo now, even if it lasts a second longer, he will feel uncomfortable. Chapter 55. Facing Instructor Wang's urging with a dark face, Suemo was also a little confused. Why did Instructor Wang change his face so quickly? He just called Lao Wang, and it was just to appear friendly. Why did he change his face immediately after killing a third-level ferocious beast? Isn't it the instructor who wants to increase his knowledge? He made the instructor gain knowledge, shouldn't he be happy? Is he so unpopular? Let's go quickly. Instructor Wang Suemo was reluctant to move and urged. Suemo looked confused. But he looked at the body of Jin Yongzi next to him and said, "Instructor Wang, wait a moment." Instructor Wang looked at Suemo warily. He thought Suemo still wanted to make a gesture with him. "What are you going to do?" Suemo smiled and asked, "Does the essence and blood of this golden rhinoceros belong to me?" Instructor Wang felt relieved when he heard this, rolled his eyes, waved his hands and said, "Everything you kill is naturally yours." "Thank you." Suemo grinned. The golden meteoric rhinoceros is a third-grade ferocious beast. The essence and blood are naturally better than that of the black flame orangutan who is near the third grade. He didn't do any ink and started running the blood refining technique directly. Red threads formed from chi and blood burst out from his fingers, entangling the huge golden meteor rhino's corpse. The next moment, Suemo moved her fingers, and her energy and blood suddenly moved. Suddenly, Jin Yongzi's huge body turned into a mummy at a speed visible to the naked eye. The golden meteor rhino's current size is less than half of what it was before it was alive. The sky is full of blood mist in the cave. Suemo grabbed it with her fist. The countless blood mist began to gather. Finally, it turned into 2 drops of blood essence. However, these 2 drops of sperm and blood are of normal size. There is also a drop that is almost half a drop. As expected of a third-grade ferocious beast, it even produces more blood essence and blood. Suemo sighed in praise, swallowed the essence and blood in one gulp, and refined it in his body. I have to say that the third grade is the third grade. Suemo instantly felt that the power of qi and blood contained in these 2 drops of essence and blood was beyond the comparison with the essence and blood he had taken before. Presumably after he refines and absorbs the essence and blood of this golden meteor rhinoceros, his energy and blood and tempering progress will be greatly improved. It would be nice if there were a few more third-grade ferocious beasts. Suemo murmured, a little dissatisfied. 10. Instructor Wang looked on with some surprise. Because Suemo is so skilled at refining blood essence. How many ferocious beasts must be killed to achieve such smoothness? But at this moment, Instructor Wang didn't want to see Suemo again for half a second, and still drove people away with a dark face, saying, "Are you done with your work? Hurry up and leave." Faced with repeated urging from the instructor, Suemo turned around again. "Are you coming back? What's the matter?" Instructor Wang said upon seeing this. At this moment, Suemo was eyeing Jin Yongzi's rhino horn. This thing has its own lightning. It is extremely hard and no worse than alloy. Maybe it can be used to make a sword. Suemo was thinking in her mind. He was not polite and stepped forward directly to pull out the horns of Jin Yongzi. Immediately afterwards, he directly carried the half-meter-long rhino horn on his shoulders, which was quite domineering. He whispered at the same time, "This is a good thing." Instructor Wang stood there, watching all this, and shook his head helplessly. It's true that Yan Guo is plucking his hair, and he is so rude. Is everything okay this time? Leave quickly. In this way, Suemo, urged by Instructor Wang, walked deeper into the cave. As long as he passed through this long cave, he would reach the camp. At the same time, inside the camp in the central area. This is a square that can accommodate many people. And in the middle, there is a huge screen. It has red letters on it. This is the ranking for this camp selection and is being calculated. It contains the name, the university where you are located, the time spent, etc. At this moment, there seemed to be about 10 or 20 people in the camp. This is not surprising. After all, this time's camp selection brought together talents from major universities across the province. Therefore, the time for taking the assessment is not uniform. Instead, 30 or 40 people were gathered to work in batches. Talents from some colleges and universities are close to the selection venue, so they can come one day in advance to participate. Therefore, some people have already entered the camp in the central area. The energy of heaven and earth is strong here in the camp. For these geniuses, the vitality of heaven and earth here is several times stronger than in the school's training room. These geniuses basically sit in their respective positions and absorb the vitality of the world to improve their own energy and blood as much as possible. No one spoke, no one talked. Naturally, the camp seemed quite quiet. At this time, a muscular genius wearing a red martial arts uniform walked into the camp. He looked confident and had a smile on his face. "My ranking should be good, right?" He just finished speaking. His name appeared on the big screen in the camp and was announced at the same time. Mowu High School, Cheng Zihud successfully completed the camp selection, taking 1 day, 18 hours, 37 minutes, and 12 seconds. Total kill points, 665 points. Current ranking, 30th. After listening to the report, Cheng Zihud's smile changed. He thought that he had done it in less than 2 days and was already good enough. Before arriving at the camp, he made some calculations. How do you say it's at least among the top 10? But I didn't expect that there are only 30 people now. A genius like him has been ranked number 1 for 3 years in high school. When did you fall out of the first pass? He thinks that he can conservatively reach the top 10, which already makes him feel very humble. Now I am only ranked 30th, so naturally I am not used to it. There is a gap in my heart. It seems that this time the camp selection is really crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Cheng Zihud smiled bitterly. Then he found an open space and began to absorb the vitality of heaven and earth. Now that his ranking is not ideal, he is naturally motivated. On the contrary, it made him work harder to improve. Next, geniuses entered the camp one after another. New rankings are also constantly appearing on the big screen in the center of the camp. Announcements also sounded. Jiangnan High School, Li Jinjiao successfully completed the camp selection in 2 days, 3 hours, 37 minutes, and 12 seconds. Total kill points, 420 points. Current ranking, 61st. Tonglan High School, Zhang Leian successfully completed the camp selection in 2 days, 07 hours, 12 minutes, and 59 seconds. Total kill points, 490 points. Current ranking, 70th. Wanglong University, Zhong Xinran successfully completed the camp selection in 2 days, 0 hours, 43 minutes, and 31 seconds. Announcements continued throughout the camp. Big red characters appear on the screen. Their respective rankings are arranged from top to bottom according to time. The group of people who just came in have not even reached the stage of cultivating virtue, because most of them took more than 2 days. These geniuses are also pretty low-key. After seeing his ranking, he silently found a place to cross his legs and practice. This is not surprising. Such achievements cannot be made high profile even if you want to. Many geniuses even feel that their self-esteem has been deeply hurt. What kind of monsters are the first few? How come you are so much faster than them? At this moment, another young man walked in. This young man is personable and has an extraordinary temperament, with a confident and heroic look on his face. As soon as he stepped into the camp, his name appeared on the big screen in the camp, and many people's rankings dropped 1 spot. This level of decline almost covered the entire big screen. Immediately afterwards, the announcement in the camp rang. Dragon and Phoenix College, Dihaoan successfully completed the camp selection in 18 hours, 26 minutes, and 22 seconds. Total kill points, 985 points. Current ranking, 5th. As soon as the 5th place ranking came out, it immediately caused quite a stir. Many geniuses looked at Dihaoan. This Dihaoan is very powerful. It took less than a day and the kill points were very high. He is definitely a genius among geniuses. Some people say to themselves, even if they don't want to admit that they are weak to others, the rankings and data are here. No wonder this guy was so confident when he came in. It seems that he has already won the selection for this camp. Someone whispered again. Hey, Lao Di. At this time in the camp, a handsome genius stopped sitting cross-legged to practice. He stood up and waved to Dihaoan, who was not far away. Dihaoan heard the call and followed the sound. Then his eyes lit up and he greeted with a smile, Hey! Second child. The two looked very familiar. Both of them are from Dragon and Phoenix Universities. Dihaoan is number 1 in this Longfeng University. The second child Dihaoan was talking about was named He Yangjia, and he was the second best student in Longfeng University. This time, due to Dihaoan's family affairs, the two of them were unable to participate in the camp selection together. He Yangjia had no choice but to participate in the camp selection 1 day earlier than Dihaoan. But Dihaoan is not too late this time. After all, there are 7 days in total for camp selection. You can participate as long as you can participate within 7 days. Soon, Dihaoan and He Yangjia got together. The two of them greeted each other with their shoulders down. Dihaoan laughed at this moment and said, Second brother. You have indeed been here a long time ago. Let me just say, this kind of selection is not easy for you. Dihaoan said this very pretentiously. But not many people can refute it. Because there are useful times on the big screen in the camp, and the points and other data are clearly displayed there.
Both of them rank very proudly. He does have the qualifications to show off. He Yangjia laughed and cursed when he heard this. Damn! Lao Di, I have told you so many times, even though I am ranked second in the school. But can you please stop calling me DK? Also, stop pretending now. Let's keep a low profile this time. Because there are really a lot of awesome people this time. De Houen smiled and said, if I don't call you Lao Er, then you call me Lao Di. Who knows whether you call me Lao Di or Lao Di? After he retorted, he became a little more serious, nodded and continued, indeed, I thought I could be in the top 3 this time. But it was still a little bit worse than expected, only 5th place. Let me see, who is in front of me? As he spoke, De Houen looked towards the big screen in the center of the camp. Hua University, Lu Qingtai successfully completed the camp selection, taking 10 hours, 45 minutes and 53 seconds, with a total of 1045 kill points. Current ranking, number 1. Tianyuan High School, Luo Yuangzi successfully completed the camp selection in 11 hours, 21 minutes and 42 minutes. Seconds, total kill points 1005 points, current ranking, 2nd. Mowu High School, Lei Bakshan successfully completed the camp selection, taking 11 hours, 58 minutes and 33 seconds, with a total kill score of 1085 points, current ranking, 3rd. De Houen couldn't help but look a little solemn when he saw the time spent by the top 3 and the points gained from killing the beasts. These were 3 or 4 hours faster than him. And the kill points are not much higher than his. The top 3 are indeed scary. The province's selection process for entering the camp is indeed filled with talented people. But when he continued to look down, his eyes suddenly widened and he couldn't stand it any longer. Longfeng High School, He Yangjia successfully completed the camp selection, taking 16 hours, 44 minutes and 32 seconds, with a total of 905 kill points. Current ranking, 4th. Puff! De Houen almost spit out a mouthful of blood. He then added, no? Is there a mistake? Second child. Why are you the 4th child? De Houen was quite clear. In terms of strength, He Yangjia is not as strong as him at all. He Yangjia smiled like a villain and laughed, what? You don't accept it? Then he added, I guess you must have chosen to challenge the 3rd grade golden meteor rhinoceros, right? You are really stupid. Climbing the mountain directly seems to take longer. But it will definitely be much faster than the overtime of the 3rd grade penalty. I went to the cave before I came and saw the 3rd grade golden meteor rhinoceros. When instructor Wang asked me this for the first time, I decisively chose to climb the mountain. According to other people, the instructor is very good and will ask 3 times whether to choose to walk in the cave. Smart people will choose to climb the mountain to enter the camp. De Houen's face turned dark when he heard He Yangjia's sarcasm. He also wondered at the time why the instructor was so verbose and had to ask the same question 3 times. When he actually faced the 3rd grade golden meteor rhinoceros, Tuan understood. That's really not something that anyone can challenge. Fortunately, you only need to hold on for 72 seconds. It's not a requirement to kill the 3rd grade golden meteor rhinoceros. Otherwise, he dares to guarantee that no one can walk from the cave to the camp. De Houen recalled the scene in the cave, shook his head and said, oh, in the end I was several seconds away from holding on for 72 seconds. I was punished for several hours. He Yangjia laughed unscrupulously when he heard this, I've reminded you 3 times, but you still dare to challenge. Lao Di, you are really tough. De Houen also felt a little regretful at this moment, saying, I have to say that the real 3rd grade ferocious beast is really not something that can be concealed. If the instructor hadn't taken action in the end, I would have really sent it this time. While the two were talking, one person walked into the camp holding a book. His expression was indifferent, and he was wearing a white loose martial arts uniform with fluttering clothing. At this moment, he looked like the banished immortal master who was studying seriously,
without a trace of smoke or dust. But in the eyes of others, this guy seems to be overdoing it. This step of walking while reading a book by yourself is so delicious that it will overflow the screen. And when he stepped into the camp, the big screen in the center and the announcement sounded. Shanhe University, Lin Ziho Ki successfully completed the camp selection in 8 hours, 49 minutes, and 4 seconds. Total kill points, 1,235 points. Current ranking, number 1. With his arrival, the rankings of everyone on the big screen dropped 1 place. The whole place suddenly went into an uproar. What? 8 hours? There was a sensation in the whole place. Everyone was shocked and couldn't help but exclaimed. They couldn't help but look at Lin Ziho Ki. Suddenly, Lin Ziho Ki attracted everyone's attention. Everyone felt that the full-flavored appearance just now seemed to have some charm. Chapter 56. 8 hours. This is too fast. It's terrifying. I thought that 10 hours would be the limit for this camp selection, but I didn't expect that it would be refreshed again. Yeah, such a result makes me feel terrible just thinking about it. The scene was filled with excitement. Even if they are all geniuses in their respective universities. But now I am so shocked that I can no longer sit still. They were very talented in their respective schools, but they were overshadowed by Lin Ziho Ki. Everyone looked at Lin Ziho Ki, who looked like a handsome young man, with extremely complicated expressions. There was fear, reverence, and even a hint of envy. Lu Qingtai and Lei Bixian, who were entrenched in the center of the camp and had never opened their eyes from beginning to end, also opened their eyes suddenly. Before Lin Ziho Ki arrived. The two of them are ranked first and third this time. Lu Qingtai's expression changed slightly and he glanced in Lin Ziho Ki's direction. This had to attract his attention. Because Lin Ziho Ki basically beat him by 2 hours. Don't underestimate these 2 hours. Between such top geniuses, even if they are 10 minutes slower, there is already a big gap between the two. Not only that, Lin Ziho Ki's beast killing points were almost 200 points higher than his. That is to say, not only was Lin Ziho Ki much faster than him, he also killed many more ferocious beasts than him in a shorter period of time. Lei Bixian, who was ranked fourth, looked at the big screen in the center of the camp and his expression changed slightly. He was also feeling stressed at the moment. After a long time, he whispered solemnly, "This Lin Ziho Ki is definitely our strongest competitor for this camp selection. Lin Qiu is the only one who can make him give such an evaluation." Before Lin Ziho Ki arrived. Even if there are 2 people ahead of him who are ranked higher than him, he is very confident that he can win. After all, the time difference between the 3 of them is not very big, and the points for killing the beasts are not much different either. It can also be seen from this that the hard work of the 3 people is not very different. But after Lin Ziho Ki arrived, the difference is so obvious. There was an uproar at the scene. Lin Ziho Ki was still holding a book in his hand and reading it carefully. He faced the blazing gazes around him and received the attention of the whole audience, but his expression remained calm and his eyes never left the book. It was as if the people and things around him didn't exist. He didn't even bother to pay attention to the rankings. Perhaps this is the self-confidence of a true genius. I had already expected to be ranked first, so naturally there was nothing to be excited or surprised about. And that's for him. Whether it's being in the spotlight or winning first place, it's just a part of daily life. This kind of thing didn't stir up any emotion in his heart. Everything now is not enough to distract him. If you have this time, you might as well study more on the techniques in your hands. That's all. Under the gaze of everyone, Lin Ziho Ki sat cross-legged on the ground casually and continued to study the book in his hand carefully. His handsome appearance is matched with a white martial arts uniform. There is also that serious look on his face that makes many young geniuses fall in love with him. De Haoan was first surprised by Lin Ziho Ki's impressive achievements. But when he saw Lin Xiaokai reading seriously as if no one else was around, he couldn't help but bared his teeth. He whispered, "Damn, this guy is so good at pretending." With so many people looking at him, he was unwilling to even raise his eyelids. "It's like we don't even exist, we just read books, it's so pretentious." He Yangjia nodded in deep agreement and said, "Indeed, this guy is very good at pretending. However, although he can pretend, but I have to admit that he does have the strength to show off." Saying that, he Yangjia sighed. "What is the current situation? This is because they can't stand others, but they don't have the strength to kill them. I can only watch the other party pretending to be cool in front of me, but there is nothing I can do about it." Depressed. It is indeed extremely depressing. De Haoen shook his head, cleared his thoughts, and asked, "Second brother, aren't you known as a genius with all knowledge? Come and tell me what is going on with the first few people." "What? A genius who has always been strong and doesn't care about others. Now we have to pay attention? Are you stressed?" He Yangjia winked when he heard this. De Haoen waved his hand and said, Go, don't interrupt. I'm just curious." At this moment, He Yangjia also became serious and said seriously, "Lin Xiaokai, who is currently ranked number 1, attends Shanhe University, which is ranked number 1 in Longxia province. I don't need to say more about this, you naturally know it. Lin Xiaokai is ranked first in Shanhe University and has been ranked first for 3 consecutive years. Shanhe University is full of geniuses, so there are naturally many people who want to challenge their talents. But without exception, they all failed. And I heard that Lin Xiaokai has special qualifications. He is a spiritual master and a born master. The news I got is that he has already received the true transmission of the spiritual teachings of the principal of Shanhe University. The principal of Shanhe University is a 7th grade master. Psychic master." Hearing this, De Haoen couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. No wonder his achievements are so proud and his style is so shameless. He couldn't help but marvel. You must know that ordinary warriors need to polish their physical body to the extreme, and only after the 7th grade master can the spiritual calendar be born. And spiritual power is almost exclusively a symbol of 7th grade masters and above. This kind of spiritual power is extremely powerful. Not only can it greatly increase vitality and combat power. Even a 7th grade master can kill them instantly with just one look. Even the pressure of qi and blood does not need to be released. But spiritual masters are different. Geniuses who have this kind of natural physique are born with mental power. In other words, the spiritual master has mastered the mental power that ordinary 7th level warriors can possess in advance. Therefore, people with such a special physique are often extremely terrifying in terms of talent and combat power. As long as they don't die young, they will definitely be promoted to the 7th rank and become a generation of grandmasters. This is also the reason why spiritual masters can be called natural masters. De Haoen still knows something about spiritual masters. At this moment, he couldn't help but nod his head and said, "He is indeed a strong opponent. As the level of martial arts improves further, I am afraid the gap will become wider." He Yangjia nodded, convinced. After all, this kind of person's talent is beyond the reach of others. They are born with the attributes of a master, and their starting line is far ahead of them. De Haoen sighed slightly, and couldn't help but take a deep look at Lin Xiaokai, who was sitting cross-legged not far away and reading seriously. Then, he said, "Second brother, you continue." He Yangjia heard this and continued, "The current number 2 is Lu Qingtai from Mowu University. Of course he is also number 1 in their school. It is said that his physique is not impoverished. Although he does not have the attributes of a master like a spiritual master. But he is also a famous innate warrior." When De Haoen heard this, he felt a little bitter in his heart. No? Why are these people so outrageous? Are all of them born with their own buffs? Is it true that there is no one like him who has no buffs and only relies on his own understanding? He is also born with a fighting spirit. He knew it. There is a war king in the human world who is born with a fighting body and has created a generation of myths. As we all know, people with the buff blessing of a natural combat body have a combat power that far exceeds that of their peers. For example, if two people have the same energy and blood, a punch from the other person will have a combat power of 100 points. And those with an innate combat body can achieve double combat power, which is 200 points. What's even more terrifying is that with the innate combat body coupled with the increase in martial arts, the multiple is not limited to twice, but several times. Outrageous! Outrageous! Either a spiritual master or an innate combat body, right? I bet none of those people have normal physiques. De Houwen said with an extremely unbalanced mind. If he was born with one randomly, he would probably have to take off right now. He Yangjia shrugged and said, "It's useless to be envious, it's something you carry in your mother's womb. I heard that Liu Qingtai's combat power is quite terrifying now. He was once undefeated in the underground boxing ring in their city. He even defeated a real third-grade warrior." When De Houwen heard this, he swallowed his saliva. He recalled that he had been unable to hold on for 72 seconds against a vicious beast at the early stage of the third level. As a result, others have defeated the third-grade warrior early? Animal. There is quite a difference. At this time, De Houwen looked in the direction of Liu Qingtai again. Amazing indeed. They are obviously the same age. Liu Qingtai is covered in tendons and his two chest muscles are like basketballs. You can feel it from the aura emanating from his body. This person is not easy to mess with. I'm afraid a weak genius can fall apart with just one punch. Compared with him, some geniuses can really only be called thin dogs. De Houwen couldn't help but hold his forehead and said, "Second brother, you continue." He Yangjia felt inexplicably excited when he saw the number one student in his school looking so badly beaten. He didn't care. Anyway, I am used to being the second child for 10,000 years, so I don't have any psychological burden. On the contrary, it is those geniuses who have been ranked first all year round. When you encounter so many powerful opponents at once, your heart will naturally collapse. He Yangjia became more and more excited as he talked, and continued to introduce De Houwen. "Did you see that? Is that the person over there who is carrying the spear behind his back? Well, you see, he also has a special physique." De Houwen followed his gaze and said calmly. He saw a person over there wearing dark blue martial arts uniforms with a stern expression. A silver spear is slung on his back and never leaves his body. From that person's aura, you can feel that this person is very fierce. If the spear is unsheathed, its power may be unstoppable. He Yangjia shook his head and said, "He is currently ranked 4th, Leibuxian from Mowu High School. He doesn't have any special physique." De Houwen breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. "But, he is the son of the 8th grade master Lei Guanzhong. His magical spear is like a spear that travels like a dragon, which is the true inheritance from his father. Not only that, he also cultivated the Lei family's secret thunder attribute energy and blood, which matched his marksmanship and combat experience. I heard that he is a rare genius from the Lei family in a century. The Lei family attaches great importance to him, and the position of head of the family in the future must be his." He Yangjia continued. After listening to this, De Houwen's expression became more solemn. "Doesn't it mean that the CO author has a special physique, or that he has a big family and a big business? Each of the first few are extremely powerful. He really deserves to be called a top genius." Got it. For a moment, De Houwen felt that he was under great pressure. If we really want to suppress this group of people, how much effort will it take? Or maybe those few people are like a mountain that cannot be crossed. No matter how hard they try, it will be of no avail. At this time, De Houwen thought of something again and asked, "Oh, that's not right. You haven't said anything about the person ranked third, so why did you just jump to fourth place? He Yangjia brought his head closer at this moment, winked and said, this third one is a girl. And she's also a beauty. De Haoen's eyes finally lit up when he heard this. It seems that the haze just now has been swept away. He himself has no special hobbies. But I only like to see beautiful women. Where is it? De Haoen looked around, searching. He Yangjia smiled secretly and replied, pity, you are late. She was just called out by the chief instructor for a talk. De Haoen showed a look of regret on his face and said, Nat. If you look at a beautiful woman less, you really mean you look at her less. If I had known there were beauties watching, I would have killed less ferocious beasts along the way. Ha ha ha. He Yangjia couldn't help being amused when he saw that De Haoen was confused when he heard the topic of beauties. After De Haoen regretted for a while, he put on a serious face and looked at the big screen in the center of the camp. Luo Yuangzi, well, it is indeed a good name. Judging from this name, I guess he looks pretty good. What's so special about her? De Haoen asked with great interest. However, He Yangjia, who is known as the genius of Bai Xiao Tong, shook his head and said, then I really don't know. Apart from knowing the name of the school, I don't know what is special about his talent. I don't know. De Haoen curled his lips. The most important news, this guy didn't know? Boy, you are AFG genius Bai Xiao Tong. De Haoen couldn't help but curse. He Yangjia didn't care and said, but according to rumors, this Luo Yuangzi seems to have something to do with King Wu. Hearing this, De Haoen's eyes widened. I go. It turns out that this one is the most awesome. To be related to the current King Wu, his background is simply unimaginable. When the head of the lay family or the principal of a high school comes, they must be respectful. The conversation between the two had just ended. A girl and the chief instructor walked in. The girl's hair fell naturally, and her eyes were watery. Her nose is straight, her teeth are like jade, and her red lips are sexy. That swan-like snow-white neck, coupled with that slender, undulating figure that makes people's blood flow, really makes people feel that she is a peerless beauty. As soon as she entered the scene, the eyes of the audience stayed on her. Many geniuses are reluctant to even look away. At this time, the girl and the chief instructor said something. The chief instructor nodded slightly. Finally, the girl returned to the place where she was before. Wherever she passed, the girl's fragrance filled the nostrils, making people feel relaxed and happy. And when she stood there, her temperament came out of the dust, like a fairy from the 9 heavens coming to this world, which made people feel good about her, but they didn't dare to approach her. This may be the so-called view from a distance, not to play with. Even Lin Zhiho, who had been reading seriously, couldn't help but take his eyes off the book and take a look. She is Luo Yuangzi, right? She is indeed beautiful. Is it still related to King Wu? Isn't she the daughter of King Wu? The moment De Haoen saw Luo Yuangzi, the previous haze was swept away. He laughed while admiring it. There is no way, this is just his hobby. Like to admire beautiful women. When He Yangjia heard this, his expression changed. Old D. If you dare to arrange King Wu like this, don't take me with you if you want to die. But, I don't think it's possible. King Wu is already over 100 years old, so he has already existed. You don't want it just now, right? He Yangjia was a few steps away from De Haoen. But I couldn't help but gossip. De Haoen was also a little scared at this moment. Was it just what he was thinking, and he couldn't help but say it out loud? Oh shit! I heard that King Wu had a very violent temper. If he knew that he had arranged him this way, he might be slapped to death. Chapter 57. De Haoen looked around. I was secretly relieved when I found that no one except He Yangjia noticed that I was choreographing King Wu. Then he became serious. He looked at Lin Zhiho solemnly and whispered, if nothing else happens.
Lin Zihoki was the first choice in this camp selection. I'm waiting for the strongest opponent. But nothing unexpected. An accident is about to happen. While everyone was still immersed in Lin Zihoki's achievements and Luo Yuangzi's appearance, a young man walked into the camp from a cave. The young man has a handsome face and a slender figure. He looks normal, but he has a temperament that ordinary people cannot possess. That refined temperament really makes people take a second look. Especially the half-meter-long golden horn he carried on his shoulders was even more eye-catching. And at this moment, the big screen in the center of the camp flashed. The red font changed, and the rankings of everyone in the audience dropped one place again with the arrival of this young man. At the same time, the announcement sounded in the camp. Mowu High School, Mo successfully completed the camp selection in 07 hours, 11 minutes, and 23 seconds. Total kill points, 5,655 points. Current ranking, number 1. This announcement spread throughout the audience. The entire camp was boiling and in an uproar. The noise was even louder than when Lin Zihoki came here before. Many people were dumbfounded and felt their scalps numb. What? 7 hours? Is there any mistake? Damn it! Who is that person? He was more than an hour earlier than Lin Zihoki. How did he do that? Damn it! Cheating! Not only did it take less time than Lin Zihoki, but his beast kill points were also ridiculously high. More than 5,000 points for killing beasts. His beast killing points are several times that of Lin Zihoki. What a shame, the gap between first and second place is so big now. I didn't expect anyone to be able to squeeze Lin Zihoki out. He's really awesome. Many people at the scene exclaimed. They all couldn't help but stood up and looked in the direction of Mo. At this moment, Mo was really like the blazing sun, and countless stars were eclipsed. The main reason is that Mo's results are amazing. They originally thought that Lin Zihoki would be difficult to surpass. I didn't expect that someone would surpass so much at once. It's like rubbing their cognition on the floor. Is this guy still a human? FK. De Houen heard the loud announcement and shouted. What an accident! There really is someone more powerful than Lin Zihoki. He was shocked. He Yangjia stared at the big screen in the center of the camp in a daze, swallowed his saliva and said, here comes a really cruel person. Lu Qingtai and Lei Bixian were also shocked. Their eyes were as bright as fire, and they all stared at the young man who had just arrived at the camp not far away and looked back and forth. For both of them, it is not surprising that Lin Zihoki won first place in this camp selection. After all, Lin Zihoki is a spiritual master. He is known as a born master from the moment he is born. Who can compare with him? Even before he participated in the camp selection, Lin Zihoki's name was already well known. The two of them looked at the big screen in the center of the camp. In addition to being shocked, there was also a trace of confusion on their faces. Mowu High School? Mo? Who is this Mo? Never heard of it before. Even that person's school was unheard of before. At this moment, the uproar at the scene swept across the entire place like a huge wave. It was also the first time that Lin Zihoki actually put down the book. He closed the book in his hand and looked at Mo not far away, with a solemn look on his face. His first place was actually taken away from him. Even he himself did not expect such a thing to happen. Although he was not angry, he still felt a little strange. This person looked unfamiliar. He definitely didn't notice. It is even said that this person was not well known before he came to the talent camp for selection. Luo Yuangzi also looked at Mo with curiosity. What is the origin of this person? I wonder if it's interesting? There are quite a few people. Mo glanced at everyone. At the same time, he also glanced at Luo Yuangzi. After all, she is a beauty. Every man likes to look at it.
At this time, Luo Yuengzi and Su Mo's eyes met. Su Mo was shameless, just staring at her with such prickly eyes. Instead, Luo Yuengzi looked a little embarrassed and turned her head to one side. Su Mo saw that the very smart girl no longer looked at him and no longer cared. He took off the golden rhinoceros horn from his shoulder and smashed it directly on the ground. That is. At this time, someone finally moved away from Su Mo's body and looked at the half-meter-long golden horn. Previously, everyone has been attracted by Su Mo's time and beast kill points. Everyone is extremely curious about Su Mo. Now everyone heard the exclamation. Follow the person's finger and look. It's okay if you don't look carefully. Upon taking a closer look, everyone at the scene couldn't help but take a breath. Their faces changed, their mouths opened wide, and their eyes almost popped out. That half-meter-long golden horn looks like the horn of a golden rhinoceros. Oh my god! Did I read that correctly? The thing he is holding is the rhino horn of the golden meteor rhinoceros. Why is this thing in his hand? Could he? How is this possible? Many people at the scene swallowed their saliva and looked in disbelief. The pupils of Liu Qingtai and Lei Bixian shrank even more, with a look of disbelief on their faces. This guy killed the third-grade golden meteor rhinoceros? Neither of them wanted to believe it. But they can see it. The golden rhinoceros horn Su Mo was holding in her hand still exuded a touch of coercion, which made people develop. That was indeed the horn of the golden meteor rhinoceros that died not long ago. Who among the people who can come here has never faced the third-grade golden meteor rhinoceros? There are even people who have personally fought against the third-grade golden meteor rhinoceros. This guy is holding the horn of the golden meteor rhinoceros in his hand. There is only one possibility: he was killed by the golden meteor rhinoceros in the cave. Liu Qingtai said in a deep voice, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. As soon as these words came out, the scalps of everyone present were numb and the cold air in their mouths kept sucking. It was really hard for them to imagine how this person killed the third-grade golden meteor rhinoceros. Kill the third-grade golden meteor rhinoceros. Some people couldn't believe it and murmured. The eyes of everyone looking at Su Mo were constantly changing. They looked at Su Mo at the moment, as if they were looking at a demon wall. Everyone knows how terrifying the third-grade golden meteor rhinoceros is. Everyone present has seen it personally or experienced it. Most of them walked into the cave, and after feeling the terrifying pressure of the golden meteor rhinoceros energy and blood, they gave up decisively and chose to climb the mountain. Some are more stubborn and choose to challenge. But the final result was that Jin Yongzi gave him a severe lesson. If the instructor hadn't come to the rescue in time, I'm afraid they have already been crushed by the third-grade golden meteor rhinoceros. That feeling of being invincible in the face of terror makes you not even dare to challenge it a second time. Because it was an experience that was infinitely close to death. Even knowing that the instructor will take action, they won't die. But I don't want to experience it again. That is the most real fear from deep inside. At this moment, De Hauen, who was not far away, swallowed his saliva and sighed, "Gigi. This is the real fierce man." The third-grade golden meteor rhinoceros used to guard the gate was actually killed by him. He felt like a huge wave was rising in his heart now. After all, he was quite aware of the terror of Jin Yongzi. Even a genius like him couldn't last less than 72 seconds in front of the third-grade golden meteor rhinoceros. But the man in front of him directly killed the third-grade golden meteor rhinoceros. Needless to say, the shock caused by this gap goes without saying. Badv, can't imagine how powerful Su Mo is. Anyway, he didn't have the confidence to compete. Let alone transcendence. Yangjia also nodded and said solemnly, "I think that person is more scared, he has killed points and time." The points he earned for killing beasts were several times that of Lin Zaiho Ki. But the time we arrived at the camp was still far ahead of us. De Hauen also pondered for a while after hearing this. Indeed. He also thought about it at this moment. If that man hadn't killed so many ferocious beasts, the time would have been advanced by another 2 or 3 hours. Mo didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed when she saw everyone looking at her. He is number one here. It is natural for it to be the center of attention. Besides, I was in Mowu High School before. There are too many such high-profile situations. He has long been used to it. Now it's just a different group of people. It used to be some ordinary high school students. Now they are just a group of geniuses from universities in various cities. No different. I don't know what the next process will be after arriving at the camp. Is it possible that a group of people are just waiting here? Mo now knows that she is ranked number 1. Moreover, the beast kill points are also far ahead. After he has been thinking about winning the first place, what kind of reward will it bring him? After all, he gave up many special areas and chose to come to the camp. Afterwards, Mo dragged the long golden rhinoceros horn on the ground, planning to find a place to sit down and wait patiently for a while. When everyone saw Mo move, they felt a little scared for some reason. They stood up one after another to make room for Mo. It's no wonder. In their eyes, Mo is a genius who killed the third-grade golden meteor rhinoceros, and his strength is unparalleled. The time it took to enter the camp was also amazing. The points for killing ferocious beasts are even more astonishing. If they accidentally provoke this ancestor, are they afraid that they will end up like this golden meteor rhinoceros, with all the bones in their body pulled out by this guy? No one knows whether Mo is easy to talk to or not. Naturally, I don't want to provoke him casually. Avoid if you can. Even if you can't avoid it, try to avoid it. Seeing that a group of people were so smart to make room for him, Mo was not polite and found a place to stay at will. Lu Qingtai and Lei Bixian also looked fearful. Before figuring out the details of Mo, naturally, they wouldn't make any moves. It would be great if you could get along with him. After all, no one is a fool. I hope I will have such a powerful opponent in the future. Lu Qingtai finally withdrew his gaze at this moment and whispered, "It's worthy of being selected for the camp. Come on, it's really Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon." I thought Lin Zaihoki was enough to stand out from the crowd. Unexpectedly, a little-known Mo suddenly appeared. His strength is probably more terrifying than Lin Zaihoki. Lei Bixian nodded and made some calculations in his mind. I wonder what Li Mo's character is like? If we can recruit him and use him for the benefit of my Lei family, the power of our Lei family will surely rise to a higher level. Not far away, Luo Yungzi's eyes were also staring at the longhorns of Jin Yungzi. But she made a different discovery. She saw that there were dense holes at the end of the golden meteor rhino's horn, which seemed a little unusual. After a long time, she only used the voice she could hear to whisper, 7 injury fist kills, the true meaning, 7 kills. At this moment, Mo ignored everyone's gaze and was about to sit down. At this moment, Lin Zaihoki glanced at the golden horn in Mo's hand and smiled and said, "I thought I was the only one who could kill the main-level golden meteor rhinoceros this time." Japan. Sure enough, I still underestimate the talents of the world. Let's get to know each other. This is Lin Zaihoki from Shanhe University. Brother, what do you call me that? As soon as these words came out, the campground that had just been a little quiet started to boil again. Damn it! It turns out that Lin Zaihoki also killed the third-grade golden meteoric rhinoceros this time. If he didn't tell us, we really wouldn't know. You are so strong and yet so low-key, I can only say that you are too raw. If I were so strong, I would just want to take off. Anyone who is not a fool can understand the point of this sentence. It wasn't just Mo who killed the third-grade golden meteor rhinoceros. Lin Zaihoki also killed the third-grade golden meteoric rhinoceros in this camp selection. Lin Zaihoki, on the other hand, was more low-key. It's not like Mo who took off his rhinoceros horns to show off. This sentence seems to be praising Mo. But in fact, not only did Lin Zihoki kill him, he also killed the third-grade golden meteor rhinoceros. She is also more calm and low-key than Suemo. It is equivalent to stepping on Suemo and elevating oneself. But even though everyone knew the truth behind it, they still couldn't help but marvel. After all, it was a third-grade golden meteor rhinoceros. A third-grade ferocious beast that could move them to fear. At this moment, Suemo heard the words and looked in the direction of Lin Zihoki. When he saw Lin Zihoki's outfit, especially the book in his hand, he got an idea. Suemo narrowed her eyes slightly. As a cool guy who also likes to show off, he can naturally tell at a glance that this guy named Lin Zihoki is a show-off. When this guy spoke just now, he was afraid that he would steal the limelight. This layout is not very big. Suemo's heart moved, and she replied with a faint smile, Mowu High School, Suemo. Although Mowu High School is not famous, it was not displayed on the big screen in the center of the camp this time. Everyone didn't even know that there was such a university in Longxia province. But of course none of this matters anymore. Because they all understand. As long as there are no more accidents in the future. Starting today, Suemo from Mowu High School will definitely become the center of attention. Chapter 58. In a room outside the camp in the central area. This is the general command room for this camp selection. There are many instructors gathered in the general command room. In front of them, there were about a dozen large screens, and a lot of watches were piled next to them. These watches were handed in as students continued to enter the camp and passed the selection. These watches are declassified and banned. You can check the data inside and the student's performance in the Spirit Snake realm on the big screen at any time. An instructor reports. Well, very good. When the big shots come over later, put them all in order, an instructor named Ji ordered. As soon as this statement came out, many instructors showed curiosity. Someone couldn't help but ask, Instructor Chiao, who is that big shot? Instructor Chiao laughed and said, you will know when we get down. The words just fell. A woman wearing a tight-fitting martial arts uniform came closer from outside the general command room. The woman has a curvy figure, and her slender and white legs are just right. Her skin is like cream, and paired with her proud figure, she looks full of charm. It looks like a mature beauty. But her whole body was full of energy and blood, and there was a fierceness in her breath that made people feel shocked. As soon as she arrived, she looked at the dozen or so large screens in the general command room, her eyes sparkling. Instructor Chiao, the big shot you are talking about is actually her. It turns out it's her. This is a very cruel person. Many instructors in the room looked respectful. They didn't dare to have any disrespect or inappropriate thoughts when facing this woman. Obviously. Many instructors present knew who this woman was. Her name is Ruan Xiaqing. He is one of the youngest grandmasters at Shanghai University. Before she was 30 years old, she had achieved the rank of 7th grade master. Not only that, she is not the direct descendant of the crown prince. It can be said that he is extremely proud of his talent and background. Many instructors are familiar with her name. Everyone knows that she won the first place in the communication battle with the top 10 clans in the world a few months ago. It can be said that all the tribes in the world were shocked in one fell swoop. And Ruan Xiaqing is not only talented but also extremely powerful. Even her efforts in teaching and educating people are few and far between. She even holds the position of Deputy Minister in the Ministry of Education. There are so many geniuses cultivated in her hands. At this moment, everyone has deep respect for Ruan Xiaqing. Such a person is powerful and will cultivate a large number of geniuses for the human race as follow-up forces. How can such a person not be respected? This is someone who has made a lot of contributions to the human race. Having said this, many instructors also understood something. That is, the higher UPS have invited Ruan Xiaqing to train this generation of geniuses, which shows how much the higher UPS attach great importance to this camp selection. Ruan Xiaoqing looked calm at the moment and stared at the screen with her beautiful eyes. She didn't react at all to the murmurs around her. It seemed that only the performances of geniuses from major universities on the screen interested her. At this time, a voice sounded from behind everyone, "Master Ruan, how are you? Are there any satisfactory seeds this time?" Before Ruan Xiaoqing could speak, an extremely muscular man with a scar on his face and a murderous look walked in. This man looked like he was only in his 30s. The group of instructors who originally gathered around Ruan Xiaoqing felt the murderous aura, their hearts tightened, and they all looked back. That murderous aura is definitely something that can only be possessed by those who have killed countless enemies. It makes people feel terrified. The person who just asked Ruan Xiaoqing was this man, Xiang Feishan. At this time, someone here let out an exclamation. Many instructors began to look excited. Even Grandmaster Xiang was invited. This time the camp selection, the higher UPS really pay more attention to it than before. A group of instructors felt the terrifying murderous aura. Instead of feeling fear, their eyes were full of respect and excitement. Because Xiang Feishan, like Ruan Xiaoqing, is a famous figure in the human race and has a far-reaching reputation. But Xiang Feishan is different from Ruan Xiaoqing. Xiang Feishan is truly a figure who has emerged from the battlefield of all races. Therefore, he is revered by many warriors. Grandmaster Xiang is here too. This is a ruthless man, someone exclaimed. Xiang Feishan is still one of the generals under King Wu. When he was in the 6th level realm, he was able to conquer the 7 alien regions. He was also promoted to the 7th rank of Grandmaster before he was 30 years old. Not only that, Xiang Feishan soared into the sky after entering the realm of Grandmaster. That battle in the Nanping Caves. He directly fought 1 against 3 and 5 against 3 foreign masters. This level of achievement shocked the entire 10,000 Demons dungeon at the time. And in this year's battle in the Zixing Caves, a 7th grade Grandmaster was able to challenge the 8th grade Grandmaster of the Tianling tribe without falling behind. The battle shocked the world. A group of instructors acted like primary school students in front of Xiang Feishan, with admiration in their eyes. No way! Xiang Feishan has a great record. After this year's battle in the Zixing catacombs, his name has completely resounded throughout the major caves and all over the world. At this moment, Ruan Xiaoqing also smiled softly after hearing this, showing her feminine charm. She looked at Xiang Feishan behind her, squinted her beautiful eyes, and said, "Hongyuan Province is indeed the hometown of King Wu. It's a beautiful place where talented people come out in large numbers. There are indeed many good seedlings this time." But before she finished speaking, she immediately changed the topic and said, "However, no matter how good the rough jade is, it is just a stubborn stone without being carved with thousands of knives." Ruan Xiaoqing's words are not wrong. The reason why genius is called genius. That is something that ordinary people cannot do, and it is something that ordinary people cannot do. Therefore, talent, character, martial arts understanding, martial arts cultivation, vitality, combat power, actual combat, potential, etc. are all indispensable. If one of them is missing, in the eyes of these big shots, they are nothing more than a piece of uncut jade. This time, the camp selection is a comprehensive selection that combines all indispensable qualifications. The whole journey from the outer edge of the spirit snake realm to the camp in the central area is 3,000 to 4,000 miles. It would take more than 2 days for the warriors to arrive even with all their strength. The road is rugged, with many mountains, forests, and lakes, and requires trekking through mountains and rivers. Not to mention the various ferocious beasts encountered on the road. Calculated this way, 3 days seems like a long time. A normal warrior would definitely be able to reach the camp in the central area without resting. But as long as there is a slight delay on the way, I am afraid it will time out and be eliminated. Now those who can pass this selection can already be regarded as the best among the younger generation. At this moment, Xiang Feishan nodded, and he naturally agreed with Yuan Xiaqing's point of view. Afterwards, Ruan Xiaoqing smiled faintly and continued, "This selection is a great test for the warrior's breath control and distribution, as well as the use of energy and blood. Whether to hunt ferocious beasts to get points, or to save energy and blood and rush forward. It also tests their judgment of the situation. As the saying goes, isn't it true? How much ability you have depends on your history and history. Even if you are a genius, if you are arrogant and ignorant, you will only die young in the future. The reason why I designed this selection. That's because those who can achieve their goals under such conditions are undoubtedly genuine geniuses. If you can get more points for killing beasts on this basis, you will be a genius among geniuses. But being able to get into camp is one thing. It's another thing to be qualified to be mentored by me personally. It's not okay to be an ordinary genius who is being coached by me personally. I only accept elites." After Ruan Xiaoqing finished speaking, he waved his hand. Immediately afterwards, an instructor immediately retrieved information for her. Ruan Xiaoqing was holding several watches in his hand at the moment and said, "These are the only ones I am optimistic about entering the camp currently." "Oh." Xiang Feishan narrowed his eyes and became somewhat interested. After all, those who can be favored by Ruan Xiaoqing are naturally not ordinary geniuses. He is definitely a genius far beyond his peers. Ruan Xiaoqing also has no ink marks. She tapped directly on one of the watches. Suddenly, a picture of a person on the way to selection was played on the big screen in the general command room. At the same time, the person's information was also broadcast. Lu Qingtai from Huayu University, completed this camp selection in 10 hours, 45 minutes, and 53 seconds. Total points scored 1045. In the screen, Lu Qingtai has well-developed tendons and a very tall figure. And a wave of beasts appeared in front of him. This beast tide should number 30 or 40 animals. Among them, there are nearly 10 second-grade ferocious beasts. Lu Qingtai was surrounded. But he didn't seem to be panicked at all and dealt with it with bare hands. The muscles all over his body were bulging, his blood was pulsing, and his blood was surrounding him. Boom! Boom! Lu Qingtai is indeed domineering, and he is the most powerful person with his anger. But with 3 or 4 punches, he took the lead and killed a second-grade ferocious beast. At this time, an instructor couldn't help but admired, the innate combat body is indeed impressive. With double the combat power, we really have an advantage. The scene on the big screen continues. Lu Qingtai, who killed a second-grade ferocious beast, did not stop. Instead, like a god of war, he took a long stride and charged towards the beast tide. Blood splattered everywhere on the scene, but within 5 or 6 minutes, most of the beast tide was wiped out, and the corpses of ferocious beasts were everywhere. There were some remaining ferocious beasts with frightened eyes, and they were frightened away by Lu Qingtai's momentum. 0 request flowers 0. The picture on the big screen changed again. At this moment, Lu Qingtai encountered a ferocious beast that was close to the 3rd level. But he was as strong as ever, running straight ahead and hitting hard. The results didn't disappoint either. The head of that quasi-3rd-grade ferocious beast was smashed to pieces by Lu Qingtai. Finally, he came to the cave and chose to challenge the 3rd-grade golden meteor rhinoceros. In the picture, he is not afraid at all when facing the 3rd-grade golden meteor rhinoceros, and he is equally tough. The scene was filled with lightning and blood. Lu Qingtai's body muscles almost doubled in size, and he started to fight hand-to-hand with the 3rd-grade golden meteor rhinoceros with fists and fists. I have to say, the picture is indeed shocking. Qingtai's fist hit Jin Yongzi's rough-skinned body with dents everywhere. The electric current emitted by the golden horns of the golden meteor rhinoceros only left a few black marks on his fists. It was obvious that he was not only incredibly powerful in combat. At the same time, he also possesses defensive martial arts. In the end, Jin Yongzi was seriously injured and fell to the ground. The instructor on the side was dumbfounded and immediately announced that he had successfully entered the camp. Seeing this, Xiang Feishan nodded and said, "This Lu Qingtai is indeed good. Innate fighting body, born to fight." Ruan Xiaoqing smiled slightly, then tapped another watch and said, "After reading this, there are more." Next moment, the picture on the big screen changed. A tall young man with a silver gun on his back and a fierce expression appeared on the screen. At the same time, the information of this young man is also broadcast here. Leibuxian of Mowu High School completed this camp selection in 11 hours, 58 minutes and 33 seconds, with a total of 1085 kill points. In the screen, Leibuxian moved forward quickly and encountered a quasi third-grade ferocious beast. He didn't make any unnecessary movements, and the spear was instantly unsheathed. A cold light flashed. The ferocious beast that was about to be in the third level was directly penetrated into the chest by the spear. In this way, Leibuxian was speechless all the way, and he drew his gun when he encountered a vicious beast, without any hesitation. Finally, he also walked into the cave and chose to challenge the third-grade golden meteor rhinoceros. He was taken away by the instructor. Before the instructor could ask 3 times in a row, he had already quickly fired. The gun shoots out like a dragon, with impressive momentum. The cold light of the silver gun flashed in the air. He struggled with the third-grade golden meteor rhinoceros for only a moment, then he caught the flaw and cut off one of the golden meteor rhinoceros legs. The instructor also immediately announced that Leibuxian had successfully entered the camp. The legitimate son of the Lei family, this ghost spear is indeed profound. I heard that he has cultivated the Lei family's secret thunder attribute energy and blood, but he has not yet used it in this camp selection. Xiang Feishan showed a hint of joy on his face. Rather than fighting all the time, he was more willing to watch the instant kill screen. Ruan Xiaoqing said nothing and continued to point at a watch. In the picture, that is a girl. She has a sweet appearance and her black hair falls naturally like a waterfall. The surrounding jungle trees seem to be a reflection of her. Every minute and every second can form a beautiful picture. At the same time, the girl's information was also broadcast on the scene. Luo Yuangzi of Tianyuan High School completed this camp selection in 11 hours, 21 minutes and 42 seconds, with a total of 1005 kill points. She walked in the spirit snake realm, her pace was neither hasty nor slow. It's like admiring the beautiful scenery. When she encountered a ferocious beast, whether it was a first-grade, second-grade, or even nearly third-grade beast, she would always take 2 moves and shake her head before choosing to kill it. This situation is like wanting to test your strength first when encountering anything. He even said that if there is a ferocious beast that can really fight with her, she can be trained as a medical partner. In the end, she also chose to walk into the cave and face the third-grade golden meteor rhinoceros. Different from the previous 2. She only fought with the third-grade golden meteor rhinoceros for 72 seconds. The coach next to her shouted to stop, so she stopped. It seems that she did not cause any harm to this third-grade golden meteor rhinoceros. But many people can tell that her calm posture when facing Jin Yongzi, her smile on her lips, and her slow breathing must mean that she is not using any real strength. It can be said that it is the same as before. She felt that the golden meteor rhinoceros was slightly stronger than the ones she had encountered before, so she wanted to use 2 more moves to observe its attack methods. Ruan Xiaoqing, who had been playing the scene and had not commented on anyone, suddenly paused and chuckled, "This little girl is a bit interesting. It's too obvious to deliberately hide my clumsiness. Otherwise, her grades would not be worse than Lu Qingtai." "Well, that's natural." Xiang Feishan seemed to have expected it, and responded in a neutral tone. At this time, Ruan Xiaoqing tilted her head and gossiped, "I heard that she has a relationship with King Wu. Isn't she really King Wu's daughter? King Wu can still bloom as an iron tree at such an old age? It's so interesting." Chapter 59. When everyone heard Ruan Xiaoqing choreographing King Wu in public, they broke out in cold sweat. My mother! He is worthy of being one of the youngest grandmasters at Shanghai University. I'm afraid except for her, no one really dares to arrange a generation of martial kings like this, right? Xiang Feishan, one of the generals under King Wu, also had a headache. I don't know, I don't understand, I don't know. Faced with Xiaqing's gossip, Xiang Feishan immediately came to the rescue. In short, I don't know anything about it. Immediately, he changed the subject, so Grandmaster Ruan chose these three people. Ruan Xiaoqing didn't get the answer he wanted, and didn't care. He shook his head and said, "There's no rush. I heard that there are stronger martial arts seedlings in the future. But as expected, I do intend to let these three into my Qianlong group and train them myself." Ruan Xiaoqing just finished speaking. An instructor came in from the outside and immediately reported, "A new student has passed the selection. The watch data has broken the record." Xiang Feishan and Ruan Xiaoqing both narrowed their eyes at the same time. Ruan Xiaoqing immediately said, "Get his information and let me take a look." "Yes." As he spoke, the instructor clicked on a watch in his hand. Suddenly a picture appeared on the big screen. The new student has a handsome face and a refined temperament. He is wearing a white loose martial arts uniform and looks full of fairy spirit. At this moment, the student's information introduction was also broadcast on the scene. Lin Xiaokai from Shanghai University completed this camp selection in 8 hours, 49 minutes and 4 seconds, with a total of 1,235 kill points. In the screen, Lin Xiaokai was strolling in the spirit snake realm, as if he was walking in his own back garden. His eyes were on the book in his hand from beginning to end. Behind him were several small swords floating in the air, flashing with cold light and extremely sharp. 637 When he encountered the vicious beast, he still didn't raise his head and his walking pace didn't change. Brush! The flying sword shot out instantly, directly killing the area on his bed. Along the way, all the ferocious beasts he encountered were killed by the flying sword. It makes people feel indescribably elegant and relaxed. It was like killing a ferocious beast and it had nothing to do with him. He was just passing by. The scene changes. Lin Xiaokai came to the cave and met a third-grade golden meteor rhinoceros. Only then did he become a little more serious. He finally moved his eyes away from the book and focused on the third-grade golden meteor rhinoceros. Roar! The golden meteor rhinoceros roared and charged towards him. But Lin Xiaokai remained motionless, but he stretched out 2 fingers and pointed at Jin Yongzi casually. Chiang chiang! Several flying swords came out and directly chopped down the golden meteorite seat. The sound of collision between metal and metal was constant at the scene, electric light flashed, and cold light shone. Within a moment, several small swords directly penetrated the third-grade golden meteor rhinoceros. There were bloody holes all over his body, and the scene was horrifying. It only took him 32 seconds to kill the golden meteor rhinoceros. And he clearly still has a lot of energy left. Killed quite easily. Ruan Xiaoqing watched Lin Xiaokai's battle scenes and said with satisfaction, "The spiritual master is indeed God's favorite. The born master is truly extraordinary. Plus he happens to be 4 of them in my Qianlong group. And Lin Qiu is considered the number 1 hidden dragon." Xiang Feishan smiled bitterly when he heard this and said, "I let you choose the good seedlings, but you are so rude and didn't leave any for me. Even our King Wu's Aluo was chosen by you." Ruan Xiaoqing smiled lightly and comforted, "Don't worry, maybe there is a better one." Xiang Feishan simply rolled his eyes, feeling extremely speechless. Lin Xiaokai, the strongest one, was directly and tyrannically assigned to the Qianlong group. Who could be better? Just then, another instructor ran in from outside, his face full of excitement. Another new student has passed the selection. And the record has been refreshed again. Upon hearing this, Ruan Xiaoqing and Xiang Feishan both looked at each other. They all saw a look of surprise in each other's eyes. Because for the geniuses participating this time, the two of them had already known the potential and strength of the students in advance. There are only a few people who are qualified to be noticed by the two of them. Ruan Xiaoqing had been waiting for an hour or two just now, waiting for Lin Xiaokai to appear in the camp. But now, the record that Lin Xiaokai just broke, in the blink of an eye, another person breaks Lin Xiaokai's record? For a moment, both of them became curious. Is it possible that I made a mistake and missed a hidden gem in the ocean? Ruan Xiaoqing whispered. Xiang Feishan also nodded, obviously having the same idea. It's not just them. Many instructors present also looked confused. How dazzling a genius must be to break Lin Xiaokai's record. But how come they have never heard of such a genius before? Tune it out. Ruan Xiaoqing said immediately without any ink marks. The instructor who had just come to report nodded and handed a watch in his hand to Ruan Xiaoqing. Ruan Xiaoqing glanced at the name and school display on the watch, and murmured, Mowu High School, Mo. Xiang Feishan also came over and took a look. Then the two looked at each other again. Obviously, the two of them didn't have much impression of the student Mo, and they were recalling it rapidly in their minds. At this time, Ruan Xiaoqing asked, Mowu High School, have you heard of this school? Xiang Feishan was really confused for a moment. He thought hard for a while. As masters, they all have a photographic memory, so as long as they have seen it before, they will always remember it. After a while, he finally searched it in his mind and said, I remembered it, it seems to be a high school in Tianyang City. Building on ruins has no good foundation. Thinking of this, Ruan Xiaoqing and Xiang Feishan undoubtedly became more curious. A little-known high school in Longxia Province, a school built in ruins with insufficient foundation. Could a place with such shallow water contain a real dragon? It's useless to think too much, just take a look. Ruan Yuanqing said. Xiang Feishan nodded, as if he had something in mind. The next moment, Ruan Xiaoqing tapped the watch in his hand. Suddenly a picture appeared on the big screen in the general command room. A young man with a handsome face and extraordinary temperament appeared in front of everyone. At the same time, the sound of announcements was also remembered on the spot. Mo from Mowu High School, completed this camp selection in 07 hours, 11 minutes and 23 seconds, with a total kill score of 5,655 points. As soon as this announcement came out, many instructors on the scene couldn't help but feel shocked. Nearly 2 hours faster than Lin Xiaokai. This record is a bit outrageous. And the points for killing ferocious beasts. How many ferocious beasts did this guy kill in the spirit snake realm? A group of instructors who had seen a lot of the world couldn't help but feel shocked and said one after another. Ruan Xiaoqing and Xiang Feishan did not say anything. But both of their eyes were fixed on the picture on the big screen. In the screen, Mo's figure was extremely fast, and wherever he passed, it stirred up dead leaves, like a hurricane. He tapped the dead leaves with one foot, and his movement was extremely elegant. It's a pleasure to watch. At this moment, a group of ferocious beasts appeared in front of Mo. But his figure did not slow down and came directly on yet. Boom! Mo tapped the heads of a group of ferocious beasts with her toes. Those ferocious beasts bloomed like blood flowers. This is almost always the case. Whether he encountered a second-grade or a nearly third-grade ferocious beast, he always stepped lightly or punched with almost no pause, and blood flowers bloomed behind him. Seeing this, Xiang Feishan's eyes flashed with light. At first, he saw Lu Qingtai's innate combat body fighting. In comparison now, it seems that even a special physique such as an innate combat body is nothing in front of this Mo. After all, Mo can only deal with ferocious beasts with one punch. In Lu Qingtai's battle, when faced with some powerful beasts, he still needed 3 or 4 punches to kill them. In such a comparison, it seems that the two are not on the same level. However, Lu Qingtai naturally did not mobilize all his strength. But when he saw Su Mo's battle scene, he seemed to be able to do it with ease. Not only that, he felt that Su Mo could kill the beast faster than Lei Bixin's spear. It's really fun to watch. As the picture continued to play, many instructors were dazzled. All kinds of killing clips, all kinds of blood splashing everywhere, it's really overwhelming. Many instructors were shocked. Isn't this kid's murderous intention too serious? An instructor murmured. Many instructors couldn't help but nod in agreement. It is true that the murderous intention is too strong, as if he has never killed a ferocious beast. This ferocious beast will definitely not let go if this boy notices it. Just like plowing the ground, kill all the ferocious beasts in front of you. Don't look at the points for killing ferocious beasts. Just by looking at this killing clip, you can definitely guess that he killed much more than Lin Zihoki. Not only that. In addition to Su Mo's killing scenes, the big screen also shows barbecue and meat-eating scenes. The golden grease, the spiced barbecue, and Su Mo's relish in eating made many instructors swallow their saliva. One instructor couldn't help but said speechlessly, "This kid is quite good at eating. He has been shown eating meat more than a dozen times, and the grilled meat of ferocious beasts is not the same." The instructor on the side also nodded and complained, "This kid also carries a dagger just to divide flesh and blood? Forget these, there are also lighters and various seasonings? Is he here to participate in the selection, or is he here to barbecue? This is really enjoyable." Just when many instructors thought it was outrageous and started making complaints. 0. The picture on the big screen changed. Su Mo had already arrived in the cave and was brought to the third-grade golden meteor rhinoceros by the instructor. He had no ink marks, so he jumped up and directly punched the third-grade golden meteor rhinoceros to death. Seeing this, many instructors could no longer sit still. Their hearts were shaken, and they couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Because many of them are only at the third level of martial arts. Cannot imagine. If they punched this kid hard, would he be like the third-grade golden meteor rhinoceros, with his hair straight up? This kid is a bit fierce. Indeed, the third-grade golden meteor rhinoceros killed instantly with one punch. Although the few talents we saw before defeated the third-grade golden meteor rhinoceros, none of them could achieve this level. Look, Lao Wang's eyes popped out in the video. Many instructors present were extremely shocked. They were so surprised just watching the video. I really don't know what instructor Wang who was at the scene felt like. At this moment, Ruan, Xiaoqing and Xiang Feishan couldn't help but feel shocked. Is there really someone more powerful than Lin Zihoki? Xiang Feishan stared at the screen, his face changing slightly. At this time, Ruan Xiaoqing's eyes flashed slightly, and she immediately clicked on the watch in her hand and played again the scene of Su Mo's final kill of Jin Yongzi. Not long after, she let out a sigh of relief after reading it, with a look of pity on her face. 7 injury fist killing style, field killing. Ruan Xiaoqing sighed softly. However, Xiang Feishan's eyes were shining at this moment, as if he had discovered a treasure, and he laughed and said, "Haha, it turned out to be the 7 injury fist." This 7 injury fist made him recall what happened many years ago. In the past few years, the human race was in turmoil and there were riots in various caves. All the races in the heavens are ready to take action and are eyeing the human race. At that time, in order to win the future of the human race, many people in the army practiced this kind of quick martial arts. In addition to the 7 injury fist, there are also blood knife techniques, heavenly demon disintegration technique, reversal opening of the 8 gates, etc. Countless warriors have sacrificed their lives to bring peace to the human race over the years. Therefore, the 7 injury fist is not unfamiliar at all to Ruan Xiaoqing and Xiang Feishan, especially to military warriors like Xiang Feishan. Not only are they not unfamiliar, they are instantly recognizable. At this time, Ruan Xiaoqing lowered her beautiful eyes and said regretfully, "If he practices the 7 injury fist on his own, he can still join our hidden dragon group." It's a pity that he even learned the 7 kills that are really harmful to the body. Although his current combat power is no worse than Lin Xiaoki. But in terms of upper limit and potential, there is a huge difference between him and Lin Xiaoki. Xiang Feishan 2.3 didn't seem to listen at all, and said with a cheerful smile, I like this kid. Even though teaching is prohibited in major colleges and universities, he can still learn the 7 kills. He is simply a talent. Besides, what happened to Tiantiao? If you don't push your body to the limit, how can you rise from ruin and revive from desolation? Ruan Xiaoqing was too lazy to talk nonsense with Xiang Feishan and said speechlessly, okay. The ideas of your King Wu lineage are seriously inconsistent with mine. If you like it, it's yours, I won't take it away. But you have to be careful, don't let him play to death. After Ruan Xiaoqing finished speaking, he shook his head again. She felt a little pity, and couldn't help complaining in her heart, the training method of King Wu's lineage is indeed strong. The people we can train are ruthless people who are the best among their peers. But the only drawback is that their line of training is too useless. This is why the Ministry of Education asked her to take the lead in the selection and subsequent training of the camp this time, rather than letting Xiang Feishan take the lead. If Xiang Feishan really takes the lead, I'm afraid all the geniuses in this class will be turned into useless people. Xiang Feishan naturally didn't know that Ruan Xiaoqing was complaining about him. He grinned and said with a smile, okay. This boy belongs to me. Haha, no matter what you say, this kid must be mine, and it's okay if you don't fight. If you argue, I won't stop laughing. Ever since Sui Mo appeared in his field of vision, even if he is a genius like Xiu Zhonglin, he feels that he is dispensable. It doesn't hurt to give it to this BCH. But if he is asked to give up Sui Mo, absolutely not. Xiang Feishan looked at Sui Mo on the big screen, the more he looked at it, the more he admired it. He kept whispering, talent. Real talent. Chapter 60. Xiang Feishan muttered something in his mouth, as if he was possessed by an evil spirit. There was laughter in his mouth from time to time. Ruan Xiaoqing saw Xiang Feishan still looking infatuated despite his age, as if he had found a treasure, and couldn't help but hold his forehead and was speechless. This guy really doesn't look like a master. Sure enough, those who have been fighting with King Wu for a long time are all lunatics. Ruan Xiaoqing rolled his eyes. Although complaints are complaints. But she also had to admit that the student named Sui Mo was indeed very talented. When Sui Mo first appeared on the big screen, I was really surprised. There were also some surprises in my heart. I didn't expect that besides those few people, there would be unexpected gains. At that time, she really felt that Sui Mo's talent was definitely not inferior to Lin Xiaoki. If Sui Mo only practiced 7 injury fist, she really will do whatever it takes. Even if she and Xiang Feishan fall out on the spot, she still wants Sui Mo to join her Qianlong team. Because she was only practicing the 7 injury fist, she still had ways and opportunities to remedy the situation. But this Sui Mo not only mastered the 7 injury fist, but also the true meaning of the final killing, and mastered the final killing style, 7 kills. This means that Sui Mo has lost a lot of potential. She estimated in her mind that Sui Mo's internal organs might have become extremely fragile now. Let's not talk about the 3rd level of martial arts for now. In the future, Sui Mo will become a natural chasm when facing the 4th grade Zhang refining realm. The 5 internal organs have become extremely fragile due to the 7 kills. How can we refine the internal organs and break through the 4 zones? That is to say. So what if Sui Mo is now as strong as Lin Xiaoki at the 2nd level? Sui Mo will be stuck at the 4th level in the future. And Lin Xiaoki started out as a 7th grade master. To put it 10,000 steps back, even if we don't talk about the realm of 7th grade. A 5th level warrior can casually kill a warrior who can't even be promoted to 4th level, right? So in her opinion, Sumo's upper limit and future are already visible to the naked eye. It's not worth her adding it to the Qianlong group and wasting her energy. This Sumo is too obsessed with combat power and has a too hasty mentality. He also conflicts with my nurturing philosophy, which is a pity. Ruan Xiaoqing murmured and then stopped paying attention to Sumo. It was equivalent to Sumo being sentenced to death on her side. After all, she has seen countless geniuses who were so talented at the beginning but died young in the end. Only the genius who truly rises is considered a genius. And those who fall behind and die prematurely are just pseudo-geniuses. This is also the true meaning of naming her group potential. A hidden dragon will never become a real dragon until it emerges. And she is the one who cultivated the hidden dragon into a real dragon. This time, it was enough for her to train 4 geniuses to become true dragons at once. If there are too many people, the quality may also decrease. So Ruan Xiaoqing didn't have any entanglements in his heart. If Xiang Feishan likes Sumo, then give it to him. The instructors at the scene were still immersed in Sumo's outrageous results. Naturally, they cannot be like Ruan Xiaoqing and Xiang Feishan, who can tell so many things from the video. When they saw the 2 big men, one had a sad face and the other was extremely happy. They were really stunned. Is this Sumo okay or not? But if you judge it according to their own eyes, it is certainly great. Not only did he set a new record, he also far surpassed Lin Xiaoqi. He is definitely the biggest dark horse this year. At this time, Ruan Xiaoqing said, then let's make an agreement. Lin Xiaoqi, Lu Qingtai, Lei Bixian, and Luo Yuangzi belong to my Qianlong group and are personally designated by me. Xiang Feishan also stopped smiling at this moment, and after thinking for a while he said, Master Ruan, you have to leave 4 people at once. There is only one Sumo in my group. Why don't you give me another one to balance it out? This also saves you from having to work so hard. So be it. I don't want Lin Xiaoqi either. I am under the command of King Wu, how about I get Luo? Ruan Xiaoqing's face darkened when he heard that Xiang Feishan was trying to take advantage of Luo Yuangzi, and said, Luo Yuangzi is just a little girl, how can she tolerate your nurturing method? If someone has something wrong with you, let me see how you explain it to King Wu when you go back. Xiang Feishan had a stubborn look on his face and seemed not to give in. He said loudly, What's wrong, little girl? There are also women in our army, and all of them are tougher than the men. Some people have tendons bigger than your head. You still look down on the little girl. When Ruan Xiaoqing heard Xiang Feishan's description, he suddenly felt his eyes darken. She couldn't imagine it. A girl like Luo Yuangzi, who is as slender as Luo Yuangzi, has been trained in the hands of Xiang Feishan, and she looks big and thick. Don't talk about her in this scene. I'm afraid King Wu will have a black eye when he sees it, right? By then, I'm afraid Xiang Feishan will no longer have a place to stay in the human world. Sometimes she really felt that Xiang Feishan was missing something in his head. Maybe you're just going to be stupid by following King Wu's ideas. No matter what she said, it was impossible to bring Luo Yuangzi to Xiang Feishan. Follow Xiang Feishan to train, where is the training? This is simply going to ruin Luo Yuangzi's future. How will Luo Yuangzi get married in the future? But then again, seeing the serious look on Xiang Feishan's face, she seemed to be really not joking. There is quite a posture that if she doesn't agree, she will fall out. It seems that I can only use a unique trick. Ruan Xiaoqing thought to himself. Then, she said in a very relaxed tone, okay, then you exchange Sumo for me. At the worst, I'll give you another one, and I'll give you 2 in exchange for 1 Sumo. Is it a good deal? Ruan Xiaoqing seemed to have grasped Xiang Feishan's destiny. At this moment, Xiang Feishan's momentum slumped, like a defeated rooster. That's unnecessary. Xiang Feishan refused immediately. At the same time, he muttered, if you don't want to give, you don't want to give. Is this a fun trick? Many instructors at the scene were stunned for a moment. This is the fight between gods. Ruan Xiaoqing suddenly felt something in her heart. She now thought that although she had practiced 7 anti-mo skills, but I have to admit that Sumo's combat power is indeed impressive. It seems that it can also be used by her to inspire other geniuses. How about using Sumo as a whetstone to hone other geniuses? Ruan Xiaoqing did not shy away and said straightforwardly. Xiang Feishan smiled half-heartedly when he heard this, and Taguchi said, "You treat the important talents I like as a whetstone. You made a good plan." Ruan Xiaoqing looked normal and said, "Do you agree or not?" Xiang Feishan immediately laughed, "Okay. I have no objection. It's just that you're not afraid that the stone Sumo will be too hard and your knife will be ground to pieces." A look of confidence appeared on Ruan Xiaoqing's charming face, and she said, "Nothing I have taught has ever let me down." Xiang Feishan chuckled. He seemed quite confident and not at all vain. "It's good. I just think that Lin Zioki, Leibakshan, Lu Qingtai and A Luo are also good grindstones for Sumo. Since yours is called the Hidden Dragon Group, then mine should be called the Sharpening Group." After saying that, Xiang Feishan looked at the watch beside him and said, "There are 4 people in your team, so I have to pick a few more." At this time, he picked up De Haoen's watch and took a look at it. A picture suddenly appeared on the big screen in the general command room. At the same time, the announcement sounded. De Haoen from Longfeng University completed this camp selection in 18 hours, 26 minutes and 22 seconds, with a total of 985 kill points. This guy's beast killing points are actually a little less than the previous ones. Except, of course, Sumo. Xiang Feishan said. The word Sumo is inseparable from his words. It can be seen that Sumo is really in his heart. In the picture, De Haoen's actions in killing the ferocious beast are also impressive. Even if you are facing a level 3 target, you can still kill them at the right time. However, when he finally faced the real 3rd-grade ferocious beast, the golden meteor rhinoceros, he collapsed and couldn't even hold on for 72 seconds. "I can barely do it, I can be considered a malleable talent." If he didn't challenge the 3rd-grade golden meteor rhinoceros, he would definitely be able to reach the top 5. Under the training of someone like me, I think my strength will also improve. Xiang Feishan nodded slightly. It was like pulling De Haoen into his knife-sharpening group. In the end, he didn't bother to choose any more. He Yangjia, the 10,000-year-old second-year student from Longfeng High School, was directly included in his knife-sharpening team. In fact, these don't matter. Sumo is the star of his knife-sharpening team. Naturally, just pick 2 green leaves to set it off. The rest is not important. If De Haoen and He Yangjia, who are in the camp at this moment, knew that they were selected into the key training group because they wanted to be Sumo's green foil, how would they feel? "I've made my choice too." Xiang Feishan smiled. Ruan Xiaoqing smiled slightly and said, "Okay, now that we have decided on the seedlings we will mainly cultivate, let's wait and see who is the whetstone." "Ah chi! Ah, get up!" In the camp, De Haoen and He Yangjia both sneezed at the same time. De Haoen looked around vigilantly and whispered, "Second brother, why did I feel like someone was clapping my hands behind me just now?" "Yeah, I feel it too." "Lao Di, it's not like the 2 of us were arranging King Wu's plans behind our backs and someone overheard it, right?" He Yangjia nodded repeatedly and looked around with a stern look, trying to catch the bad guy behind his back. And just then, someone suddenly said in surprise, "Hey! Have you ever felt that the vitality of the world around you seems to be getting stronger and stronger?" It's true. It wasn't obvious before, like boiling a frog in warm water, it was hard to notice. But now it's suddenly improved a lot. Someone echoed, and the nephew shone brightly. It is a good thing for them that the vitality of heaven and earth is getting stronger. The efficiency of practicing here will naturally be faster. While everyone was talking, an instructor came over and said with a smile, "Dear students, in the next 3 days, the vitality of heaven and earth here will become stronger and stronger. Its richness is comparable to that of a high-level training room in a university, far beyond what your high school martial arts school can match. Take good care of yourself. Practice what you should practice. A promotion that deserves a promotion." As soon as these words came out, everyone's faces showed excitement. And this benefit? It's truly the work of the genius camp. Without any further delay, a group of people began to practice one after another, frantically absorbing the energy of heaven and earth and turning it into their own use. De Houen also became serious at this moment and forgot about the sneezing incident just now. "The genius camp is really awesome, brother, we are at the right place," he sighed. He Yangjia nodded, with a smile on his face, as if he had never seen the world before. "Hey, so to speak, Lao Di, your exclusive training room in the school is nothing more than that." It wasn't just their mouths that couldn't help but sigh. Even Liu Qingtai's eyes flashed slightly. Take out the essence and blood, swallow it, and start refining it." Lei Bixin, who was not far away, also took out his blood essence, intending to take advantage of this rich vitality of heaven and earth to make an impact. Many geniuses around were moved when they saw the essence and blood taken out by the two, and their faces showed envy. Everyone has communicated before. Apparently he knew that there were several special areas where the precious technique of blood refining art existed. But if you want to get it, you must face the tide of second-grade ferocious beasts. Many geniuses have tried 610, but some of them simply fled when faced with the beast tide. Some almost died inside, but finally pressed the rescue button and were rescued by the instructor. Such difficulty is not something that ordinary geniuses can attempt. But obviously, these top geniuses obtained the blood refining technique directly and easily. These people not only killed the ferocious beast, but also extracted its essence and blood, which was a huge profit. And they could only kill ferocious beasts, but they couldn't even extract the most important blood essence. As a result, the gap between them and such top talents will only become wider and wider. When Lin Zhihokai saw this scene, he smiled slightly. He took out a dozen jade bottles from his loose sleeves and placed them in front of him. "Start swallowing the essence and blood, refining and absorbing it." Although Lin Zhihokai has been reduced to the second child, but there is still no one paying attention. His series of actions were naturally noticed by many people. Damn it! Lin Zhihokai's blood essence is even more outrageous. There are actually more than 10 jade bottles of blood essence. Hey, how many drops does this cost? I'm so envious. I don't know how to refine blood, not even a drop. 1. There were bursts of exclamations at the scene. Many people couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. In this way, Lin Zhihokai took 3 or 4 drops of blood essence in one breath for refining with a calm expression under the envious gazes of everyone. The expressions of Liu Qingtai and Lei Bixin not far away changed slightly. They were not only frightened because of the amount of blood and essence in Lin Zhihokai's hands. It was even more because they saw that Lin Zhihokai could refine several drops of blood essence at the same time. And they can refine 2 drops at the same time, which is already the limit. Is this the gap? Oh, sure enough, I still have to practice crazily, but I'm far from enough. Liu Qingtai and Lei Bixin both had faked depressed expressions. When De Houen saw this scene, he bared his teeth and cursed in his heart, "Damn, this guy is showing off again." He Yangjia also curled his lips secretly and whispered, "Old D, this guy seems to be dead if he doesn't show off." Yes. De Houen agreed deeply. Obviously you can use up one jade bottle and take out another one. But this guy just doesn't. You have to take them all out. Do you want to put up so many stalls to sell goods? At this moment, Lin Zhihokai felt that he should be the center of attention. He smiled slightly and glanced in the direction of Luo Yuengzi, who was not far away.
Teenage admiration is normal. What's more, Luo Yuengzi is truly beautiful and heart-wrenching. However, Luo Yuengzi's eyes were not on him. Instead, he kept staring at the long golden horns beside Sui Mo. Lin Zaihokai couldn't help but murmur in his heart at this time. If I had known earlier, he would have brought the horn of the golden meteor rhinoceros too. Alas, why didn't you think of this at the time? Chapter 61. Lin Zaihokai took out the dozen or so jade bottles and became the focus of the audience. But Du Haoan really couldn't bear to see this kind of pretentiousness. He secretly thought, where's Mr. Su? Hurry up and suppress him. However, the Sui Mo in his mouth did not notice these little thoughts at the scene. At this moment, Sui Mo also felt that the vitality of the world on the scene was getting stronger and stronger, and his face showed a happy look. When he heard the instructor's introduction, he nodded repeatedly in his heart. Comparable to a high-end training room? Then you must practice here, otherwise this rich vitality of heaven and earth will be lost in vain. In the past, when Sui Mo was in Mowu High School, she could only practice in the exclusive junior training room for 3 hours. Now that you have the opportunity to experience the concentration of heaven and earth vitality comparable to that of a high-end training room, you shouldn't miss it. He then took out a mineral water bottle from his pants pocket. I killed too many ferocious beasts before, and some of them were extracted all at once, and there was no time to take them. Just take this opportunity to refine them all. With such a strong blessing of the vitality of heaven and earth, the effect must be very good. Sui Mo said secretly. The blood red in the mineral water bottle is very rich. If the best deal inside was Lin Zaihokai jade vase, it would be hundreds of times better. After all, the largest jade bottle Lin Zaihokai had only 20 or 30 drops of blood essence from ferocious beasts. As Sui Mo ranked first this time, she naturally attracted more attention than Lin Zaihokai. When he took out the bright red mineral water bottle, many people around him swallowed their saliva and almost stared out of their eyes. Ah! Isn't it all filled with the essence and blood of ferocious beasts? Many people were surprised and guessed. At this time, someone said uncertainly, it should be, right? As we all know, the essence and blood of ferocious beasts cannot be mixed together, otherwise they will contaminate each other, making it even more difficult to refine them. And at this time, Sui Mo directly unscrewed the cap of the mineral water bottle. Suddenly, a strong smell of blood spread throughout the entire place. It was obviously peaceful here, but everyone mistakenly thought that they had suddenly entered a purgatory. It seemed as if what they saw before them was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, with corpses of ferocious beasts all over the ground. It felt terrible. It made me shiver several times, and the hairs all over my body stood on end. When everyone reacted, the sound of the sun and moon plate sucking in the cold air sounded. Hiss! Damn it! It's really the essence and blood of a ferocious beast. That's awesome! Oh my god! How many ferocious beasts' essence and blood does it take to fill this mineral water bottle with essence and blood? Nah! Is there really someone who mixes the essence and blood of ferocious beasts? What kind of operation is this? The scene was filled with exclamations of surprise. Everyone stared at the mineral water bottle in Sui Mo's hand, their eyes widened, and their faces were in disbelief. Oh, I feel comfortable. Du Haoan was also surprised. But when he heard the exclamations at the scene, he felt extremely comfortable. Really? It's up to Boss Sui to suppress Lin Zaihokai, a pretentious criminal. Lin Zaihokai was shocked when he saw this scene. Although it was already known in terms of points for killing ferocious beasts, Sui Mo killed a lot of ferocious beasts. But when he saw such a way of pretending to be the essence and blood of a ferocious beast, he was really shocked. There are really talented people who use mineral water bottles to store the essence and blood of ferocious beasts. It really gave me a lot of experience. Doesn't he know how to mix the essence and blood of various ferocious beasts, which will only make the essence and blood more difficult to refine?
It's even said that even swallowing it is extremely risky. Lin Zihoki thought to himself. At this moment, the people shouting awesome at the scene also realized the problem. Su Mo's way of pretending to be the essence and blood of a ferocious beast really hurt their flesh. They didn't even have a drop of blood from the ferocious beasts. And Su Mo actually mixed the essence and blood of ferocious beasts directly, causing the essence and blood of ferocious beasts to mix and contaminate each other, which was completely useless. What a waste of natural resources! Is it possible that Su Mo really doesn't feel sorry for the waste of essence and blood from this vicious beast in a mineral water bottle? Finally understood a sentence. It is really a drought that will kill you, and a flood that will kill you. Su Mo heard the exclamations around her and didn't pay much attention. Naturally, he didn't know the extremely painful thoughts in everyone's hearts. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care. First, he is a poor student who comes here alone to take the camp entrance examination. Where can he find so many jade bottles? It would be pretty good if he could arrive with a half-empty bottle of mineral water left to make the car. As for which beasts mixed essence and blood are difficult to absorb? This is no problem for him at all. With a side effects system, there is no reason for him to care about this backlash problem. Work hard and take advantage of this opportunity to refine all the essence and blood of these regional beasts. I'm afraid I'll never encounter such rich vitality of heaven and earth again. Su Mo secretly thought. The next moment, he directly picked up the mineral water bottle, tilted his head, and drank the entire bottle of ferocious beast essence and blood into his stomach. Ah! Just do it, just do it. Damn it! Could it be any more outrageous? Everyone at the scene was dumbfounded when they saw Su Mo drinking a bottle of ferocious beast essence and blood in one go. There was a lot of shit in the camp. They were all fooled by Su Mo's operation. Doesn't it mean that mixing the essence and blood of various ferocious beasts is not only difficult to refine, but also not many people can withstand the backlash, right? Wrong. At this moment, everyone realized an important issue. After drinking it all in one breath, are you planning to refine them all together? Can the essence and blood of so many ferocious beasts really be refined together? Everyone looked at Su Mo in a daze, as if looking at a demon. Du Hoan opened his mouth at this moment and was also stunned. After a long time, he exclaimed, "Awesome! Boss Su is awesome! I drank it raw." You know, when ordinary people refine a drop of animal essence and blood, they must be carefully absorbed. Even a genius like Lin Zihoki can only refine a few drops of ferocious beast essence and blood at the same time. But Su Mo had the equivalent of a mineral water bottle, so she just drank it. A conservative estimate would be hundreds of drops. A group of people were really stunned and their heads were buzzing. Some people were even more frightened when they saw it, fearing that the ferocious beast essence and blood in this mineral water bottle would directly burst Su Mo. I'll go. Is it true that nothing will happen if you drink the essence and blood of ferocious beasts? Someone couldn't help but worry. Lu Qingtai and Lei Bixian couldn't help but look at each other. What a madman! This guy is really crazy. Doesn't he have any common sense in cultivation? Blow the essence and blood directly into the bottle. Both of them despised Hai Lang in their hearts. Both of them stared at Su Mo. Everyone is speculating on what terrible backlash Su Mo will have next. Lin Zihoki's eyelids were twitching wildly at this moment, and he couldn't help shouting in his heart. He had just taken out a dozen jade bottles, and they all seemed to have turned into Oda in front of this operation. People take it out and do it all at once. And he took it out and swallowed a few drops. There is absolutely no comparison. It can even be said that his intention to get rich just now has become quite obvious. Are you really being compared? Lin Zihoki thought to himself. His eyes returned to the dozen or so jade bottles in front of him. Let's do it. Do you want to fight? Lin Zihoki was building in his mind. He picked up a jade bottle containing 20 or 30 drops of ferocious beast essence and blood, then hesitated and put it down. This cycle goes back and forth, picking it up and putting it down several times. Finally, he put down the jade bottle in his hand. Damn, how do you compare? Can't compare, really can't compare. He didn't have the courage to kill 20 or 30 drops of ferocious beast essence and blood. After all, something might really happen. If so much essence and blood were to backfire, even he would have suffered a dozen injuries. Immediately, Lin Xiaokai silently put away the dozen or so jade bottles in front of him, as if he had never taken them out just now. He was also staring at Suemo at the moment. Because he really didn't believe that someone would have no reaction at all after drinking a bottle of mineral water mixed with ferocious beast essence and blood. Not far away, Luo Yuanxi's beautiful big eyes also widened. She couldn't help but be stunned by Suemo's operation. Someone really dares to swallow the essence and blood of a vicious beast like this. She had never seen it before either. Immediately afterwards, she came to her senses and hurriedly stepped forward and said, "You can't drink blood essence like this." As she said that, she took a pill from the secret place in her pocket and stuffed it directly into Suemo's hand. "Eat it quickly. I can sort out the mixed qi and blood inside for you, so you won't suffer too much backlash," Luo Yuanxi said urgingly. Suemo looked at the extra elixir in her hand. The fragrance of this elixir is astonishing, and just smelling it makes people feel relaxed and happy. At first glance, it's definitely not an ordinary elixir. It's definitely expensive. It's a good thing. A look of surprise appeared on Suemo's face. This little beauty is quite nice. Since the beauty was worried, he would just accept it generously. "Thank you very much." Suemo thanked her and put the elixir into her trouser pocket. "I'm not asking you to keep it. I'm asking you to eat it now. Otherwise, what would I do for you? Why are you so stupid?" Luo Yuanxi was speechless for a moment. There was no other way, so Suemo had no choice but to take the pill. There was a slight pain in his heart. Such a good elixir was wasted. "I don't know what the specific function is." While Suemo was thinking, waves of medicinal power spread out in his body. The cooling power of the medicine is like a sweet spring in summer, nourishing the meridians everywhere in Suemo. Not only that, Suemo could feel that this medicine was so powerful that it could calm the qi and blood in his body, allowing his qi and blood to flow in an orderly manner following the medicine. Moreover, the power of this medicine did not weaken the benefits brought to him by the beast's essence and blood. Qi and blood should be improved. The progress of blood quenching has not slowed down for a moment. It even vaguely accelerated some blood quenching progress. Is this elixir so good? Isn't it expensive? Suemo secretly thought. Everyone saw that Suemo drank a bottle of mixed beast essence and blood without any problem, and their hearts were filled with tears. "Go ahead, you are really ruthless. So many ferocious beasts' essence and blood are consumed, and nothing happens." Yes, but he is certainly confident that he can do this. He is indeed a ruthless person. Of course, maybe the pill given by Luo Yuanxi also had some effect. Everyone at the scene was still staring, watching all this, and the shock in their hearts could not dissipate for a long time. At this time, Luo Yuanxi felt relieved when he saw Suemo taking the elixir. Then she pointed to the horn of the golden rhinoceros next to Suemo and asked, "Can I take a look?" Suemo took advantage of others' pills, so she naturally agreed to the request. He nodded in agreement. Seeing that Suemo agreed, Luo Yuanxi took the long golden rhinoceros horn in his hand. She looked at the bottom of the horn and actually counted the number of holes at the bottom of the horn. 2, 4, 6. After a while, the number in her heart stopped at 49. 77 49 holes. Luo Yuanxi secretly thought in his heart. At this moment, she was even more sure that she had read correctly before. This was the true meaning of the 7 injury fist 7 kills. At this moment, Luo Yuanxi couldn't help but look at Suemo with a touch of admiration. The admiration of a beautiful woman, especially one of Luo Yuanxi's level, made everyone envious. We are all young people, and all of a sudden we all feel a little bit tasteful. Even practicing under such a strong heaven and earth energy has become boring, Qian Li's. Oh, you deserve to be ranked number 1. Not only is it strong, but it also has peach blossom attributes, right? Comparing people to each other is so irritating. I envy you. There was a lot of wailing at the scene, and everyone felt that if they pursued Luo Yuanxi in the future, there would definitely be no hope at all. Lin Zaihokai also saw all this. He pursed his lips, took a deep breath, finally closed his eyes, and chose to concentrate on training. Out of sight is pure. Watching this only made him feel uneasy. Awesome, awesome. As expected of Mr. Su, he is awesome. Even a cold-hearted beauty like Luo Yuanxi shows respect for her. De Haoan shouted at this moment. Now he can't think of any other words besides awesome. Suemo was a little confused by the admiring look she cast on Luo Yuanxi. He didn't do anything either. How can you respect someone who only ranks first and kills the golden meteor rhinoceros? Then the pattern of this beauty genius is a bit small. But Luo Yuanxi looked at him like this. Not to be outdone, he stared back. I have to say that this little beauty is indeed good-looking, with fair skin, beautiful appearance, long legs, and is indeed quite eye-catching. At this moment, the two people's eyes met and they stared at each other for a few seconds. Finally, Suemo made Luo Yuanxi feel embarrassed and shy. Luo Yuanxi looked away, and when she turned to leave, she warned again, you can't refine the essence and blood of ferocious beasts like this in the future. After speaking, Luo Yuanxi walked back to where he was previously. Suemo looked at Luo Yuanxi's back and couldn't help but sigh in her heart, she is beautiful and kind-hearted, what a good girl. After sighing, he immediately stopped thinking about it. He has not forgotten that he still has to take advantage of the rich vitality of heaven and earth to practice for a while. Chapter 62. The vitality of heaven and earth in the camp became more and more intense. Suemo took out a piece of grass from his pocket at this moment. This grass is blood red all over, like ruby. There are still a few scattered fluorescent lights on it. Many people around noticed the grass in Suemo's hand, and couldn't help but look envious on their faces. Blood spirit grass. This grass has a miraculous effect on the second-grade realm and can speed up the progress of blood quenching. It's considered a magic medicine for the blood quenching realm. I heard that there are only 2 plants hidden in the special area selected for this camp selection. Unexpectedly, one of them is right here in Suemo. What luck! Everyone at the scene was amazed. Even Lei Bixin and Lu Qingtai's eyes flashed. They had also wanted to find the special area where the blood spirit grass was located during their journey. But there were only 2 of them, so they would have to be very lucky to meet them. The 2 of them couldn't help but smile bitterly in their hearts. That's true. It's really irritating to see people being more than people. Forget it, this guy is very powerful. Unexpectedly, he was so lucky. He got one of the only 2 plants. Lin Zaihokai, who was not far away, had not changed much. He still closed his eyes tightly and concentrated on practicing. It was as if everything outside had nothing to do with him, and he had reached a state of emptiness. But even if he saw the blood spirit grass, he would not be disturbed. After all, he is not far from the 3rd level. With the blessing of this rich heaven and earth vitality, there is no need to speed up the blood-quenching progress. At this moment, Lei Bixin and Lu Qingtai also stabilized their minds. They are the same, not far from the 3rd level. If there hadn't been this rich vitality of heaven and earth before, perhaps the blood spirit grass would have had miraculous effects. But now for them, blood spirit grass is not just needed. Thinking of this, they began to absorb the vitality of heaven and earth without any distractions, and temper their own essence and blood. Suemo has no time to pay attention to the surrounding eyes now.
He swallowed the blood spirit grass in one gulp without hesitation. The blood spirit grass is sweet in the mouth, with crisp branches and leaves, and it melts in his mouth as soon as he takes it. The next moment, Mo quickly felt a surge of medicinal power pouring into his limbs and meridians. The power of the medicine surged, causing the tempering of qi and blood throughout his body. But in the blink of an eye, Mo felt that her energy became purer. The effect of this blood spirit grass is so good. It is worthy of being called a miracle medicine for second-grade warriors. 407. It seems that I have the blood spirit grass and such a strong blessing of heaven and earth energy. I have a chance to break through this time. He felt the sudden increase in the progress of his blood quenching, and the essence and blood in his body also increased by leaps and bounds, with a look of joy on his face. Mo's heart moved, and she immediately understood. This camp selection is essentially prepared for second-level geniuses. Whether it's the blood refining technique or the blood spirit grass. Even the essence and blood of ferocious beasts are what second-grade warriors need most right now. As long as you have deep accumulation and these as a guide, it is not difficult to break through to the second level here. After realizing this, Mo began to immerse himself in it, guide his energy and blood to temper, and concentrate on the breakthrough. At this moment, the scene fell into silence. Everyone sat cross-legged, absorbing the vitality of heaven and earth, and absorbed themselves. After a while, small vortexes of vitality suddenly appeared on the scene, frantically absorbing the surrounding vitality of heaven and earth. Breakthrough. Break. There are a few people here growling. Their whole bodies are full of blood and qi and blood. Obviously, these are all half-step second-grade products from the beginning. Under such a strong vitality of heaven and earth, it is easy to officially enter the second-level realm. There seems to be a chain reaction here. There are people one after another who are about to break through to the second-level realm. There are also people who are about to reach a higher level in the second-level realm. The vitality of heaven and earth was stirred at the scene, several vortexes of vitality stirred above their heads, and countless vitality of heaven and earth were absorbed. This scene is quite big. After all, many geniuses have made breakthroughs one after another, and the momentum created is not small. However, even if they absorb the vitality of the surrounding world, the vitality of heaven and earth here does not appear to be thin, but seems to be inexhaustible and inexhaustible. Of course, the bit of heaven and earth vitality absorbed by these people's breakthroughs is nothing. Just like a drop of water falling on the sea surface, it barely makes even a ripple. And how much energy of heaven and earth can be absorbed also represents the potential and heritage of this person to a certain extent. For example, two people in the same realm. Those who can absorb more vitality of heaven and earth at one time will naturally be stronger and have a deeper foundation. I broke through. Me too. This rich vitality of heaven and earth really cannot be concealed. It is simply, bocce, an excellent place to practice. Many people's faces showed joy. They are full of blood, and then they are restrained. Obviously. At this moment, they all relied on this rich vitality of heaven and earth to successfully break through to the second-level realm. Of course, there are also outstanding geniuses who have already reached the second level, and are now in the middle or late second level. It is difficult for people to calm down at such a speed of advancement. Because if you put it outside, if you want to make a breakthrough in the realm, you will need at least 1 or 2 months of hard training. But here, everything becomes extremely easy. Many people can't wait to stay here as long as possible, waiting until they reach the ultimate level before leaving. Just when many people are excited. In one part of the camp, 2 impressive vortexes of vitality formed by the vitality of heaven and earth appeared. It turned out that it was De Hauen and He Yangjia who made the breakthrough. The vortex of vitality above the 2 of them was impressive. If 2 hurricanes swept through, many people would be a little surprised. Break! Break it for me! The next moment, De Hauen and He Yangjia both shouted loudly at the same time. Their auras instantly rose,
and waves of rich blood filled their bodies. Not long after, both De Hauen and He Yangjia suddenly opened their eyes, with joy on their faces. "Second brother, you've also made a breakthrough," De Hauen said with a smile. He Yangjia nodded and said, "With such a strong blessing of heaven and earth energy, if you don't break through, you will really be called a genius. The two of us are only one step away from the third level, really only one step away." "That's right, as long as we stabilize our current state, it won't be long before both of us can successfully advance to the third district." De Hauen smiled and was very satisfied with the progress this time. The two of them haven't finished speaking yet. Boom! Boom! Not far away, bursts of thunder broke out. Everyone looked at it, their expressions changed, and they all exclaimed, "FK!" It was Lei Bixin who caused the noise. Lei Bixin also broke through at this moment. The thunder attribute energy and blood all over his body exploded, causing several thunders. Not only that, thunder and lightning flashed all over his body, which was extraordinary. The thunder and lightning on his body spread outward, shocking the people around him. The thunder and lightning aura is really terrifying, with a sense of destruction. These people's hair stood on end, their faces changed slightly, and they stood up and stayed away, regardless of whether their own skills were still running. If they were accidentally touched by its current, they would be a little afraid that they would not be able to bear it. It's safer to stay away. At this moment, Bixin became the focus of the audience. The thunder and lightning around him is indeed very attractive. Not only that, the huge vortex of vitality above his head was even more unmatched by those who had broken through before. Electric arcs flashed all over Lei Bixin's body, frantically absorbing the vitality of the surrounding world. At this moment, the vitality of heaven and earth in his place actually became a little thinner. But obviously the camp here is well prepared. But the next second, the vitality of heaven and earth here was replenished and became richer. Nima, such a strong vitality of heaven and earth just now became a little thinner in an instant. This speed of absorbing the vitality of heaven and earth is really amazing. Many people couldn't help but move further away from Lei Bixin. Because except for the thunder and lightning flashing around Lei Bixin, if they were too close to Lei Bixin, they would not be able to compete with the speed at which Lei Bixin devoured the vitality of the world. Break! At this moment, Lei Bixin suddenly opened his eyes. There seemed to be lightning flashing in his eyes. Buzz! The silver gun behind him also let out a soft roar. At the same time, a vague pressure emanated from Lei Bixin. This faint sense of oppression frightened everyone. He actually broke through to the third level. We are the first person in the audience to be promoted to the third level. Many geniuses are filled with envy. After all, some of them have just broken through to the second level. The gap between genius and genius is really too big. That's a huge gap between realms. At this time, the car owner's corner showed a smile. He was the first to break through to the third level. This qualification and this speed of improvement are indeed quite astonishing. Very good, I finally regained some face. Lei Bixin whispered. Then he looked calm and continued to practice steadily. Many people at the scene couldn't help but started talking quietly when they saw Lei Bixin's calm demeanor. You were promoted to the third level so quickly, yet you're still so calm. He is worthy of being a genius among geniuses, the first to be promoted to the third grade. Someone whispered. At this time, someone on the side also said, don't draw conclusions too early. There are several others who are stronger than Lei Bixin. I feel like there's no reason to be left behind. The words have not yet fallen. There was movement from Lin Zhihoki and Luo Yungzi at the same time. In an instant, two huge vortexes of vitality were set off in two places on the scene, condensing and swallowing the vitality of heaven and earth. Damn it! What did you say? The scale of these two vitality vortexes made many people's expressions change slightly. Because many people feel that they are unable to absorb the vitality of heaven and earth here. Those two huge vortexes of vitality almost swept away all the vitality of the surrounding world. There was great movement at this moment. Even Lei Bixin, who had just prepared to stabilize his realm, couldn't help but open his eyes again and looked at the two astonishing vortexes of vitality not far away. He originally thought that he should be the first to break through to the third level, beating those few people. But I didn't expect that his recent promotion to the third level was just a way to attract others. If only Lin Zihoki was the only one. But even that girl Luo Yuangzi is better than him. Judging from the extent of swallowing and absorbing the vitality of heaven and earth. He knew in his heart that Lin Zihoki and Luo Yuangzi's backgrounds would be greatly enriched by him. Alas, I was suppressed by Lin Zihoki again. Lei Bixin looked depressed and sighed. Ever since Lin Zihoki and Mo came, it seems that he can no longer find the pleasure of being a genius. Why are they suppressed everywhere? The thunder attribute chi and blood he cultivated is a family secret. Is it really that bad? For a time, Lei Bixin almost no longer thought about consolidating his realm. At this time, Lu Qingtai, who was not far away from him, smiled and said, "Brother Lei, don't worry, I won't let that cultivator get the upper hand for once." Finished. Lu Qingtai's energy and blood were surging, and the well-developed muscles all over his body bulged like a few hard rocks. The blood all over his body was so strong that it reached an extreme level. Call. The next moment, an extremely huge vortex of vitality appeared above his head, like a roaring hurricane. The scene was turbulent, and the vitality of heaven and earth swept towards the vortex like crazy. As an innate fighting body, his energy and blood fighting power far exceed those of his peers. And this physique will only become more powerful as his martial arts realm improves. In the future, he will have double or even multiple times of energy and blood, far superior to warriors of the same realm. It can be said that the innate combat body is a physique that is not inferior to that of a spiritual master. Therefore, he has great confidence in breaking through the momentum and absorbing the vitality of heaven and earth. Even Lin Zihoki, a spiritual master, can't catch up. At this moment, Lu Qingtai shouted loudly, and the vitality of the surrounding world rolled towards him. The huge hurricane-like vortex of vitality was still growing little by little. "I'll go. How much energy of heaven and earth do you need to absorb at once?" Originally, the vortex of vitality between Lin Zihoki and Luo Yuangzi caused the vitality of the world here to become thinner and weaker. Now there's another exhaust fan, right? How can we practice cultivation? Are we going to let others have fun? Can't you make breakthroughs one by one? Many of the geniuses on the scene are really suffering. I was shocked at first, but I felt I had gained a lot of experience. But now half of them are affected, making it difficult to absorb the vitality of heaven and earth here. However, there are also half of the good people who, despite the pressure, seize some of the vitality of heaven and earth for their own use. The current situation has changed instantly. Many people are vying to absorb the vitality of heaven and earth, using their own methods. However, Lu Qingtai didn't care about this. He showed a confident smile. Apart from anything else, in terms of his deep chi and blood swallowing up the vitality of heaven and earth, no one can compare to him. But he had just thought of this. The expressions of everyone present changed suddenly. They all looked at Mo. At this moment, it seemed as if there was a thunder in the sky, and an inexplicable and mysterious aura spread out like ripples. And above Mo's head, countless vitality from heaven and earth surged in. But in the blink of an eye, a terrifying tornado seemed to blow up above his head, and the surrounding atmosphere was stirred wildly and became extremely chaotic. Ah! The confident smile on Lu Qingtai's face just now suddenly solidified at this moment. Chapter 63. The vitality vortex above Mo's head was of extremely terrifying scale, like a tornado. The vitality of the surrounding heaven and earth began to decrease sharply, converging towards Mo's head. The vortex of vitality that had just gathered above the heads of many people actually dissipated directly, and all of them rushed towards Suemo. "I'm sorry." Some people couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Even the vitality whirlpools above Lu Qingtai, Lin Zaihoki, and Luo Yuangzi's heads were affected. The vortex of vitality above their heads was obviously smaller. This also shows that even the three of them cannot defeat Suemo. And at this time, Suemo's heart moved and she thought, "It's almost done, we can break through." At this moment, he realized that his blood-quenching progress in the blood-quenching realm was almost complete. There was a shackles in front of him. You only need to push it away to enter the next realm. Suemo's hand shook slightly. Suddenly a lot of energy and blood surged. The blood energy around him was so strong that it almost turned into a blood mist through which only human figures could be seen clearly. Turbulent energy and blood rush through the meridians, and the blood is repeatedly tempered. In the end, his tempered blood was refined to the extreme, breaking through the shackles and flowing toward all the bones in his body. Suemo looked slightly stern. He knew that this was the most critical step. Qi and blood flow into the bones, strengthening the muscles and bones. This is the beginning of promotion to the third-level Jade Bone realm. Only when the muscles and bones are tempered and the bones show signs of Jade can one truly enter the third level. However, this process requires a large amount of Qi and blood and the vitality of heaven and earth as support, otherwise it will be difficult to complete this qualitative leap. Many warriors are stuck at this step throughout their lives. But for Suemo, it is naturally impossible. His energy and blood are twice as much as those of warriors of the same realm. In addition, there is such a strong vitality of heaven and earth here. He almost occupies the right time, place, and people, so he can naturally make a breakthrough. At this moment, he affected the energy and blood, and transported the energy and blood crazily to various bones for tempering. This process is very refreshing. The bones are itchy and undergoing qualitative changes. Under the inner view, Suemo found that his bones were wrapped in masses of energy and blood, emitting a gleaming red light. With the influx of Qi and blood, black impurities seeped into his bones, which were eventually washed away by Qi and blood. Suemo's bones became more and more crystal clear, really like jade. If the previous blood quenching was called rebirth, this process would be equivalent to bone replacement. As long as you can successfully cross over, you will truly be reborn and become an extraordinary human body. Suemo didn't stop and continued to temper the bones, trying to make every corner of the bones filled with energy and blood. After a while, he found that his bones were extremely crystal clear, and his body was shining red with blood. The time has come. Looking inside, Suemo felt that her bones had been tempered to a certain extent. He knows that when the time is right, he can start to make breakthroughs in one fell swoop. Open the 8 doors in reverse, open the first door, Tian. Suemo shouted in her heart. Suddenly, Qi and blood rushed open the door. The door opened wide, and Qi and blood all over his body steamed violently. In this state of harmony between Qi and mind, it is extremely mysterious. His control over Qi, blood, and body has reached an extreme level. At the same time, he can also absorb more vitality of heaven and earth. Suemo also took advantage of the state of opening the door at this moment to utilize his energy and blood to the extreme. He tempered his energy and blood to every part of his body, leaving no dead space. As soon as Suemo's door opened, Lin Zaihoki and Luo Yuangzi, who were not far away and were not immersed in their realm breakthrough, opened their eyes. They all looked towards Suemo. Luo Yuangzi stared at Suemo. At this moment, she felt an indescribable but extremely familiar feeling. This made her stare at Suemo for a long time. This was the first time a boy made her so curious. He seems to have a lot of secrets. Luo Yuangzi whispered, and only she could hear it. Lin Zaihoki, who was not far away, was staring at Suemo closely. There was a look of surprise and uncertainty on his face. He is a spiritual master, and his martial arts intuition is far beyond ordinary people. Just now, he felt keenly that Mo seemed to have a hint of the feeling he had when he met his master teacher. This is actually the feeling he usually gives others. Because of his special physique, he is a spiritual master and a master doctor. So it's not surprising that he feels like a master. But then how could Mo give him this feeling? Mo is not a natural master. Why does that kind of smell appear? This really made him feel incredible. For a moment, he even suspected that he felt wrong. But the feeling persists. Ever since Mo's blood surged, this feeling has never disappeared. This just shows that I didn't feel wrong. Then Mo might also be like a master. What he didn't know was, when Mo is in the state of opening the door, the chi and the mind are in harmony, which is only seen by the master. His use of reversing the 8 doors will naturally make him feel a bit like facing a master. After a long time, Lin Qiu finally took a deep breath and smiled. It's really interesting, Mo, you interest me more and more. This time there will be no boredom in the genius camp. Lin Xiaokai thought to himself. He hasn't really met an opponent in a long time. Although he was under pressure at the moment, he also felt a fighting spirit rising in his heart. It's fun to have opponents. How boring is it to be invincible all the time? At this moment, Mo, who opened the door, unscrupulously absorbed the vitality of the surrounding world. A vortex of vitality is still gathering like a tornado. Especially after the door was opened wide, the movement became even more violent. This vortex of vitality cannot be simply described as large. The spiritual vortex above his head directly enveloped the entire camp in the central area, and the scene blocked the sky and the sun. It was like a billowing dark cloud shrouded everyone's heads, wildly devouring the vitality of the heaven and earth here like a whale swallowing mountains and rivers. At this moment, except for Li Moli, the vitality of heaven and earth was extremely strong. In many places, people can no longer feel the existence of the vitality of heaven and earth. What the FK? When Lu Qingtai saw such a scene, his mouth opened wide and he was completely confused. He originally thought that the vitality of heaven and earth he had swallowed was terrifying enough, so he directly absorbed the vitality of heaven and earth from half of the people. But this guy swallowed up the vitality of the world and swept the whole place directly. It's so outrageous that his mother opened the door for outrageousness, it's so outrageous. It's just absorbing the vitality of heaven and earth. Do you want to make it so exaggerated? Who the hell is the innate combat body? He even suspected that this was not this guy's limit. If the vitality of heaven and earth here were stronger, more could be swallowed up. In just a moment, the vortex of vitality above Mo's head was completely formed. The vortex of vitality reaches straight to the sky, as if it connects him to the sky. At this moment, Mo felt an unparalleled force of vitality pouring into her body, feeling extremely comfortable. It is worthy of being an advanced training room comparable to a university. There is indeed enough vitality in this world. Mo closed her eyes, completely immersed in it, and was still absorbing it. His bones became more crystal clear and his 3 bloods became richer. And the shackles he felt before had already been broken away by him. Lu Qingtai looked at the hurricane-like vitality of heaven and earth pouring into Mo's body like crazy, swallowed his saliva, and felt extremely depressed. Fortunately, he had just been promoted to the 3rd level. Otherwise, with the current situation, his promotion path will definitely be interrupted. After all, that guy swallowed up most of the vitality of heaven and earth. Even if you want to compete with it, you don't have the ability. Many people at the scene were not so lucky. All the vortexes of vitality above their heads disappeared, and their mouths reached the top of Mo's head. In desperation, he could only stop practicing and look at Mo, who was practicing like a monster. What can be done? This means that all the resources have been taken up by Mo alone. Are they still practicing? Nah. How can you practice cultivation like this? As expected of being ranked number 1, the cultivation is so impressive. Brother Su, I really don't have a drop of the vitality of heaven and earth here. Please let me go. A group of people screamed in agony, with a million horses galloping in their hearts. What a waste of practice. But there is nothing they can do against each other. People's cultivation requires so much vitality of heaven and earth. If you can, grab it and fight for it. But who can win? Now they can't suck anything, not even that monster. They even suspected that if they were too close, they would be swept into Sumo's huge vortex of vitality. Almost all the vitality of heaven and earth at the scene was used by Sumo alone. Many people immediately said, I'm so FG direct. You are awesome, I see you are practicing at the head office, right? Lin Zaihokai also opened his eyes expressionlessly at this moment. He looked at the vortex of vitality above his head, and then at the one above Sumo's head, and immediately stopped exercising and gave up practicing. He can still absorb the vitality of heaven and earth. But that little bit of vitality, to be honest, sucking it is meaningless and won't make any progress. It would be better for him to wait until Sumo finished practicing and then concentrate on practicing. Not far away, Lei Bakshan also had a sullen face. He had already stopped practicing. He has the same thoughts as everyone else. Facing such a monster, there is really no need to fight for it. Of course, there is no way to fight. So it is better to stop and save some face. But as geniuses, they have always been the only ones to influence others. It was the first time that I was influenced by others. At this moment, they felt somewhat depressed and unhappy. Luo Yuangzi, who had not opened his eyes, could not help but frown at this moment. Naturally, she also felt that the energy of heaven and earth she could absorb was reduced a lot in an instant. Then, she opened her eyes and saw the extremely exaggerated vortex of vitality above Sumo's head. So big! Luo Yuangzi slightly widened her big watery eyes and sighed. She had a dull expression and looked a little cute. But she seemed to be a little stubborn and closed her eyes again. She stirred up her energy and blood, and the vortex of energy above her head was still there, as if she wanted to compete with Sumo for the energy of heaven and earth here. However, she tried several times, but found that instead of increasing the energy vortex above her head, part of it went to Sumo. 0. I really can't absorb much more. Luo Yuangzi whispered and had to stop practicing. She looked at it with a rather resentful look in her eyes. Sumo. At the same time, in a cave outside the camp, an instructor in charge of the vitality of the camp was lying on a chair, enjoying the hard-won tranquility. Sudden, he stood up in excitement and looked toward the camp. This sight shocked him. In the distance, the vortex of vitality that covered the sky and the sun swept across the entire place with extremely powerful momentum. What the hell? What's going on? The instructor originally wanted to take a nap in the cave while these geniuses were practicing in the camp. But who would have known that without looking at it, the vitality of the heaven and earth in the damn camp was almost gone. He didn't stop, and headed for the camp in a flash. Soon, the instructor reached the edge of the camp and took a quick look. He saw a huge whirlpool of spiritual energy gathering above a person's head. It turns out to be this kid. I should have thought it was him. When the instructor saw that the initiator was Sumo, his face immediately turned green. He had already brought a lot of energy stones here before and was very well prepared. Unexpectedly, one Sumo would absorb almost all the energy of heaven and earth. It turned out that there was a large formation on the entire camp. Just put enough energy stones on the formation eye to make the heaven and earth vitality abundant in the camp. It's a good thing it was discovered early, otherwise something bad would have happened. The instructor cursed loudly. Because these heaven and earth vitality are arranged for a group of geniuses to achieve breakthroughs. He cannot bear the responsibility if it delays the breakthroughs of many geniuses. After finding out the situation, the instructor turned around and left, quickly asking for help. He came outside the major caves and shouted loudly, "Some people come to help. Quickly move out the energy stones and put them on the formation." Many instructors came out with doubts on their faces. But when they saw the huge vortex of vitality on the horizon in the distance, they couldn't help but be frightened. "What's going on?" an instructor asked in surprise. The instructor in charge of the vitality of heaven and earth cursed and said, "Don't mention it, it was that kid Suemo who did it. Stop making ink marks. If you go any slower, all the vitality of heaven and earth in the camp will really be swallowed up by this kid. That one ranks number 1. Damn it, why is there such a monster this time? Lao Wang! Come out quickly and move the energy stones to the formation I." A group of instructors were cursing. Instructor Wang, who had been assessing Suemo in the cave before, also came out. He swallowed his saliva and murmured, "This guy really made me knowledgeable. Is there anything he can't do?" Immediately afterwards, a group of instructors hurriedly moved the energy stones and put them into the formation I. In order to prevent the vitality of heaven and earth in the camp from being swallowed up and damaging the big event spoon. Chapter 64. The vitality of heaven and earth in the camp is about to dry up. A group of instructors were really busy with their hands and feet, working in a hurry. They picked up a pile of energy stones from the warehouse and immediately rushed to the camp. "I'm afraid that if Suemo is really fierce, all the vitality of heaven and earth in the camp will be swallowed up by him." Naturally, such a big event immediately alarmed everyone in the general command room outside the camp. Something happened. Then Suemo is about to swallow up all the energy of heaven and earth in the camp. An instructor hurriedly ran in from outside to report. As soon as these words came out, many instructors present were confused. They knew that in order to make the energy of heaven and earth in the camp more intense, a lot of energy stones were used in the formation Is. A conservative estimate is that it is enough for 40 or 50 geniuses to achieve breakthroughs and cultivation at the same time. How is it possible for one person to absorb all the light? Ruan Xiaoking's expression changed slightly when he heard the news. She immediately said, calling up the surveillance in the camp. The next moment, the picture was played on the big screen in the general command room. In the picture, an absurdly large vortex of vitality hovered above Sumo's head. The momentum was indeed terrifying, and many instructors were extremely shocked. Many instructors were directly shocked. Because this kind of thing is too unexpected. They never thought that something like this would happen. Isn't this kid's practice making too much noise? He seems to be breaking through to the 3rd level. But isn't the energy of heaven and earth required for this a bit too scary? Look. Except for Suemo, all the other geniuses have stopped practicing. This is obviously unbeatable. The instructor at the scene almost stared out of his eyes when he saw the picture on the screen. This guy is a bit too domineering. While he is practicing with him, others can only wait on the sidelines. All of them are instructors who have been responsible for the selection of many genius camps. What kind of situation have they not seen? But this is really the first time I have seen this. Ruan Xiaoking was also surprised at this moment and whispered, "How could it be?" Then she came back to her senses and quickly ordered, "Hurry up and replenish the energy stone, the vitality of heaven and earth inside cannot be broken." Ruan Xiaoking's eyes were vicious. She could tell at a glance that the vitality of heaven and earth in the camp could not satisfy Sumo's breakthrough to the 3rd level. If the vitality of heaven and earth is not supplied at this moment, I'm afraid Sumo's breakthrough this time will be greatly compromised. Although she no longer thinks highly of Suemo. But as the commander-in-chief of the genius camp, her duty is to ensure that every genius can grow. And he had already selected Suemo as the sharpening stone for the Qianlong team. So she actually values Suemo no less than the 4 people in the potential group. After Ruan Xiaoking gave the order, an instructor inside responded, "Master Ruan, several instructors have already gone to carry the energy stones to replenish the vitality of the world." "Well, okay." Ruan Xiaoking nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Xiang Feishan had a faint smile on his face. As expected of the person he likes, his power is overwhelming among all the heroes. So domineering. Later, he was afraid of delaying Su Mo's breakthrough and shouted, "Let them all move faster. If something goes wrong, I will get angry." The instructor nodded repeatedly and ran out, leaving many instructors there. Bring up the scene of Liu Qingtai's breakthrough. At this time, Ruan Xiaoqing suddenly spoke. Soon, the picture on the big screen changed. If you look at the vortex of vitality on Liu Qingtai's head normally, it is indeed quite impressive. Qi and blood surged, absorbing more vitality from heaven and earth than Lin Xiaokei's. But if you compare it with Su Mo, it's a huge difference. The faces of the surrounding instructors did not change at all. After all, he had just witnessed a big scene, and Liu Qingtai's energy vortex seemed too insignificant. If they had not seen Su Mo's vitality vortex just now, they would definitely be shocked when they saw Liu Qingtai's breakthrough scene. After all, Liu Qingtai's vitality vortex directly surpassed Lin Xiaokei's, and his innate combat body was indeed profound. Even the spiritual master of the innate master couldn't compare. But now after watching Su Mo's vitality vortex, Liu Qingtai's breakthrough scene suddenly seemed a bit boring, ordinary, even unremarkable. Su Mo's performance is even more terrifying than Liu Qingtai's innate combat body. After such a comparison, Ruan Xiaoqing also opened his mouth slightly at this moment, and a wave of excitement was set off in his heart. I have to say that Su Mo did bring her a lot of surprises. Judging from Su Mo's current performance, it can indeed be ranked first. But practicing the 7 kills always made her feel a little pity. Haha. At this moment, the smile on Xiang Feishan's face became more and more intense, and he was overjoyed. He thought Su Mo had given him enough surprises. But I didn't expect there would be a bigger surprise. This time he really found a treasure. What about Lin Xiaoran and Liu Qingtai? Even his training can't compare to the big red flower in his knife sharpening team. In the future, if he personally guides and trains, those people in the Qianlong group must not be thrown away by Su Mo thousands of miles away. How is it? Grandmaster Ruan, are you starting to regret it now? Xiang Feishan smiled proudly. Ruan Xiaoqing calmed down after hearing this, with a smile on his face and said, I don't regret it, but I feel that my previous decision was correct. The stronger the Su Mo, the greater the effect of sharpening the knife will naturally be. My hidden dragons will definitely be tempered to become stronger. Su Mo did a great job. You see, when my Qianlongs saw Su Mo's performance this time, their expressions were solemn. Even the arrogance between Lin Xiaokei's brows was a little less. As he spoke, Ruan Xiaoqing paused and continued, my point of view has not changed from beginning to end. No matter how strong Su Mo is now, level 4 is his limit. And the achievements of Lin Xiaokei, Luo Yuangzi, Lei Bixin, and Liu Qingtai are definitely far beyond the 4th level. Especially for Lin Xiaokei, Grandmaster Tianpin is just the starting point for him. After listening to Ruan Xiaoqing's words, Xiang Feishan smiled leisurely and said, really? Why did I hear a hint of arrogance? Ruan Xiaoqing also laughed, I am never harsh-spoken. Okay, let's wait and see. Xiang Feishan didn't bother to argue. He is in a good mood now and is extremely satisfied with Su Mo's performance. The other side. A large number of instructors carried energy stones back and forth and put them into the formation eyes. With the replenishment of energy stones, the dry vitality in the camp showed signs of recovery. An instructor wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, the vitality of heaven and earth seems to be recovering, it should be almost done, right? This has been going back and forth several times. The instructors looked at the astonishing vortex of vitality in the sky and nodded. There are enough energy stones brought out now, which should be enough. However, the next moment, they discovered that the vitality of heaven and earth in the camp, which had just begun to show some strong signs, actually merged into the huge vortex of vitality above Su Mo's head. Hurry up! That kid is still absorbing it like crazy. Everyone was shocked and ran back to get more Neng Jiu. Some instructors cursed bad luck, but their bodies were still quite honest in replenishing the energy of heaven and earth in the camp. And inside the camp, many geniuses feel that the vitality of heaven and earth here has begun to gradually recover. But no one chose to practice again. They still stared at Sumo practicing with big eyes and small eyes. This is because as long as Sumo's terrifying energy vortex is still there, it will be difficult for them to compete with Sumo. I can only watch Sumo monopolize the vitality of the world here. Oh, when will this end? Yes, if he practices for 3 days at a time, then what are we doing? Who can interrupt him? It won't be a problem if this continues. Many geniuses at the scene complained. They complained. But no one dared to come forward and disturb. After all, after provoking such a ruthless person, I can already imagine what kind of life I will live in the future. Even Lin Xiaoki and several top geniuses were sitting cross-legged on the ground, quietly waiting for Lo. They didn't bother Sumo's breakthrough. After all, they are also geniuses and have their own arrogance in their hearts, so they would not do such a despicable thing. No matter how strong their opponent is, they will come back later. This is also the confidence of a genius. At this moment, it was not just the camp that was filled with complaints. The instructors who came to carry the energy stones back and forth outside the camp were also a little bit scolded. How many times have I tried this energy stone? Why hasn't that kid sucked in enough? No? This kid is AFG bottomless pit. One instructor complained. Many instructors nodded after hearing this and echoed, if this guy is consumed by those who practice every day, then who can afford it? At the same time, many instructors said with pained faces, damn it, so many energy stones have been consumed, which is enough to provide the vitality of heaven and earth needed for a dozen or so geniuses to be promoted to the 3rd level. But now it's not enough. This kid is really a gold-eating beast. Instructor Wang, who had just been called over to help, was now numb. Sumo really gave him a lot of knowledge. Now he is in charge of the talent camp selection. When he encounters geniuses, he can do so without any worries. No matter how brilliant the genius is in the future, he will probably think in his heart, oh, not as good as Sumo. At this time, an instructor glanced at the camp and urged, okay, let's keep moving. We can't really delay it. Otherwise, if the 2 masters blame us, we won't be able to leave without eating. After that, a group of instructors got busy again. After a long time, a group of instructors moved back and forth several times. They noticed that the vitality of heaven and earth in the camp had begun to gradually recover, and they finally felt relieved. It should be almost done. That boy is almost done. One instructor said in surprise. Inside the camp, Sumo is also coming to an end at this moment. He has now been successfully promoted. Under the inner view, he felt that his bones were crystal clear, and he could clearly see the blood flowing inside. Does this count as a rebirth? Sumo murmured. Now that he has been promoted to the 3rd level, his demand for the vitality of heaven and earth is no longer huge. And the vortex of vitality above his head began to gradually become smaller. When the many geniuses present saw this scene, their eyes lit up. Is it finally over? Yeah, it's finally our turn. It's not easy. A group of geniuses finally saw hope in their eyes. They all couldn't take their eyes off. Staring at Sumo, I hope she feels that she has completed her 0.8 training. 000*. At this moment, Sumo moved her body and her bones creaked. He was very happy. Because this promotion to the 3rd level is not only a great reward, but also extremely easy. What surprised him even more was that because he had repeatedly used the 9 shields reversal to harden and return to normal, his bones had shown signs of becoming jade before due to such repeated tempering. This can be considered as quenching the bones in advance. This time he was officially promoted to the 3rd level, and his bones were crystal clear, obviously deeper than ordinary jade. Not only that. With these changes, if he uses the 9 reversal shields in the future, his defense will be even more terrifying. Yes, with the blessing of the vitality of heaven and earth here, today's progress is really great. Suemo whispered with satisfaction, and then opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he immediately noticed that everyone around him, without exception, was staring at him with faint eyes, as if they were very secluded. Hey? Why are these people so idle? They don't even practice cultivation. Suemo was stunned on the spot. What kind of look does he have? From his perspective, these people don't even practice cultivation, but they only want to see him make a breakthrough? Suemo shook her head speechlessly, complaining in her heart, what's so good about a breakthrough? These people are really lazy. No matter how good the conditions are, if you don't practice, you are simply wasting such rich vitality of heaven and earth. Sure enough, these people have never been poor.